because Chun Ran came back a little late and only called his parents when he arrived in Jia City. Song Hui didn't buy any dishes and simply made some. Although the food was simple, Chun Ran ate a lot, and after helping to clean up the dishes, he was kicked out by his mom and sat on the sofa playing with his cell phone. Just now Zhang Fanji called, listening to the tone as if the mood is not very good. Before dinner he asked on WeChat, but the other party did not say, not coldly returned 2 sentences. Chun Ran didn't care. His mindset was like this. He didn't have any expectations at all. So he wasn't surprised if Zhang Fanji said it or not. Casually flipping through the news, Chun Ran chatted with his parents for a while longer, mostly about things in life. Most of the time it was the parents talking and him listening, like which kid in town is getting married and who's having a reception and all that. And what I hear more is that the childhood playmates within my memory are all married. If the Chun Ran of the past had heard this news, according to his temperament, the follow-up would have been a bit embarrassed or a bit impatient. Now Chun Ran, however, felt some novelty, combining the memories of his childhood, corresponding the names of the people one by one, a little bit of the feeling that the years have changed and things are different. Some of the young people in the town have gone out to study and come out of college, and now, like Chun Ran, they have just passed their internships or are still examining for jobs. And there are those who quit high school after high school, either working to earn money and prospering in their careers, or still in a period of confusion. But no matter what kind, there are quite a few who are already married. He talked to his parents until close to 10 past, when he returned inside the house. He thought for a moment and flipped to the number his father had just read to him and dialed it. 2 rings later, the other side picked up. It was so quiet that you could hear breathing, and only after a moment did you weakly say, "Brother? Is that you?" Chun Ran said, "You still know it's me. Why did you change your number without giving me a word?" Chun Yao said under her breath, I just forgot to give it. So how come the tweets aren't returning messages? Huh? I changed my cell phone number, so I changed my WeChat too. Chun Ran said in a depressed manner. You can really be still recognize me as a brother. You're my own brother. How could I disown you? All said and forgotten. That's fine. I'll save your number. Don't forget it if you change it later. Chun Ran commanded. If you forget again, I'll consider myself an only child. Chapter 25 The Need for Competition. Chun Yao naturally did not dare to say anything, although her character is relatively strong, but only for outsiders, face relatives gentle vary. Because of the change of number did not give Chun Ran said, itself is a little short of reason, now even more dare not say. After Chun Ran hung up the phone, he added Chun Yao's new WeChat, and without saying anything, transferred $2,000 over. Chun Yao. Chun Ran. It's payday. If you don't take it, don't ever call me brother again. After saying that, he turned off his cell phone and closed WeChat, not replying to messages no matter what Chun Yao said. Inside the dormitory, Chun Yao sent several messages in a row with no response, feeling a bit of a headache. Didn't give Chun Ran her cell phone number for fear that Chun Ran would give her money. She knew Chun Ran had just interned and didn't have much of a salary, so she gave her $2,000 directly. What did she use for herself? But Chun Ran obviously ignored her thoughts and sent it directly, getting angry if she didn't receive it, which made Chun Yao very helpless. Poof! The door to the dormitory opened, and a girl with short shoulder-length hair came in from outside, shivering. Hiss! It's so windy outside. It's freezing. After the girl closed the door, as if she had come to life, she took off her jacket, revealing her chiseled and beautiful body, and began to climb up to the top bunk. It was only after getting inside the comforter that he looked satisfied. When she saw Chun Yao's depressed expression, she was surprised and asked, Yao Yao, why do you have this look on your face? Chun Yao sighed. My brother transferred money to me on WeChat. The short-haired girl, not understanding, asked, You're still not happy about transferring money to you? Chun Yao said, You don't understand, when my brother was in college, his family was poor, and he was always considered to be working half-time. At that time I was in high school, he would give me some living expenses every time he got paid. The main thing is that I didn't know anything at that time. I didn't know that my brother's money was all earned from his part-time job, and it was all spent frivolously. My brother is only just working now, and his salary is not high, so I don't want him to transfer money to me. The short-haired girl envied. You and your brother are so affectionate, and give you money, unlike my sister, who has to fight with me no matter what, and although I win every time, I have to be exhausted. Chun Yao glanced at the short-haired girl and said lightly, I feel like your sister is just fine with you. Didn't you say that your sister helped you buy all the cell phones and computers? Short hair girl, and just now Chan Yao the same expression sighed. You also do not understand, when I was a child things are used to rob, and then my sister is rich, do not care, I cannot find people to rob. Chan Yao was confused. What kind of logic is this? You're not happy when someone snatches something with you? You're not happy when no one snatches it with you, you're pretentious or not? The short-haired girl spread her hands. I don't know. I'm confused too. Chan Yao had nothing to say to her, and after half a day's agonizing there, she still took the money Chan Ran sent over. The short-haired girl added, by the way, don't you want to find a place to sing? I know a music bar which is looking for a resident singer. Do you want to try? Chan Yao hesitantly said, messy or not? The short-haired girl said, promise it won't be messy. I know the owner. It's run by a recording studio owner. And you know the owner of the recording studio? That's for sure. I recognized this boss when I followed my sister when she was recording her songs, and I paid attention last time when you said it. Your sister records songs? She's a singer. That's not important. What's important is that you try it out and see if the level is good enough. People are studio bosses and are very demanding. I'm just an amateur and I feel like it's hard enough. I think you sing quite well. The singing video you uploaded has more than 100,000 followers. If you sang poorly, would anyone pay attention? It's not the same, okay? It's all the same, all the same. It's not like there's a piece of meat missing if you try. Chun Ran slept until dawn and rose refreshed. It's been a busy period of overtime work, that is, the rest of the time to sleep is not so comfortable. Stretching comfortably, he picked up his cell phone and saw Chun Yao collecting the money that had been transferred to him. Chun Ran smiled. He still knew Chun Yao relatively well, and the result was not surprising at all. Today's Saturday, the parents did not rest at work. Chun Ran looked at the work group and found that the ratings of Calling the South Focus had increased some more yesterday. The rate of improvement has become slower, the ratings are about to stabilize. Chun Ran predicted the highest is 20%, also need time to slowly firm it. By noon, Chun Ran received a call from Director Zhang. Chun Ran, are you still at home? Director Zhang asked. Chun Ran said, well, I came back last night. Director Zhang said, then you may have to come back early. Chun Ran busily asked, is something wrong with the program? Director Chang said, the program is fine. It's about going to the entertainment channel. Hearing that it wasn't the program that was in trouble, Chun Ran breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, the station won't let me go over? That's not true. There is an empty gap for a new program over there. After the inspection from above, they intend to let you go to be the chief planner. It's just that you're not the only one who's interested in this position. The entertainment channel side itself also has a candidate. Director Zhang said here and paused before continuing. You have a good track record, but the other party has old seniority, and the station doesn't intend to designate it, wanting the two of you to compete. How do you compete? Chen Ran was curious. Director Zhang said, 2 people. Each person writes a program plan. The people above as well as the people from the entertainment channel will discuss the choice. Whoever's plan is good will be considered the winner. Chen Ran thought about it and that way sounded good. Isn't it a disadvantage to just leave it to the entertainment channel's choice and the person is on the other side? Chan Ran asked his question and Director Zhang laughed. That's something you don't have to worry about, because if the two of you plan excellently, it will be brought in as a new program to set up a project, so the station's people will also review it together without any bias. Hearing this, Chan Ran was instantly relieved. I will try my best, Director Zhang said seriously. I'm not asking you to work hard. I'm asking you to do your best. This was a good opportunity. It would be too much of a waste of time if Chun Ran stayed on the public channel. The entertainment channel has always been the second most watched channel on the station, and some programs are even moved up from the entertainment channel to be shown on satellite TV. This meant that if Chun Ran's program did well, there was a possibility that he could go directly to the satellite TV. So in Director Zhang's mind, Chun Ran was required to go to the entertainment channel. Chun Ran knew that Uncle Zhang expected a lot from him and said cautiously, I know. I will not let you down. Director Zhang nodded with satisfaction. Not only do you not let me down, but don't let Gigi down either. Originally combative Chun Ran suddenly heard Zhang Fanji. Suddenly a little speechless. What can she be disappointed? Do not hit himself even good. Time is short. You come back today and come up to the station in the morning. Give me any information you need and I'll have someone send it to you. After Director Zhang finished, he asked Chun Ran to send his regards to Chen's father and mother for him before hanging up the phone. Chun Ran pinched his cell phone and scratched his head. I've only been back for one night and I'm leaving immediately? Chapter 26. This is an opportunity not to be lost. Chun Ran had thought of arriving home on Friday and going back on Sunday night, but things didn't go as planned. Spoke to my parents and both of them frowned. Chin Junhai asked, "Didn't you say you'd only leave tomorrow afternoon? It's only been back for one night. It's a bit too short." "There are temporary matters," Chun Ran said helplessly. Hearing such urgency, Song Hui hurriedly asked, "What is it? Is there a mistake at work?" "That's not true. It's that the director wants me to work on a new show for the entertainment channel. I applied to the station yesterday, and today I found out that the entertainment channel has someone of its own for this show. Now the station wants me to compete with that person and needs to go prepare first." Chun Ran explained to his parents. Chin Junhai was curious. "Didn't you just join the TV station? How come they let you work on a new program?" "I've only just entered the TV station, but the director thinks highly of me and has asked me to participate in the production of the program, as far as the public channel Zhao Focus is concerned, and I'm also inside the section team. The program was very well received, and the director thought I had potential, so he wanted me to try out for the entertainment channel." "You guys do Calling South Focus? This news program is great." Song Hai was slightly surprised. It hadn't been long since Call of Duty Focus was on the air, but both of them, as a couple, loved it, but didn't realize that the show was the one their son was following. Even though they didn't work in television, it's rare for anyone to make a mark straight out of the gate, no matter what line of work they're in. What's more, a place like a TV station with a faceless audience requires even more experience and seniority, or no one can afford to be responsible for anything that goes wrong. Chun Junhai was slightly silent, half a day before he said, "This is a good thing, so hurry back. The leaders look favorably on you, so work hard and don't disappoint." Chun Ran nodded and said, "Got it, Dad." After dinner, Chun Ran was leaving. The two old men didn't say anything. Only when they left, they urged him to pay good attention to keeping warm. "Got it. I'll take care of myself. I'll be in Lin City. I'll come back whenever I have time." Chun Ran could see that his parents were a little reluctant to leave, and comforted them with a few words before getting into the car and leaving. "Don't look at all in the province, seemingly not far apart. But the work is busy, where there will be much free time." This Chun Ran knew and his parents understood. It was already dark when Chun Ran returned to Lin City. He called Director Zhang and asked for some key information on the entertainment channel. Making a show is not something you just slap on your head. It takes a lot of preliminary research. It's like a public channel. Now the viewing public are middle-aged and old people. You go to a relationship program, the viewing public can't match. There will definitely be problems. Chun Ran was very unfamiliar with the entertainment channel and had no understanding at all, so he was now well informed to avoid similar problems. On this matter, Director Zhang was even more attentive than Chun Ran, finding a lot of information about the entertainment channel. Other information to the station only have, "I ordered well, you go directly to the station tomorrow morning on it." Director Zhang gave the information is not complete, ordered well and said, "Tomorrow after taking the information you come to me, let's discuss." Chun Ran looked at the information Director Zhang sent over and said, "Thanks, uncle." Director Zhang laughed. "Why are you still polite with me? You read the information first. Call me if you have any problems." The phone hung up and Chun Ran began to scrutinize it. There is a trio of TV stations in Shonan, Shonan TV, Entertainment Channel, and Metro Channel. The ratings of the three channels are riding high across the board, which means that the public channels, which have now suddenly risen to prominence, are able to see some of the shadows. TV, naturally needless to say, Zhaonan TV is more famous in the country, of course, good or bad reputation, at least the ratings are not bad. Next is the Entertainment Channel, which doesn't have a low share of viewership and accounts for most of the viewers inside the same time period. The Entertainment Channel is in its heyday right now compared to the public channels that are in a state of flux. The audience profile does not overlap for the most part with the public channels, which are predominantly middle-aged and elderly, while the entertainment channels are young people with stylish, trendy faces. Chun Ran also knew some intelligence about this program he was going to do. It was between 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. Because the previous program had average ratings and was not made into a long-term plan, and now it's only the third installment, and the response is still not good, so the station is urgently preparing to make a new program to take over. Even the most mature team can't guarantee that the show they make will be to the audience's taste. It's not uncommon for one show to be a hit, the next to fall flat, and then to get wasted. Chun Ran looked at the programs broadcast on the entertainment channels nowadays, mostly rushing towards the youthful element. There are beauty drag programs, makeup tutorials, and makeup explanations. There are youthful food programs that focus on simple cuisine for the urban crowd. Chun Ran looked over the data one by one, pondered a little, and opened a document to record his observations and gains from watching the program. He looked again at past episodes, and in addition to these shows with bright and consistent ratings, there were the flops that had terrible ratings. Not only do you need to learn from the good programs, but you also need to learn from some of the failures so that you can try to avoid those failure points. This stuff is hard to sit through, but it can't be done without. The data Chen Ran put aside first and then found these programs, turned on 2x speed, and watched each program carefully. This was the first time Chen Ran had crossed over to watch a variety show, and this kind of purposeful viewing was no different from work, not much of the fun that was usually found when watching. It was not easy for a weekend. Chen Ran had to work overtime even at home, and by the time he went to bed, the document he used to record had been densely filled with things. With so many programs, Chen Ran couldn't possibly watch every single one of them, and even if he wanted to, time didn't allow him to, so he just picked a few that had the best ratings and reactions to study. Spare a thought, it was close to 4 o'clock by the time he got back to his senses. Chen Ran stretched a lazy waist, when it was really a moment of pleasure to stay up all night. Now stand up a little scalp numb, floating feeling. Yawning, Chen Ran set his alarm clock and fell back to sleep. The sleeping Chen Ran woke up violently and took a closer look. The sky was all still dark. He fumbled with his cell phone to see that it was only 5:56. The alarm was set for 6 o'clock and he woke up early. Feeling a slight headache, Chen Ran pinched the bridge of his nose and took a deep breath. He opened his laptop and perused the data he had compiled last night. Along with the data, a program appears inside the mind. He wrote the programs on sticky notes, carefully cross-referencing them with the ones he'd put together, crossing off one after the other. In the end, only 3 remained. Putting the pen and paper down, Chen Ran watched the sky outside become bright. He wasn't a genius, he wasn't terribly smart. The advantage was the memories of his previous life, and that was probably all the effort he took personally. Go to the entertainment channel. You can't lose this opportunity. Chapter 27 Changes. Chen Ran came to the TV station. Director Zhang had already instructed the good people to prepare the information and handed it all over to him. The little information he's missing is some audience ratings data. Other data is more or less available on the internet. These, however, are only available to the network. Director Lu Bing was slightly surprised to see Chen Ran. "Aren't you off today?" Chen Ran looked up in greeting and said, "There are some things I haven't finished, so I came back." Director Zhang only just handed in the application. The station does not even know what the opinion, so did not tell Director Lu Bing and others. It's not too late to wait until it's finalized and then notify, and Chen Ran does a good job of handing over the work. If I say it now, I'll still have to be on this side of the fence when the time comes, and it'll be a joke. Lu Bing saw that Chen Ran's face was rather hairy and knew that he had stayed up all night, and cared to say, "Take a good rest when you're on vacation. It's not good to stay up too much." Chen Ran laughed. "Thank you, Director Lu. I can hold up." Lu Bing shook his head, and seeing that Chen Ran was busy, he had the sense to leave. Now that the ratings are still on the rise, he doesn't dare to relax at all, and originally rested so that other directors could be busy, but he insisted on working overtime, and only then did he feel relieved. He advised Chen Ran to rest more and not to stay up late. In fact, he hadn't slept much during this period of time. In the past, he could say that he was an old man and wasn't nervous at all, but when he really saw the ratings creeping up day by day, he got anxious too. Every time the ratings go up now, it's setting a new record, and he wants to see how high he can take that record. Chen Ran ignored Director Lu and focused on his own things. He scrutinized the information, and inside his head, he put a fork in 2 programs. So far, there have been some eyebrows raised about program planning. He didn't stay at the TV station much longer, but went to Director Zhang's house. It's Sunday, and both Aunt Yoon and Director Zhang are home. "Chen Ran? Come in quickly." Aunt Yoon opened the door and was slightly surprised to see Chen Ran. "Didn't you go home? Why did you rush back early this morning?" Chen Ran said, "I rushed back from Jia City last night." Aunt Yoon quickly asked, "Could it be something wrong with the program?" Before Chen Ran could say anything, Director Zhang came out of the study and said, "Hey, you don't know anything about work. I'm the one who urged Chen Ran to come back. There's something to talk to him about." Chen Ran had a hard time coming home. "What are you urging him to come back for?" Aunt Yoon complained. Director Zhang shook his head. All right, I'll talk to you later. You go cook first." Chen Ran, "Come to my study to talk." "Virtuous." Aunt Yoon gave Director Zhang a blank look, but didn't say anything more, giving her husband face. After entering the study, Director Zhang asked, "Have you read all the information?" "Finished watching it. Just came from the TV station." Chen Ran nodded. I've asked around. The one competing with you is director Lin's son, called Lin Fan. He's 29 years old this year. He entered the TV station at the age of 22. He's been studying with the team at the entertainment channel. He's been involved in quite a few program productions over the past few years, and now director Lin would like to have him be the chief planner to produce a program. Director Zhang slowly said. Director Lin? Chen Ran blinked. This was not good news. Director Zhang nodded and said, Lin Jun, the director of the economic channel. Don't look at his status. As long as the planning is well written, there's no problem whatsoever. Chen Ran didn't have much to worry about, just a lot more cautious. There was no way he could guarantee that the station wouldn't favor the other side. After all, the status of a director could hold down many people, not to mention that Lin Fan himself was from the entertainment channel and had an advantage over him. So, his planning has to be so good that it wipes out the other side's advantage, that the station will look at it and pick him without hesitation. Chen Ran wants to do not only with this plan to take the name of the chief planner, but also to let this station directly with this plan to set up a project. Only such an overwhelming victory could erase the gap of superiority with the other side and the possible bias of the people in the entertainment channel. Uncle, how many days will the station give us? Chen Ran turned his head and asked. Wednesday at the latest, because the program needs to be made as soon as possible to take over. After finishing, Director Zhang asked, Is there enough time? Enough, Chen Ran nodded. Director Zhang let Chen Ran sit down and asked again, You've read the information? Do you have any ideas about planning now? Chen Ran nodded. It's an idea that's still relatively complete. Ah, Director Zhang froze. He just casually asked, after all, last night Chen Ran just got the information, overtime or just barely able to read it, now what creativity. But he didn't expect to open his mouth and say that he had, which made him a little bit not come back to his senses. Director Zhang said with a slight solemnity, Tell me about it. By Chen Ran's demonstrated ability, he naturally could not underestimate it and wanted to hear what insights Chen Ran had. Chen Ran in the TV station has already determined to write what program planning. On the way here, even the outline is written out on the phone with a belly. Now when Director Zhang asked, he opened his mouth without any stumbling, speaking in an organized and clear manner. The more Director Zhang listened, the more surprised he was, and at first when he heard Chen Ran say that he had a more complete idea, he thought it was just a simple idea. But Chen Ran so pontificated, not just a creative idea, but an almost complete planning. The details may still have some flaws, but this is just the belly of the draft. These flaws can be completely ignored. Don't look at Director Zhang is the director of the public channel, also used to fight in the entertainment channel. For the program has its own insights. Chen Ran's this creative, he can't pick too many thorns. Uncle, the program plan I'm going to write is about this. Chen Ran finished his sentence in one breath, and then quietly looked at Director Zhang, ready to listen to the opinions. Director Zhang's brows were furrowed and he had already thought about it obsessively. So half a day, he couldn't even offer any constructive comments. This planning of yours, I can't give an opinion. I can only say that it's very good. So good that it's a bit out of my imagination. Director Zhang said honestly. Chen Ran laughed. Uncle, you're exaggerating. Director Zhang shook his head. I'm not exaggerating. I can't believe this is an idea you came up with in one night. I've had some ideas in my free time before, and this time it coincided with the meeting, so I thought it was good and took it out. Chen Ran explained a sentence. Director Zhang dawned, feeling that this was only normal, although an idea was a flash of light, but the program planning that Chen Ran had just said was too complete to be a creative thing at all. Even, he felt it was perfectly feasible to take this planning directly to the program. You can write the planning out today, Director Zhang said. Chen Ran, however, shook his head. It's not enough. I'm going to run a KTV tomorrow. I need some data from them. Director Zhang raised his eyebrows slightly. What are you? Chen Ran nodded. He didn't just want the station to pick him, but he wanted to make this planning and turn it right into a program. Director Zhang looked up and realized that Chen Ran had changed a bit. Without the introspection of the previous days, there was more seriousness in his body that he had never seen before, and he looked radiant. Chapter 28. Disobedience. Chen Ran had quite a lot of programs inside his head, but was limited by the local TV stations and filtered out some of them at that time. The main thing is the financial constraints. A lot of exciting programs need a lot of money to support. Zhao Entertainment Channel is self-financing. To a single program of the funding is certainly not possible to compare with the satellite TV. At the end of the day, Chen Ran selected a program that combined music and puzzle bits. I Love to Remember Lyrics. In its former life, it was produced and broadcast by Zhujiang TV in its early years, and the program has always done well. Chen Ran picked this program first because of the results. The program was broadcast on satellite television, and the results have been recognized. Secondly, it's fun. The I Love Lyrics program is fun, with singing, memorization, and PK bonuses elements that are completely timeless even now. The last is naturally funding. Although it is a TV program, its funding cannot be compared to other programs, and the program is not demanding in terms of either equipment or staging, relative to today's technology. And other big shows that would be limited because of the local channel, even if changes were made, it would be a waste of an idea, which is something Chun Ran doesn't want. I love to remember lyrics in his mind inside the TV program is not the top, but definitely not bad, placed in the Xiaonan Entertainment Channel, not to say a branch of the show, at least to be able to results will be good. It was based on these few considerations that Chun Ran decided to use it. Chun Ran ate at Director Zhang's house, politely refused Aunt Yun's retention, and began to run around. In fact, with Director Zhang's help, he could easily contact these KTVs, but for this kind of thing, it was definitely more appropriate to run in person. It's not just about going looking for data, but also about asking about collaboration. Chun Ran was not a person who liked to do useless things. Since he had made a decision, he had to do it well. Hello. I'm a program planner for the entertainment channel of Xiaonan TV, and I'm doing market research about the new program. Hey, yeah, I brought my employee ID. Can I talk to you in person if I can? Okay. I'll go over and wait for you first. Chun Ran hung up his cell phone. So far everything was relatively smooth. Throughout Xiaonan there were several large chain KTVs, and he wasn't in a hurry so he could take his time and talk to them. In these few days, Chun Ran also had the confidence to talk it down. While Chun Ran was running around, at the home of Lin Jun, the director of the economic channel, Lin Fan was rubbing his brow. He turned his head and said helplessly, "Dad, what do you think the station is thinking? I've seen that Chun Ran's information, he's only just joined a few months ago. I've at least been working in the entertainment channel for a few years. What right does he have to compete with me?" Lin Jun put down the teacup in his hand, looked at his somewhat unconvinced son, shook his head and said, "You can't do this with this mentality. I've also read the information. Although Chun Ran has been on board for a short period of time, his resume is more than just a blank piece of paper. The public channel's Xiaonan focus is now soaring, and in the future it will be one of the pillar programs of all the local channels. And the one who contributes the most to this program is him. What do you think he's based on?" Lin Fan said, "I know about Xiaonan focus, but this program is not at all something a newcomer can do. The director of the public channels program department is his uncle, so most of it must be his uncle's credit. Your father is still the director. Why don't you see you make a Calling South focus? And that Zhang Chongning and I used to be colleagues, he is a person I know, very upright." Assuming that Chun Ran doesn't get all the credit for Xiaonan focus, doesn't Zhang Chongning know about it? Knowing that, why would he still stuff him into the entertainment channel? Lin Fan was speechless. He knew that his father had a point. If Chun Ran really didn't have the skills, Zhang Chongning had gotten him into the entertainment channel. Wasn't that making him show his true colors? This argument clearly doesn't hold water. Lin Fan sighed. "I'm just not convinced. I've been in the entertainment channel for a few years now. I've been following the program team. It's not easy to have an opportunity, but I have to come out with a newcomer to compete with me. It's useless for you to be unconvinced. This is an order from the station to do this business. If you don't have achievements, seniority is useless. Chun Ran has achievements, you don't. It's as simple as that." Lin Jun glanced at his son and slowly said, "Maybe you have a chance to compete this time. It's all because the leaders of the station are looking at my face." Being told this by his father, Lin Fan was immediately devastated. He knew that he had been under his father's care since he started in television, and had always progressed slowly, step by step. But that's why he wanted to do the show eagerly to prove himself. He didn't want to stay like this. Lin Jun stood up, holding his cell phone in one hand and patting his son's shoulder with the other. "All right, it's useless to think too much about these things. Instead of wasting time being unconvinced here, you should be thinking about what kind of a plan you want to win. If you're not satisfied with Chun Ran, use your achievements to prove that you're better than him." Lin Fan watched his father enter the study and sat on the sofa for half a day. He wasn't really just displeased, but mainly because of jealousy. For someone who's been in TV for a few months to make a program like Calling South Focus, that's a pretty stellar resume. How many years has he been on the entertainment channel? Not until this year. In contrast, jealousy is justified. Lin Fan was not a person who was easily overwhelmed by jealousy, and reacted to being criticized so much by his father Lin Jun. Since the station had made a decision, there was nothing he could do by continuing to complain. His father was the director of the economic channel and couldn't control the entertainment channel. But he also has the advantage that, in addition to his father's status, he's also the guy from the entertainment channel, so if the quality of planning is the same, the station would definitely prefer to pick him. I don't believe I'm really worse than a newcomer. Lin Fan held his breath and went back inside the house to check the information. At this moment, inside the study, Lin Jun was dialing the phone. Hey Lao Yang. It's still not for this Lin Fan kid. I'm not putting you in a difficult position, and I know it's not up to you alone to decide. It's just that if the other party's planning is of comparable quality to Lin Fan's when the time comes, you'll just pick his brain and give Lin Fan a chance. Yes, that's what I meant, talking about equal quality within the rules. In fact, I'm not purely for my son, that Chun Ran, although the results are not bad, but too young. Do our business if there is no time to precipitate, prone to problems. Chun Ran is young, you can then sharpened. Okay. I'll invite you out for a drink someday. After hanging up this call, Lin Jun dialed 2 more. When he was done, he sat down at his desk and let out a small sigh. He was not going to make the call. Dialing it out would be owing favors. Lin Jun isn't the kind of person who breaks the rules, and dialed the phone just to get someone to favor Lin Fan a bit and increase his son's chances of winning. Lin Jun smiled to himself. He had just verbally lectured his son, and when it came to him, he still went off the rails. Chapter 29: A Show to Amaze. Chun Ran didn't know what was going on in Lin Fan's mind. Didn't even know what the competitor's name was at all until Director Chong mentioned it. Today, Monday, he's still dealing with those in charge. This program is just a preliminary plan. I can't say for sure if the station will do it, but if the program is once done, it will be a natural advertisement for your KTV. I'm on a public channel now, but we'll be tuned to the entertainment channel, and if you think about it, public channels don't do shows like this, right? Yes, thank you, please. Chun Ran hung up the phone and shook his head. He still didn't sleep well last night, working overtime to make most of the planning, and today was sort of good news, getting quite a bit of data to back up his planning and make it look stronger. Chun Ran examined it carefully and slowly revised the details. I Love Lyrics is a program that is indeed a little too old for its former life. Back when the show took off, the internet wasn't as developed and computers weren't as popular as they are now, let alone smartphones. Times are changing and your program can't stay the same, it has to keep up with the times. If you leave the masses, you will only be abandoned by them. Inside I Love Memorizing Lyrics, someone needs to lead the song. The program doesn't require much in the way of singing skills for the guests chosen to go on, as long as they can memorize the lyrics. But the lead singer will have to have requirements, must be a good singer, the person can look, the voice is also good and recognizable. What if it's not readily available? That can only be chosen. After Chun Ran thought about it, he thought of joining hands with the current singing software to organize some activities and come together to select the lead singer. Now singing software, no matter men and women play a lot, usually with friends, certainly go to KTV, but when you are alone want to sing, naturally download a singing software is much more convenient. Karaoke, sing-alongs and the like, they're all pretty hot. There's sort of a pre-promotion with these software. As for how to talk to people about cooperation, this was not something Chun Ran considered. Now it's the bragging stage to see who makes the bragging more refined and realistic. It will naturally be resolved slowly as it is implemented down the road. Chun Ran wrote it in after some consideration. This one plan, from finalization to writing, took 2 full days. When he gave the plan to Director Zhang, he was visibly surprised. That fast? Chun Ran said, there are abdominal plans. There is also a complete framework. The writing is a little faster, trouble Uncle Zhang for me to correct. Director Zhang opened the planning with misgivings. From front to back, complete and meticulous look over. Then determined the idea in his heart. Chun Ran, this guy, wrote a very complete and detailed planning, not just simply want to win this competition. Even if they knew Chun Ran's idea and the core content of the program in advance. But the first time I saw this program planning, there was a real sense of amazement. It wasn't that Director Zhang hadn't seen the planning that Chun Ran had written. Zhao in Focus was still something he had asked Chun Ran to write. But that news program was really just a framework without so many details. And this one, I Love to Remember the Lyrics, is different. Many details Chun Ran are written clearly, coupled with informative data to support, so that every idea has a tenable reason. The data are not made up, they are all sourced, showing the extent of Chun Ran's attentiveness. From the planning alone, Director Zhang 98 points of satisfaction, the reason why he did not give 100 points, but also for fear of Chun Ran pride. The planning is good, very good. There are some problems with the format and some text descriptions. You take it back and refine it. Give it to me tomorrow night. Director Zhang patted Chun Ran's shoulder. Only when Chun Ran left did he cross his lips and smile. My family really picked up a treasure. Chun Ran, how good this person, good temper, good character, now even the ability is not bad. Such a son-in-law, where to find? For Director Zhang, He doesn't want his daughter to find how rich she is. He should find Chun Ran, who has a good temper and great ability, and that's the only way to get by. He was glad that he started fast. The station can have a lot of hosts. Beautiful women are really quite a lot. That is, Chun Ran is doing behind-the-scenes work, and now there are fewer people in contact. Otherwise, how could he have such a son-in-law? Director Zhang was very satisfied with both the planning and Chun Ran himself. The turn of the year is already Wednesday. Chun Ran's planning has been handed over. The specific results, we have to wait for the above notification. Entertainment channel. Yang Qijuan took his glasses off and wiped them. Knock knock. He said come in, and outside director Lu walked in. Director, this is Lin Fan's plan. It's already written out. When Yang Qijuan heard the word Lin Fan, he thought of the phone call Lin Jun had given him 2 days ago and nodded slightly. Put it here first. I'll read it slowly. The name Lin Fan was quite familiar to him. He had gone to Lin Jun's house for dinner and had seen the boy more than just once. And the other guy was certainly no stranger to his entertainment channel after all these years. His assessment of the man was that the ability was great, just the innovation was rather average. In fact, in terms of his ability to be a program mastermind, he does qualify. Looking over the planning, it was intended to be a parenting game show for young moms and dads, targeting a demographic within women. Yang Qijuan nodded slightly. Lin Fan's planning was very good, and the game sessions in it were quite innovative. This slightly changed his opinion of Lin Fan, and the focus of the program, according to his way of thinking, was to highlight the word stable. The program Taiwan will certainly not do this parent-child program. The model is still too cheesy. Even if the positioning is in the young baby moms and dads, still not enough innovation. Yang Qijuan thought of what Lin Jun said and said in his heart that Chun Ran is also in his early 20s. He has been in the TV station for a few months and has not done any entertainment variety shows before, and I'm afraid that if he writes out a plan, the best he can do will be comparable to that of Lin Fan, and that's no need to make things difficult for him. In fact, Yang Qijuan is not too satisfied with the decision of the above. Their entertainment channel is self-financing. Why the above still insert people over? At first he wanted to reject it outright, but after reading Chun Ran's profile, he also decided to give it a try, and if Chun Ran was really a talented person who could write amazing plans, he would naturally be happy to have it in his pocket. On the other hand, if you can't even compare to Lin Fan, it's useless to bring such a person. He was quite satisfied with Lin Fan's planning, and there certainly wasn't much of a problem with being the chief planner of the new program. This time, the computer dinged. An email was sent. Chun Ran's plotting, too, was delivered. Yang Qijuan is not accustomed to reading the planning on the computer to see more, produce visual fatigue, for the text is not so sensitive. He had his secretary print out the planning and hold it in his hands. I love lyrics. The name is a little weird. What type of show? Yang Qijuan held his doubts and turned over the plot. This look is half a day. His face, from being careless just now, went to a look of amazement at the end. By the time he put down the planning, he looked completely changed. Lin Jun. Lin Jun. It looks like your calculations have gone down the drain. Yang Qijuan shook his head. Chapter 30. Blaming others for being too good? When Lin Jun called him Yang Qijuan, he himself had this kind of idea, so he agreed at that time. Before, he was leaning towards Lin Fan. After all, he was from the entertainment channel, so he was relieved to use it. Even if Chun Ran's planning was slightly better than Lin Fan's, he would choose the latter. What's happening now is completely incomparable. Lin Fan's planning isn't bad. One could even say it's not bad. But this stuff is all about comparisons. Chun Ran plotted it out, and Yang Qijuan was truly stunned. At first glance it's stunning. At a closer look it's ripe for the picking. A very well done plot. It could even be said that it could be used directly to prepare the program. For each idea there are data and explanations in addition to various surveys. The curation of the two men put together and compared is, if I were to exaggerate, an elementary school essay compared to a textbook article. Not in the same league at all. Just looking at it once, Yang Qijuan inside selected the high and low, judged the winner. Yang Qijuan thought that Chun Ran was too young to write a plan that would not be pragmatic, but the opposite is true. Every idea, supported by data and theory, is very comfortable to watch. This kind of planning can simply be used as a model for Lin Fan to show him how planning is written. Yang Qijuan sat on the chair, stifled his head and read half a day of planning, only to raise his head and sigh. This Chun Ran is not simple. He could feel the effort and seriousness with which this planning was done, and in terms of completeness, the two efforts were not on the same level. Just for competition, creatively speaking, Chun Ran had already killed Lin Fan in seconds. But the fact that it was done so perfectly showed Chun Ran's intentions. The first was Lin Fan's identity, and the second was because Chun Ran wasn't from the entertainment channel. He wrote the planning so well that he wanted to win beautifully so that everyone would pick him without any controversy. It's the equivalent of one person doing the work of a planning group. It was all like this. Even if Yang Chijun wanted to pick Lin Fan, it was simply impossible. Sure enough, not a moment later, a meeting was called from above. As the director of the entertainment channel, Yang Chijun naturally had to go. Faced with this kind of planning, the station had no objections at all and directly chose Chun Rant's "I love remembering lyrics." When he came back, Yang Chijun received another call from Lin Jun. "Lao Lin it's not that I'm not helping, as you can see. The top has directly settled on Chun Ran, and I don't think there's any possibility of electing Lin Fan," Yang Chijun said. Lin Jun naturally knew this, although he did not go to the meeting, but the news was the first thing he knew. "Mostly, I couldn't take it the first time and made the call. I just wonder what kind of planning did that Chun Ran write? The gap between Lin Fan and him is so big?" Lin Jun was uncomfortable in his heart, although he himself criticized his son as worthless, but that was his way of education. In his heart, Lin Fan wasn't said to be the best. That couldn't be as bad as this. Yang Chijun did not know what to say for a while. The gap is naturally very large, otherwise the station could not directly all choose Chun Ran, but really want to say it, it is too offensive. Lin Fan's planning is great, very solid. Chun Ran mainly wins in terms of innovation and the completion of the planning. Yang Chijun pondered over the language to say. Planning, completion? Lin Jun frowned. How complete a plan could be written in just these 3 days? Yang Chijun added, "Tell you this, after I discuss with the station that Chun Rant's planning, will directly set up a project to prepare a new program." When these words came out, Lin Jun instantly realized that Yang Chijun was taking care of his face. He is also the director, so he naturally knows what a plan has to look like before it can be used to directly set up a program. That has to be finalized after the column is raised and the planning team has worked overtime to discuss and flesh out the details. Lin Jun couldn't imagine just how good this Chun Rant's planning had to be to make Yang Chijun and the others make this decision. But he knows his son Lin Fan is what level this time used to compete in the planning. He has also seen he is the door, and people can be directly compared to the planning of the project. The difference is more than half a point. Lin Jun was silent for half a day and said in a muffled voice, "Old Yang, this matter has made things difficult for you." Yang Chijun shook his head and said, "What's so difficult? You'd better persuade Lin Fan. I think he's good. When the time comes, I'll assign him under Chun Rant's hand. You also know that the new program is an opportunity. He'll do it for a while first, and when there's a new program, there's still a chance." Lin Jun said, "Okay, thanks. I'll talk to him later. Harm. Be polite to me. I'm not helping here." The phone hung up. Yang Chijun just shook his head. There was indeed no way he could help with this favor, and what he could do was only up to this point. And it also depends on whether Lin Fan matches the work or not. If he does not match, then he can only transfer away. Since Lin Fan had handed in his plan, he was in a state of anticipation and excitement. If it worked out, then he could sort of be on his own in the future, and in front of his father he could be a bit tougher. Before he could wait for the notice, he waited for a call from his father, Lin Jun. After picking up, Lin Jun said, "The results came out. Chun Rant's program will be directly set up as a new program preparation. Although you have not been selected as the chief planner, but the station is optimistic about you, and will be with the new program's section team in the future." The smile on Lin Fan's face gradually solidified. Half a day without speaking, he was in complete disbelief and asked with difficulty, "His planning directly to the project? As a planner, he naturally knows how hard it is." Lin Jun also knew that this news was hard for Lin Fan to accept. Wasn't he the same just now? He could only comfort, "Don't think too much, your program planning is very good. It's just that Chun Ran is indeed powerful. A planning that can directly set up a project, I can't do it, and your director Yang likewise can't do it." Lin Fan was lost in thought. He's that good? But he's only been on board for a few months. Lin Jun said, "He is more creative. This is a flash of light, and luck related. You are not worse than him. Don't put too much on your mind. Follow the new program well. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Lin Fan would not say anything. He wasn't a rookie just entering the workplace. Approaching 30, he naturally knew the meaning of his father's words. How a plan that can be directly projected can be just a matter of a flash of light has little to do with luck either. Lin Jun over there frowned deeply, fearing that his son would fall into self-doubt. He couldn't help but feel some resentment towards Chun Ran in his heart, but after thinking about it, he felt that the idea was a bit unreasonable. The odds were fair, and even Lin Fan had him, along with his experience working for the entertainment channel, at a huge advantage. Chun Ran makes a good plan and directly crushes the win. You can't blame others for being too good, right? Lin Jun carefully enlightened his son, but also want to know, this Chun Ran in the end wrote a what kind of planning? Chapter 31 Chun Ran to be transferred. Chosen? Finalized? Still planning to set up a project. Director Zhang received the notification and also issued a soulful triple question. I hung up the phone when I was done, and I still felt like I was waking up from a dream. In terms of the quality of the planning, it's no surprise that Chun Ran won. Director Zhang was a person who had been there before, so he naturally knew very well how high the quality of this planning was. Not even he, or even many writers and directors, have written such a brilliant piece of planning. But as good as it was a bit out of his league to set up a project straight away. In his intention, even if Chun Ran's planning was good and the degree of completion was high and outstanding, how would it be necessary for the entertainment channel side to meet and ponder for a period of time before finalizing? The plan was submitted this morning, and it's not even the end of the afternoon yet, and the entertainment channel has already confirmed that they're going to do the show, which is a little too soon. Director Zhang was naturally happy. Feeling happy for Chun Ran from the bottom of his heart. A few months into the job, directly into the entertainment channel program master planner, other TV stations what the situation Director Zhang does not know, but in their Zhaonan TV station this is a unique case. One could only say that Chun Ran had chosen his knockers too well. So good that even the leaders of the station didn't top it, and the director of the entertainment channel praised it, winning over Lin Fan without any dispute. Director Zhang did not rest, immediately to the phone to Chun Ran. Congratulations, your planning has been selected, and as you wished, the new program is confirmed to use it, and the project is directly established. Director Zhang's voice was full of joy. Chun Ran had been sitting in front of the computer, flipping through information about the entertainment channel. When he suddenly heard such a good news, he couldn't help but be happy too. Like Director Zhang, winning over Lin Fan was not a surprise to him, but it still felt like a dream to really directly set up a project. With the result of 2 days of hard work, Chun Ran was definitely overjoyed, and he solemnly said to Director Zhang, "Uncle, thank you." Director Zhang laughed. "You and I can be so raw, and it has little to do with me, mainly, or your own ability is good. If there is no such ability, the station is not likely to choose you." Chun Ran said, "Without Uncle applying to the top, I wouldn't have this opportunity. Regardless of my ability, without this opportunity, it's impossible to go to the entertainment channel." Okay, what is our relationship? Do not talk about these false head." Director Zhang smiled and said, "Your transfer order can come down tomorrow. I heard that the entertainment channel's Director Yang now began to let the following selection. Wait until the program approval down, immediately start preparations, and so on when you go over, just when the column group people are all together, so these 2 days you have to do a good job of preparation." Director Zhang emphasized, "Although you're going to the entertainment channel, but you need to run through the handover of the work at hand. Don't let me ask you to come back and help out after you've been transferred." Chun Ran said, "Got it, Uncle." Early the next morning, Chun Ran's transfer order came down. Director Zhang read out the notice at the morning meeting, and the others were startled, and then looked at each other in disbelief, not understanding at all how Chun Ran had suddenly transferred to the entertainment channel. The key notification is under the station. Look at the content. It is the entertainment channel initiative to ask Chun Ran to go over, and still as the new program master planner. Many people just think it's a little too magical. Although Zhaonan-focused Chun Ran credit is not small, showing not bad ability, but this is a news program. Chun Ran completely do not have the experience of doing variety shows. Thoroughly a newcomer, let him go to do the chief planner? How do they feel that the people they are present with, pulling one over is also more reliable than Chun Ran? Well, at least they have more experience. It is true that no one suspected Director Zhang to open the back door for Chun Ran. Director Zhang is also just a director, the scope of his rights, just in the public channel's program department, only responsible for the program department, completely unable to affect the entertainment channel. Director Lu Bing was equally stunned when he heard the news. The main thing is that the news, so sudden, was not a little bit prepared. Chun Ran is still the chief planner of Zhaonan Focus. The program has been on the air for less than a month. The chief planner is going to be transferred? Who could have thought of this? And then Lu Bing thought that Chun Ran also went to the TV station on Sunday, and instead of sleeping when he was relaxed in the past few days, he was pondering. Chun Ran is going to the entertainment channel. Then the position of chief planner of Zhaonan Focus can't be ceded. Starting today, the position will be held by Director Lu Bing concurrently. I hope that Director Lu Bing will be able to hand over to Chun Ran as soon as possible without affecting the normal broadcasting of the program. Director Zhang announced. The planning of calling the South Focus was not so busy except at the beginning when it was being prepared, and anyway, many decisions had to be made by Lu Bing, and it was indeed nice to have him doing it on the side. Lu Bing said that he had no objections, and the others naturally had nothing to say. After the meeting was adjourned, Lu Bing found Chan Ran and said smilingly, "Congratulations. This is considered a high promotion, right?" Chan Ran laughed. "Director Lu is joking. Where to go is the same work. The position remains the same. The duties have not changed, just a change of work environment." Lu Bing shook his head and said, "It's not the same. Our public channel can't compare to the entertainment channel. Just the ratings? It's too far off." Chan Ran said, "You can't say that. At least the entertainment channel hasn't come out with a Xiaonan focus. This program will stabilize, and it shouldn't be hard to sit at the top of the local ratings when the time comes." This Lu Bing is not suspicious, but this thing is not so calculated. He did not say more in this regard, but asked, "These days you are busy with the entertainment channel. I am really curious, how do you directly parachute over there in the chief planner, the entertainment channel Ken?" Chan Ran didn't hide it and said, "It was just a fair competition, and I won by a fluke, so I had the honor of becoming the chief planner." Lu Bing didn't ask deeper, but he also knew that Chan Ran didn't get this chief planner position out of nowhere, but it was the result that should come from winning the competition with the people from the entertainment channel. "Okay, let's talk about calling the South focus." Chan Ran also nodded. He also wanted to hand over the work earlier to avoid problems in the future. "Director Lu, I have a file here. It contains some summaries and ideas I wrote about Xiaonan focus. It also contains the details of the program, so take a look at it when you have time. I hope it can give you some inspiration." Chan Ran took out a file and handed it over to Lu Bing. Chan Ran also has this habit of printing out documents, reading them on the computer, not as memorable as paper. "This is good stuff." Lu Bing's eyes lit up. Chan Ran added, "In fact, Xiaonan focus up to now has been on track, found the right model. I say more is a cliché. As long as it is for the people to do good things, do practical things, this intention has not changed. The program will always be so stable." One day, Chan Ran handed over the job. In fact, it does not take so long. Lu Bing is also a serious person, asking more detailed, cautious everywhere, thoughtful, which got so long. Before walking out of the public channel, Chan Ran took one last look. "When you go into TV next time, it won't be on this level you come to." Chapter 32. Aren't you afraid Chan Ran will run away? Chan Ran called home with the happy news. Rushing out of the house on Saturday, my parents looked on and must have worried about the job situation. "So, you're about to transfer to the entertainment channel to do a program?" Chen Junhai asked. Chan Ran said, "The transfer orders are all down, so we'll go to the entertainment channel for a new program." "This is really good." Chen Junhai let out a sigh of emotion. He didn't know what it meant, only that it was a good thing. "Preparing for the new program, I'll have to work overtime for a while, so I probably won't be able to go back lately." Chen Ran somewhat apologized. "I came back in a hurry this time, and I didn't get to spend time with the two old men." Chen Junhai said, "The work is important. The home is here and will not run. Free to come back. Work overtime, you have to pay more attention. Do not get sick." He did not say anything tired, all rest and so on. "Work this thing, not you want to rest on the rest," just instructed Chan Ran to pay attention to the body. "Got it, Dad. You and Mom wear more too. Be careful at home, both of you." "Well, we'll take care of that." He was just about to take a break when his cell phone rang again. This Director Zhang's. He wondered, "Where have you been? I haven't found you anywhere." Chan Ran said, "I'll get off work first, now follow the car." Director Zhang said, "What's the hurry? I told your Aunt Yoon the good news. She made a meal. Let's have fun." Chan Ran scratched his head. "This is too much trouble for Aunt Yoon. You say this is raw, we are a family. Encounter happy events together, happy. What is the trouble, not trouble? Hurry to get off the car and come over. We are waiting for you at home." Director Zhang finished and didn't wait for Chan Ran to reply before cutting off. Chan Ran smiled bitterly. He really didn't want to bother Aunt Yoon. He hadn't contacted Zhang Fanji in the past few days. But as long as he went to Zhang's house, Aunt Yoon, Uncle Zhang, who was so nice to him, he felt a little weak. But Uncle Zhang had said so he had no choice but to go. When he arrived at Zhang's house, Director Zhang was sitting on the sofa, and in a rare occurrence, he was smoking a cigarette. "This is not good." Chan Ran came to the Zhang family not once or twice. Really did not see him smoking at home. Looking at Chan Ran's eyes, Director Zhang was a bit uncomfortable and explained, "Your Aunt Yoon said she was happy today, so she allowed me to smoke once." Chan Ran laughed. "What are you explaining to me here? And I didn't tell Aunt Yoon that you were smoking in the TV station." Of course, this matter certainly cannot be hidden from Aunt Yoon. Director Zhang felt that every time his body cleaned up, and felt that he could not smell the smell before going home. But Chan Ran can smell a smell from his side. People who have not smoked are very sensitive to the smell. How can Aunt Yoon not know, are turning a blind eye. I said, what's wrong with you? People are getting more familiar with each other as time goes by. Why do you feel that you are much more formal instead? Our relationship, I don't think it should be. Director Zhang glanced at Chan Ran and said, did you have a fight with Gigi? Chan Ran was busy shaking his head and said, Uncle, you're overthinking it. There's no quarrel. I'm just a bit tired of writing planning these days and want to take a break. Director Zhang said, these days are indeed hard work. But hard work has its rewards. So it's worth it even if it's hard work. When you go to the entertainment channel, don't be as lukewarm as the public channel. There is me on this side. But you have no one to take care of you on the other side. Fight when you need to fight, speak when you need to speak. You should know that people are bullied. If you have the ability to do so, show some sharpness, it's good for you too. Chun Ran listened carefully and nodded his head at the right time. He had also changed a lot since crossing over. Aunt Yoon made the meal and the three of them sat down to eat. Director Zhang looked around and shook his head. It's a pity that Gigi and Rui aren't here. It would be great if they were. Rui is still studying. It will take at least 2 months before she can come back. Aunt Yoon said, why don't we open a video with Gigi now so she can see Chun Ran? Director Zhang said, let her see what Chen ran. I guess the two of them are driving privately. But it's us, we've been there for such a long time, we haven't seen her yet. Chan Ran smiled awkwardly. He opened a hairline with Zhang Fanji. A phone call has not been kind. Open the video in addition to wide-eyed, but also cannot find words to say. However, opening a video with Zhang Fanji during dinner, isn't this inviting hatred? Aunt Yoon didn't think so much about it and took out her cell phone to find Iji and clicked on the video. That side picked up, and what came out was not Zhang Fanji, but a woman in her 30s, wearing makeup and tying her hair, looking very competent, precisely Zhang Fanji's agent Tao Lin. Tao Lin had met Zhang Fanji's mom and dad, and immediately smiled a flower on her face. It's Auntie Xiun. She's in the middle of a performance. She doesn't have time to pick up the video right now. I'll let her know when she finishes her performance, or you guys can open it later? There was some coaxing around Tao Lin, and there was Zhang Fanji's singing voice coming out, so she should be attending some kind of event. Aunt Yoon, who was all smiles, stiffened slightly, then said, it's fine, it's fine. I just want to see her. Work is important. Tao Lin said, I'll pass it on to her when she's done with the show. Aunt Cloud nodded, said goodbye, and hung up the video. Seeing Aunt Yun's lack of interest, Chun Ran said, when I was chatting with her today, I heard that there was a performance going on and I forgot about it. Director Zhang waved his hand and said, she's a singer. She often participates in any activities. We all understand. But it's you, Chun Ran, who has to take more responsibility here. The three of them ate for a while before the WeChat on Chun Ran's cell phone rang. It's from Zhang Fanji. You're at my house? Chun Ran returned, eating. Then his video went off. Chun Ran cut a sound in his heart and thought why she didn't open directly with Aunt Yoon and thought of making a scene at this time. Open the video, it is Zhang Fanji's face without much expression, although good-looking, but open the video without a smile, it feels a little strange. Did my mom just have a video with me? Zhang Fanji asked. Chun Ran said, Aunt Yoon wanted to see you just now, but you weren't available. Zhang Fanji. It's just been performed. It's only just finished. Give my mom your cell phone. Aunt Yoon took the video, and Zhang Fanji explained again. The performance didn't receive the video just now. I know. Aunt Cloud asked, busy these days? Zhang Fanji nodded. Yes, a little, in preparation for a new song to be released. Aunt Yoon frowned. She knew what Zhang Fanji posting a new song meant, and would be unavailable for a long time to come. Come back to visit when you're done with your work. Do you feel comfortable leaving Chun Ran over here? Aunt Yoon said. Director Zhang said in a helpful manner, Chun Ran's performance is outstanding. Now he's going to transfer to the entertainment channel. Maybe he'll go to satellite TV after a while. There are many beautiful hosts over there. If you don't come back, Chun Ran will run away. Chun Ran was embarrassed on the sidelines. When you guys talk about me, can you say it behind my back? This makes me very passive. He's in a position where he's a whole lot like a tool man. Director Zhang's two families wanted him to tie up Zhang Fanji, and Zhang Fanji wanted him to stabilize the old couple. Chun Ran was also somewhat helpless. When Zhang Fanji heard Director Zhang's words, she blinked, then said, it's fine. I trust him. Chapter 33. I am Lin Fan. Zhang's mother and daughter chatted for half a day before they were ready to hang up the video, and Chun Ran didn't wait for Aunt Yoon to hang up and hurriedly took over the cell phone, casually pulling a couple of lines with Zhang Fanji before hanging up. Aunt Yoon laughed. You're still afraid that I'll see your chat logs? Chun Ran smiled sarcastically. It's true fear. Not that there's anything unseemly about it. Mainly, his chat with Zhang Fanji was still stuck at 4 days ago. Just now, they all said that they had been talking to Zhang Fanji. If Aunt Yoon saw them, it would be embarrassing. Aunt Yoon didn't say anything. People's young couples chatting must be private. It's normal to be afraid of people seeing. She said, Chun Ran, you've also heard that Gigi is going to release a new song. She may come back a little less recently. You have to take it easy on her. She has a bad temper, so don't argue with her. Chun Ran said, It's fine, Auntie. I'm doing a new program on the entertainment channel and I'll be busy for a while too. Everyone is busy. Chun Ran is not telling lies. Tomorrow officially report to the entertainment channel. The new program everything is restarted. Definitely busy. Aunt Yoon nodded her head in relief, thinking that Chun Ran really understood things. She looked at Chun Ran as a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, which was true, and felt that Chun Ran was good in every way. The man is handsome and capable, and the key is that he is good-tempered, understanding, and doesn't smoke. Such a son-in-law would be hard to find. Back to the branch to say more, work again, busy, don't forget, and Chun Ran more contact feelings. Such a good son-in-law, if it is really the same as just said, was abducted, then find who to say to go. After the meal, Chun Ran refused to stay with Director Zhang and his wife and returned to his residence. Tomorrow he was going to go to the entertainment channel. His heart was more or less nervous, although he hadn't been resting well, but he couldn't sleep after tossing and turning, so he got up and sat down and began to think about some of the programs. It's kind of nice to be idle anyway, and I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow when I go to the entertainment channel. Early the next morning, Chun Ran woke up first before the alarm clock called. Rubbing his eyes, he just picked up his cell phone and his alarm clock went off at the right time. The alarm clock is always one step behind him when his routine becomes regular. Yawning and brushing my teeth, I watched as it gradually brightened up outside and started another brand new day. Television. Chun Ran was inside the elevator, familiarly pressing the floor where the public channel was located, and was just about to stand back before he reacted and hurriedly repressed through. Everyone around him looked at him, making him a little embarrassed. He'd been on a public channel since he crossed over, and after a few months of working here, it was becoming a habit. Entertainment Channel Program Department, Director's Office. Chun Ran knocked on the door and entered. Inside was a balding man in his mid-40s, his hair still showing black around him, but the top of his head glistening with oil. This is Lu Xianlong, the director of the program department. From now on he will be Chun Ran's superior. Chun Ran said, Hello, Director. I'm Chun Ran, here to report. Director Lu was also relatively gentle and smiled. You are Chun Ran? Younger and more handsome than I imagined. It's a bit of a waste to be in our line of work. It feels like it's enough to debut as an idol. Chun Ran smiled. The director complimented people's handsomeness when they met, making them feel weirdly embarrassed. I also read your planning, it's very good. I think I can't write it. You wrote the plan alone. Topped our planning team. There is no precedent in our station. Director Lu said, giving Chun Ran a thumbs up. The director's half-truths are a bit overstated when he thinks he can't write for real and tops a team. The director is too kind. I still have a lot to learn. Chun Ran naturally wouldn't cock up with pride just because of 2 compliments, and his performance had been rather modest. After some pleasantries, Director Lu arranged it. I'll set up your office space first, and introduce you to everyone later when we have our morning meeting. Chun Ran nodded and followed his assistant away. Director Lu nodded slightly in the back. His impression of Chun Ran was not bad. To be able to write a plan that directly sets up a project, Chun Ran's ability is not to be doubted. Secondly, it was his personality. There was nothing joyful or anything like that being praised by him so much. It didn't fit with his age, whether he was pretending or real. At least on the surface, he was more pleasant to be around. I just don't know what Lin Fan thinks there. Just don't drop the ball for me. Director Lu said secretly in his heart. He's the director of programming, and no matter which side he used to lean towards, when the show starts preparing, everything is hopefully going to go smoothly. He was getting anxious about the bad ratings of the previous program, and now he naturally wants the column to go smoothly and get the program out sooner. Chun Ran followed behind his assistant and walked to the office area, realizing that most people were looking at him. This is Chun Ran? It's kind of cool. It's not what I expected. Too young too. There were whispers at the bottom. Now is not the time to recruit. The TV station rarely comes to newcomers. Everyone knows that Chun Ran is coming today. At this time he followed the assistant. They all recognized him. The people from the entertainment channel were actually quite curious about Chun Ran. They hadn't heard of him before, but since yesterday, he's been like a thunderbolt. The new programs all thought it was Lin Fan who had risen to the top as the chief planner, and when he was suddenly robbed by someone stepping in out of nowhere, they were naturally curious. Chun Ran nodded and smiled one by one in the face of the many curious gazes. Smoothly arriving at his office area without that feeling of being civilized watching monkeys, Chun Ran let out a slight sigh of relief. His coming over was just an interlude, and it was time to get busy with work, except for a couple of mouthy young ladies who occasionally passed a line or two. Sure, he's a planner, not a presenter? It does look kind of cool. I didn't expect such a handsome guy to come to our program department. The other men have sour hearts, women are big piggies. Yesterday, they were indignant and said that no matter how good Chin Ran's planning was, they would not be convinced, but only Lin Fan. That same enemy looks like a Girl Scout about to go to war. When others came today, you rebelled when you saw the face value. People have to have a process for the real incense, but you don't have a program at all. Too realistic. Actually, I don't blame the ladies. The main thing was that Chun Ran's face value was indeed somewhat beatable, and they were here either with bald heads or unkempt, so it was right for people to look at an eye-catching one and discuss it twice. It's the same as when a man sees a beautiful woman and scowls. In fact, no matter what men or women are doing, they are all the same. Just like what Zhang Fanji said, it's human nature to pursue beautiful things. It doesn't discriminate between men and women. As Chun Ran was sitting, he suddenly felt a darkness around him and looked up to see a young man with slightly longer hair and glasses, about 28 or 99 years of age, standing there and asking, "Are you Chun Ran?" Chun Ran didn't know who this person was and stood up. "Hello, I'm Chun Ran." The youth looked at Chun Ran, his brows furrowing and unfurling, his complexion a bit complicated. He extended his hand and said, "I'm Lin Fan." Chapter 34. There's no shame in losing to Chun Ran. Lin Fan. Chun Ran froze slightly when he heard the name. The two had not crossed paths other than competing for the position of chief planner of the new program, and Chun Ran had never seen him before. Now coming to the entertainment channel, it's kind of like meeting this competitor. Lin Fan purposely came over to introduce himself. What is this trying to do? The people next to him also looked over curiously. After all, such a good opportunity was robbed. It might be irritated, not necessarily. At least if they were in their place, not to mention resentful, but definitely not in the mood to play any self-introductions with someone with a gap. However, to their surprise, after Lin Fan finished his introduction, he stuck out his thumb and said, "I've read your planning and I'm convinced of my loss." Chun Ran also didn't understand what he meant. Coming over like this just to admit defeat? Not only Chun Ran, but the others didn't see it either. Everyone could see Lin Fan's face yesterday. It was basically dark all the time, and he was in an extremely bad mood. "Why did you just change today?" Chun Ran came back to his senses and smiled. "I also have many shortcomings. You are a senior. Please teach me more in the future." Seeing Chun Ran's attitude, Lin Fan somehow felt much better in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "What senior, just a little bit older, the ability is not at all. I'm also in the column group of the new program, is considered to be working under you. I have to ask you to teach." Chun Ran really didn't know that Lin Fan would also be in the new section group. It's not a surprise when you think about it, since he'll be competing for chief planner, indicating that he's not too busy with his current job and can naturally follow if he has a new show. Lin Fan and Chun Ran were talking here, basically just complimenting each other. The others looked odd. They had thought that Lin Fan had come over to be shady, but his attitude and tone were normal. It's a little hard to see if it's really trying to open up. When Lin Fan left, Chun Ran didn't even fathom what he meant. Did you come here to make nice, or to play a game of mind games? Either way, it didn't matter to him. In the end, it was ability that spoke for itself anyway, and getting the show right was better than anything else. Lin Fan left and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Last night, his father, Lin Jun, had talked to him a lot, probably about the failure of this competition. His mood was indeed gray. He had so many advantages and still lost so completely. Didn't it prove that he was just a waste after all he had done in the past few years? It even gave rise to the idea of whether or not to change careers. Lin Jun knew what he was thinking and persuaded him for half a day. You only see yourself losing, but did not bother to think about how you lost. Chun Ran, this kind of program planning directly brought to the project. So far you have seen a few? Lin Jun's meaning, this planning he cannot write, not to mention him, to limit the situation to one person. Even if it is Yang Chijun, is not possible to write such executive, meticulous and complete planning. A person's mind, it is easy to appear limitations put forward an idea can be, but perfecting the idea a person made out of it is not so perfect. Many times will be asked you, which requires consultation. It's so rare for someone like Chun Ran to write such a complete one. Finally, Lin Jun called Yang Chijuan and asked for a planning document to show Lin Fan. It wasn't until he saw the planning documents that Lin Fan's mindset changed. It's not that he's so bad. It's that Chun Ran writes so well. He was completely unable to believe that Chun Ran was only 23 years old. Just like Lin Jun said, it's not a class match. Because of reading the planning, his heart's unruly anger was smoothed out. There is absolutely no shame in losing to such planning. Even Lin Fan was very curious as to how exactly Chun Ran had written such a plan, which had led to today's scene where he took the initiative to go up and say hello. He wasn't fighting to compare one to the other, but he was genuinely curious. During the morning meeting, director Lu Xianlong Lu asked Chun Ran to introduce himself. The following people applauded. The new program planning settled on Chun Ran, and everyone in the program department knew about it and was not at all surprised by it. Although many people were surprised at Chun Ran's face and youth, they had affirmed his ability from above, so they had nothing to say. The program is directly used for the establishment of the project, has been submitted to the program review. Other people, even if they want to dare not think so. Chun Ran did it, he did the chief planner, naturally no one objected. At this point, Chun Ran officially transferred to the entertainment channel and settled down over here. The program team has pulled together the creative team in the past 2 days, and the general director Wu Jin is a middle-aged man with a center parting and thick, florid white stubble, who looks relatively literate. The program team gathered together, and Chief Director Wu Jin clapped his hands to get everyone to gather over, then said, "Everyone come over and welcome Chief Planner Chun Ran." Chun Ran smiled. "Hello everyone, I'm Chun Ran. I'll be the chief planner of the program group from today, and I hope to work together with everyone to make a good program. It's all about saying something condescending. It will take a day or two for the program to be approved while they can start preparing. Because of the need to top off the current show, the show is as fast as it is allowed to be." Chun Ran just joined the same afternoon and started putting in work. There is quite a lot of work to be done to prepare for the program, and Chun Ran discusses with the columnists about what is being planned. He was the chief planner of the program, and although Wu Jin was the director, there was a lot he didn't understand about the program. The people in the planning document column group all know that when Chun Ran didn't come, they read it I don't know how many times. Now that Chun Ran, the chief planner, had come over, everyone was in high spirits and discussed the details together. "Good thing I was prepared last night," Chun Ran muttered in his heart. It's not the first time he's faced this kind of battle. After all, he's also the chief planner of Call of Duty Focus. But then that show doesn't have so many details, they just have a general direction to follow. Everyone has a bit too many questions. If not Chun Ran had prepared last night, today facing everyone's questions I guess I will be stuck when I talk. Then it will not be embarrassing. I love to remember the lyrics of the song is a variety show, and involves KTV and so on according to Chun Ran above the planning, but also need to pre-select the lead singer. You don't make a show by guessing, you have to negotiate every step of the way. We are all preparing together on several sides and clearly analyzing the situation so that each department can clearly know what they are doing. Director Wu, the part of selecting the lead singer can start preparing now. You can have someone contact a few high-traffic singing software to give time to select singers with good conditions. Finally, Chun Ran singled out one sentence in particular. Lead vocals are an important part of the show inside I love to remember, and picking a few good ones can add to the show. Chun Ran singled it out and director Wu Jin naturally valued it. "I'll have someone contact them after the meeting is adjourned, and I'll get help from the musicians during the selection process to strive for the best." Chun Ran's first day at the entertainment channel, there wasn't an adjustment period or anything, and he directly integrated into the work. Busy, yes, a little busy, but this feeling is quite fulfilling. Workplace ostracism wasn't felt, but rather some enthusiastic excess. The people on the entertainment channels are relatively younger than the public channels and the atmosphere is more vibrant. When he left work, Chun Ran didn't feel too bad. Chapter 35. Want a sponsor? Chun Ran had just returned home when he received a call from Director Zhang. "How does it feel to be on the entertainment channel?" Director Zhang was concerned. Chun Ran said, "Everyone is quite amiable, because the program is very urgent, and preparations began this afternoon." Director Zhang said, "It's good that you can get used to it, and you can call me about anything you're not sure about. Although I'm old and not witty anymore, I still have some experience." Chun Ran laughed. "Uncle, you're not old. You only look like you're in your 30s. Director Zhang haha laughed. "How tragic it would be if more than 30 grows up to be like me. The preparation for the variety show will definitely be very busy. When you have time to call and eat together at noon, come to the house when you have time, and let your Aunt Yun make you delicious food." Chun Ran's heart warmed, and he busily said, I know, uncle, thanks. Director Zhang shook his head and said, I just don't like to hear you say those two words. It seems raw. If you really thank me, then be nicer to Gigi. Chun Ran hummed without much hesitation. Being nice to Zhang Fanji was also more than just a boyfriend-girlfriend way, and he could have simply said yes. Director Zhang hung up the phone. Chun Ran was dealing with some information on the computer. This was the information that Lin Fan handed to him just now before he got off work, saying that he had some ideas about some parts of the program and wanted to give Chun Ran a look. Chun Ran was a little seasick and did not dare to play with his cell phone in the car, and only now when he returned home did he use his computer to deal with it. He looked at it for half a day, pondering. Lin Fan had not been in the entertainment channel for a short time, and was still able to mix it up and run for chief planner, so his performance was certainly not ordinary. He writes out great advice, a little on the conservative side in terms of innovation, but consistent enough. Although many places contradicted Chun Ran's opinions, he didn't reject them all, but chose a few more outstanding proposals and prepared to take them out for discussion tomorrow. He wrote out the planning is very complete but does not mean perfect. Really want to use the critical, I can certainly find the problem. Chun Ran do it alone is more strenuous. It feels like writing an essay to modify, but found that there is no way to start. It's naturally much better to have a team to discuss it with now. For the next few days, Chun Ran was kept busy. He realized that Lin Fan was indeed very capable, and as a planner was more qualified than Chun Ran himself. In one way or another, he mainly has more experience than Chun Ran and some insight into the show. But Chun Ran also found his downside, which is that he is not innovative enough. Most of the things he proposes are things that are already out there, proven, and well accepted by the audience. It's not a bad thing to be this cautious about doing a show, but this can also make the show lose its own appeal and flair. I love to remember the lyrics of the song. This kind of program mode, this world has not appeared. Lin Fan tried hard to want to jump out of the shackles of thought, but this thing is just like the temperament, it is difficult to change. After a few days of realizing this problem, he began to abandon his own ideas and follow Chun Ran's thoughts. After these few days, he saw Chun Ran's hard work and talent, and saw the key to many things at a glance, which he couldn't even envy. Program approvals also came down, stage sets were designed, and everyone divided up the work and officially began preparations. As per Chun Ran's request, director Wu Jin contacted a few singing apps and organized an I Love Remembering Lyrics singing competition. The 1st through 5th place winners will have the opportunity to participate in I Love Lyrics and become resident lead singers. Not only will they be able to sing on TV, but they will also be paid a certain appearance fee for each episode of the show. Get on TV, get paid. These two rewards gave enough motivation for many people who love to sing to sign up. Many people who love to sing have a dream of singing on stage on television. Even though the show itself only requires 5 people, there's a chance to be in the top 5, and they all want to give it a shot. What if you get picked? The entertainment channel of Call of Duty TV and the program I Love to Remember Lyrics, which is not even a shadow of its former self, are starting to get a little bit of attention. On the KTV side, there was supposed to be a special person to approach, and Chun Ran followed. The last time I asked someone for data, they gave it to me readily, so surely I can't cross the river. The person in charge of the other side was almost overjoyed when he learned that the entertainment channel was really going to do such a program. When Chun Ran came to the door, they were just thinking about the mentality of giving it a try. Anyway, the data is not a confidential document. I did not expect that this young man really do such a program in the entertainment channel. He had heard Chun Ran talk about the program in general, and if the program was aired by then, it would definitely stimulate viewers to spend money at KTVs, which would definitely be a favorable thing for them. Chun Ran spoke to the person in charge and suddenly asked, Manager Yao, I don't know if you have considered one thing. Manager Yao froze. Go ahead. Our program is aimed at all the chain KTVs in Jiaonan province. I wonder if you are willing to pay for sponsorship? Chun Ran smiled slightly. Manager Yao looked at Chun Ran's smile and instantly understood what he meant. If they sponsor it, the only thing that will appear inside the TV will be their chain, and the program selection will only take place inside their KTV. But when it comes to sponsorship, that's not a low price. He can't make the decision to spend so much money. Manager Yao quickly said, I can't get an idea about this kind of thing. I need to consult the boss. Chun Ran said, There's no rush. I'm just mentioning this casually. And these things aren't under my control. I just think it's a good thing for you guys to mention in passing. Manager Yao also knew that this was an opportunity. But this kind of depends on the boss. Chun Ran smiled. If there is an intention, Manager Yao can contact our program team. It's best to finalize it before we find sponsorship. Manager Yao nodded his head in a hurry. I love lyrics will definitely be a long-term show if the ratings are good. Chun Ran was confident that the program's ratings would not be too bad, and if it was sponsored for a while it would certainly be a solid profit. And now it's just in preparation, the sponsorship fee won't be too high. If we wait until the show catches fire and then talk about it, the price will be different. At night, Chun Ran was working overtime at the TV station when he suddenly received a WeChat. Ichabod, I'll be back tomorrow. Chun Ran raised an eyebrow. He and Zhang Fanji hadn't been in touch for days. I remember she said a while ago that she had to prepare a new song and wouldn't be available for a short period of time. So why is she suddenly coming back? Chun Ran asked. How long will you be back? Ichabod, a couple days at least. Isn't there a new song coming out? There was silence there for half a day, and Chun Ran was about to put down his cell phone and continue working when he received the message. Yellow. Just by seeing those two words, Chun Ran was able to think of Zhang Fanji's slightly pursed lips. They said they were going to release a new song. How come it's suddenly yellow? Chun Ran did not think to understand this or determine things can still yellow? And with Zhang Fanji's fame, it's time to release a new song. What's all this fuss about? Chapter 36. The little cotton puff is going to be someone else's. One thing to realize is that Zhang Fanji has fame and awards now. In terms of vocals and fame, she is considered very good among the newcomers, and many people are looking at her favorably. Since it is determined to release a new song, it must be discussed by the company. Generally speaking, it is impossible to change your mind. Associated with the last time Zhang Fanji's new song was robbed by Lin Han-yoon, Chun Ran had a guess in his heart. I'm afraid that it is not happy with the company. Regarding work matters, Chun Ran didn't ask much. People are already in a bad mood. Isn't asking now adding to the problem? It just so happens that he's been busy for the past few days, and since he can relax a little tomorrow after the task at hand is done today, he asked, when's the flight, and I'll pick you up? Zhang Fanji returned. You're not busy? Chun Ran said, you can get off the morning shift. Zhang Fanji, I'll be there at noon. I'll go home first, and you can come back in the evening. The plane at noon, then Chun Ran cannot help. Really cannot go at noon. Since you're doing the show, you're responsible for the work. Chun Ran returned. I'll go back with Uncle Zhang at night. Good. Zhang Fanji just returned such a word. And then there was no more news. Chun Ran put down his cell phone and continued to work. But inside his head, he thought about Zhang Fanji's matter. Stopped and stopped or went to search the internet. Didn't search for anything. Chun Ran was not surprised. It is not possible for someone to break the news right away when it comes to the internal affairs of other people's companies. Went to look at Zhang Fanji's microblogging. It is very clean, is the occasional sunshine life photos, every few days only one. But underneath the latest tweet, there were quite a few messages, one of righteous indignation. The prosperous star is also too not something, said the song, why change your mind? I threw up, poor my family Shiyun. To release a new song was pushed again and again. What kind of company is this? Those who support He Yuan's departure from prosperous star come and give a nod of approval. After Chun Ran read it, he thought about it and clicked on Lin Han-yun's microblog again. There is a selfie over there, and the text reads, new song in preparation, produced by famous producer Mr. Liang Guanqing, teaming up with Mr. Jiang Xiaoho. Very, very good. Everyone please look forward to it. Clicking on the comments, I was surprised to see that there were fans of Zhang Fanji venting here, but after refreshing there were none, so they had obviously been deleted. Is this like another robbery? Chun Ran shook his head. If you don't know about Zhang Fanji, it alone looks like a promotion for a singer's upcoming song release. Yet he knew that Zhang Fanji was going to release a song, and now that the song was yellow, Lin Han-yun was going to release a new song, and it was definitely not an accident that this node bumped into each other. Zhang Fanji and Lin Han-yun, singers from the same company, were treated differently. Chun Ran could imagine just how explosive Zhang Fanji's mood was right now. But he can't help it, people have highs and lows, especially Zhang Fanji and the company's affairs. In the end, how contradictory he does not know. On the contrary, Zhang Fanji in such a mood, before coming back, he also thought to notify him in advance to let him act. This Chun Ran someone a laugh. There's a fear of being rushed into marriage. The songs definitely can't be too cold so people can't guess, and they can't be too hot or they won't be difficult, and the songs in the library need to have had quite a few passes at one time. Chun Ran and the director were discussing the song library issue and he put his ideas out there. In addition to this, theme songs can be selected and theme programs can be launched when there are festivals. Director Wu Jin nodded slightly. Chun Ran's idea was more agreeable to him. One must consider the feelings of the audience when making programs. Their entertainment channel is self-financing, ratings are the sky, and the audience is their bread and butter. This is something Chun Ran has done very well. No matter what the idea is, it is important to first consider whether the audience can accept it or not. Lin Fan listened over there and took notes. I feel that I have learned a lot from working with Chun Ran in the past few days. It wasn't bragging, first of all, it was Chun Ran's way of thinking, which was not at all in the same dimension as him. Looking at the same issue from a perspective quite a bit different from others can be very refreshing, with an unshackled, out-of-the-box kind of thinking. Lin Fan was 5 or 6 years older than Chun Ran, and had worked in the TV station for so many years, so in terms of experience he did have a bit more than Chun Ran. But apart from experience, Lin Fan felt that he would be inferior to Chun Ran across the board. With so many days of preparation for the show, the stage side of things is getting ready quickly. The stage of the studio itself is readily built, and this kind of studio variety show and small show basically does not need too much change. The most important thing is the equipment, which requires slightly more time. Because Chun Ran, several people are working overtime in the past few days, so now he can now relax a little. Chun Ran said to Lin Fan, I have a little thing today, there is no need to work overtime. The day before yesterday proposed a game session. I wrote some generalizations, later you guys discuss. Fill in the details of the content, if it can be used, no, let's discuss it again tomorrow. Good. Lin Fan nodded, not half dissatisfied. They are aiming for a long-term show, but the show can't stay the same or the audience will get tired of it. The show in general stays the same, but the gameplay can be changed a little bit for each installment. Chun Ran explained and handed the information to Lin Fan. At this time he WeChat rang, picked up and looked. It was Zhang Fanji said just arrived home. Chun Ran took out his cell phone to the director of the Zhang phone. Uncle, wait off work, you wait for me. Gigi today back, has arrived home. I'm a father who doesn't even know yet, and you get the news first. Director Zhang laughed. Your kid didn't have time to come up to my place for dinner for the past few days, but today when Gigi came back he had time? Chun Ran was being so ridiculed by him, couldn't help but laugh. I'm not just busy with some of this. I can spare some time. She's not coming back, I'm also planning to go and have dinner with Uncle today. Director Zhang, were willing to believe, said, I still do not know your mind. You do not care to see Gigi delayed work. This is your first program to go to the entertainment channel. Must not go wrong. Chun Ran said, Don't worry, Uncle. Our program is prepared quickly because of the expediting. And with director Wu Jin watching and other planners following, I just can't go wrong even if I want to. All right, just leave it at that and join us then. Director Zhang's mouth was stern, but in actuality, he was very happy to see Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji on good terms, and he was all happy to hang up the phone. That's when he received a message from his wife that his daughter had come home. Director Zhang shook his head. The little cotton jacket was about to become someone else's. Chun Ran all knew first, and he still needed his wife to send this message to know. What a treat. At the end of the shift, Director Zhang waited for Chun Ran. Director Zhang glanced at Chun Ran. You don't seem to have prepared a gift? I see there's a flower store next door. Do you want to go and organize a bouquet? Chun Ran was confused for a moment. Does this still need to be spent? But after thinking about it, Director Zhang had said so. It seemed like he couldn't say he wouldn't buy it. So, when Zhang Fanji opened the door, she saw Chun Ran standing at the door with a bouquet of flowers with a twisted face. Chapter 37, Can't You Write Your Own Songs? Chun Ran was really twisted. He really didn't have this romantic cell. The key Zhang Fanji is also not his real girlfriend. Send some gifts is okay. But send flowers or roses really say out of the weird. The corner of Zhang Fanji's mouth moved. You are? She glanced next to her next to Chun Ran, and Director Zhang was looking at her with a smile on his face. Just came to see the flower store. There is a one-way street. Chun Ran had to get off the car and run over to buy flowers. Circled around a lot before buying roses. Said you are very difficult to come back. Did not prepare a gift for you? Send flowers to give you a surprise. Director Zhang said with a smile. Zhang Fanji's eyes paused and looked at Chun Ran suspiciously. Chun Ran was embarrassed when he heard Director Zhang say that. The flowers were bought by Director Zhang, who asked him to buy them, and it wasn't as exaggerated as he said. So he got off the bus and bought them in the flower store next to him by hand. How come there's so much more drama when it comes to Director Zhang? He looked at Zhang Fanji and then at Director Zhang, truly worthy of being father and daughter. Zhang Fanji saw Chun Ran's expression and already understood everything. She reached for the rose and held it in her arms, allowing the two Chun Ran to come in first. The fragrance of flowers came out in bursts, and Zhang Fanji wrinkled her little nose. When some events sing, the fan support club, or the organizer will arrange for someone to send flowers. But this kind of face-to-face direct flower delivery doesn't really seem to exist. Zhang Fanji mood is also a little irritable. Come on the way to the assistant did not dare to let her drive. Hard to personally send her back before leaving. Now smell the flowers, feel more comfortable. Zhang Fanji found a vase and put the flowers in it. Chun Ran looked in his eyes, but also slightly relieved. He was afraid that Zhang Fanji moved directly through the flowers. That how embarrassing. In 2 lifetimes combined, it was the first time Chun Ran had given someone flowers. Zhang Fanji said, "I'll go help in the kitchen," said she was going to turn around and go in. Director Zhang reached out and beckoned, come back. The kitchen isn't too busy. It's not easy for you to come back. Take a rest first. I'll go help your mom." After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Fanji to open her mouth, she herself got up first and went into the kitchen. Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji weren't stupid. They both understood what Director Zhang meant. This was to give the two of them time alone. Zhang Fanji's willow eyebrows wrinkled, still didn't say anything and walked over to sit next to Chun Ran. She wore a very casual outfit at home. A tight bottom sweater with chinos underneath, very figure-flattering. Not too fat, not too thin, very well proportioned. Chun Ran inadvertently glanced at it and froze slightly before shifting away somewhat unnaturally. True to form, the star is beautiful and has a great body. He saw the news that celebrities have to control their 3 meals a day in order to get in shape, and wondered if it was true. Zhang Fanji got up, brought over fruits and melons from the dining table, and asked seemingly off-handedly after sitting down, "Have you been busy in the entertainment channel lately?" Chun Ran didn't expect her to speak first and nodded. "It's okay. The program just started, and I've been working overtime for the past few days." "Doing a variety show?" Zhang Fanji asked again. "It's a variety show, but it's pretty interesting, so you can watch it when it comes out if you're bored." Zhang Fanji nodded. "I'll look at it then." Chun Ran said, "The program is not comparable to big TV productions, so don't get your hopes up lest you be disappointed." Zhang Fanji gave him a sideways glance and asked, "So unsure of your own program?" Chun Ran didn't have the good sense to say, "It's because I'm afraid that your vision is too good and you'll strike me down when the time comes." Zhang Fanji bristled. "Am I that boring?" Chun Ran said in his heart, "No boring, you do not have a number in your heart." Zhang Fanji looked at his eyes, probably read them, and became angry in her heart, and kept her face silent. Chun Ran was still pondering about Zhang Fanji's new song and thought for a while before asking, "What's the situation with your new song?" "Robbed." Zhang Fanji's face was calm, but it was clearly possible to see the unwillingness and loss in her eyes. Chun Ran asked, "Lin Han Yun again?" Zhang Fanji paused, looking at Chun Ran with an expression full of doubt. Chun Ran was a little embarrassed by her look and snapped, "I went on Weibo today to take a look. Your song is gone. She's going to release a new song. Odds are it's her, right?" Chun Ran did not say, "The last time I saw the news, this is the second time. If you still mention it, people, how embarrassing." Zhang Fanji's face turned quite ugly again. More embarrassment. She still hummed and muttered, "I know you're still asking me." Chun Ran said, "I'm more curious, what is your company's idea? You are young and beautiful and have potential. They put not to send you a song. That Lin Yun Han is not as good as you. How to give her all the resources?" Zhang Fanji listened with an uncomfortable heart and said in a muffled voice, "I don't know." Chun Ran knew that she didn't want to talk about it and didn't continue to pursue it. He thought about it and asked in a low voice, "The company doesn't give you songs, so why don't you write your own songs?" That was sort of one of the doubts in his mind. He hadn't studied music, but someone like Zhang Fanji, who had learned music from elementary school, could have tried writing songs himself. It's better than trying to release a song now and having to see if it's suitable and then having to look at the company's face. Zhang Fanji turned her head to look at Chun Ran, as if she was looking at a little cutie. Like, if she could write her own songs, would she need to be so torn up? The thing about writing songs is that it's a gift, and being able to sing doesn't necessarily mean you can write. Doesn't Zhang Fanji want to create her own work? Definitely want to. She tried it more times than she knew in private. But when it's written, it's either very vestigial, the kind of thing you send out and get told you're plagiarizing, or it's completely unlistenable. You know why there are so many singers and songwriters, but not many people who are good singers and writers? It's because God is fair, and a good singer-songwriter, that's God's favorite. Obviously, Zhang Fanji, was not. It's been said that her singing voice is a reward from God. And it's just a singing voice. Being looked at by Zhang Fanji like this, Chun Ran felt as if he had asked a very silly question. It seems like even on Earth, there aren't many that can sing and write and still be a hit. But the most impressive ones, the ones whose development has been the most consistent, are definitely these singer-songwriters. Others. Too many blips, too replaceable if it's just the song alone. I thought it was pretty easy. Chun Ran snorted, wanting to get rid of the topic. Zhang Fanji didn't say anything and seemed to be in a very bad mood. In fact, even if the song was robbed, she didn't have to come back this time, mainly because she had a falling out with the company. The company now has a sense of wanting the horse to run again and not giving it grass. The new song is not given out but also constantly accepts some low-quality commercial performances. Zhang Fanji's character, it would be strange if it does not explode. Her agent, Tao Lin, had always stood up for the company and didn't stop her this time. The company had really gone overboard. Zhang Fanji does not want to stay in the company for a moment. What notices what activities whoever likes to go. I can't afford not to be a singer anymore. Chapter 38. Your girlfriend? In the kitchen. Director Zhang stood in the doorway, his ear pressed against the door. Aunt Yun didn't have the heart to say, "What are you doing?" Director Chang said, "Listen to what they say." "So what did you hear?" Director Zhang said glumly. "They're talking too quietly to be heard." Aunt Yun gave him a blank look. "If you can't hear me, why don't you come over and help?" Director Zhang said, "I'll help with the dishes. I won't do anything else." "I didn't expect you to do it either." Aunt Cloud grunted. Director Zhang sat down and asked again, "By the way, what is the reason for Twiggy's return this time?" Aunt Yun took the vegetable basket and was washing the pots, saying slowly, "Work wasn't going well. I heard her talking about it, like she couldn't get a new song out or something. Anyway, she didn't go into detail." Director Zhang frowned. "It wasn't like this last time. Why aren't any new songs being released? You're not happy that your daughter is home more?" "I'm sure I'm happy if she wants to come home more often, but it can't be that she comes back when she's not doing well outside. It's better to come back happily." Director Zhang rightfully said. "When you are a parent, you want to see your son or daughter live a happy life." Aunt Yun said, "She works with none of us, and even if she encounters a problem, she is the only one who can solve it." Director Zhang sighed. "That being said, I, as a father, can't help her and I'm anxious in my heart." Aunt Yun was very open-minded and said unconcernedly, "There's no use worrying about it. If you don't sing from now on, that's even better. Come back and cultivate more love with Chun Ran. Get married early and have 2 children." Director Zhang glanced at his wife and squeezed out 4 words. "A woman's opinion. Knock." Aunt Yun directly threw the pot in the sink and said crossly, "What did you just say?" Director Zhang coughed and gave a thumbs up. "I say Madame has a high opinion. Virtue." Knowing her husband's virtuous nature, Aunt Yun grunted softly and turned around to start cooking. Director Zhang skimmed his lips and cooed in a small voice behind him, "Not with you." Not long afterward, the couple made the meal and brought it out. Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji helped serve the food and serve the meal, and Aunt Yun looked at the 2 of them and lamented in her heart that this was what it was like to eat as a family. She didn't just talk about it, but in her heart, she did think that it would be good for Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji to get married earlier. At this age, you kind of want grandchildren, too. Without sons, grandchildren are impossible, but grandchildren are still grandchildren. After dinner, Director Zhang excused Chun Ran to work tomorrow and asked Zhang Fanji to send him home, kicking them out early. Zhang Fanji was slightly embarrassed, although she knew that her father was anxious for her to marry out. But this was too obvious. Other families can't afford to let their daughters go out, but these 2 old people are so good that they just push her out. Seeing that Zhang Fanji was going to drive, Chun Ran was a bit uneasy and opened his mouth without saying anything. When Zhang Fanji saw this expression on his face, her face was a blank at that moment. Chun Ran inexplicably felt that the atmosphere around him had chilled a few points. Along the way, Zhang Fanji's slate face did not say a word. Chun Ran feel a little puzzled. When did I offend her? Wasn't it fine just now? Why are you suddenly angry? After arriving at the place, Chun Ran asked, "Thank you. Do you want to go up and have a seat?" Zhang Fanji said, "I'm going back." Chun Ran wasn't surprised. He mentioned it in passing. "Be careful on your way." Zhang Fanji was in a bad mood, and after Chun Ran turned around, he deflated his mouth and exhaled before driving away. Chun Ran looked at Zhang Fanji left, some helpless. He knows Zhang Fanji mood is bad, but really do not know how to coax. His bones have no romantic cells. The next night, Chun Ran was working overtime when the phone rang. Seeing that it was Zhang Fanji, Chun Ran first took his cell phone and walked to the window. Seeing a familiar figure standing there, he picked up the phone and slowly began to descend the stairs. "It's still the same. You come out. When she saw Chun Ran go downstairs, Zhang Fanji, who was wearing a mask, stood there without moving. The black and ghostly eyes seemed to have water flowing inside them, staring at Chun Ran without even blinking. My mom asked me to give it to you. Zhang Fanji handed over the soup. This is too much trouble for you. Why don't you tell Aunt Yoon that there is no need to bother? Chun Ran took the soup, a little embarrassed. Zhang Fanji sniffled and said, to say you go say it. She won't listen to what I say. Chun Ran heard some nasal sounds from her and asked, catching a cold? Zhang Fanji turned her head sideways and gave a not saying much. At this time, Lin Fan, who had come out of the TV station, was slightly stunned to see Chun Ran and asked, is this your girlfriend? He obviously didn't realize that Chun Ran worked so hard, was almost always at the TV station, and had a girlfriend. Chun Ran hesitated slightly and looked at Zhang Fanji, then nodded and said, yeah. Came over to deliver the soup. Zhang Fanji heard Chun Ran admit it and glanced at him. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Fanji, although he was wearing a mask. But people don't just look at their faces. This figure, this temperament, he didn't even know how Chun Ran found it. Presumably, by face value, Lin Fan was a little sour. I'm leaving first. Lin Fan decided to hurry up and leave before his heart couldn't take it. When Lin Fan left, Chun Ran looked at Zhang Fanji and said, I'm almost done with my work. Why don't you go up and wait for me? I'll rub the car later. Zhang Fanji originally wanted to say what's it to me when you get off work, but after looking at Chun Ran, she didn't say anything and gave a following him into the TV station. Upstairs, Chun Ran poured the soup, which was still hot. He didn't give it to himself and handed it to Zhang Fanji, saying, drink it first. It's more comfortable to warm up when you have a cold. Zhang Fanji had taken her mask after coming up, revealing her fair face with a slightly red nose. And when she saw the bowl Chun Ran handed over, she froze slightly and refused. This is for you. This was boiled by Aunt Yoon. It's not like you can't drink it. Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips and twisted her head. Drink it yourself. Chun Ran saw that she was so resolute and did not persuade, took a sip while it was hot. The hot soup entered the body, dispelled the coolness, and was much more comfortable. Zhang Fanji's nose wrinkled when she saw this action of his and turned her head away from him. As she turned her head, she saw Chun Ran begin to work, sometimes thinking hard, sometimes tapping on the keyboard. The TV station lights were turned off for most of the time. Just Chun Ran's light in this position was still on, and the light from the monitor shone on the side of Chun Ran's face, making his silhouette look very textured. Zhang Fanji's throat moved and turned away her gaze, muttering in her heart that this guy was quite focused on his work. Some time ago, I often heard my father mention how outstanding Chun Ran was and how hard he worked, and at first I didn't think so. But just these days, hearing that Chun Ran made a program that caught fire and then tuned into the entertainment channel, there really aren't too many with his age that have this kind of achievement. Father seems to have said that the entertainment channel is considered a reserve camp for satellite TV, and Chun Ran will most likely be on satellite TV if he does well. Thinking of this, Zhang Fanji heart is a little strange. Some time ago she also deliberately flirted with Chun Ran, saying that it is to go to the Guardian TV to be considered awesome. Now people really have such a chance. This makes Zhang Fanji think of herself. Chun Ran's work is climbing. She has a lot of problems here. The mood, which had relaxed a bit, got a few more points worse. Chapter 39. Showing off your ex. Thinking about what? Chun Ran's voice came over. Zhang Fanji came back to her senses and saw that Chun Ran had already shut down the computer, so it was obvious that the work was done. The guy was serious. He didn't even wander off with her around and kept his head down as he worked. It's nothing, Zhang Fanji calmly said. Chun Ran put the insulated lunchbox away before saying, is it boring to watch me work? Zhang Fanji faintly said, it's all the same. Chun Ran laughed. This can be the same. You as a star. Life can be more colorful than this all day in the TV station to go around. It's all pretty much the same. Besides participating in events, it's just practicing songs and dances. Zhang Fanji wanted to say that being a star was also boring, but Chun Ran wouldn't understand. The two of them got off the TV station and got into Zhang Fanji's car. Chun Ran watched her take off her mask when she got into the car, and the tissue wiped the tip of her nose red, and asked, how did you catch a cold? Zhang Fanji glanced at him and didn't blame him for being nosy, saying in a muffled voice, didn't cover the quilt. Chun Ran knew that she was in a bad mood because of the matter of the song being robbed. He deliberated on the wording and said, actually, if you think about it from a different perspective, the song being robbed, it's not all bad. Zhang Fanji was about to start the car, and his hand stopped, staring at Chan Ran. Chan Ran was unnaturally looked at by her and hurriedly said, I listened to Lin Han Yun's song after I went back last night, the one from last time, and the song quality is actually average. Zhang Fanji furrowed her brows, not understanding what Chun Ran was doing by mentioning this. Deliberately making her sad? Again, I heard Chun Ran continue, I don't know too much about music theory or anything, just from the perspective of an ordinary listener. This song is too ordinary. The melody isn't catchy, the lyrics aren't nutritious, and I feel like no one would have listened to that song if there wasn't promotion everywhere. Zhang Fanji frowned. What are you trying to say? Chun Ran said, actually, that song was quite good if you didn't sing it. It doesn't match your voice. If it was your new song, it would definitely disappoint your fans. Zhang Fanji was choked by Chun Ran. Said so half a day, just to pat me on the back? Your current popularity, coupled with the fact that you haven't released a song for a long time, fans have high expectations of you, and your next song, if it doesn't satisfy your fans, will definitely accelerate the loss of popularity. Chun Ran analyzed it for Zhang Fanji. Zhang Fanji looked at Chun Ran, not expecting him to be able to say this. Don't look at it like that, although I haven't been in your entertainment industry. I'm at least a planner and know this. For example, this time, your song being robbed may seem like a bad thing, but it's not. You've accumulated too much enthusiasm from this fan base, more than 10,000 comments above Weibo. All of them are urging you for a new song. The more cautious you have to be when releasing a song at this time. If the quality of the song is not good, it will overly consume the fan enthusiasm. Seeing that Zhang Fanji didn't say anything, Chun Ran took advantage of the heat and said, You're telling this to comfort me? Zhang Fanji looked at Chun Ran with unblinking eyes. Being looked at by her like this, Chun Ran was embarrassed in turn, without the eloquence of just now, coughed and said, It's not anything to comfort you, just saying some truth. Zhang Fanji wrinkled her nose. It's useless to say so much. She wants good songs too, it's all up for grabs. The songs that she fought for this time were considered good songs in her opinion, at least better than the previous one. But after talking to the musicians, Lin Han Yun was halfway through the process, and the company headed her way. No matter how bad these songs are, they are always robbed, and no matter what Chun Ran says, she still doesn't feel good in her heart. Last night she thought long and hard about it and planned to go back and talk to the company. Talk if you can, collapse if you can't. Forget it, I'll take you home first. Zhang Fanji started the car and drove Chun Ran on the road. Chun Ran asked, I seem to remember you have a guitar? Zhang Fanji concentrated on driving and gave a careless hum. Chun Ran said, Then let's go to your house first. I'll borrow your guitar for a few days, you won't mind, right? Zhang Fanji thought to herself, If you've said so, how can I still mind? She drove Chun Ran right back to the house. Director Zhang and Aunt Yun were there, and were a bit surprised to see Chun Ran being driven back by his daughter. Uncle, Gigi has a guitar here. I'll borrow it for a while. Chun Ran explained. Chun Ran realized that after he finished saying this, what clearly appeared on the faces of the two Zhang family members was an expression of disappointment. What the hell is disappointment? Zhang Fanji was also a bit unable to withstand this kind of look and tugged Chun Ran into the room, handing Chun Ran the guitar that was placed next to the piano. You take it and use it, don't break it, Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran asked, This guitar has a special meaning to you? I bought it with money from my summer job. Zhang Fanji remained concise. Chun Ran skimmed his lips. It was good that it wasn't from his ex-boyfriend. He sat down and tried to fiddle with the guitar, yet found that his hands wouldn't stop working and he kept getting it wrong. When he looked up, he saw Zhang Fanji looking at him, and although he didn't scoff or anything, the look was definitely not a good one. Cough. It's been a while since I've used the guitar. I'm rusty. I'll bring it back to relieve my boredom. Chun Ran put the guitar away and didn't show off here. Zhang Fanji, the civilization to watch the eyes of monkeys, is really depressing. In front of people who are professionally studying music, he is indeed a bit of a class act. When I first learned, I wasn't much better than you. Seeing his embarrassment, Zhang Fanji said in a semi-comforting manner. Chun Ran glanced at her and wondered if this was a deliberate attempt to undermine her. You just learned when you were only in middle school, and I have been playing for some time, this is too demeaning. Zhang Fanji drove Chun Ran home again, and when she was almost there Chun Ran told her to turn into the next street, where there was a clinic that. Chun Ran said, This clinic specializes in colds and flu, the effect is not bad, heavy colds in general, but your kind is not too serious. A dose of medicine will be good, you wait for me here. Zhang Fanji opened her mouth, and when she saw Chun Ran open the car door and run over, she didn't say anything. She was in the car when she saw Chun Ran run into the clinic, say something to the doctor inside, and not long after, pay with WeChat and come back with a small bag. 3 pills, eat them after meals, there's a small one in there, you'll be sleepy after you eat them at night when you go to bed with them, and if you're busy with something you can just throw that one small one away. Chun Ran said, shoving the medicine in through the car window. Seeing Zhang Fanji looking at him, Chun Ran pointed to the back and said, go back. There's an alley here. I'll just go through it and get there. Go back earlier if you have a cold. Zhang Fanji looked at the medicine, then at Chun Ran and said, I'm not bad with this time, and also you didn't take the guitar. Chun Ran patted his head. Surprisingly, he forgot to take the guitar. He opened the car door, took out the guitar, and closed the car door again and said, all right, be careful on your way. He finished and turned to go first. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips and didn't start the car. Straight away Chun Ran disappeared around the corner before she drove slowly. Her head didn't seem to hurt as much, although her nose was still uncomfortable. Chapter 40. Everywhere is worse than the others. Preparation for the program is moving quickly. It hasn't been more than a few days since we started, and most of the front-end work is done. Approval came down a long time ago. Now we're just waiting for the stage and equipment. While Chun Ran was busy, Director Wu Jin followed Director Yang Chijuan over. Chun Ran froze, stood up and said, good day, Superintendent. Yang Chijuan nodded, looked around and said, how is your progress? Director Wu Jin said, it seems to be very fast now. We can start recording in 2 weeks at the most. Yang Chijuan said in a serious tone, fast is important, but you have to take into account the quality. I don't want to put out another joyless. Joy to None is the flop show that's waiting for Chun Ran and the gang to make it to top it off right now. The ratings are dropping lower and lower every day. Yang Chijuan couldn't look at the program, while Director Liu of the program department had an even harder time. A bunch of people are pretty bullish on I Love to Remember lyrics and want the show to hurry up and come out, and they've been catching up on the progress almost every day. Director Wu Jin assured, don't worry, Director. We are first and foremost focusing on quality. Yang Chijuan said to Chun Ran, the program funding is very sufficient. The consideration of funding, you do not have to be too stingy. You talk down the KTV sponsorship. The sponsorship fee can be used in the production funds inside. I do not require the program can make money in the early stages. I want is the ratings. The entertainment channel is self-financing. As one of the 3 carriages of the Jiaonan TV station, it is really rich. Yang Chijuan spoke with great confidence. And Chun Ran's position on the show is a long-term program. If the ratings go up, the show makes more than meets the eye. Got it, Director. We'll do our best to do a good program. Chun Ran nodded. Yang Chijuan patted Chun Ran's shoulder, still quite satisfied with this new planner of the entertainment channel. The ability is not bad. Work hard. Such a person any leader loves. From the work report handed in, Chun Ran had contributed greatly in the preparation of the program, and his work efficiency was strangely high. Compared to the other program's human master planners, he alone could top 3 or 4. As Director Yang left, Lin Fan asked, if we have enough funds, should we consider inviting some stars to our program? After all, our program is also considered a music program. Others are also interested in hiring stars that are too expensive to hire, but many over-the-top singers that the show can still afford with enough money. Even Director Wu Jin is considering the feasibility. If you invite celebrities, it's good for pre-show promotion and not a bad way to boost ratings. Chun Ran looked at them with this expression, and although he knew that saying it was pouring cold water, he still shook his head decisively and said, I don't recommend hiring a star, at least not up front. Lin Fan didn't understand. Isn't it good to get these stars? Using their popularity for ratings, I think we can give it a try. Even Director Wu Jin didn't understand what Chun Ran meant and waited for him to explain. Stars can be invited, but not up front. The selling point of our program is not stars, it's a grassroots program. The focus is pro people, randomly drawing contestants inside the KTV to come up and participate in the program. The main thing is the programmatic nature. Chun Ran explained, if we invite celebrities over, it will create a noisy effect. People's attention is on the celebrities, and the content of the program becomes an add-on instead. Seeing everyone pondering, Chun Ran added, anyway, the first few issues are not used so that the audience focuses on the content of the program until the audience is impressed with the program, and then it does not matter, and inviting a star as a guest to lead the singing can also increase the program's interest. Of course, it's also important to remember one thing, the content of the program is fundamental, the stars are the additions. Chun Ran spoke in great detail, and a few others were also a bit enlightened. They are after all not satellite programs which rely on celebrity traffic, but with their local programs, the focus is on fun above all else. Chun Ran said, There is a lot of funding, but it has to be used in the right place. Our program itself is not a program that wastes too much money. Winning with creativity and programmatic nature, the funding just has to be enough. Lin Fan ruffled his hair, a little embarrassed, but Chun Ran did have a point, and he was a little ill-considered in making this suggestion. He looked at Chun Ran again. This guy was so many years younger than him and seemed to have little seniority, but he was surprisingly stable. In terms of this suggestion he just made himself, if he were in the position of chief planner, the idea of bringing in a star would certainly have crossed his mind when the funds were too rich. Lin Fan sighed in his heart. Everywhere is inferior. Admirable as it was a bit uncomfortable in the end. Chun Ran glanced at him and said, Lin Fan, you made the suggestion just now, so you'll write the flow of a program that invites celebrities. Lin Fan was stunned. Didn't I say I don't need it now? Chun Ran laughed. Your proposal is actually very good. Now cannot be used does not mean that after a while do not use. You write out let's discuss it is not bad, and so the program is on the air. If the results are still good after a few issues can be useful. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's expression brightened slightly and he said, okay, I'll go write it right away. Chun Ran feels that Lin Fan is not bad, although the innovation lacks a little, but the foundation is far better than Chun Ran. Let him write the program flow, write the script, are more reliable than themselves. When Chun Ran left work, he was not surprised to see Zhang Fanji's car. Zhang Fanji looked good. Yesterday she was still a bit pale. Today she was a bit more rosy. She waited for Chun Ran to get on the car and said, it's also too late for you guys to work overtime. It's not bad. Weren't you quite late when you participated in the event? Everyone is pretty much the same. After Chun Ran finished, he then asked, is your cold getting better? Zhang Fanji hummed. That medicine is very effective after 3 doses. I am much more comfortable. Thank you. Chun Ran laughed. If you want to go thank the doctor. This is the doctor's credit. Zhang Fanji glanced at him and felt that Chun Ran was a bit wooden. She said, I have to go back to the office tomorrow, and my parents asked me to pick you up and take you over for dinner. Chun Ran looked at the time. It was almost 8:30, and said busily, it's all this time, so let's not go. Zhang Fanji said indifferently, my parents didn't eat and waited for you, go or not as you wish. If he said that, Chun Ran would definitely have to go. And he suddenly reacted again. You just said that you're going back to the company? Didn't you say you'd be back for a few days? Why are you suddenly going back to the office? Zhang Fanji nodded and said, well, I'll go back tomorrow. Chun Ran froze and asked, how long will it take to come back then? Zhang Fanji said, I don't know anyway. I'll be back when I'm free or possibly soon. Chun Ran heard and understood that this was to go and make things clear with the company. She's losing her popularity at this rate. What to do? It's good to make it clear. Chapter 41. Thinking of you as a friend. Zhang Fanji left the next morning. Last time when she left, she just sent Chun Ran a Weibo message. This time it was slightly different and she purposely called. After these few days together, Chun Ran's relationship with her was not as stiff as before. No matter what she thought, Chun Ran when she was considered a friend. Chun Ran didn't have many friends, elementary school, middle school, high school, and college, all of which were not in the same place and knew different people. Time has passed and now they are on different sides of the world with little contact. University several classmates also because they do not work together in addition to a message on New Year's holidays, occasionally a phone call, other times is like no news. In your 20s, it's a busy time to go your own way. At first Chun Ran thought Zhang Fanji was not easy to get along with, grumpy, people are rather cold, get along with very tired. It feels okay now. Nothing too bad except for the occasional exasperating talk and frequent scowls. At least that's how it feels right now. Zhang Fanji said, it's just to give you a heads up. Go to the house for dinner at your leisure. My parents like you better. Chun Ran said, I'll go without you telling me. All right. I'm going to check my ticket. Zhang Fanji finished and hung up the phone. Assistant Xiaoqin watched Zhang Fanji put her cell phone away before she whispered, Sister Xiun, I just called with Sister Lin. She said that she won't be able to return to Hua Hai until the evening. So she asked you to wait for her after you go over there, and don't go to the company first. Zhang Fanji said expressionlessly, she's still afraid that I'll go to the company and cause trouble? Oh, am I this kind of person? Xiaoqin has the intention to nod, but also afraid of losing her job. Zhang Fanji in the company to contradict the top is not once or twice. She is used to it. It's time to board the plane. Zhang Fanji didn't let Xiaoqin carry her luggage alone and pushed the suitcase herself. Xiaoqin looked at Zhang Fanji with some difficulty. She still didn't know whether Zhang Fanji would agree or not. Sister Lin told her to stop Zhang Fanji, but how could she? Seeing that she didn't leave, Zhang Fanji turned her head to look at her embarrassed look and said faintly, "I'm not a little cutie. There are still 2 years of contract with Fanshain. Going directly to the company to make a scene is something only a brainless person would do." Xiao Qin instantly raised her eyebrows and hurried to catch up. Zhang Fanji didn't want to make a scene, but to talk. She started out at Prosperity how she has feelings and really can't talk about it until she does. Of course, in this current situation, when the contract expires, it's basically impossible for the company to find her to renew it. The contract still has 2 years to run, and in the meantime, she's going to release an album anyhow. Anyway, that's the bottom line of going to talk. If it doesn't work, then let the company snowball her. There's no point in the singer being a singer. Chun Ran didn't know that Zhang Fanji had gone to negotiate with the company this time, but he could probably guess some of it. He borrowed the guitar from Zhang Fanji with a simpler mind to see if he could get songs for her. Uncle Zhang has a relationship with him, and if he has the ability to do so, he will help if he can. Unfortunately, there wasn't much time on either day, and he had to take his time recalling songs and trying to play them on the guitar. Really, it's too much of a hardship for him at this half-assed level. These 2 days busy work, the evening and Zhang Fanji to go home for dinner, go home late, did not toss, thinking when there is time, look at the tutorials on the internet to learn a little. It's not a good thing to learn either is all. Start learning as a child, and down the road, when you see the songbook, you'll be able to sing along. Now the mind is set, and when I see a brief score, it's not dolmite, it's 123. To turn the melody inside his head into a short score, Chun Ran could only say that he couldn't do it. Go back and practice the guitar. It's good to be able to barely play and sing, and when you sing it, Zhang Fanji will be able to understand it, right? Of course, all of these things would have to take a back seat. Chun Ran still had to be busy with his work first at the moment. Think of Zhang Fanji as a friend, and you can't waste your work because of her. Chun Ran, come here for a moment. Director Wu Jin had his hands pinned down in deep thought, obviously having an idea of what to do. Chun Ran didn't slack off and went over to discuss it together. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The show worked overtime and prepared very quickly because it had to be pulled over to pick up the show and was rushed from above. During this time, the show began to be publicized, with posters hitting the outside of the KTV. The sponsor was the Diamond KTV chain, and it was deliberately stated in the TV advertisement that the program editions were held at Diamond KTV. A young lady who entered the KTV saw the poster posted outside and approached the attendant and asked, "May I ask what kind of event this is?" The waiter said, "It's an event jointly organized by our KTV and the entertainment channel, and those who sing inside our KTV will be randomly selected to appear on TV for the show." "Is this the I Love to Remember?" Missy pointed to the poster. "Yes, to participate in the program competition, not only and on TV, there are also bonuses and prizes, and everyone who is chosen to be on TV will receive a high singing card worth $2,000 from our KTV. It's singing on TV, so will it be embarrassing to sing too badly? The show is mostly about memorizing lyrics, whether you sing well or not, as long as you can sing the right lyrics. Sounds like fun. A similar QA almost once in a while. KTV put the posters in such a conspicuous place. There was a big one outside and another one posted there when I got to the front desk. I couldn't even think of not seeing it. Not everyone is as ignorant of the program as this young lady just now. A number of people were playing with singing apps and were slightly surprised to see the poster. I didn't realize the show was real. Several singing apps that have programs with lead singer auditions competitions, and some of the people they follow go to them, so they follow some of them. This is just the initial publicity just inside the KTV, outside the advertisement is not yet, but many people have the habit of Sunshine Friends Circle, so the program is now not recorded, are slightly famous. And by this time, the selection of the lead singer inside the singing software had been initially completed. Director Wu Jin invited 2 musicians to come over to help, to pick out the qualified ones from within those voices, and then have the other person come over for an audition. We are more strict in our requirements. Good singing ability is one thing, the voice should have its own characteristics and not be homogenized, and the main thing is to be stable on the spot, so we'll trouble the 2 teachers to help keep an eye on it. Director Wu Jin will say the requirements. The 2 musicians said, "That's a bit much to ask for someone like that to be elected?" Director Wu Jin said, "We've run campaigns on several singing apps, and the most popular ones have participated, so there must be someone who meets the requirements." The 2 musicians nodded and then began to pick. The show is being prepared quickly, so the results will be out in the next few days, and then these contestants will be asked to come over and audition and choose an eligible lead singer on the spot. Director Wu Jin was following what Chun Ran said he wanted. In fact, at the beginning, Chun Ran still had the requirement of appearance conditions for the lead singer, but later, on second thought, he cancelled this item as long as the voice is good. Sometimes the contrast between looks and voice can be surprisingly effective. Chapter 42. No more tossing. While Chun Ran was busy and feverish, Zhang Fanji was not so happy. At this moment, her willow brows were knitted and her face was unhappy. Tao Lin on the side was also furious and said nothing with a stern face. Assistant Xiao Qin was trembling beside her, looking at the two sisters' bad faces, and didn't dare to speak. After Zhang Fanji returned to the company, they negotiated with the company several times, but there was no result. Prosperity is that either obey the company's schedule and take all events, including the requisite meals. Activity. Zhang Fanji also agreed. The company took the activity again. Poor, pinch the nose also went, but the meal certainly not. Naturally, she knew what the meal meant, but she had signed to Prosperity Star so that more people would hear her songs, not to come and be a high-class publicist. Tao Lin is a professional agent, knows that there is no way to avoid these, but has a good relationship with Zhang Fanji, as if she were her niece, and is not willing for her to participate in any meals. Tao Lin argued with the company, but the attitude of the top is very firm. Because of Zhang Fanji's refusal of the meal, they lost many opportunities to either agree or fend for themselves, and the company naturally preferred to give resources to those who listened. This is naturally not talked about, and it's back to square one. Previously, the company was covering up and did not care about Zhang Fanji, but now it is considered to be put on the table to say. Tao Lin gasped for half a day, sighed. The company is like this. I just talked to General Manager Tang. That side is still the same meaning. Now it's the activities to be taken. The company is unwilling to give resources. Zhang Fanji frowned. Since the company is like this, why should I take on any more activities? If I want to be snowed in, let's just snow it in. The big deal is that I won't sing anymore. Tao Lin shook her head and said, don't say these gambling words. The fans are very enthusiastic about you right now. You can't let them down. Zhang Fanji tightened her face. It's impossible for me to go to the meal. The company's back roads are sealed. There's no way to gamble or not. Tao Lin thought for a moment and said, actually, the company just doesn't give the resources. If we can find the songs on our own, the company will help distribute them all the same. It's just that the promotional resources will be minimal. Zhang Fanji did not say anything. The company this attitude, even if they find the song, the company promotion is not a very small number of things, basically just do not care. And there's a chance that the release will be cardboard. The point is that there's been a falling out with the company, and all these musicians that the company is familiar with know that it's hard to find songs. Let's see first. Taurine let out another sigh. Zhang Fanji's temperament was indeed not suitable for the entertainment industry, but her voice was really wasted if she didn't sing. Tao Lin didn't want to let her down and tried her best to help, but the company's attitude was here and there was nothing she could do. Should we reach out to other companies and see what happens? The thought occurred to Tao Lin, but the thought only spun around and disappeared. Zhang Fanji now popularity is very good, and the contract still has 2 years. Jumping premium is too high, can afford, not lack of Zhang Fanji such a singer, lack of and cannot afford. Even if you're barely bought over, can you make sure it's not the same over there as it is here? Big companies are okay with the prosperous star, this kind of not up and down, basically the same, don't hold just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den. It seems like the only way to use a favor is to get in touch and send a new song to Zhang Fanji first. As long as the popularity lasts, Shigeo can see more benefits and will always value her. The next 2 days, Tao Lin non-stop busy. Finally found a musician. The song color sounds very good. Previously owed Tao Lin a favor, the song priority to Zhang Fanji. The song was sent over. Tao Lin and Zhang Fanji were both relatively satisfied and were in the middle of negotiating the price, intending to wait for a response from there, when the musician suddenly said, sorry, Sister Lin, this song, there may be no way to give it to you. Tao Lin stared and asked, why? Didn't we agree to give us priority? The man laughed bitterly. I do, but they're offering too much money for me to turn it down. Tao Lin asked, the price I gave wasn't low, was it? People give twice what you do. Tao Lin instantly ran out of words. It was a long time before he asked, can you tell who it is? There was a pause there before he said, it's one of Prosperity's men. Taorin shut herself up on the spot, hung up her cell phone, and threw it out the door in a flash. Zhang Fanji looked at her silence for half a day, and finally squeezed out Hutu sounds, said, forget it, Sister Lin. Let us not toss it. Chun ran. A couple of lead singers are coming for an interview today. You'd better come over. Inside the phone, director Wu Jin said, Chan Ran looked at the guitar in his hand. It was not easy to take a day off. Only just picked it up. Director Wu, there are musicians. There is no need for me, right? Wu Jin said. They listen to good or bad singing. And it's not a conflict for you to choose someone. I trust you more than them. When Chun Ran heard this, he climbed up without saying a word. All right, I'll come over right away. Being trusted like this is indeed a quite inspiring thing. Chun Ran was like chicken blood, put down his guitar and rushed over to the TV station. When we got to the studio, the two musicians were waiting there and the lead singer who had come to audition was already waiting. The two of them couldn't figure out what to do with a planner over for something like choosing a lead singer. These are people they've rated from their software, and they all sing very well, so as long as the scene is right and they pick the ones with a good profile, they'll be fine. But when Chun Ran arrived, the person elected was even more incomprehensible to them. There's nothing wrong with a taller, more handsome man with a thin, mellow voice who sings lead pop songs. But the other short, fat man with a beard was also chosen because of his mellow voice. The other two, which were more handsome, didn't make the cut instead. If these two musicians were given the choice, even if the other one sang slightly less well, they would definitely be picked. What the hell is picking a short fat guy? As for the girls' choices, it was even stranger. One was pretty, with a sweet voice and okay vocals, so it wasn't surprising that she was chosen. But the other, who was average-looking, was also chosen. They're a bit enamored with Chun Ran's selection criteria. He just listened to the song once and made a decision, so hasty. Finally was selected to participate in the interview. The song singing skills are not very different. Individual sight is not stable, directly excluded, but other also have handsome and beautiful. Why do such a choice? Shouldn't it be the good-looking physical condition that counts when you're on the show? They went to ask director Wu Jin, only to see him say, "It's fine. Chun Ran must have his ideas if he chose this way." That's where director Wu Jin's role in having Chun Ran come over came in. As a program planner, Chun Ran has a better idea of what kind of people are needed for the program, and the two musicians are not the same. The first is to listen to the songs, plus the appearance of the impact of the selection of people do not have Chun Ran so purposeful. Even if director Wu Jin had said the conditions, people would still pick according to their preferences when they choose. All right, now we can start recording the program. Chun Ran looked at the lead singer he had chosen and was clearly quite satisfied. The stage is done, the equipment is flush, and basically all the prep is pretty much done. Next, it was time for the program to be taped. Chapter 43, I'm Going to Marry You. Inside Diamond KTV. A group of young ladies were singing at the top of their lungs. Regardless of the singing, people are really loud and exceptionally happy. Usually busy at work, it is not easy to get together to sing karaoke. Definitely want to vent a little. The atmosphere was very warm. At that moment, the door to the box suddenly opened. Took the ladies by surprise and screamed, "Who are you? What do you guys do? Where's the waitress? This is our box. Please get out." There were two fierce ladies who came over and stopped in front of everyone. Clicked and the lights turned on. It was then that the young ladies saw clearly that quite a few people had just come in, one with a microphone and carrying a camera. They were confused. "Hello ladies, we are the public works staff of the entertainment channels I Love to Remember Lyrics program. First of all, please don't be alarmed, because this is a lucky moment. Congratulations to you all. Being chosen as the lucky contestants by our I Love to Remember Lyrics program team, you will have the opportunity to participate in I Love to Remember Lyrics on TV. As long as you are willing to participate, you will have the opportunity to obtain the program's $20,000 prize for each phase and $50,000 public welfare fund. Outside hosts have fast mouths, but people talk fast, yet their diction is clear enough for those in attendance to be able to understand. A group of ladies were confused. Television? Program? Lucky contestants. The outside host nodded. You're not wrong. This is the manager of Diamond KTV next to me. He can prove that I'm not lying. After the KTV manager's explanation, a few ladies checked their work permits and searched the internet, finally confirming that there really is such a program. Now you are invited to take part in the first recording of the program. As long as you can challenge successfully, you can get a cash prize of $20,000. Even if you are eliminated, you will also have a copy of a beautiful small gift of great value. The outside host received from the next manager a card from the manager next to him, and continued, there is also a high-sing card worth $2,000 provided by Diamond KTV. Needless to say, the outside host was extremely provocative in his speech, and in the highly agitated atmosphere of a karaoke bar, one of the young ladies agreed directly without even thinking about it. The same scene continued to play out at several KTVs, and those who were chosen, except for the occasional one or two who were shy and didn't want to be on TV and refused, all said yes. Not 2 days later, The show was ready to be taped. There are two hosts. One is a male host, Zhang Qingyu, who was transferred from the satellite TV, and the other is a female host, Yu Xiaoyu, from the entertainment channel. There were quite a few people in the audience. Some of them were people invited by the program, some were fans of the lead singer, which was a bit less, and there were also friends and family of the contestants. So anyway, the not-so-large studio was filled to the brim. Chun Ran is not the first time to see a variety show live recording. This program recording is more casual, basically very few times NG. Anyway, it is everyone together to have fun and play games. In addition to the contestants know that they have to go on TV, a few directions of the camera against some nervous, everything is still very good. On the contrary, a few lead singers' performance is really good. Chun ran at first in the selection of lead singers. The appearance of the requirements are not high, choose up to dislike the best singing pick, and then the appearance of the tall, short, fat, and thin live. The main thing is that everyone has different vocal qualities. For example, the short, fat man with the beard, who has a thick voice and a very blown-away soprano voice, sings along with the band's music and is very solid live. The contrast between the singing voice and the appearance of the conditions so that the audience were amazed, and when the high notes came out, there was a cheer, and there were even cases where the contestants were dumbfounded and did not pick up the lyrics. Host Yu Xiaoyu laughed. Please lead the song again. This time the players were shocking and well-connected though. Director Wu Jin let out a laugh and said to Chen Ran, I told you to trust you. What a great choice. Chen Ran laughed. Director, you don't want to praise me, by the way. Don't cut the part you just started over. Keep it all. Director Wu Jin naturally knew that, after all, doing the program time almost catching up with Chen Ran's age. The program was recorded with laughter. Thank you all. Please leave in an orderly manner according to your seats. We prepare a small souvenir gift, and we wish you a happy day. The hosts thanked the audience from above before exiting. Perfect. Director Wu Jin clapped his hands. He was more than happy with the effect, not to mention the fact that it was going to be edited, but the live view alone was great. And the designed program segments are very interesting and not dull, with several of the lead singers very much adding to the program, or rather they are an integral part of it. After all, they're on every episode, but the contestants change every episode. A lot of money and effort went into picking the lead singer, and in hindsight, it was time well spent. The next step is to wait for the clips to come out and then wait for the station to give the word. Chen Ran is also very satisfied with the program. Basically, it is the result he wants. There are a lot of differences compared to the programs he has seen in his previous life. After all, the world is different, the times are different, there is always a need for change. Next you rest, wait for news from the station, and we'll continue recording the second installment. Director Wu Jin said to Chen Ran. The program is not to record a broadcast a period of time, certainly need to be prepared. Who knows when the recording will not happen to record the unexpected situation cannot record, need to record a few more periods to ensure. Those variety shows with celebrities have to wait for the celebrity schedules to record. But I Love Lyrics doesn't have to, as long as everyone is fed, it can be messed with one episode a day. Of course, before that, the finished film has to be cut out, the station thinks it's okay, and immediately proceeds to set up a publicity campaign. Honestly, as far as the station's tolerance for that joy without borders is concerned right now, Chun Ran feels perfectly capable of just scheduling it to air next Friday. It's not that he's conceited, but that program, the ratings have dropped, some can't watch, even if it's just pulling a random program out, as long as it's a little bit better than Joy Unbound, the station will push it up first before saying anything. Chun Ran took a day off at home, holding his guitar and tinkering with it, feeling like he'd gotten something out of it, but it was still a struggle. How wonderful if I were a genius! Chun Ran couldn't get it right and threw his guitar aside, feeling very despondent. Of course, despondency is just a matter of a moment. There is a song inside the head, in fact, more than some geniuses have taken advantage of, where still dare to pick and choose. Learn it. He waited at home, and the first thing that came was not the news that the editing was complete and the program was set, but a call from Zhang Fanji. I'm coming back again. Not this time. The stars don't do it anymore either. Zhang Fanji's voice was very low, and his speech was slurred, sounding like he was drunk. Chun Ran frowned. Where are you? Zhang Fanji did not answer, typed a petition, and then said, I have decided, I want to marry you. Get married. Chapter 44, Older and Older. Married? Chun Ran frowned. This was really drunk. Zhang Fanji doesn't look like a drinker either. Where are you? Chun Ran asked again. Getting married. Getting married, muttered Zhang Fanji vaguely. Hey, Zhang Fanji. I'm asking you, where are you? Chun Ran shouted. Over there. Zhang Fanji didn't move. As if she was asleep, the phone was taken, and a weak female voice came out. Hello, is this brother Chun Ran? I'm Sister Xiyun's assistant Xiao Qin. Chun Ran had met Xiao Qin once at Zhang's house and had an impression of her, Chan Ran asked, "What happened to your sister Xiun?" Xiao Qin said, "She and Sister Lin were in a bad mood. The two of them were drinking here. Sister Lin went to the toilet and threw up, and Sister Xiun got drunk." Chan Ran pinched his brow. Two women drinking and throwing up. What the hell? Why is she in a bad mood? Problems at work? Chan Ran asked. In the past few days he was busy and Zhang Fanji was also busy, and he occasionally greeted Zhang Fanji twice on WeChat. Chan Ran is not a person who is very fond of pursuing the root of the matter. Zhang Fanji didn't say, must be unwilling, he didn't ask. Xiao Qin hummed and said, "There's a conflict with the company. I can't say the specifics. Anyway, Sister Xiun is in a bad mood." Xiao Qin knew the relationship between Chen Ran and Zhang Fanji, as if they were boyfriend and girlfriend, but they didn't really resemble each other. She couldn't be sure, so she didn't dare to say much. Chan Ran didn't make things difficult for her, but only instructed, "Please take care of her. Don't let her catch a cold. Thank you." Xiao Qin was flattered and said, No thanks. This is all what I should do." Chan Ran hung up the phone, feeling a bit speechless. Zhang Fanji seems to not know how to drink. Remember, she said, "How unhappy does one have to be to get drunk and call about marriage, which is really..." Chan Ran felt that if there was a recording of the phone call just now, and he played it to Zhang Fanji at that time, her expression would probably be very nice. "Did you fall out with the company?" Chan Ran knew that she had gone back this time to talk clearly with the company, and now it seemed that the results were not satisfactory. "It is said that when you drink, you speak the truth." Just now Zhang Fanji said that she didn't want to be a star, so I guess she really meant it. Seems pretty sad. Chan Ran originally wanted to give Director Zhang a phone call to ask, and then thought better of it. Zhang Fanji did not say that he went to say, not to mention that Zhang Fanji will not have ideas, so that Uncle Zhang there to worry about it is not good. "It's not easy being a star." Chan Ran shook his head and sighed a sentence. Glancing at the guitar, he grabbed it in his hand and started practicing. The next day, Chan Ran had just arrived at the TV station when he received a call from Zhang Fanji. "I called you last night?" Zhang Fanji was very uncertain inside her voice. Chan Ran heart laughed. Really drunk cannot remember. "Not only did you call me, you're marrying me." Played. Said some things that didn't go well at work. Chan Ran kindly chose to conceal it. "Is that all?" Zhang Fanji didn't feel right. She vaguely remembered as if she had said something else, but really wasn't sure if she had. Sometimes drinking is like that, and when you talk, you feel extra sober and awesome. "But I woke up with 2 blank eyes and a heavy head." That's all she did. Not quite remembering what she'd said anyway. Just feeling like something like that and not being sure. Chan Ran said, "What else?" Zhang Fanji opened her mouth. She couldn't ask herself, how embarrassing would that be? She chose to remain silent. Chan Ran asked, "You're coming back today?" "Afternoon flight." Zhang Fanji said, "Okay. Then I'll go to your house at night." Chan Ran said, "I would have said to go to the airport, but he didn't have a car, and the reality was so embarrassing that he could only go to Uncle Zhang's house at night." The two talked until they hung up the phone, and Chan Ran didn't even ask Zhang Fanji why she was drunk on alcohol and what was wrong with her work. It's okay to be concerned as a friend, it's just that a lot of things are more difficult to communicate over the phone, and it's more natural to talk about them when you meet. In the afternoon, Chan Ran got the news that the program had passed and was scheduled. Unsurprisingly, it's next Friday. There's still one more installment of Joy to wrap things up, and as bad as it is, there's always a beginning and an end. What's more important is to give I Love Lyrics enough time to promote it. When the director notified the meeting just now, he said that the director had watched the edited finished film and was quite optimistic about the program, presumably to promote it vigorously. Publicity things will not use Chan Ran. There is a professional publicity team. He a program planning do a good job on the program when in the Zhao focus is also just a slip of the tongue. Since it's set, let's hurry up and record the second installment. Director Wu Jin was happier. Although the show hasn't aired and I don't know what the ratings are like, the top is looking good and giving it a lot of publicity, which is a great start. The program flow, Chan Ran this time with Lin Fan, a few people discussed a lot. Basically there will be no mistakes, so the second phase of recording there will be no problems. "I won't be working overtime tonight." Something came up. Chan Ran greeted Director Wu Jin. "Okay. I'll give you a call when something comes up." Director Wu Jin nodded. There was actually nothing going on. Even if we were to record a second installment, it wouldn't be possible today. When he got off work, Chan Ran just got off the elevator and saw Director Zhang chewing gum waiting there, and Chan Ran could smell the faint smell of cigarette smoke when he walked to his side. "I knew your kid wouldn't work overtime today." Director Zhang smiled. His daughter was back and Chun Ran definitely had to go. Chun Ran was slightly embarrassed, speaking as if he had been thinking about Zhang Fanji. In the car, Director Zhang asked, "I've heard that the higher-ups attach great importance to your program and are going to increase publicity?" "That's what it says. It's scheduled for next Friday, and we're going to be busy for the next 2 days getting the second installment recorded. This seems like a good program. This is a good start for you." Director Zhang was quite happy. Chun Ran was the one who pushed him over there, so naturally he wanted Chun Ran to shine over there. Chun Ran said, "We have to wait until it airs to see the ratings to know." Director Zhang shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, I am not able to see the finished movie, or else I can still have some bottom. So call your Aunt Yun to take a look at that time. The program is a bit youthful. Uncle, you may not like to watch it." Chun Ran said, "Yo, do you mean I'm old?" Director Zhang said unhappily. Chun Ran busy said, "Not this meaning, uncle. The program for the audience is not the same. On your own positioning is also the news viewing crowd. This variety show you do not like, You don't mean that you're still beating around the bush about me being old?" Director Zhang laughed. "Also is not to obey the old cannot, and so you in branch marriage I am fast to do grandpa's people. Think of when I entered the TV station, but also just less than 30 years old, this time passes, but also really." Chun Ran wanted to laugh, but didn't. Uncle Zhang's thought turns a little fast. He can't keep up. Love is all still a sham, and you're exaggerating a bit when you talk about marriage and want to be a grandma. Chapter 45 Static Electricity. When she saw Zhang Fanji, she turned on the TV but didn't watch it, sitting and staring. Seeing Chun Ran, Zhang Fanji's face was slightly unnatural. She resolved in her mind that no matter how sad she was later, she must not drink. Some people are very well behaved when they drink and find a place to sleep until morning. But then there are others who drink and do things that others can't understand and say things that they wouldn't normally dare to say. Commonly known as the drunken rage. The key next day, many people forget what they did last night. Zhang Fanji was a bit skeptical that she belonged to the second category. Luckily, it was just Sister Lin and Xiaoqin last night. Otherwise, she felt like she couldn't go through with it. After Director Zhang entered the house, he saw Chun Ran sitting there on the sofa. He coughed, took a newspaper, folded it, and then went into the kitchen. Chun Ran looked at Uncle Zhang leaving before asking, "Why did you drink so much last night?" Zhang Fanji's face didn't change much. Her white and delicate earlobes turned pink in a split second as she said faintly, "Not in a good mood. I seek. Drinking doesn't make the mood better?" Chun Ran muttered. Zhang Fanji didn't say anything, but her earlobes had turned red. Chun Ran pondered for a while, but still asked, "By the way, yesterday Xiaoqin said that you and the company, how's the talk going?" Speaking of the company, Zhang Fanji's face was unpleasant. "It's just like that. Anyway, I won't go back for a while. These 2 days she and Tao Lin is not once talked about going to find a song, but know most of the musicians and Prosperous Star is familiar with good songs in advance to sell to Prosperous Star. The poorer songs Zhang Fanji sang also meaningless. It's just like what Chun Ran said. Fans expect a lot from her now, and it would be better to just release a random perfunctory song. And the company's attitude is very tough. Even robbing the song is done, is trying to make Zhang Fanji have no way back. It is also for this reason that Zhang Fanji and Tao Lin drink negatively and get drunk and vomit." Chun Ran pondered. "Mainly because of the song?" Zhang Fanji shook her head. "This is not the main reason." She didn't want to say anything, so Chun Ran couldn't be bothered to ask, and he said, "If it's a question of the song, I can still help some, but I can't do anything about the other questions." Zhang Fanji looked at Chun Ran, not understanding how Song Chun Ran could help. Chun Ran was a planner for the entertainment channel, so he couldn't know any great musicians. Could he? When Chun Ran saw this look in her eyes, he explained, "Although I haven't studied music, I feel that many melodies inside my head are very good, but I don't know how to write them out, so I'm going to fill in the words and play them for you on the guitar. And if you think it's good, turn it into a score yourself to try it out." "Thanks, there's being laughed at," Zhang Fanji said expressionlessly. "Someone who can't even play the guitar well and has never studied music says he has a lot of great melodies inside his head. Do you think anyone would believe that?" Whether others believed it or not, Zhang Fanji didn't believe it anyway. Chun Ran? It was something he didn't know how to explain. Something like crossing over could never be said to death. He didn't intend for Zhang Fanji to believe it now. He recorded it and sent it to her. The song is here. It's up to her whether she believes it or not. A short while later, there was a jutting sound from the kitchen door. Then it opened after a moment. Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji glanced at each other, both able to see the speechlessness in the other's eyes. Of course they understood what this meant. Director Zhang's two families were afraid that the two of them would be doing something indecent outside and they would suddenly open the door and crash through. So before you come out, knock on the door for a warning. This whole Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji were both a bit unnatural. I heard your uncle say that the program you made in the entertainment channel is going to start broadcasting. The station is very optimistic. Everyone is in a good mood. I'm going to get a bottle of wine. You and your uncle both drink one together and have a good time. Aunt Yoon set up the dishes and said enthusiastically. Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji were a bit sensitive to the word wine, and together they waved their hands and said, "No need, Aunt Yoon Mom." Aunt Yoon and Director Zhang looked at Chun Ran and then at Zhang Fanji. As a woman, Aunt Yoon was the first to react. It seems that it was her daughter who didn't like Chun Ran's drinking either and laughed. "Since you guys said no, you don't have to drink." Director Zhang also nodded his head and said, "It's good not to drink. Now many young people drink without quantity. After getting drunk and no image, either crying and wailing or messing with the phone, it's bad to look at." When Chun Ran heard this, he stole a glance at Zhang Fanji. Zhang Fanji had a stern face. Her face didn't change, as if she wasn't the one who was drunk last night. Chun Ran deliberated for a while and said, "In fact, not everyone loves to drink, right? Now the pressure is so great. Usually there is no place to express, to pour out sorrows through wine, and spit out all the words that you want to say in your heart." Director Zhang shook his head and said, "What's the point of drinking to drown your sorrows? Not only hurt the body but also cannot solve the problem. In addition to their own sadness, cannot get anything. I don't advocate drinking. Look at Gigi and Rui. Her sisters I have educated since they were young. Absolutely no drinking outside so far. The implementation is very good." Speaking of which, Director Zhang was quite satisfied with his education. Now Zhang Fanji was a bit unable to sit still. Not only did her earlobes turn red, even her white neck started to turn slightly pink. She reached out and clamped the dishes, saying, "Dad, less talking, more eating." Director Zhang was slightly surprised. Zhang Fanji was a person who was not good at expressing her feelings and rarely gave him food. Seems like it's good for this daughter to be a little frustrated or at least grow up. Chun Ran kinda wanted to laugh, but he felt it was impolite and it was a little hard to hold it in. Zhang Fanji frowned, her foot kicking Chun Ran underneath. "Yo!" Chun Ran was startled. "What's wrong?" Aunt Yoon asked hurriedly. Chun Ran was busy saying, "Static electricity, static electricity." He glanced at Zhang Fanji, who was eating slowly and methodically, as if she wasn't the one who kicked Chun Ran just now. "The weather is a little dry, so when you buy clothes try to wear cotton ones and you won't get static electricity," Aunt Yoon said. Chun Ran smiled awkwardly. It was again Zhang Fanji who sent Chun Ran home. "The program you made is going to be broadcast?" Zhang Fanji asked carelessly. "Yeah, it's slated." "What day?" "Next Friday." "I heard from my dad that you planned the show independently?" "I'm just the master planner, catching the general direction, and the details are all discussed." Zhang Fanji let out an "oh." "You've always been so modest?" Chun Ran said, "I'm being honest and truthful. Without a team, it's impossible for me to write a well-rounded program on my own." Arriving at the place, Chun Ran asked in the same passing manner, "Want to go up and sit down?" Every time this happens, people send him back and are sure to be polite. Zhang Fanji definitely won't go up there. After all, if she goes, she will be a lone man and woman. "Yes." Chun Ran was just about to turn around, but then he twisted over raw and ah, seeing Zhang Fanji had already put on her mask and was ready to get off the bus. Chun Ran is a little confused. "I just polite. What do you promise to do?" "I'm a little overwhelmed when you don't follow the rules like that." Chapter 46 Hamster. Zhang Fanji got out of the car, saw Chun Ran still standing there, and asked, "What? You invited me and you're still not happy about it?" No, just a bit of an accident." Chun Ran smiled awkwardly. "Now that people are saying yes, you can't say I'll just be polite and you can hurry back." Zhang Fanji looked at Chun Ran and didn't say anything, meaning to let Chun Ran lead the way. "I'm a bit disorganized there, so don't mind if you don't mind later." Chun Ran said one sentence in advance. Zhang Fanji gave a hmm. She had never been to the house of a man who lived alone, and hearing Chun Ran say that it was a bit messy, what appeared inside her head was those plots in the movie. It's probably like a college dormitory with instant noodle boxes, drink bottles everywhere, cigarette butts all over the place, clothes and pants thrown around in a dirty mess, at best. After all, I heard my father say that Chun Ran often worked overtime and had very little time to rest, so even if he was diligent, he didn't have much time to clean up. Under the streetlight, Zhang Fanji followed Chun, then walked face to face. Chun Ran was much taller than her, and the hot breath he exhaled was a bit conspicuous under the streetlight. She quickened her pace and walked side by side with Chun Ran, asking, "I heard my father say you're from Jia City?" Chun Ran nodded and said, "Yeah, Mom and Dad are over there. You're going to buy a house over here later? It's hard to go back when you work like this, right?" Zhang Fanji thought about it and felt that the probability was that Chun Ran was going to bring his parents over. Chun Ran paused for a moment and looked at her with amusement. "What's the point of asking so clearly?" Zhang Fanji froze, then calmly said, "It's better to ask clearly. I'm afraid that my parents will ask me about what's going on inside your house, and I won't know anything about it." Chun Ran said, "That's true." He turned his head, not realizing that Zhang Fanji's earlobes were red. "My salary is too small. Buying a house is still far away," Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji does not believe. She remembers since her father is working in the TV station, so the TV station's contract is more understanding. Other places she does not know. But the creators of the Zhaonan TV station have program earnings is not low. Chun Ran is now doing a variety show and is the most lucrative kind. I love to remember lyrics. Chun Ran is the chief planner. The program planning is provided by him alone. When the time comes, the earnings are certainly the highest one of the column. Arriving at the place where Chun Ran lived, Zhang Fanji was slightly surprised in her eyes. It was different from what she had imagined. Not only was it not messy, but it was also very neat. The house is small, but it's free of junk and well organized. Chun Ran doesn't eat inside, so there isn't much household garbage. His clothes and pants are neatly folded. There are 2 pots of greenery on the windowsill, and there is an air freshener on the table in front of the window. Not only does it not stink, but it has a light scent. "It's a bit sketchy. Make yourself at home," Chun Ran said, going to pull the curtains closed. Zhang Fanji unclipped her mask and breathed a sigh of relief. Chun Ran laughed. "My little house is counting on a big star like you to come and fluff up the place." Zhang Fanji glanced at Chun Ran, ignoring his flirtation. Seeing this house she did not dislike, but instead felt a little affectionate. When she first arrived at Fancheng, she did not live in a dormitory and rented a house outside, which was more or less the same. Thinking about it really makes me feel that time has gone by, when she was full of aspirations for the future, doing hard work every day, and fantasizing that in the future there would be a lot of people listening to her songs and cheering for her. Only a couple of years? She felt like she was about to give up on her original dream. Seeing that she was not in a good mood, Chun Ran picked up his guitar and said, "After being laughed at by you the other day, I've learned from my mistakes over the past few days and practiced for a while to play and sing a song for you." Zhang Fanji raised an eyebrow. "You play and sing?" Chun Ran didn't look at her eyes and coughed out, "Classy. I'll make a humble offering." While Zhang Fanji waited and watched, Chun Ran gently strummed twice on top of the guitar. His movements looked much more skillful than last time, and he could tell that he had indeed practiced. Then, Zhang Fanji waited for half a day, but Chun Ran didn't even make a move. "What's wrong?" Zhang Fanji blinked. Chun Ran scratched his head and said, "Suddenly I don't know what to sing. Really, lots of songs inside my head. But I grabbed the guitar in my hand and didn't know what to sing." Zhang Fanji said, "You sing so." Chun Ran thought about it and spread his hands. Can't sing. He hadn't heard many songs from this world, could sing almost none of them, and hadn't thought about learning to sing them when practicing his guitar. Zhang Fanji's face stiffened a bit and emphasized, "This is my song." Chun Ran awkwardly said, "It's true that I don't know how to sing. I usually listen to less songs." "Then what are you doing with the guitar?" Zhang Fanji's willow eyebrows wrinkled up. All said, "The head has some melody. Ready to fill in the lyrics and sing it out for you," Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji was speechless, thinking that this was a move to flirt with a girl by relying on this trick when she was in school. Chun Ran didn't look like such a person either, and said this in a serious manner. In the end, Chun Ran did not play. After all, it is not a star, not thick enough skin, just now is to drum up the courage, now cannot sing out. Zhang Fanji didn't care. She just came to see Chun Ran here. People called several times, come up to see to be polite. It wasn't long before she was gone. Chun Ran watched her drive, before walking back. Shame on you. Chun Ran thought about how he was stuck just now and felt embarrassed himself. Looking at the guitar, he still picked it up and practiced. When Chun Ran went to work the next day, the program was already being publicized everywhere. The station gives a lot of promotional resources, and all the programs have a commercial added to the back of the program, with some highlights cut from inside the program, which looks great. Instead, he's going to follow it up by doing the second installment of the recording, and not only the second installment, but the third installment as well will follow. The show was recorded in 3 installments in one sitting and put away, and the rest is up to the show to air and what the ratings are. Inside the days waiting for the program to start airing, Chun Ran wouldn't have much work and had more time to rest. He didn't run to Director Zhang's house all day, and likewise commuted to work normally every day, occasionally chatting with Zhang Fanji on WeChat. Director Zhang asked Chun Ran to order movie tickets, and she didn't have the heart to come out and watch. Chun Ran rests, he plays guitar inside the house and feels like he can sing fluently. I was going to turn on my cell phone to record my voice, but after thinking about it, I grabbed my guitar and came to Zhang's house. When Aunt Yoon opened the door, Chun Ran saw that on the sofa, a woman was wearing pajamas. Her hair was spread out, and she was grasping snacks in her hand, still stuffing them into her mouth. Her eyes met Chun Ran's and she felt the atmosphere stagnate slightly. Her neck reddened to the naked eye, and the snack she had just stuffed in couldn't be swallowed, so she could only bulge her mouth, just like a hamster. She slowly stood up and was about to walk away when she saw a pile of snacks on the table that she hadn't taken, and slowly grabbed the snacks before walking back into the house. The door slammed hard. "Hey!" Chun Ran looked at Aunt Yoon and wondered if he was in the wrong place. Is that Zhang Fanji? Or maybe it's her sister who's back. Chapter 47, The Cheeky Ostrich. Aunt Yoon, this is... Chun Ran asked with some bewilderment. Aunt Yoon saw the strange and said, "It's okay. Gigi is always like this when she's in a bad mood. She'll be fine after a few days." Chun Ran froze. So the woman who was unkempt and dressed like a geek girl with her mouth stuffed with snacks just now was Zhang Fanji? He always felt like something was wrong, like something was falling apart. Aunt Yoon also felt that something was wrong and quickly said, "Actually, Gigi pays close attention to her image at home. It's just that she's in a bad mood and has been more casual these past 2 days." Regardless of what Aunt Yoon said, Zhang Fanji's somewhat slightly high and mighty image inside his mind was gone. Any way you want to think about it, it's this one just now in bunny pajamas with a mouth bulging like a hamster. This is really... Chun Ran thought of Zhang Fanji's temper and felt a toothache. "You're not going to kill someone if you see the side of her yourself, are you?" "Chun Ran, you sit down first. I'll go wash the fruits for you." Aunt Yoon told Chun Ran to sit down. Chun Ran put his guitar down and his cell phone dinged. "Who told you to come?" It was sent by Zhang Fanji. Chun Ran scratched his head and looked at the door to Zhang Fanji's room. "I'm right here in your house. What's the point of tweeting?" He thought for a moment and returned, "You were in a bad mood, so I came over to check." "I'm in a good mood." She returned quickly, but added an exclamation point to each sentence. Chun Ran was able to feel her embarrassment even through the screen, and he returned, "Actually, I didn't even see it clearly just now. I only saw a big black rat." After Chun Ran said it, he felt fake himself and hastily withdrew the message. Zhang Fanji, this guy, he thinks he can't see if he withdraws her? Chun Ran typed again, "I brought my guitar over and sang for you." "No need." Zhang Fanji only returned 2 words. Chun Ran, "I really know how to do it. I've been practicing for days." Zhang Fanji returned, "You go back and come back tomorrow." Chun Ran, "I don't have time tomorrow." Zhang Fanji, "When you have time." Chun Ran looked at the door of Zhang Fanji's room again and sent a, "I really didn't see it just now." Now Zhang Fanji didn't even reply to the message, obviously not believing it. Just now she was dumbfounded, was slowly walking in, unless Chun Ran blind, or which cannot see. Chun Ran had wanted to leave, or else Zhang Fanji's temperament would definitely not come out in the house today. But at this time, Director Zhang came back, saw Chun Ran to leave, said he did not come for a few days, sit a little more. Then Chun Ran was pulled into a chat by Director Zhang. "This chat is half the day, and it's going to be time for dinner. Gigi is still sleeping? Chun Ran is here. Why doesn't she come out?" Director Zhang frowned. Chun Ran thought to himself that it's because I'm here that she's not coming out, but on his lips he said, "She's in a bad mood and wants to rest more. I still have a few things to do, so I'll leave and come back another day. Today is all about rest. What can you have to do? Your Aunt Yoon will make dinner right away. Eat before you go," Director Zhang said. Chun Ran was busy waving his hand. "Uncle, there's really something. There's a problem with the plumbing on my side. The landlord is here today. I'll go talk to him." Hearing Chun Ran say this, Director Zhang had no choice but to let him go. Before Chun Ran left, he even ran to Zhang Fanji's house to greet her. "Gigi, I'm leaving first." It took half a day inside to squeeze out a hum. Waiting for Chun Ran to leave, she didn't even come out. Director Zhang frowned. His daughter can't be so rude. Did the young couple quarrel? He was going to ask his wife what was going on later. As for Zhang Fanji inside the room, when she heard the sound of Chan Ran leaving and closing the door, she lifted the quilt at once, revealing her exquisite face. Her face turned completely pink. Her neck and earlobes were even redder, and her eyes were full of shame. Simply did not expect Chun Ran will come at this time. Usually door to door will send a Weibo with her. This time why suddenly come? Zhang Fanji breathed several times, all feeling embarrassed in her heart. She wore fluffy bunny pajamas, gently got out of bed, looked down through the window, and saw Chun Ran's figure leaving with his guitar on his back. At this time, Chun Ran suddenly turned around and glanced upwards. Zhang Fanji was startled and hurriedly dodged back, almost tripping over something. By the time she steadied herself, frowned in exasperation, and looked at the window again, Chun Ran was gone. Returning to the house, Chun Ran was somewhat helpless. He wanted to play and sing to Zhang Fanji in person, mainly because in person it would be better to communicate. For example, having her write a short version of what she's singing, and the two of them communicating face to face, is a million times better than inside a cell phone. Who knows that when it comes to things like this, the always thick-skinned Zhang Fanji has become an ostrich. Okay, you can't sing it in person, so you'll have to settle for the next best thing. Chun Ran was depressed. If he had known that he would have to record it on his cell phone, why would he have bothered to make such a trip? What a hassle. Chun Ran originally wanted to record an entire capital, but after recording it a few times he realized that his strength did not allow it. Every time, something goes wrong halfway through the song. Either the air is uneven or the lyrics are wrong. Not with this credit anyway. He lowered the bar and sang a verse first. After he sang it, he listened to it a few times on his own and felt it was out of tune. Starting over again. Recorded so many times in a row that my phone ran out of juice and was working with the charging cable plugged in before it felt barely appropriate. He finds Zhang Fanji and sends the recording. I worked out the melody myself, and I've written the lyrics, so how about you listen to it first? After sending the message, he threw it aside and went ahead and drank some water. His throat felt sore after singing for so long. Because of Chun Ran's network, the recording hadn't been sent over yet, and Zhang Fanji just received the message first. She was bewildered for a moment. What did Chun Ran mean by this? Really wrote his own melody to play and sing? Remember last time Chun Ran said he could help if it was a song, talking about writing his own songs. It's not a joke? As Zhang Fanji was thinking, the recording sent over. She thought about it and opened the file, although she didn't hold much hope for Chun Ran to sing the song, or to be prepared for it to be very difficult to listen to. People have a peace of mind, so how can she listen to it? The recording opened and Chun Ran was heard coughing. He had been recording for so long that his voice was a little dry and he coughed to clear his throat. Then there was the sound of a crisp guitar. Zhang Fanji heard the guitar and felt that Chun Ran should have practiced with all his heart. It was much better than last time. Very brief intro as Chun Ran opens his mouth to sing. If pride isn't coldly slapped by the sea of reality, and how can you know how hard you have to work to go the distance? Chun Ran's singing was very poor. His breath was uneven and his voice was unstable. If it was in normal times, Zhang Fanji would have had a hard time listening to it. But this time, Zhang Fanji didn't care about the singing at all. Her attention was on Chun Ran's song. If dreams don't fall off a cliff 1,000 times over, and how can one know that the persistent have invisible wings? She listened to Chun Ran's song and stayed in an out-of-body state. The hand that squeezed the phone was shaking a little. The sudden silence made the sound of her breathing noticeable. Chapter 48. The First Dream. Chun Ran had never learned to sing, so professionalism went without saying. In order to sing the song inside my head in its entirety, I recorded it many times under my mind, most notably so that it would not go out of tune. He wasn't a singer himself, his voice couldn't be compared to a human professional, and after singing so many times, his voice was a bit hoarse. As Chun Ran listened, he felt a little dissatisfied, a little breathless. The main part of the song is fine. By the time you get to the chorus, it kind of feels a little harsh on the ears. It doesn't sound good, but it's at least not out of tune. Chun Ran felt his voice couldn't sing either, so he sent it over. But sometimes when you listen to a song, you don't have to have perfect vocals to listen to it. It's like Zhang Fanji. She's been in a bad mood for a while and is at her lowest point, often even confused as to whether or not to continue singing. Chun Ran sang the first line of the lyrics, an unprofessional song that happened to poke her in the heart. The original dream, held tightly in the hand. How can you turn back halfway to where you most want to go? The original dream that definitely arrived. Realize the true longing before you can be considered to have been in heaven. During the chorus, the guitar is a bit loud. Chun Ran's voice is uncomfortable, what with his feelings and all, it doesn't matter to him, and there's even a bit of a break in the sound. Hearing it inside Zhang Fanji's ears was another feeling. It's like some people say you have to record the trim out inside the studio. I don't sound like I'm feeling it, like it's your $200 guitar, $10 mic, ripping your neck out vocally. At this point, it's not simply about listening to the song, it's about finding empathy. The recording was short and didn't take long to play. Zhang Fanji froze and clicked on it to continue listening a second time. If the dream doesn't work, falling off the cliff in a close call. Zhang Fanji couldn't help but purse her lips as she read the lyrics. Those who are persistent will have invisible wings. Talking about me? A short song of less than 2 minutes. Zhang Fanji listened to it over and over again. Chun Ran was waiting for Zhang Fanji to return the message. As a result, after waiting for more than half an hour, there was no movement at all there. He kind of wondered if it was hard not to see it. Or are you still embarrassed because of what happened at lunch? It's on WeChat. After thinking about it, he still dialed Zhang Fanji. After connecting, Chun Ran asked, "Didn't you see WeChat?" Zhang Fanji froze before it dawned on her that after such a long time, she hadn't messaged Chun Ran back, and she said, "I'm still listening." Chun Ran was a bit embarrassed. An ordinary person like him did feel a bit blushing when he sang for people to hear. "What do you think of this song?" Chun Ran asked. "The song is very good." Zhang Fanji finished and then felt that she wasn't sure enough and added, "It's very good." She was a little hesitant. "This song, you said, you wrote it?" Zhang Fanji came back to her senses before remembering this song, which Chun Ran said was written for her. The song melody and lyrics were unfamiliar. Zhang Fanji was a singer and loved to listen to songs. She had heard almost all of the big hits. A song of this quality can't possibly be unknown. The fact that she hadn't heard it could only mean one thing. The song could indeed be a Chun Ran original. Really, Zhang Fanji still refused to believe it. Chun Ran's singing was pretty bad, which wasn't a surprise. He hadn't studied music. But how can someone who hasn't studied music write a song, or a song with such a high level of completion? Zhang Fanji had tried it himself, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to write a song, and it was even more difficult to write such a good song. Chun Ran is not surprised that Zhang Fanji will be suspicious, you an ordinary physical education teacher, to solve a world problem to get the math award. Then people will also suspect that this problem is not you solve. "I wrote it." Chun Ran didn't hesitate, although he was a bit vain and felt a bit shameless. It was even more pointless to cover it up. There was no original author in this world. The song was inside his head, and writing it was considered writing. But Zhang Fanji wanted to say something but finally did not say. This kind of suspicion is the most hurtful. Chun Ran knew what she was worried about and laughed. "Just don't worry. The song is definitely written by me. I just wrote the lyrics, the melody is inside my head, and since I don't know how to write a short score, there's no way to record it. But you definitely won't be able to find a song with the same melody and the same lyrics in this world." Zhang Fanji was slightly at ease. In terms of her understanding of Chun Ran, he would not joke about such things. Chun Ran asked, "I told you that what you're missing now is a good song. What do you think of this one?" Zhang Fanji thought about how she felt when she listened to the song just now. This kind of inspirational song could indeed give people strength when they encountered a predicament like hers. The main thing was that the lyrics and the melody were top-notch, and it could be said without exaggeration that this song was better than anything she had sung in the past. "You really want to give me this song?" Zhang Fanji asked. "Said it's for you, still can't lie to you." Chun Ran laughed. "Originally just went to your house just to play it for you personally, but it turned out. Ahem." Before Chun Ran could finish, he was interrupted by a cough from Zhang Fanji. Just now when the phone call, net thinking about the song, Zhang Fanji all put this matter behind her. Did not expect Chun Ran mentioned, she was a little embarrassed, a little ashamed. Chun Ran changed the topic and said, "The song does not have a short score. I'm not available tomorrow. When I'm free I'll go to your house, and then you'll write out the short score. Can you do it?" Zhang Fanji singing is a professional. Picking up the score is not too difficult for her. Spend time to be able to do it. So she wants Chun Ran's song. She is not comfortable in her heart. But this song she does need it very much. She thought for a moment and said, "Chun Ran, this song is indeed very, very good. And I need it very, very much. When the song is written, I will buy it." Chun Ran originally wanted to say that the song itself was for her, so there was no need to spend money on such trouble. But he also heard the seriousness within Zhang Fanji's tone, and the relationship between the two was not so good that they could directly send the song as a matter of course. If he really didn't collect the money all the time, he felt that Zhang Fanji wouldn't want it, and this person's temperament was quite a stubborn kind. Okay, I'll be free some other day. Let's get the song sheet out first, and then we'll talk about it, money and so on. I don't know the market, you watch out. Ran looked like I quite believe in you. Zhang Fanji said seriously, I won't let you suffer. Ran didn't say anything. As far as the relationship between Uncle Zhang and him was concerned, it wasn't something that could be measured by 1 or 2 songs, and when he thought about writing a song for her, he didn't think about charging money. Zhang Fanji will take it if he wants to give it to him, and it just so happens that he is quite short of money right now. After hanging up the phone, Ran felt that his throat was still a little uncomfortable, and it was only after drinking a few cups of boiling water that he felt less uncomfortable. He's only been singing for a little while and that's it. How do those singers who sing vocally for an hour or 2 at concerts do it? While in the Zhang family, Zhang Fanji was holding a cell phone and listening to it over and over again. Suddenly Zhang Fanji wrinkled her nose, somewhat chagrined, and took out her cell phone and sent a Weibo message asking, What's the name of this song? Ran replied almost in seconds. The Original Dream. Zhang Fanji looked at the 5 words and was a bit distracted. Chapter 49. Look at the song, or look at me. In fact, from within the lyrics, she was about able to guess the title of the song. Just by Ran saying it, it still made her reverie. Because the company's affairs had recently put her in a bad mood, and Ran had been aware of it. As the two chatted, they also occasionally mentioned why she became a star. Zhang Fanji once said that since junior high school, she has always loved singing. So she secretly took a summer job to enroll in a training course. Like most people who love to sing, she has the same dream of being heard by more people. A very simple yet rather distant dream. In high school, she attended a school party and sang a graduation parting song. Because of the atmosphere at that time, many people learned to be moved to tears, and even caused everyone to join in the chorus. From that time she was more determined to become a singer. She loves to share her songs and loves it when others are touched by her songs. That was her original dream. The next day, Ran woke up and found that his throat was a little sore and his speech was a little hoarse. Drinking some boiled water relieves the dryness of the throat, but it hurts like a hook scraping down when I swallow something. He was quite depressed and also felt that he wasn't cut out for singing, so he'd better do less of that in the future, lest he lose his voice at a young age, which wouldn't be a good thing. When he arrived at the TV station, director Wu Jin heard that he didn't sound right and said, Are you catching a cold? Ran shook his head. No, just singing. My throat hurts a bit. Went to karaoke? Ran hesitantly said, Pretty much. Director Wu Jin laughed. Awesome. I used to do that a lot, but I don't dare much now that I'm older. Ran smiled sarcastically. It seemed that Director Wu used to be a wild horse as well. Director Wu Jin patted him on the shoulder and said, Go get some lozenges to eat during the break later. It will be more comfortable. Got it, thanks Director Wu. Ran smiled and said, A sore throat doesn't affect Ran's work. It's uncomfortable, that is. He found a thermos and followed backstage in the studio with the boiling water. Today is the day scheduled to record the 3rd installment, which is being prepared now. At this time, he received an unexpected call from Director Zhang. Ran was slightly puzzled. Uncle Zhang looked for him all the time when he was off duty. What could be the matter at this time? Director Zhang opened his mouth and asked, Hey, Ran, where are you? I'm here in the studio. The program is recording its 3rd installment. Ran said back, Hey, I said how come I can't find you over here on the entertainment channel? If you're not busy, wait for me at the entrance of the studio. Director Zhang said, I'm not busy right now. But uncle, what are you looking for me for? Ran asked. The elevator signal is bad. I'll talk when I come. Director Zhang hung up the phone after saying that. Ran went to the entrance of the studio, and not long after, Director Zhang came over. Uncle, what is it that requires you to make a trip? Could it be the issue of the Zhaonan focus program? Ran was curious. Director Zhang grunted. Early in the morning. You kids say something nice, The program is 4 flat. What can go wrong? He said, handing out a pill box to Ran and said, This is what Gigi gave you, run throat treasure. Specially reminded me this morning to give it to you first when I came to the station, saying that you have a sore throat. Director Zhang also complained, Girls are just outward looking. I've been smoking here for so many years, and I haven't seen her give me a box. Ran looked at the throat lozenges handed over and froze slightly. He did not expect Uncle Zhang to run over just for this. How did she know that I have a sore throat? Ran was slightly puzzled. Director Zhang said, Okay. I have to rush back. I have to have a meeting soon. Ran nodded his head and said, Okay. Uncle, take your time. Backstage, Chun Ran tore open the package and held a lozenge. His throat was much more soothed. He tweeted and asked, "How did you know I had a sore throat?" Zhang Fanji quickly returned the message. "Guess. How can you guess?" Chun Ran thought of the recording he had sent over. The voice was a bit sandy, and a professional singer like Zhang Fanji, who was sensitive to sound, would not be surprised to hear it. "Thanks." Chun Ran sent a sentence, and after thinking about it, he typed again. "I don't think it's a good idea to toss Uncle Zhang around like this. And if there's a next time, it'd be great if you personally sent it over." Zhang Fanji returned. "There's no next time." Chun Ran was about to put his cell phone away when he saw her return another. "I got up late and couldn't go." "Up late because you slept late last night?" Chun Ran stood in her situation and considered that if he himself encountered such a song, he would probably have a hard time falling asleep as well. The show went well and was taped. With so much time to prepare, all aspects mastered and all under control, recording generally goes smoothly. "I couldn't leave work early today because the second installment of the edit came out. Still very happy with the finished product of the second installment." When 8 o'clock passed, Chun Ran and a few people from the program team walked out from the TV station. It doesn't feel like a bad quality first issue. The power play of a couple of the lead singers was solid. It's about to go on the air, and I'm still a little bit excited about it. The program was being discussed when suddenly everyone paused. Chun Ran walked with his head down and looked up when he saw that everyone was silent. Just in time to see a slender figure wearing a mask, looking at Chun Ran and the few of them. Although she couldn't see her face clearly, she had a good figure, an outstanding temperament, and a pair of eyes that were very bright, as if she was wearing pupils. Lin Fan had seen Zhang Fanji before and sighed once again in his heart as he busily said to Chun Ran, "Your girlfriend has come to pick you up." Chun Ran naturally saw Zhang Fanji as well. He muttered inwardly, it was past 8 o'clock. What was she doing over here? Chun Ran smiled at a few co-workers and said, "I'll leave first," before walking over towards Zhang Fanji. A few co-workers were surprised. Chun Ran has a girlfriend? I haven't heard of it. A few female hooligans inside the channel are still thinking about how to get close to Chun Ran. I'll tell them tomorrow and see if they never despair. You're too bad. Watch out for their curses. It's only bad if I don't tell them. It's for their own good. Look at Chun Ran's girlfriend. This body, this temperament. Where can their few geeks compare? I'm going to give up my life to save them from the fire. A few co-workers flirted in the background. Chun Ran got into Zhang Fanji's car and asked, "What brings you here?" Zhang Fanji said, "Let's see if your voice is better." "Almost as good." Chun Ran added, "And thanks to your throat lozenges, thanks." Zhang Fanji turned her head to look at Chun Ran and said with a slight hesitation, "Since her voice is almost as good as it should be, then we can go ahead and discuss and write a song?" Chun Ran let out an ah, paused before reacting, and looked at Zhang Fanji. "I'm now skeptical. Are you here to see the song? Or are you here to see me?" Zhang Fanji didn't change her face and said, "I'm mainly concerned about your voice. Writing songs is incidental." Chapter 50. I'll lose my vocal cords if I sing again. Chun Ran knew that Zhang Fanji was quite thick-skinned from the few days he had known her. Anyway, when it came to playing Rogue, Chun Ran was no match for her. It was only later that I realized that not only was she cheeky, but she was also a good actress. Just like now, if she hadn't just said that she was going to write a song, Chun Ran really thought that she was purposely looking concerned about herself. "All right, then let's go write a song in passing." Chun Ran said the word incidentally very heavily. Zhang Fanji turned her head and said good with an expressionless face. Chun Ran looked at her, skimmed his lips, and was about to turn his head when he added, "You'd better wear an earmuff next time you come out, right?" "Why?" Zhang Fanji slowly started the car. Chun Ran said, "Look at your earlobes frozen like this. They are all red." Crunch. Zhang Fanji slammed his foot on the brake. Chun Ran didn't expect her to suddenly slam on the brakes and was startled. "What's wrong with you?" Chun Ran asked in a hurry. Zhang Fanji calmly said, "Not much. There was a big black rat in front just now." Chun Ran was a bit skeptical. Wasn't that the words used to perfume her yesterday? Seeing Zhang Fanji driving smoothly again, he relaxed quite a bit and said to Zhang Fanji, "It's better for you to buy an earmuff. Your earlobes are even redder than just now." Zhang Fanji didn't react this time. She just let out an "oh." And then not only her earlobes, but her neck also turned red. All the way to Zhang's house smoothly, no more big black rats appeared. Chun Ran's heart was a little more at ease. Director Zhang is watching a war movie, the TV inside the bombardment, a character captain shouting, and do not know where to fight. Director Zhang heard Zhang Fanji open the door, looked up, surprised. Did not you say go out to get some air? How to Chun ran through back? Zhang Fanji was changing her shoes and said, I stopped by the TV station. Director Zhang said, you're a good bypasser. Chun Ran is familiar with the Zhang family and does not feel much embarrassment. Anyway, he and Zhang Fanji is clearly a couple. Ordinary meeting is not a crime. Is your voice better? Director Zhang asked. Obviously asked Chun Ran. It's almost as good as it can be, thank you uncle. Chun Ran nodded and said. Director Zhang laughed. She gave you the medicine. What's the point of thanking me? Dad, you sit by yourself. Chun Ran and I will go write a song. Zhang Fanji changed her shoes and tugged Chun Ran's sleeve towards the house. Director Zhang watched as they walked past, and Chun Ran smiled somewhat awkwardly at Director Zhang before entering the room, and then the door was closed by Zhang Fanji. This? Director Zhang stood up and did not know what to say. Aunt Yun came out of the kitchen. She had just finished washing the dishes and asked, I just heard Gigi's voice, and Chun Ran's. Where did everyone go? Director Zhang said. Your daughter grabbed Chun Ran and went inside, saying she was going to write a song. Aunt Yun also paused. Doesn't Gigi not know how to write songs? Chun Ran can. Director Zhang asked. Do you think I can write songs? What would you would? Aunt Yun glanced at him without a good look. Director Zhang said with an expression that this was the case. Chun Ran and I are peers. I can't even write, can he? Aunt Yun thought about it carefully. It was the truth. The couple looked at each other, and in a heartfelt gesture, they slowed down their movements and gently walked over to the door, pressing their ears against it. When their home was being renovated, it was better soundproofed because they had considered various conditions, but vaguely they could still hear some sounds inside. The old couple looked slightly odd. It's really singing in there. Zhang Fanji is playing the piano and Chun Ran is singing and stopping. Director Zhang wondered. It shouldn't be. Aunt Yun shook her head. Just because you don't know how to write doesn't mean that someone else, Chun Ran, doesn't. Director Zhang glanced at his wife and was just about to say something, but looking at her eyes, he decided not to get on her bad side. A woman's opinion. Chun Ran didn't even study music and can write songs? Maybe Gigi will write a song when she gets inspired after talking to Chun Ran. As for why he grabbed Chun Ran along with him, I guess it's because there's more inspiration when you follow Chun Ran. You sing another line, this one in front. I feel like there's a key that's not right. Zhang Fanji pressed the piano thoughtfully. Chun Ran pinched his throat and said, I feel about the same. Zhang Fanji said, sing it again, just one last time. Chun Ran could only work with his illness and sang again. Zhang Fanji listened carefully. Then her eyes lit up slightly as she quickly played it again. Now that's right. She took a pen and scratched the lyrics next to it, writing down the brief. Try playing it again. Chun Ran couldn't help but urge as he watched her finish. Zhang Fanji glanced at him and placed her hand on the piano, playing softly. It is said that serious men are the most handsome. In fact, serious women are also very beautiful. Zhang Fanji was very focused when she played the piano. Her side face was very nice. Her chin slightly nodded to the rhythm. Her snow-white neck was scarlet, and her overall appearance was very elegant. Chun Ran looked at her. His throat was a little dry, and when he heard the piano rise, that's when he turned his attention to the sound of the piano. It's not an accompaniment. It's just the melody of the song. Chun Ran listened carefully, and it was indeed the same as in his memory. He breathed a sigh of relief. His goal for the day was accomplished. Actually, Zhang Fanji could have picked up the score according to his recording yesterday, but Zhang Fanji said that Chun Ran's singing skills were a bit poor, and she wasn't even sure if the key was the right one. It is still necessary for Chun Ran to sing in person, and it is better for her to pick it up against a little bit. The reason why it's so tiring is because Chun Ran has a bad voice and his singing keeps running, which is different from the recording, and that's what makes picking up the score difficult. Zhang Fanji resisted the urge to sing along and finished playing the melody with satisfaction in her eyes. Chun Ran peeled off a piece of throat lozenges and threw it in his mouth, saying, No, it's over today. I'll sing again. My vocal cords are gone. Zhang Fanji curiously said, You said the melody is inside your head, and you can remember it without writing it out? Usually when you have a melody you have to rush to write it down and then deepen your memory as you perfect it, and she's done the whole process inside her head without hearing anyone. Chun Ran thought to himself, I'm afraid of scaring you by saying it. I not only remembered it, but I remembered a lot of it. All he could say vaguely was, maybe it's just a gift. This perfunctory look made Zhang Fanji want to skim her mouth. She still held back. After all, Chun Ran was working with illness today, and it was hard work to write out part of it. Thanks. Zhang Fanji coldly said. Chun Ran was a bit uncomfortable, and what he saw when he turned his head was her very serious expression. Uncle Zhang is very good to me, so there's no need to thank me, and you're the one who has to pay for it. Chun Ran smiled unnaturally. Zhang Fanji stared at him and didn't say anything. Chun Ran stood up and said, "It's very late today, I have to go to work tomorrow, so I have to trouble you to send me back for a trip, so I'll come back some other time to write out the rest." Zhang Fanji answered, put on her clothes, and drove Chun Ran home. Chapter 51. Can't you be a bit of a man? When Zhang Fanji sent Chun Ran back, Director Zhang's husband and wife were sitting on the sofa looking at her. "Aren't you guys sleeping?" Zhang Fanji asked. Just now, Chun Ran said that he wanted to say hello to them before leaving, and the living room did not see it, so he thought that the two of them were resting, so he just left. Aunt Yoon tugged at her husband, signaling him to speak. Director Zhang looked at his wife and coughed. "Why did you send Chun Ran back?" Zhang Fanji said, "It's so late, he has to work tomorrow. You should have kept him, he can go to the station with your dad tomorrow too." Aunt Cloud said. Zhang Fanji's willow brows slightly knitted, looking at her parents with some suspicion. "What do you guys mean by this?" She suspected her parents were thinking of something out of place. Director Zhang said, "What can we mean? This time you are in a bad mood. Chun Ran can keep you company more here." Aunt Cloud nodded along. "I'm in a good mood right now. I don't need his company." Zhang Fanji somewhat touched her parents' mind. "I'm going to sleep. You guys rest early." She decisively entered the room, leaving Director Zhang and his wife to stare at each other in disbelief. This child. Aunt Yoon glanced at the door to Zhang Fanji's room and asked her husband, "How far do you think the two of them have progressed?" Director Zhang was confused. "Which step of what?" Aunt Yoon glanced at him and said to herself, "You know Gigi's temperament. Even taking the initiative to let Chun Ran go to her house. I have a feeling that this is about to come to fruition." Director Zhang was unsure. "How long has it been?" "Not so fast." Aunt Yoon said, "Why don't you try to find out Chun Ran's tone some other day? And if you can, let's make an appointment with his parents to meet. You're in too much of a hurry. Now that Gigi is having problems with her job, we don't know what's going on yet. Let's wait until she's stabilized." Director Zhang didn't agree. When Aunt Yoon thought about it, she also felt that her husband had a point. In Zhang Fanji's house, she received a message from Chun Ran asking if she had arrived home yet. "Just got here, you're still awake? Just waiting to hear back from you, going to bed now." Zhang Fanji looked at the message and the corner of her mouth curled up. Saying goodnight to Chun Ran, she didn't go to bed immediately, but picked up the song sheet on the piano and hummed along delicately. She had wanted to play the piano a little bit, but it was indeed a little late now. Zhang Fanji fumbled for her cell phone and dialed Tao Lin. "Shiyun, what's up?" Tao Lin yawned, presumably sleepy. "Sister Lin, there's no need to find a song," Zhang Fanji said. There was a beat over there, and he quickly said, "Shiyun, don't give up so early. It's only now that we've reached where we are. Rest at home without fear. I'll think of something on my side." She was a little anxious, afraid that Zhang Fanji would give up on herself. "That's not what I meant, and I won't give up," Zhang Fanji said. Tao Lin didn't understand. "What does that mean?" Zhang Fanji said, "I found a song here, a great song." Tao Lin asked, "Aren't you home resting?" "It's resting at home." Zhang Fanji said, "You know about Chun Ran, right?" Tao Lin was slightly silent and asked blankly, "Who is Chun Ran? Which musician?" Zhang Fanji hummed lightly, "Sister Lin, don't pretend. Xiao Qin has told you everything." Tao Lin said, "I just care about you too." Zhang Fanji did not count. She said, "Chun Ran wrote a song. The song is very good. I decided to use it for my new song, but I need you to find someone to help compile." "Wait." Tao Lin interrupted Zhang Fanji and asked, "The Chun Ran you're talking about, is that the one your parents introduced you to, the one who works at the TV station? He can write songs." "That's him." Zhang Fanji nodded. Tao Lin said, "You're not kidding, are you? You think I'll finish laughing?" "No, you still say you didn't give up on yourself. So many professional musicians you didn't look for. Go use an amateur song, don't get emotional," Tao Lin advised. "When I say the song is good, it's good. Now that the song isn't finished, it might take a few more days. So when the time comes, prepare a contract for me and bring it here." Zhang Fanji emphasized. Are you serious about this? You'll know when the time comes. Zhang Fanji hung up the phone after saying that. At the other end, Taurine tugged at her hair, wondering what the hell was going on. She can't get away from here for the next 2 days, so she'll have to go back in a few days. As for Zhang Fanji's comment about letting her prepare the contract, Tao Lin didn't put much stock in it. What kind of song could that blind date of hers write? It made Tao Lin a little worried about Zhang Fanji's attitude. It couldn't be that she really wanted to fall in love, could it? One could hear that Zhang Fanji was in a good mood, but to her that was the worst news. Turning to Friday, Chun Ran breathed a sigh of relief. During the past 2 days, he went to Zhang's house at night. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun's eyes were a little hard for him to top, and sometimes Aunt Yun sidestepped him by asking if his parents were free, so he could let them out for a stroll when they were free. What this meant, Chun Ran understood. Facing Uncle Zhang and his wife, he felt a bit of pressure. Luckily, now that the songs are written, I don't have to go every day. It's Friday and the meeting is a mixture of excitement, anticipation, and a little apprehension. The show doesn't count no matter who looks good and how great they think it is. It needs to be tested by the audience. And the most visual achievement is the ratings. Chun Ran was not very worried. At least the show wouldn't be too bad. But he was also looking forward to it, wanting to see how far the show could go. And at this time, the Zhang family. Aunt Yun asked her daughter with some loss, "You guys still really write songs? Or else?" Zhang Fanji asked rhetorically. Aunt Yun glanced at her and said a bit angrily, "Writing and singing songs and writing songs and singing songs. Can you be a little bit outstanding?" "Ah." Zhang Fanji wanted to ask how I'm no good, although now the work is not good, out of the question. The size is also a star, and no good have anything to do with it. But when she saw the look of disgust in her mother's eyes, she wisely chose not to say anything and planned to go inside. After the song was written, she had to wait for Tao Lin to come over, give the contract to Chun Ran, and then go and tug on the company to make sure that she would find someone to arrange the song later. Of course, she had the song anyway, and nothing about getting involved with the company was going to stop her from releasing it. But just as she stood up, she was shouted at by Aunt Yun. "Where are you going?" "Go back to the house," Zhang Fanji said. "Today, Friday, Chun Ran's program on their channel premieres. Aren't you going to watch it?" Aunt Yun said. Zhang Fanji froze. All on Friday? She had been so focused on the song for the past 2 days that she hadn't paid any attention to what day of the week it was. I didn't realize that in the blink of an eye she'd been back for so many days and the new show Chun Ran and the others were doing was on the air. Zhang Fanji also sat down and followed along to watch TV. I also wonder what kind of program Chun Ran made. Zhang Fanji thought in her heart. Chun Ran seldom talked to her about work matters, and he knew even less about the program, only knowing that it started on Friday night. Zhang Fanji looked at the time and had some expectations in her heart. After all, for this program, the chief planner was Chun Ran. Chapter 52, an interesting program. I Love to Remember Lyrics is well publicized as a show. Because the station was more bullish, promotional resources were slammed down, and the show hit its stride during this time. For publicity, the station is kind of going in a different direction. In addition to the traditional publicity channels such as television or radio, KTV promotional posters, etc., but also inspired by Chun Ran's selection of the lead singer in a few singing app to put fixed ads. As soon as a Call South user logs on, there will be an opening screen advertisement. For normal advertisements for all the masses, this kind of app is much more precise and is basically the target viewing audience of the program. So in the days when the show was in full publicity, the popularity rose quickly. The show did a pre-poll and basically the audience that was drawn said they were looking forward to the show. Director Lu Xianlong stayed at the TV station today. Not only him, even director Yang Qijuan didn't leave. In fact, the station's commitment to I Love to Remember Lyrics is not too big, which is the level of an average program. When it was said that the funds were open for use, what could be used in practice should be spent is just that. The expenses weren't too great without hiring a star. What makes both Director Young and Director Lu more apprehensive is that the expectations for the program are quite high. The highest rated program on the station right now is Saturday Night's Saturday Splash. This old show didn't have the highest ratings in the old days, but it was so consistent that it boiled many of its rivals to death, and now it's number 1. With this kind of publicity, having a 10% ratings is not too much, right? Director Lu Xianlong thought in his heart. The ratings for Call of Duty South Focus are now close to 17%, sometimes over, sometimes down, but overall it's that much when it's flat. It was a news program or a daily broadcast. Lu Xianlong didn't dare to compare himself with this kind of program. Again, Chun Ran planned the show, and it felt reasonable for him to expect a 10% premiere rating. 8 o'clock in the evening. The program has officially begun. The airtime just happened to be staggered with Calling the South focus. It wasn't intentional after all. That's always been the time slot for the news, and the entertainment programs start at 8 o'clock. Backstage ready, signal access. The program was officially opened. Welcome to Ice Flower Extreme Beer. I love to remember. Host Jong Sung-woo's slightly pompous voice came out, which is not a problem of his hosting skills, but the director asked him to be in such a style. And then it was a fast-paced reading of the jingles and a highlighting of the program, with the band behind him playing music to his voice, and by the end of his introduction, the band came in for a bit of rock and roll. The cheers of the audience below were very high, and Zhang Qingyu shouted, "Let's take a look and see which lucky audience members will come to the scene today to compete for the $20,000 prize." The beginning of the program was very fast-paced. There weren't many points that made it boring. With the speed of the host's speech, the fast-paced music, and the cheers of the crowd, it quickly came down to the karaoke selection. In fact, for local programs, many people are in the mindset of casually watching them, and lately there hasn't been much that's interesting on the entertainment channels. Especially the last, Joy to None. The poor quality of this program made many people think, can this thing be called a program? The I Love Lyrics show was promoted, albeit with high visibility, and a lot of it was with the attitude of and check it out first. After all, it's the TV shows that are more appealing. Friday is a prime time slot, and a lot of TV stations won't let go of the fact that one is more appealing than the other. If I Love Lyrics is boring, they'll naturally move on to satellite TV. But this opening really piqued their interest. Atmosphere. The atmosphere of the show is very lively, and the fast pace brings that very happy feeling. The camera pans out to Diamond KTV, where most of the locals have been. Diamond KTV has a chain in all the cities in Callao, so everyone feels a little closer when they see it. The outside host goes in and picks the lucky winner, and it's this part of the show that viewers are watching that's pretty interesting. The reality show feel of a group of strangers suddenly pushing open the door, and the people who are singing joyfully are suddenly startled. First questioned, then surprised, and finally delighted to participate, is interesting to many. Local stations, the audience doesn't care too much if you have a star or not. The key is to have an interesting program. After all, if I want to see stars, I'll go to the TV station. Isn't that better than you here? And funny, this is something that I Love Lyrics does very well. Zhang's house, director Zhang knocked on the door. No one opened the door. 2 more knocks were heard, and the wife was heard to shout, "Get the key and open it yourself." Director Zhang thought that she was probably busy and couldn't get away, felt out the key and opened the door, and saw Zhang Fanji and Aunt Yoon, mother and daughter, sitting in front of the TV, looking straight at it. The voices coming from inside the TV were boisterous and joyful sounding. Director Zhang was in an unattractive mood. "I'm just going out for a spin. Why don't you even open the door for me?" He said in his heart. He wasn't around when he smoked just now either. He shouldn't have been discovered. Aunt Yoon lovingly said, "Watching TV. Just have the key to turn it on yourself." Director Zhang was wondering what TV was so attractive, then reacted, "Yo, the program has started?" He walked over to watch the TV and was disliked by his wife. "Sit down. You're in my way." Zhang Fanji pretended not to hear her parents' interaction and just watched the TV without blinking. The show is indeed interesting. She usually listens to songs and watches variety shows when she's bored. But she felt that it was different from those variety shows on TV that spelled out the number of stars. It was fun and interesting. I remember Chun Ran even told her a while ago that she shouldn't be disappointed when she watched the show, and that it probably wasn't comparable to satellite TV. Now Zhang Fanji, however, felt that this program was much better than certain satellite TV programs. Especially when a few lead singers came out, Zhang Fanji's eyes lit up slightly. As a singer, she could naturally hear the good and the bad. The contrast between the looks and vocals of a couple of the lead singers in there is also a highlight. As you can see, the show is indeed done with a lot of care. It was rare for the Zhang family to sit together as a family of 3 and watch TV, probably since Zhang Fanji had gone to high school. Basically playing with my cell phone and reading the newspaper, with little interest in TV. Zhang Fanji turned her head to look at her parents and felt warm in her heart. The program ended with laughter. Aunt Yoon didn't know whether the program was good or bad. She just thought it was quite interesting. She asked, "Is this program really made by Chun Ran?" Director Zhang glanced at her. "Chun Ran wrote the plan and brought it to me first. How can this be false?" Next to her, the corner of Zhang Fanji's mouth curled up, looking somewhat pleasant as she turned her head and asked, "Dad, you're the one doing the show. How do you feel the show will do?" Director Zhang slightly pondered. some hesitation. Feelings? Ratings? Should be exploding it? He was a little unsure. Chapter 53 I Beat Myself. When director Zhang first saw Chen Ran's planning, he felt that it was stunning. Now that the finished product is out, it doesn't live up to his expectations and is indeed a good show. What made him uncertain was whether the show would blow up. What's popping? Judging by the ratings on the entertainment channel right now, 10% is very, very good, and anything up there is considered a blowout. And the premiere ratings, he gave a 9% expectation, and with that premiere rating he was able to pop. Director Zhang thinks the show is performing well, but the audience's taste is not up to him. He wasn't from the entertainment channel, and he wasn't aware of the internal survey data, so naturally he didn't dare to be sure. Zhang Fanji didn't understand this, but from her father's words, she heard that the program would do well. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Chen Ran. Director Zhang looked at his daughter in the finger pressing on the phone, probably know that she is sending messages with Chen Ran. He felt a little speechless. With me this more words, it seems boring? When Zhang Fanji saw her father's eyes looking a bit strange, she slowly stood up and said, I'll go back to the house first and go write a song. Aunt Yoon asked, Didn't you finish writing your song? Zhang Fanji was about to speak when her cell phone dinged. She picked it up and looked at it before closing the door. Director Zhang shook his head. You believe her? This is going to call Chen Ran. Aunt Yoon was happy and couldn't even wait for her daughter to take the initiative. Chen Ran had just finished watching the program and was watching several colleagues in the group discussing the opening. Lin Fan, I made everyone in my family watch it today, and the response was pretty good. My relatives know I'm on the program, so they follow it, and they all complimented the program just now for being interesting. I just looked in the forums, and the number of people discussing it was pretty high, mostly favorable. Chen Ran saw them discussing all relatives and friends and whatnot. He was embarrassed, knowing that his parents did not like this type of program, so he did not disturb the two old men. As for his younger sister Chen Yao, she was studying outside and couldn't possibly watch local channels. Instead, a coworker in the back said that the discussion on the forum interested him, and that he also wanted to see what the audience had to say about the show. The last time call South Focus. Director Lu Bing let go of the comments on the forum. This place, usually many local netizens, cannot represent all, but can see some epitome. Unlike the last calling South Focus, this time the comments pretty much swept the forums off their feet. Many netizens said that this is a program made by our local station in Shaonan. Very funny. The lead singer is not handsome, but he can sing really well. The program segments are quite engaging and seem to be very relaxed. What kind of people are chosen to go up there? They can't even guess such simple lyrics, I'll go on me. It's probably in these categories. Occasionally there are individuals who say the show is great, just not much of a star. Someone replied right below that it's not fun to have a star. The main thing to watch on this show is to go up and pick up the lyrics, and having a star come in doesn't seem to be much fun other than being the lead singer. There is also talk of watching every program on Star TV, and there is no need to look for it on this show. A whole page, all about the show. I love songwriting. More discussion than when Calling the South Spotlight was first published. That's not to say the show is hotter than Call of Duty Spotlight. Presumably the reason for this is that the show's viewing audience overlaps with those on the forums, and that's why there's so much discussion. It looks like the reviews are not bad. Chen Ran was more satisfied. With fewer nitpickers, higher satisfaction, and the ability to retain people, the ratings will certainly not be bad. At this time, Chen Ran received a message from Zhang Fanji. He smiled slightly and followed with a message back. The next day, Saturday. Because the program aired on Friday and there was a meeting to summarize it on Saturday, Chen Ran came to the station early in the morning. I just met director Wu Jin and saw that he was smiling slightly, but there was still some expectation and nervousness between his eyebrows. I've been doing the program for so many years, and every time I get to the start of the program, I'm like this, my mind is not working. Director Wu Jin couldn't help but dryly cough as he saw everyone staring at him. No one's laughing. The thing about shows is that ratings make the difference between life and death. There are expectations for the show and the fear that it's so self-serving that you think it's a Call of Cthulhu Spotlight and give you a joy to the world score. Even though you know it's impossible from the show, you can't help but be apprehensive until the ratings come in. In fact, not to mention director Wu Jin, everyone else on the program is like that. The program was prepared by all of them together, and with good ratings they not only get FaceTime but also bonuses. By the time 9 o'clock passed, director Lu Xianlong came over with a joyful face. Everyone looked at his face and their apprehensions were slightly relieved. Director Lu was usually gentle but not as joyful as he was now, and being able to make him happy could only be a good ratings at a time like this. I Love Remembering Lyrics premiered last night, and the program performed very well, unexpectedly well. Director Liu was quite excited and brought out quite a bit of spittle as he spoke. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with bated breath, Director Liu didn't sell the story and said directly, "The premiere of I Love Remembering Lyrics averaged 11.05%, breaking the premiere ratings record set by the channel 6 years ago. Although this week hasn't ended yet, it can already be booked as the weekly champion of this channel's ratings." 11.05%? Director Wu Jin's heart was the one that had been lifted since Director Liu came in, and now that he heard the result, he let out a long breath, and the heart hanging in midair slowly fell to his stomach, and his body felt a sense of solidity. Not only him, the moment before Director Liu announced the ratings, everyone was sitting straight, and now they also relaxed, glancing at each other. They could see the suppressed elation in each other's eyes. If it wasn't in a meeting and Director Liu wasn't in his face, he would have definitely shouted out in joy. With the premiere ratings, everyone thought it would be acceptable at around 9% or even 8%. This sudden 11.05% did come as a surprise to all. Chun Ran was equally happy that the program's ratings, which perfectly met his heart's expectations, even slightly exceeded them. The ratings for Super Duper are, at best, around 10%, and no matter how hot this installment gets, it won't necessarily be able to outperform I Love to Remember Lyrics, which could just book the channel's weekly crown. Director Liu slightly lamented, "It's a shame the program didn't break the 11.93% of Call of Duty focus. That would have been a real hurdle to get over. If the premiere exceeds 11.93%, it sets not a channel record, but a record for all local channels on Call of Duty TV." Everyone looked at Chun Ran. Zhao Focus is the same program that Chun Ran followed. This is considered him beating himself up? Chun Ran laughed and told everyone, "That's a news program. This is an entertainment program. No conflict." Director Liu also said, "Chun Ran is right, calling South Focus can't be looked at with common sense, although it didn't surpass it, but I Love Remembering Lyrics did very well. The ratings curve was very beautiful, rising linearly from 8 o'clock after the start of the show, and it didn't stop the momentum until the end of the show." Although Director Liu didn't say it, but we are all doing the program, we know what it means. The program has a lot of great potential. One could even argue that airing the second installment next Friday is another start. 11.05% just for starters. Chapter 54, We're All Family. The ratings report came out and quite a few people on the entertainment channel were quite surprised. Not that they don't think highly of the show. Who wouldn't be impressed by a program that a channel has deployed a lot of promotional resources to push? Mostly because the ratings were so out of this world. Not to mention them, even Director Liu was first shocked and then surprised. He joked with Director Yang that the predicted premiere ratings were 10%, but in his mind he thought it was just about 9%. Who knew that not only did it break expectations, but it even broke the record set 6 years ago in one fell swoop. By noon, it was pretty much all over the station. The entertainment channel has a breakout hit, premiering at 11.05%. It's that I Love to Remember Lyrics. I watched it last night and felt the show was great. I didn't realize it was so over the top. This show is really interesting. It looks like it's going to be a long-term thing. The entertainment channel is making money on this wave. Many people are talking about how the last show on the entertainment channel fell hard and didn't expect it to fly all at once now. With this ratings alone, there is no rival except for the public channels calling South Focus, which can be pressed. In the public channel, Director Liu Bing and a group of Zhaonan Focus columnists also got the news, and all of them were a bit surprised. These ratings are too high. Director Liu Bing marveled. He hadn't forgotten that Chun Ran was the chief planner of the program. A person who is able to curate the calling spotlight is, you might say, a flash of insight and better luck. But then another program comes along with ratings that are not at all inferior to Call of Duty Spotlight, and it's not luck, it's strength. Director Zhang was inside his office, all smiles. Even though he's the director of the public access channel, and even though the show is on the entertainment channel, it doesn't stop him from having fun. 11.05%. A program like this can't even come out for a few years. It was the right thing to do when they shoved Chun Ran into the entertainment channel. Director Zhang was happy for Chun Ran in his heart. Don't look at the ratings compared to Zhaonan Focus. The nature of the two programs is different. He was thinking that if he hadn't found an entertainment channel for Chun Ran and insisted on keeping him on the public channel, it wouldn't have been possible to produce a hit like I Love to Remember Lyrics. The station has to thank me too. Director Zhang was happy and couldn't stop talking. Chun Ran received a number of congratulatory messages. Basically, they are all sent by colleagues from public channels, including colleagues from the Great Beauty Xiaonan program team and director Liu Bing of Xiaonan Focus. He's been with the public channel for a few months now, from internship to transition, from shadowing the crew at Great Beauty Calling to being the lead creator of Calling Focus, and is pretty well liked. As soon as he finished replying to the message, he received a call from Director Zhang, looking for him to have dinner with him. After the meeting, Director Zhang smiled and said, "2 programs with premieres that broke 11%. You're famous in the station." Chan Ran laughed. "We are doing a program, what can we be famous for? And it's also Uncle Yu who gave me the opportunity. Otherwise, what kind of program can I do?" He said the truth, but Director Zhang shook his head. "This I dare not be greedy for credit. I am at best a little bit of add-on. If it is not your ability is good, it is not possible to go to the entertainment channel. Look at Lin Fan, his father is the director, the opportunity is bigger than you, right? But your ability is not as good as yours, so you'll have to keep waiting." Chan Ran smiled. If Lin Fan heard this, he would probably feel bad enough in his heart. "You guys are supposed to get off the early afternoon shift and go celebrate, right?" Director Chang asked. "Yeah, Director Liu said that it's the guys who have been tired for so long, so they're relaxing for a day today, and then they have to continue to be busy." Chun Ran nodded. "It's true that you can only relax for a day or two, and now that the ratings are in and it's obvious that the show is blowing up, it's only natural to keep recording and prepare more. Then relax when the time to break up the group of still early to go to the house. I gave your Aunt Yoon said this good news, said you want to celebrate. Chun Ran said, "It's a bit embarrassing to trouble Aunt Yoon every time." Director Zhang laughed. "We're all family. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Chun Ran was embarrassed. He was sure that this so-called family of Uncle Zhang was definitely not treating him as a nephew. In the evening, everyone on the program went to the hotel for dinner. Chun Ran as the program credit, Director Liu also specially clinked glasses with Chun Ran. Lin Fan looked envious from the sidelines. He was also a member of the program team, also responsible for planning, but in terms of program contribution was much worse than Chun Ran. "I don't know when I'll be able to do my own show." The thought had just popped into his mind when he suddenly shook his head again. After following Chun Ran for this period of time, he understood his shortcomings, and if he didn't correct them, even if the program he made didn't flop, it would still be mediocre. A show with no highlights is hardly going to be a hit. Rather, now that he had time, he could study more with Chun Ran. Chun Ran rarely drank alcohol and felt a little dizzy after just 1 cup. Not so drunk, a little tipsy, very conscious but feeling hazy. He went to the restroom and flushed his face with cold water to feel better. Seeing the slightly flushed face, he laughed bitterly a little, drinking on the face of this shortcoming. The previous life had, crossing over still did not change. Back to the table after colleagues looking for him to drink, he quickly waved his hand on the refusal. Everyone see him blushing like this, also let him go, which let Chan Ran breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, his phone dinged. It was Zhang Fanji who sent a message over. "How long are you going to be? I'll pick you up." Chan Ran looked at the table. It was almost time now. A group of people were drinking. He couldn't intervene, so he returned, "Right now." "Well, send me a location." Chan Ran sent the positioning over, listening to his colleagues talking about interesting things. Director Wu may have drunk a few more mouthfuls, bragging about how great he used to stay up late and how good he sang. The tone of his voice didn't half match his literary look. The atmosphere was quite warm as we all spoke to each other. Not a moment later, see the time are almost, Chun Ran thought they were going to break up. But the result is that Director Wu warmly invited the group to go to sing karaoke. Chan Ran naturally didn't go and told Director Wu that his girlfriend had come over to pick him up, and the group of people looked at him and smiled meaningfully, then expressed their understanding. As everyone walked to the entrance of the hotel, Zhang Fanji's car was parked outside. She didn't get out of the car even though she was wearing a mask. Chan Ran saw her and looked up to his co-workers. "I'll leave first. You guys have fun as a group." Director Wu looked outside, saw the figure in the car, patted Chan Ran's shoulder and said, "Today is a good day. It is to celebrate with your girlfriend. Pay attention when you play. Don't get up and affect your work." Chun Ran was powerless to spit out how Director Wu, who was usually quite a normal person, started to let himself go after drinking a little bit of alcohol. Presumably, they are usually shackled, and now that they are relaxed, their nature is revealed. Chun Ran opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. He hadn't had much to drink, but he still smelled strongly of alcohol. Zhang Fanji's willow brows frowned slightly. "You've been drinking?" Chun Ran showed his teeth and smiled. "Just a little bit. The smell is so bad." Zhang Fanji was a bit disgusted. Chun Ran speechless. This is only a little taste is unpleasant. The last drunk is not you? Chapter 55. Middle Age. Who got drunk last time and called to say they were getting married? Chan Ran only dared to think about it in his heart, but did not dare to say it out loud. After all, he was still in Zhang Fanji's car. Although they had known each other for so long, Chan Ran could never forget the first time they met. Zhang Fanji's expressionless face directly drove over the scene. He didn't say it, but his expression said it all. Zhang Fanji turned her head over, feeling a little embarrassed even though she didn't say anything. She reached into her bag and took out a box of gum and tossed it to Chun Ran. Avoid the smell. Chun Ran was feeling an uncomfortable taste in his mouth, and smoothly took it and threw a piece in his mouth. Chewed and inhaled. Watermelon flavor. But it's a little too sweet. Thanks, Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji pretended not to hear and started the car on the road. I heard from my dad that your show broke the channel record? Chun Ran said. It just broke the premiere record. The ratings record can't be broken. A ratings record? Isn't that the one on the public channel? It seems like you planned it too. Zhang Fanji didn't quite understand what the program was, but she had only heard director Zhang say that Chun Ran was now starting from a very high point, and that the premiere ratings record and the highest ratings record were both Chun Ran's. It's unbreakable anyway, and it feels like it's going to be hard to break in the future. Chun Ran does not see Zhao in Focus as his achievement. This kind of news program focuses on news. In his opinion, planning accounts for very little, just to provide an idea. But there's so much stickiness and potential in news programs, and as it stands now, the ratings are horribly solid, and would be even higher if a hot story of societal concern were to occur. Anyway, Chun Ran had heard that the director had suggested that the ratings records ranked calling South Focus, and that they were doing variety, so they would have to specialize in keeping track of variety. By the way, the song has been written, and you're still not going back to the company? Chun Ran asked curiously. Zhang Fanji glanced at him. I'm in no hurry. Chun Ran said thoughtfully. Lin Hanyun's new song is still being recorded. Are you waiting for her to release it before going back? Are you saying I'm afraid of her? Zhang Fanji frowned. Chun Ran shook his head. I don't mean that, it's just that the company is clearly pushing her now, and even if you have a song, but the company isn't pushing it, the results aren't as good as hers and it's very unattractive. Zhang Fanji said, Lin Hanyun's new song, just like you said, the quality is not outstanding. The company can't push it up. It can't be better than me. What about the company not promoting you? Zhang Fanji said, I myself am publicity. She sounded very confident. It seems the song gave her a lot of strength. Zhang Fanji said carelessly, Sister Lin will come over tomorrow. Sister Lin? Your agent. Chun Ran had some impression. Zhang Fanji nodded slightly. I'll ask her to prepare the contract and bring it here. At that time we'll sign the contract first and I'll leave. How do you want her to run? Where is your assistant Xiao Qin? Chun Ran asked. Gave her a vacation. Zhang Fanji said. She didn't know when she was going to go back this time, so she couldn't keep Xiao Qin following her around, so she gave her a vacation. And even if Xiao Qin was there, when it came to buying songs, Tao Lin would definitely come over in person. To this day, she was still urging Zhang Fanji to give up this idea and wait for good news from her side. Oh, Chun Ran finished, his heart finished a bit stuffy. Without realizing it, I know so much about Zhang Fanji. Her agent, her assistant, her plight in the company, her work status, and now her personality, her temperament, and generally know a little bit about it. Zhang Fanji is releasing a new song this time, so I guess I'll be busy for quite a while before returning to Linshur. The last time I said I was releasing a new song, I knew it was going to be busy, but instead of the song being released, I spent most of my time in Linshur. Now that there's a song, it's time to get back to work. That's what being a star seems like. It's all over the place. Thinking of this, Chun Ran felt a little uncomfortable again and said, Can you open the window? I'm a little stuffy. Zhang Fanji shook her head. It's cold. It's windy to open the window, you just drank wine, blowing a headache and cold. I'll just get some air, Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips and pretended not to hear. Chun Ran was helpless and did not dare to say much, who told him that it was Zhang Fanji who drove. It was only after getting to Zhang's neighborhood and getting off the bus that Chun Ran's request for air was met. The result was an irritated throat from the cold air, a few coughs in a row, and a red face. Zhang Fanji parked the car, came over and said, You'd better not drink in the future. Chun Ran thought to himself that coughing had nothing to do with drinking. Zhang Fanji said, My dad's lungs can't work, so my mom told him to smoke less, and if your body can't work, you should drink less. Chun Ran said, I'm in pretty good health, just choked by the wind. Zhang Fanji didn't barricade herself with him and walked towards the house first. Chun Ran carefully pondered the words of Zhang Fanji just now, and felt wrong. Aunt Yun tube Uncle Zhang is normal, you let me drink less, what do you mean? He didn't dare to think about it more. The three major illusions in life can be harmful. The Changs. Chun Ran just entered the house and saw a table full of dishes. Just now in the hotel actually didn't eat much and casually fished out chopsticks of vegetables, and now that he saw Aunt Yun's cooking, he gulped a little. I knew you didn't eat well. Director Zhang laughed out loud at his expression. Every time I eat with them, I spend most of the time bragging and the rest of the time drinking, and the dishes inside my plate basically remain untouched at the end of the day anyway. Chun Ran laughed. That's because the food outside isn't as good as Aunt Yun's. That hits the nail on the head. Incisive. Director Zhang stuck out his thumb in unparalleled approval. Zhang Fanji muttered, but head. Chun Ran didn't hear it, but Aunt Yun did, smiling slightly on her lips, but quietly reaching out to pinch Zhang Fanji. Zhang Fanji skimmed her lips and didn't say anything. Aunt Yun said happily, last time Chun Ran went to the entertainment channel, Gigi wasn't there. Now it's complete. The last time I opened a video for Zhang Fanji, she was attending an event and then just opened the video. Zhang Fanji glanced at Chun Ran and said a word of congratulations as well. Chun Ran smiled. Thank you. Director Zhang looked at Chun Ran. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was and lamented. When I first knew Chun Ran, I really didn't think there would be such a day, and at that time, I wanted to accept Chun Ran as my godson. But now it seems that a godson is not as cordial as a son-in-law. Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji glanced at each other, both able to feel the other's embarrassment. Aunt Yun clamped the food to her husband and said, what's the point of talking about this? You're drunk without drinking? Director Zhang laughed. I'm just happy. When I was young, I always wanted to go to a satellite TV to do programs, but after a few years in the entertainment channel, I didn't make a name for myself and only later did I move to a public channel. Now at this age, I can't even climb anymore and I can't do it well. I'm happy to see Chun Ran so promising. Director Zhang didn't drink, but he said a lot of things by way of having a good time. Chun Ran was about able to sense his mood of unrewarded ambition in middle age and just listened carefully. He also wondered if he would be like this in middle age. Chapter 56 I didn't. Don't say anything. Thinking of this, Chun Ran couldn't help but smile in his heart. He was only 23 years old, and he wouldn't turn 24 until the coming summer. It's too early to worry. Other than that, just in terms of image, he shouldn't be the same as Director Zhang when he reaches middle age. It wasn't that Chun Ran was bad-mouthing Director Zhang. He was just convinced that his hair wouldn't be so thin. After dinner, Chun Ran was supposed to go home, but was pulled back by Director Zhang's two families. It's so late. I heard Gigi say that you just drank wine. Now go down to blow the wind tomorrow, you might catch a cold. Rest here today, you don't have to go to the station tomorrow anyway. Director Zhang advised. The two old men were so enthusiastic that Chun Ran was too embarrassed to refuse. In fact, it wasn't like he hadn't slept at Zhang's house. That was all when Zhang Fanji wasn't around. In the eyes of Director Zhang and Aunt Yun, he and Zhang Fanji were still a couple, and it felt a little awkward to stay. He glanced at Zhang Fanji and realized that she didn't have much of an expression and felt indifferent. Zhang's house is a 4-bedroom house, but it didn't come with a den when he bought it before, so he converted one of the bedrooms into a den. In those days, the two daughters of the Zhang family crowded into one room, leaving one as a guest room. Later, when the daughters grew up and had to share rooms, the Zhang family ran out of guest rooms, and the two daughters had one room each. The last time Chun Ran rested here, she stayed in Zhang Fanji's room, and this time, she stayed in her sister's. Although he has known Director Zhang for a long time and has come to Zhang's house quite a few times, he has never really seen Zhang Fanji's sister, and the photo has only seen the group photo of her childhood inside the living room. I only know that it seems to be called Rui, 3 years younger than Zhang Fanji. Chun Ran lying in bed, feeling very clear-head, a moment to think of Zhang Fanji, do not know when this time to go to the company to come back, and think of home, this payroll bonus will certainly not be less. When the family a share of the time, there is also a sister there. I remember that Chun Yao used to be quite fond of singing, and when Chun Ran learned to play the guitar, she followed suit, and now I don't know how it is. Chun Ran thought that it would be hard for him to fall asleep with such chaotic thoughts, but he didn't know when he fell asleep in a trance. Zhang Fanji, who was next door to him, was tossing and turning, her bright eyes looking out the window, somewhat unable to sleep. Turned on the night light, took out Chun Ran's written lyrics and read them for a while, humming a few lines along. After pausing, she hesitated slightly and took out her cell phone to send Chun Ran a message. Sleeping? At this time, Chun Ran was rolling in sleep. Where would he pay attention to WeChat messages? Zhang Fanji waited for half a day without a response. Her face suddenly collapsed, threw her cell phone on the table and turned off the light to sleep. When Chun Ran woke up the next day, Zhang Fanji was already sitting on the sofa. Chun Ran had always thought that Zhang Fanji's skin was so good, probably because of the makeup. Now veiled look over, not much different from makeup, the skin is still very white, and the features are very delicate. On the contrary, she had a very small tear mole under the corner of her eye, which was very conspicuous on her fair face, and her usual makeup seemed to cover it deliberately. Looking at you, it seems like you didn't sleep well? Chun Ran asked casually when he saw her slate face. Zhang Fanji glanced at him and didn't say anything. She had fallen asleep late last night, and after being woken up early today by her mother, she felt like she could have slept for a few more hours. According to the old mother, people Chun Ran is here, you have to leave a good impression, and you can't let Chun Ran think that she is lazy. Even if Zhang Fanji was very reluctant in her heart, she could only get up in a yen-wei manner. Seeing Chun Ran turn around to go wash up, Zhang Fanji finally couldn't help but ask, "You didn't look at WeChat?" "WeChat?" Chun Ran froze, scratched his head, took out his cell phone and glanced at it. He would back off WeChat at night when he slept. "The work group is a bit much, most of my colleagues have families, and sometimes small children play with their phones to send small programs, which really affects the quality of sleep." Only when Chun Ran opened WeChat did he see the message sent by Zhang Fanji. Looking at the time, it was past 10 o'clock at night. Chun Ran thought about it. He remembered that last night his head was awake for half the night before he fell asleep, and halfway through, he also played a moment of cell phone. "I fell asleep so early?" It was only then that Chun Ran realized why Zhang Fanji had this expression and said, "Sorry, I went to bed early last night and didn't see it." Zhang Fanji ignored him and remained stern-faced. Chun Ran puzzled. "Did not see the message. This is a very normal thing. What angry?" Neither spoke much until breakfast. It wasn't long before Zhang Fanji's cell phone rang. It was Tao Lin arriving. "You come directly to my house," Zhang Fanji added. "Chun Ran is also here." Tao Lin wondered. "No, what time is it? Why is he at your house?" "He slept here last night," Zhang Fanji said very calmly, falling into Tao Lin's ears. It was simply a bolt from the blue, shocking her half a day before she reacted. Surprised, "Zhang Xiun, you can't be right? I said I would not fall in love or get married when I was 30 years old, and I would only be busy with my career. Now you're suddenly giving me the word that you're living with someone? Are you trying to piss me off?" "I didn't." "Don't talk nonsense." Zhang Fanji frowned at what she heard. "What's all this about?" "Chun Ran and my parents are very close, and they had a bit of a drink last night, so they stayed over at my house." "Just staying overnight?" Tao Lin was a bit unconvinced. This was too fast. Hearing Xiao Qin say it was just a blind date, a fake relationship, at that time she felt that it was a bit unreliable. Now Chun Ran was staying over at her house. After a while, wouldn't it really be a problem? "All right, you come over first." Zhang Fanji knew Tao Lin very well, and it was not clear at all inside the phone. Tao Lin didn't dare to ink, and flew to Zhang's house by car. Director Zhang and his wife were considered familiar with Tao Lin and greeted each other. Chun Ran had seen Tao Lin once last time inside the video, a woman who looked very shrewd and capable. And when Tao Lin saw Chun Ran, she thought to herself, "Oh no, this thief feels unable to defend himself." At the first glance of a person, it is all about looks. Chun Ran's looks are very good, and he can't pick any faults at all. Zhang Fanji's age of more than 20 years old, he will definitely have problems after getting along with such a person for a long time. The most crucial thing is that Zhang Fanji's parents agree and intend to set up a match, which is the most difficult to solve. "Hello, I'm Tao Lin, Xiun's manager." Tao Lin extended her hand and smiled slightly. Chun Ran shook her hand and smiled. "Hello, Sister Lin." Tao Lin rolled her eyes in her heart. Usually when others called her Sister Lin, she didn't care much, but she really didn't want to hear these two words from Chun Ran's mouth. This meant that Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji didn't have a bad relationship to follow the call like this, and Zhang Fanji obviously didn't object. 2 days ago, she was still thinking of letting Zhang Fanji stay here to take a break and wait until she had considered how to handle her relationship with the company before letting her go back. But now that there was a wolf waiting over here, Zhang Fanji definitely couldn't stay here. She made up her mind to make things fast and take care of things. Taking Zhang Fanji back first, it was always safer to be far away. Zhang Fanji's future is just right. Such a person should shine in the singing world, and should not be delayed by this wolf. Chapter 57. Have I become a villain? Zhang's house. Director Zhang and his wife went out. Chun Ran, Zhang Fanji and her agent, Tao Lin, were all in Zhang Fanji's room. Tao Lin had met Chun Ran, and although she thought he had a very capable face, she didn't think he had the ability to write songs. That's why Tao Lin said in front of Chun Ran that she wanted to listen to the song before deciding whether or not to sign the contract. As she spoke, Tao Lin looked at Chun Ran's reaction. He was calm as could be, without that anger or displeasure of being questioned. The more Chun Ran was like this, the more uneasy Tao Lin became in her heart. Zhang Fanji sat down in front of the piano without starting to play and said to Tao Lin, "I like the song very much. I'll buy it whether you're satisfied or not. I won't be planning to seek reimbursement from the company anyway. I'm paying for it myself." Tao Lin wanted to say something, but in the end, she just frowned and signaled Zhang Fanji to sing first. Chun Ran sat on the sidelines, feeling that Zhang Fanji and Tao Lin get along quite harmoniously. The agent is the link between the company and the artist. Most artists do not say that the agent is obedient to the words, but seldom disobeyed. Zhang Fanji and Tao Lin, however, were different, not so stereotypical and got along casually. Zhang Fanji is quite lucky to have met such an agent. "Then I'll begin." Zhang Fanji finished, glanced at Chun Ran, and then sat up straight. Her small action Chun Ran didn't notice, but Tao Lin saw it and her heart darkened a few more points. Tao Lin hadn't found Zhang Fanji making such small gestures towards any man since she had known her. When attending events, there is no lack of some very handsome young meat or very stylish movie big shot. Zhang Fanji has never had these performances. The sound of the piano pulled Tao Lin's thoughts back. The accompaniment was something Zhang Fanji had worked out over the past 2 days, and Tao Lin listened, her slightly furrowed brow stretching. Zhang Fanji's head gently nodded along with the rhythm, and after the short prelude, there was her singing voice that was like spring water. "If pride isn't coldly slapped by the sea of reality, and how can you know how hard you have to work to go the distance?" With just the first line of the song out, Tao Lin instantly understood why Zhang Fanji strongly wanted this song. Not just for the melody, but for the lyrics and the emotion. "If dreams don't fall off a cliff 1,000 times over," Zhang Fanji sang with great devotion. Her voice was indeed blessed, and many people complimented her on the fact that it was God's reward, a very high compliment. Not only the voice, the emotion, the singing, it was perfect. Chun Ran, on the other hand, had different feelings, as it was the first time he had heard Zhang Fanji sing since the song was written. The familiar melody and lyrics put him in a slight trance, a feeling of time and space. "This is the melody of youth in the previous life, the first time I heard it, or inside the campus, and then turn your eyes separated not only time or 2 worlds." Chun Ran's heart was a little touched, and with a hot breath drumming inside, he took a long breath before letting the feeling dissipate a little. Seeing Zhang Fanji's focused playing and singing, Chun Ran couldn't help but think of the recording of himself singing, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This is a professional singer. The same song, sung by Zhang Fanji, can resonate, and the emotions inside her voice can infect the listener. But Chun Ran that day efforts to record half a day, and people this contrast, that is slightly better sounding noise. The song is over. Zhang Fanji's fingers were still pressed on the piano. She had played and sung it a couple of times in private, and the more she sang it, the more she liked it. Zhang Fanji folded her hands on her legs and looked at Tao Lin with a good look. "Sister Lin, what do you think?" Chun Ran also looked at Tao Lin. This woman was definitely not treating him well. No agent liked their artists to fall in love, and now that Chun Ran was Zhang Fanji's nominal boyfriend, it would be strange for Tao Lin to like him. Tao Lin was in deep thought, and when she heard Zhang Fanji ask her, she noticed that Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji were both staring at her, and coughed a little uncomfortably, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Is it all right?" Zhang Fanji looked at her. "Just okay." Tao Lin was a bit helpless, but could only add, "The song is very good." It's not because Zhang Fanji forced her to say that. It's from her heart, the lyrics and melody, an absolute gem. It's just that she really doesn't want to brag about it. This kind of inspirational song, written at a time when Zhang Fanji was in a low mood, was just too titillating. Tao Lin felt like she was more than 10 years younger, and she couldn't top it if someone wrote a song for her like this and was as handsome as Chun Ran. "It's good that you're satisfied." Zhang Fanji nodded slightly as she received a satisfactory answer. Tao Lin asked in a businesslike manner, "Mr. Chun, let me make sure again. Did you compose the song?" Before Chun Ran could say anything, Zhang Fanji said, "It's certain that he wrote it." Seeing her so eager to answer, Tao Lin had a feeling that her grief was greater than her heart's death. and said feebly, "Okay, let's talk about the contract." The process of negotiating the contract was simple. Chun Ran's own song was written to give Zhang Fanji, not too concerned about the price. The two negotiated the price very casually. Zhang Fanji directly opened the money to 100,000. At that price, Tao Lin would have disagreed. Some of the lesser-known musicians are just that price. But she didn't say anything in the end, leaving it up to Zhang Fanji to talk. Chun Ran didn't know much about copyright matters, but Zhang Fanji explained to him the same thing. By the time the deal was done, it was noon. Director Zhang's two families came back, heard them talk about song copyrights, said smilingly, "It is indeed necessary to make it clear that although they are all family, there is still a company in the middle, lest they pull the rug out from under them when the time comes." Tao Lin felt quite solid when she heard this family. She feels like she's being the bad guy. Zhang Fanji's parents are supportive, and she's the only one who's making every effort to break people up. She's going to be the villain in a drama. God have mercy. She's really looking out for Zhang Fanji's future. Director Zhang had to make a trip to the TV station in the afternoon, and he stopped by to send Chun Ran home. In Zhang Fanji's room, Tao Lin said with a straight face, "Xiun, talk to me about your thoughts." "What idea?" Zhang Fanji asked. "You said you won't fall in love or consider marriage until you're 30, so what's up with Chun Ran?" Tao Lin directly picked it apart. Zhang Fanji's brows wrinkled. "I said it was nothing. Xiao Qin should have told you that it was just a deal with my parents." Tao Lin stared at her. "I don't feel like faking it." "Ha!" Zhang Fanji laughed stiffly twice, then said, "Don't worry. I definitely won't affect my work." Tao Lin was also helpless. "I'm not a bad person. I'm just advising you to think about it. You're in your prime now." Zhang Fanji hummed. "I know that Sister Lin is doing this for my own good, and I really haven't thought about getting into a relationship either." Tao Lin was half convinced, although Zhang Fanji rarely told lies. But a woman in love can only believe half of what she says. She tentatively inquired about Chun Ran's information. Zhang Fanji raised an eyebrow and said, "What are you asking for?" "I'm just curious as to what he does at the station and how he can still write songs." Zhang Fanji thought about Chun Ran's work. Tao Lin kept staring at her. Zhang Fanji spoke without emotion, but she felt in her heart that it was not optimistic. When would Zhang Fanji go through so much information about a man? Chapter 58. Goodbyes need rituals, too. Monday. Entertainment Channel meeting. Director Xianlong Lu routinely finished the ratings for last week's program, which is a weekly recap. The one that received the most praise was naturally I Love Remembering Lyrics, which premiered as a weekly winner and broke records, and was greatly praised by Director Lu. The Saturday Lotto program is also doing well, holding an upward trend for the second week in a row, and the veteran program is still solid. The only thing that caused Director Lu's brow to furrow slightly was the Sunday program. Here I would like to name and criticize Light Lecture. The ratings have dropped for 3 consecutive episodes. Not only the ratings but also the word of mouth has dropped quite a bit. There are even viewers calling in to complain that the program instills some bad values. Chun Ran followed everyone to look over, and the director of the Lightness Lecture Hall and the others looked slightly embarrassed. He had read the information of this program when he was researching the entertainment channel Lightness Lecture Hall, which was based on Fang Qingying, the host, was probably considered a relationship or fashion program, occasionally inviting some emotional experts or the like to interview or give speeches, and also uttering some special issues on dressing and matching, beauty and fashion. The viewing group is women, and it's been on the air for some years, and while there have been some ups and downs in the ratings, they've been steady and in the middle of the pack. But I don't know what's wrong with the program, but the ratings have slipped for 3 consecutive episodes, and now it's kind of going to the bottom of the list. And the last issue was even criticized once last week after a viewer called in to report that the Lightness Lecture Hall was spreading distorted values that caused him to break up with his girlfriend. The ratings for this installment continue to slide, presumably the cause of the last installment and the effect of this one. With so many programs on a channel, there are those with good results and naturally there are those with poor results, and Chun Ran is not surprised. When the meeting was dispersed, I had just arrived at the section group, and director Yang Chijuan also came over. The ratings for the show were very good and everyone worked hard. Director Yang came over in addition to praise, and remind some of the meaning anyway, just want to let the column group quit arrogance, continue to cheer, strive for new heights. Nothing was more enjoyable than the bonuses mentioned by the superintendent. This time the ratings broke the record, is considered to give everyone a chicken blood, unexpected premiere record. Not only the director of Yang happy, is the entire entertainment channel leaders are happy, all the creators of the bonus according to the most high-grade hair. And on top of that, the creator's cut is settled quarterly, which is not included in the bonus. Naturally, everyone on the program is happy, and hard work pays off for everyone. Director Yang specially praised Chun Ran by name and said with a bit of regret, "It would have been better if you had come here earlier, and you could have fought for the position of the best planner in the station by making more efforts." Seeing that Chun Ran was a bit confused, considering that he only entered the TV station this year, Director Yang even made it a point to explain. Every year the station holds an annual meeting with a wrap-up, in which many awards are set up and all the channels compete together, including The Guardian. Chun Ran listened to the heart, but it is not realistic. Director Yang has high hopes for him, but you have to look at so many planners at the TV station. Where does he get a turn? Seemingly seeing Chun Ran's doubt, Director Yang smiled. Although there are many TV programs, the factors considered for the awards are not only the platform, but also a combination of originality, program contribution, and the degree of innovation. Saying this, Chun Ran understood that although the satellite TV programs were a big hit, there were many programs that were imported from foreign programs, and other than that, every program was discussed by everyone. To summarize the above points, Chun Ran single-handedly completed the main planning of I Love Record Lyrics. There really are so many possibilities. It's a pity that he's done just one program on the entertainment channel, and if he had another one, he'd be a little more sure of himself, which is why Director Yang is lamenting. Although there's no hope this year, there's still a chance in the coming year. Work hard. Director Yang encouraged Chun Ran before leaving. When Director Yang left, Director Wu and the others also felt sorry for Chun Ran. This award was not just a vanity. Besides the prize money, it was also an honor. Chun Ran was very open-minded. Previously did not even know about this thing. There is nothing to regret, he laughed. Let's do a good program. Can be better than any awards. Director Wu also nodded. That's the truth. Not a moment later, Chun Ran received another unexpected call. It was Manager Yao from Diamond KTV. Mr. Chun, congratulations on the show's success. Inside the phone was Manager Yao's brash voice. Mr. Chun? This address made Chun Ran feel a bit uncomfortable. Mostly, I think of the masters of photography in my former life. Chun Ran said, Thank you, Manager Yao. Manager Yao. No. It's me who wants to say thank you. Mr. Chun, you don't know? Your show is a big hit. Our Diamond KTV is also on fire. Every single box in the chain is now booked out. Chun Ran wasn't surprised. It was to be expected. Manager Yao added, Today the boss gave me the word that he must invite Mr. Chun out for a meal to thank you properly. Manager Yao said thank you very heavily, and Chun Ran instantly heard what he meant. Chun Ran said, Manager Yao, don't say that. When we first cooperated, I said this is a win-win situation. Our program ratings can be, your KTV business is good, this is enough. We are all doing our jobs. When we are free, we will just have dinner. The rest is not necessary. Although he is not very old, but the human world still understands some people make this call thanks to how much on not to say. But there is another layer of meaning. When the original sponsorship, because the owner of the KTV was a little hesitant, so only signed up for 3 months, the average program is more than 10 issues, 3 months almost see the effect. If the show performs okay, naturally they can continue to sign on, and if it doesn't they can't lose too much money. But the program premiered and caught fire unexpectedly, bringing much more than just the sponsorship fee to KTV, so Manager Yao called and there were other aspects as well. Chun Ran didn't want to be exposed to this and refused without hesitation. The other side really want to talk. When the time comes the column will go to find someone to sponsor. To take they can certainly take, just the money will be quite a bit more is. Manager Yao, in the end, could only hang up the phone with disappointment. Late afternoon, near the end of the day, Chun Ran froze with some surprise when he received the boiling water. That car outside, it kind of looks like Zhang Fanji's. But after thinking about it, it's probably the same sign, and when I tweeted just now, Zhang Fanji had a 7 o'clock flight, so how can I think it won't be here? Just as Chun Ran turned around, his cell phone rang. You come down. It was still Zhang Fanji's words. Chun Ran glanced at the time and went straight downstairs. Running to the front of the car, I saw Zhang Fanji sitting inside, and today she didn't wear a mask. Why are you here? Didn't you go on a plane ride? Chun Ran gasped slightly. Zhang Fanji looked at him. You wrote me a song. It's a bit rude to say goodbye to you on the phone. Chun Ran laughed. You need a ritual to say goodbye? It's not like you're not coming back to Lin City after you go. Zhang Fanji didn't answer, but said very seriously to Chun Ran, Thank you. Chapter 59. She's very opinionated. Chun Ran did not expect her to suddenly say thank you, and was still a little uncomfortable, smiled and said, What are you so polite for? I rubbed against your car so many times. There should always be a return. and the song is still paid for by you. Zhang Fanji didn't say anything, just looked at him with bright eyes. Chan Ran was a little afraid of being looked at by her like this and said busily, "You're not wearing a mask, and there are a lot of people here, so you'd better go back first, so as not to be recognized. And your 7 o'clock flight, to go to the airport in advance, go back and park the car, the time is almost up." After saying that he paused and added, "If you really appreciate me, buy me dinner when you come back." Zhang Fanji thought for a moment, then said, "Good." Chun Ran did not expect her to agree so quickly and froze slightly. Zhang Fanji leapt up and smiled, extending her white palm and waving her hand at Chun Ran. Watching Zhang Fanji's car leave, Chun Ran exhaled a breath, feeling somewhat empty. Was that Twiggy's car just now? The voice that suddenly appeared behind him startled Chun Ran. Turning his head, he happened to see Director Zhang standing behind him frowning. Chun Ran was busy saying, "Uncle, why did you come down?" Director Zhang ignored him and said with a black face, "It's really her, a 7 o'clock flight and still inking with you here. This is also even if, come to the TV station and still do not look at me as a father, this is really..." If he hadn't come down for something, he really wouldn't have realized that Zhang Fanji had come to the TV station if he hadn't encountered it. "Uncle, it's me who left my stuff at Gigi's place. She sent it over to me, and now I have to rush to the airport or I'll be too late." Chun Ran was busy explaining once more. Director Zhang's face softened slightly. "I told you that my family's Gigi couldn't be so ungrateful." Chun Ran's face was embarrassed. "You really seem to be right." Director Zhang said, "You're not working late later, are you?" Chun Ran nodded his head and said, "Not today. I have to prepare for the recording of the program tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." "Well, then we'll go back together later. Gigi just left. Go and keep your Aunt Yun company," Director Zhang said. "Okay," Chun Ran busy said. Airport. Tao Lin looked left and right and was a little anxious before she saw Zhang Fanji come over. "Where have you been? What took you so long?" Tao Lin complained a little. Zhang Fanji calmly said, "My dad left some information at home. I'll send him to the TV station." Tao Lin looked at her skeptically. "Really?" Zhang Fanji frowned. "Do I have to lie to you?" When Tao Lin thought about it, Zhang Fanji's character rarely lied. "All right, go in first." Tao Lin pulled Zhang Fanji and spoke while walking. "I've contacted a producer. He's free right now. Let's go back and talk to the company, and then go find him to work with." "Didn't you tell the company in advance?" Zhang Fanji asked. Tao Lin shook her head. "No, let's go back and discuss it again. Let's get the copyright." In fact, it was before she came in that she didn't have any hope at all, telling the company what to do. Tao Lin was a bit excited again. "Your song is so much better than Lin Han Yun. Let's go and try to get online with her. I think she'll look pretty good when we get there." Zhang Fanji asked again, "What if the company doesn't agree to issue it?" Tao Lin confidently said, "Don't worry about this. When I signed the contract, I paid attention. The company won't reject it." Zhang Fanji nodded. The plane took off smoothly, and she looked at the ever smaller city of Lin with a sense of frustration. "I probably had this feeling when I went out to college, and then I was busy working and rarely did, and now I don't know what happened." "Thinking about what?" Tao Lin asked. Zhang Fanji returned to her senses and shook her head. Tao Lin deliberated for a moment and said, "Shiyun, you have to know that I'm good for you, the matter of love. I actually don't want to intervene, but you're now in an upward stage, the golden period, and this time bursting out with news of a love affair is a very big blow to your career. If you really want to fall in love, wait 2 years and I won't say anything more after your popularity stabilizes." For the singing world, Zhang Fanji is still considered a newcomer. Her masterpieces are too few, her face fans are in the majority, and the company is treating her the way they are now, so if the news of a relationship breaks out, it's highly likely that she'll fall flat on her face. "I don't expect you to fall in love and get married until you're 30. At least hold off for these 2 years first. Okay?" Tao Lin looked at Zhang Fanji. Tao Lin used to be a thunderous person, but now she feels like she's nagging. But it can't be helped, in the past, she still felt that Zhang Fanji and her were of the same mind, only thinking of busy career. Now she can only be persuaded more bitterly, lest her path go astray. "I know, Sister Lin." Zhang Fanji nodded. Tao Lin's heart is slightly at ease. After all, Zhang Fanji is a very opinionated person. There is a measurement in her heart, determined to do something, it is difficult to change. Chun Ran had had a very fulfilling 2 days. Because the program continued to record, Chun Ran followed it with another busy day. After recording today, one relaxes a lot. After work, Chun Ran didn't stay idle, but collected some music theory information from the internet. To practice how powerful, Chun Ran felt that he had no hope and didn't have so much time to practice, and it wasn't like he was going down that path anyway. He was trying to work on his pitch a bit. The last time he wrote a song with Zhang Fanji, that crooked, he was a bit embarrassed himself. At least it won't be so tough if there's a next time. The guitar also picks up and continues to practice so that the embarrassment of the last time doesn't come up again later. Speaking of the guitar, Chun Ran remembered his sister Chen Yao. He called over half a day before he picked up. The background was quite loud music. Chen Yao spoke in a nervous voice. "Brother, yes, is something wrong?" Chun Ran curiously said, "You went to karaoke with your classmates?" Yeah, at the karaoke. What are you nervous about in KTV? I'm not mom or dad." Chun Ran added, "Of course, the bar is not to go if you can. Okay? Can't go to a bar, can you?" Chun Yao finished and hurriedly said, "I'm not going to the bar. I'm not even going. I'm just asking you, do you still play guitar? I'm about to get paid, so I'll give you a guitar then." Chun Ran said, "No need, brother. I already bought it myself." Chun Yao refused. She added, "Brother, my friend is coming over. I'll call you another day." Chun Ran said, "Okay, you play then." Chun Ran hung up the phone, still a little puzzled. Chun Yao is not so introverted. Go to a KTV, what good nervous. Come to think of it, it seems like mom and dad were a little harsh on her. When I was in junior high school, Chun Yao went to KTV with her classmates for her birthday, and as a result, there was a fight inside which seemed to be quite a big deal and made the news, and then her parents resolutely did not allow her to go to this kind of place. After all these years, she still hasn't forgotten it and is still apprehensive about going off to college, so it seems to have affected her quite a bit. Because of this, not only her, but Chun Ran was kept on a tight leash. The result was that the students who went to play did not call him, and gradually they became estranged and had fewer and fewer close friends. Chapter 60, Being a Mascot. When he went to work on the second day, Chun Ran talked to Zhang Fanji on the phone. Originally, we were chatting on WeChat, but because of work, it took a while for each other to get back to each other. Zhang Fanji is not such a chronic person, so he dialed the phone over and said directly. The main talk was about things that had happened since her past and the company. "How did it go with the company?" Chun Ran asked his concern. In fact, he wanted to call and ask yesterday, but thinking that Zhang Fanji might have been busy in the past, he didn't call and just sent a random WeChat. "It was Lin who talked about it yesterday." "How?" "It's the same as what you thought at first." Zhang Fanji said, "The company is responsible for distribution and basically not for publicity. After all this, why don't they refuse to help you send out songs?" Chun Ran was curious. Zhang Fanji said, "When I signed the contract in the past, Sister Lin left a note for me that not releasing songs for me was considered a breach of contract. It seems like Sister Lin is treating you quite well." Chun Ran said. He hadn't seen much news about things like the agent being a weekly pickpocket. So much better compared to Turin. Chun Ran asked again, "When will the songs probably be released?" Zhang Fanji said, "Wait for Lin Han Yun." "Huh." Chun Ran was surprised. "You're really going to touch her? She has a company to promote." It was unwise to realize that Zhang Fanji was not small in popularity right now, and fans knew about her feud with Lin Han Yun. The other party has a company to help with publicity, but Zhang Fanji doesn't. If she loses, it will be a big blow to her fans. Zhang Fanji paused for a moment and said, "I decided on it, and Sister Lin also agreed." With this tone, Chun Ran seemed to see her pursing her lips slightly. Zhang Fanji added, "Sister Lin has quite a few resources, and I'm not completely without publicity." Saying this, Chun Ran does not understand. Anyway, the song is given to Zhang Fanji, and exactly how to do it is her business. The two didn't talk much. Zhang Fanji had to go discuss the song with the producer, and Chun Ran had to be busy here, so he hung up the phone. It's Friday again. The second installment of I Love to Remember Lyrics is on. The program remains popular. While the flow of the show is pretty much the same, the segments are all slightly altered, very minimal, not too abrupt, but fresh enough for the audience. For viewers, the program is fun to watch, tightly paced, and so addictive that people don't want to change the channel, even during commercial breaks. Because of the show's stickiness and high viewer retention, it reached an opening rating of over 10%, close to the premiere rating of the previous installment. And the same continued to rise after that, with the average rating breaking right through 13%, stopping at 13.19%. This substantial increase in ratings made everyone on the crew look excited, and director Wu Jin was generous enough to pack everyone's drinks for the day. Director Lu Xianlong's face reddened slightly. Judging from the ratings curve, The program's potential was still there, not touching the ceiling. The records inside the station, because Calling South Focus is in no way touching, but every next episode that airs will set a new record for the entertainment channel. Grabbing further ratings share is all about money for their entertainment channel. A self-sustaining channel where ratings are the root. Director Lou's good mood only existed for 2 days. He didn't look so good during the meeting on Monday, as the ratings for Light Lecture dropped again. At this rate, it might be another joy to the world. I really don't understand how a veteran program could have slipped into such a state, with several consecutive issues going wrong. Don't you have any internal introspection? Director Lou said with a dark face. Being criticized by name, and not just once. The director of Lightness Lecture's face darkened for a moment and reddened as he bitterly smiled. Director, it's our problem. Fong Lighting has been in bad shape lately, sometimes speaking off script. I thought it worked well, so I kept it. Speaking of which, he also regretted a little bit, thinking that the program can sometimes make a little controversial to improve ratings. Fong Qingying's those clips he did not cut retained, and now Fong Qingying continuous a few issues to let go of their own, and their program ran off course. A few horses cannot pull back. In short, crashing. Faced with this situation, the director can only try to make amends. I don't care whose problem you have, and I don't care what method you use, you must pull the program back. Director Lou didn't want to hear the reason. How it was regulated was an internal matter for the columnists. He just wanted to see the results. The director could only show his efforts with a bitter face. Afterwards, Director Wu said with a sigh, "We should take this as a warning. The program will follow the framework of the planning, and we must not get a hot head. Our program segments are mature. There won't be so many problems." Chen Ran smiled. The nature of the program is different from theirs. That kind of program relies on the host, and when the host is crooked, the program is sure to follow. The only thing to watch out for on I Love Lyrics is what happens when viewers get tired of watching it. This is Chun Ran, and a few planners have been trying to consider things in peace and security now only just opened. To get tired of the show may take a long time, but also to prepare in advance. Chun Ran got paid. The salary is more than 30,000 yuan. The big head is still a bonus. Chun Ran is satisfied, after all, only a few months into the TV station. And more money, or until I Love Lyrics' share of the profits comes down. The first quarter is estimated to be after March, and based on current earnings, it's certainly a lot of money. Chun Ran got his paycheck, first transferred half of it to his parents, and then transferred the rest to Chun Yao for 2,000. Chun Yao's side didn't receive it and just sent over a question mark directly. Payday. Chun Ran returned. This time Chun Yao replied back, "Brother, you've just started working. Keep the money for yourself. I found a part-time job now. I have living expenses and pocket money." Chun Ran was slightly surprised, this sister of his going out to work part-time while in college? I was going to say something, but I thought it would be good to have a part-time job in college to get used to society in advance so I wouldn't look too green when I came out. "You take it this time, I won't send it next month." Chun Ran finished and then asked, "What part-time job did you find?" Chun Yao's side was presumably entangled for a long time, and finally claimed the money, waiting for half a day before replying, "I'm at a lounge bar, soliciting customers for someone as a mascot." When Chun Ran thought about it, he guessed that it was going to be set inside the doll, and with Chun Yao's thin-skinned character, it should not be fake. "I didn't get to talk to my sister twice before my parents' side, presumably receiving the money, called." They were wondering if Chun Ran had suddenly transferred so much money back, if he hadn't left it behind himself. It wasn't until Chun Ran took a screenshot to show the second old man that it proved that only half of the transfer had indeed taken place. Father Chin Junhai some wonder. Last month Chun Ran transferred money. Not so much. Chun Ran knew his father's doubts and explained, "Last month I spent the first half of my time in the public channel, then I switched to the entertainment channel, also all in preparation for the program. Only the basic salary. This month, because the program was broadcast, there was a bonus, so more." With that said, both Chin Junhai and Song Hui were quite relieved. And Chun Ran is working pretty well and is quite happy. Song Hui said to her son, "Pay attention over there. Come home sometime. Your dad misses you quite a bit." Chun Ran laughed. "It's going to be busy for a while. I'll be free after this. I'll be back then." Chapter 61 Theme Song. It's been a busy couple days. I Love Lyrics is moving along pretty quickly with the second installment already airing, but the sixth installment is getting ready to start recording. Chun Ran and Lin Fan discussed with a few people and planned that they could invite celebrities to have special shows. 2 expensive stars are definitely unaffordable and uneconomical to hire. They were going for older singers whose songs weren't poorly sung, but who had outlived their usefulness. This old singer has quite a few songs of his own, so he could totally do a special show and pick his fans to be on the show when the time comes, and that kind of interaction would be kind of fun. After Chun Ran and the others discussed the matter in detail, they found it very feasible and then started to select singers again. Many singers pop up for a few years, release 3 or 2 albums, and then quickly lose their sound, and Chun Ran and his group picked this kind of target. The price is not high, the song was once read, and it's both cheap and good value. After all, a local station, it's not like it's spelling out the stars. It's just a change of pace for the audience. Finalized, the program will be reported up. Director Liu looked carefully, but did not dare to take the idea, can only go up to the director Yang. Yang Chijuan nodded slightly after reading the planning. Just invite a period of stars to increase the program's interest. It feels not bad. The planning is written in great detail above. For example, in the game session, the star can lead the song and let his fans pick up the song. It also sets up some little surprises where the lead singer is looking at the lyrics to sing, the star is not given the lyrics to his own song, he forgets the words to his own song and the fan picks up on it or something like that. The show worked just fine. Very good. Just follow the planning to try it out for one issue. Yang Chijuan directly nodded his head. In fact, I Love Lyrics has so much momentum right now that you can keep the status quo for the sake of stability and only make an attempt later when the ratings start to drop. But Yang Chijuan is also not a person who rests on his laurels. The program results to this point. If he can use the momentum to continue to charge upwards, it is also what he is happy to see. If it's successful, the program is more profitable, and even if it doesn't work out well, it's only a small funding loss. With the momentum of I Love Lyrics, that's a lot of money to pay. With the approval, the columnists started preparing. Lin Fan was in high spirits. The proposal was first made by him, although the result was not the same. Well, at least it was adopted. During the time of doing I Love to Remember Lyrics, he felt that he had improved a lot, his thinking was a bit different from before, and he felt much more active himself. Seeing him so happy, Chun Ran did not mince words of praise. When the program had just finished recording, Chun Ran received a call from Zhang Fanji. "Weren't you busy recording songs in the past 2 days? Why do you still have time to call me?" Chun Ran said unexpectedly. Zhang Fanji said, "Tired throat, resting. Gotta pay more attention. Don't sing like me and get a sore throat." "I'm professional, thanks," Zhang Fanji said indifferently. Chun Ran was choked by her. "This is to say that I am not professional?" "It's true, but it's a bit solid when you say it like that." Zhang Fanji added, "I'm looking for you for something." "What is it?" Chun Ran asked. "It's about the song copyright." Zhang Fanji was succinct. "There's a TV series that's going to be broadcast on the stars, and Sister Lin has approached the producer with the intention of having the song as the theme song, and she needs authorization from the songwriter. They're going to be on the air, they must have produced it all, changing the theme song on the fly. Remember when Zhang Fanji said the company doesn't give publicity, but he's not afraid to fight with Lin Han Yun, Tao Lin has resources, is that what he said?" Chun Ran was a bit curious. "What kind of drama is it?" "Flying Against the Wind." Chun Ran thought carefully and honestly said, "I've never heard of it. I rarely pay attention to TV dramas." Zhang Fanji did not say anything for half a day. "I guess it is very speechless, you do not pay attention to what to ask." Chun Ran said, "I'll go there on Saturday. Is it too late?" The 6th installment was recorded, and now we're waiting for the contacted singer to come over, so I guess we'll start recording the special next week. It's just signing an authorization contract, it doesn't take much time, and it's not too late for him to go over there in the afternoon after his meeting in the morning. "In time," Zhang Fanji said. The two finished and made a couple more small talk before hanging up on each other. Zhang Fanji held her cell phone, the corner of her mouth slightly upturned, in a good mood. Tao Lin came over and saw how happy she was and asked, "Seeing how happy you are, is the song recording progressing well?" Zhang Fanji's smile tightened slightly as she nodded and said, "It's okay." Tao Lin asked again, "Did Chun Ran call there and ask?" "Asked. He's coming over on Saturday," Zhang Fanji said. Tao Lin looked at her suspiciously and asked, "You didn't just laugh because Chun Ran was coming over, did you?" "Nothing." Zhang Fanji was very calm. "Flying Against the Wind." Chun Ran searched the internet and found that this drama seemed to be quite hot. It stars a couple of pretty hot and popular actors, and there's a lot of discussion on Twitter anyway when you search for it. And it's been bought by Mango TV, which is the hottest in the country right now, and it's going to start next month. Tao Lin can, this kind of time, can still let people change the theme song. Chun Ran muttered, somewhat impressed with Tao Lin. The most fearful thing about a good song is that there is no publicity, not to mention that Zhang Fanji's fame is not considered to be top-notch. Even for singers who are more famous than her, even if the songs are of good quality without publicity, they won't necessarily be able to catch fire. Flying Against the Wind is now very hot, and it's being broadcast on Mango TV. Whether the TV series is good or not, Chun Ran doesn't know. But the fame of the song will definitely not be bad. This handful of TV show theme songs works better than a lot of publicity. Zhang Fanji was also lucky to have met an agent like Tao Lin. Otherwise, her character is not smooth at all. A different agent would have gone home with a bag. Chun Ran also wants to see what it will be like when Zhang Fanji and Lin Hanyun's new songs collide. On Saturday, the ratings were tallied. I Love Lyrics continues to set records and is nearing 14%. Up much less but still there, with no surprises that the next installment will be able to break that threshold. Everyone expressed great satisfaction with this increase. The market is here, the internet and smartphones have a somewhat big impact on the TV industry. Not to mention that there are also major TV stations competing for attention. The program is able to get such high ratings, it is already not easy. Chun Ran came out of the TV station at noon and went straight to the airport. He'd booked his flight last night and was just about there now. It was mid-afternoon when I got off the plane. It wasn't the first time Chun Ran had come to Huahai. The last time was to send Chun Yao to study. Then it was now. Almost completely new to the city. He exited the airport, slightly bewildered, and fumbled for his cell phone to dial Zhang Fanji when it rang a step ahead. "Have you gotten off the plane yet?" Zhang Fanji asked. Chun Ran had contacted her before he came, and she probably knew the time Chun Ran got off the plane. Chun Ran said, "Just got off the plane and out of the airport. I was about to call and ask where you were." Zhang Fanji said, "Just left the airport? Then you wait first." Chun Ran was slightly puzzled. She wasn't even sure where she was herself. As he was thinking about it, a car pulled up beside him and the horn blared. Chun Ran thought that it was the master of the sports car and was about to wave his hand and say that it was not necessary for the time being. But then he saw the rear seat window come down, and it was a pair of very bright eyes gleaming at him. Chapter 62. I Don't Lie. Chun Ran froze. She was wearing a mask and had changed her hairstyle, but Chun Ran recognized her at a glance. "What are you doing here?" Chun Ran was surprised with some surprise. "I really didn't expect her to come over." Zhang Fanji looked at him good-naturedly and said with a wink, "You said you hadn't been to Huahai, so I came to pick you up." Chun Ran laughed. "I'm not a child, you say a place? I'll just take a taxi there. Get in the car and talk first." Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran reacted, "This place is the Huahai airport. It would be bad if Zhang Fanji gave someone a shot. Despite the masks, those people have very fine eyes, and the masks can't stop them." Chun Ran sat in it, and the one driving in front of him was Assistant Xiao Qin. Zhang Fanji pulled down the mask, revealing her delicate face. She exhaled lightly. The car was already stuffy, and with the mask it was even harder, and her white face heated up with a cloud of redness. Chun Ran looked at her, somewhat unable to move his eyes, seeing her look over, busy saying, "In fact, there is no need to trouble you so much. If you are recognized, it will not be good for you. I didn't want to come either. The director and producer are here. I'm afraid you'll dawdle." Zhang Fanji looked calm. Chun Ran believed it and heard yesterday that the director and producer of Flying Against the Wind had just this one day to hopefully take care of it all. In fact, it is to sign an authorization, other things Tao Lin and Zhang Fanji here have talked about. If pride isn't coldly slapped by the sea of reality. Zhang Fanji's cell phone called. It was a song she had just recorded in the past 2 days, and had sent it to Chun Ran to listen to, and had also intercepted a section to make a ringtone herself. Zhang Fanji slowly took out her cell phone and answered the call. "Xiun, where have you been? How come you disappeared in a single turn of my eyes?" Inside the phone came Tao Lin's somewhat anxious voice. Zhang Fanji glanced at Chun Ran and said without moving, "It's Chun Ran's first time coming to Huahai. I'm afraid he'll be delayed and came over to pick him up." "You're going to pick up Chun Ran? You can let Xiao Qin go. What are you running after? Besides, Director Lin and the others haven't even come over yet. Chun Ran is as slow as he wants to be, as long as he can get there before night." Tao Lin was a bit speechless. She reacted and asked, "You won't be? I'll talk to you later. It's too stuffy in the car. I don't want to call." Zhang Fanji didn't wait for her to finish and directly pinched the phone. Poor Tao Lin held her cell phone before she could react and looked at the hung-up call, almost rolling her eyes in anger. She was so angry that she felt like she had raised a white wolf. Zhang Fanji didn't know what Tao Lin thought, and when she saw Chun Ran looking at her, her earlobes turned red then. "Did Sister Lin call?" Chun Ran asked. He vaguely heard a little voice, but didn't hear what was said. Zhang Fanji said as if nothing had happened, "It's her. saying that we can go back slower and that the director has something to delay. Chan Ran said, "If I had known it wasn't busy, you wouldn't have had to come over." Zhang Fanji frowned. "Not happy about me coming over to pick you up? That's not what I meant. I just thought that you're usually quite busy." Chun Ran explained a sentence. "I've come all the way here, so don't say anything." Zhang Fanji's face was slackened. Glancing at Chun Ran, he felt that a good intention had been fed to the dogs. Angry, Chun Ran figured out some meaning and asked in a low voice, "No, what am I angry about? It's to thank you for coming over to help." Zhang Fanji said expressionlessly. With that one sentence out of his mouth, Chun Ran was certain that she was truly angry. He said very seriously, "I'm very grateful to you for coming over to pick me up, and I was indeed very happy or a bit surprised to suddenly see you at the airport just now. I'm just afraid of delaying your work, and I'm also afraid that you'll be recognized on the road, causing unnecessary trouble and negatively affecting you." Zhang Fanji looked at his sincere appearance. The gas drumming in her heart dispersed a bit, and when she heard Chun Ran say that he was a bit surprised to see her, her eyes became unnatural, and she slightly twisted her head and said, "I came over to pick you up just because of my work, and if you're not happy about it, take a taxi next time by yourself." Xiao Qin, who was driving in front, looked a little sad. Originally followed Xiun's sister sneaking out, later to go back to be scolded by Lin's sister, heart are already enough apprehension. Now driving a car cannot be at ease. The conversation between Chan Ran and sister Xiun in the back made her, a fledgling rookie assistant, feel sour in her heart. Is this the fake relationship that sister Xiun swears by? It's really fake. Zhang Fanji had her own allotted apartment and a workstation at the company, but she rarely went there. It was Tao Lin who was busy with the work, and she spent most of her time inside the apartment. Xiao Qin drove the car into the garage, and just as she came out, she encountered a tiger-faced Tao Lin. "Lin, sister Lin." Xiao Qin had a nervous look on her face. Tao Lin did not make things difficult for Xiao Qin. Zhang Fanji wanted her to go out. She could not possibly disobey, just surprisingly did not communicate with herself. Definitely need to be punished, of course, now do not pursue after that. Zhang Fanji, on the other hand, nodded her head in greeting as if nothing had happened. "I've picked up Chun Ran. When will Director Lin arrive?" "Tao Lin feels a toothache. You're just acting as if nothing happened?" She wanted to say something, but when she saw Chun Ran behind Zhang Fanji, she held back. "It feels like menopause is coming early if this continues." Tao Lin ignored this white-eyed wolf and barely squeezed out a smile to Chun Ran. "Mr. Chun, welcome." Although she didn't want to see Chun Ran, and even more so, she didn't want to see Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji together, but they had written the song, and it was considered to be a great favor to them, so it wasn't good to neglect them. Chun Ran looked at her reluctant smile and felt amused in his heart, saying, "Sister Lin, there's no need to call Mr. Chun so formal. Just call me Chun Ran." Tao Lin thought, "I can't wait to be raw as if I don't know it." But she has been an agent for so many years, the speed of changing her face is still possible, and her smile is much more natural. "Go in first, wait for the director to come over, and then go to the hotel together." Waiting for Xiao Qin to bring Chun Ran into the apartment. Only then did she pull Zhang Fanji to the side and said, "You are my aunt, okay? How did you promise me some time ago? How did you sneak over to pick up someone and pull them directly into the apartment?" Zhang Fanji pursed her lips and said, "Sister Lin, don't think about the interruption. It's my father who called me to make sure I go to pick up Chun Ran, and there's no way for me to disobey, or else my parents will see the problem and start urging for marriage again." "Really?" Tao Lin would be skeptical. Zhang Fanji's head nodded and said, "I don't lie." Tao Lin frowned. Although Chun Ran can write songs, but at his age he's still only just joined the TV station, and he's not considered young and talented. So how come your parents are so attracted to him? Zhang Fanji thought for a moment and said, "Chun Ran saved my father once a few months ago." Tao Lin instantly figured it out and said breathlessly, "What era is this? Even if you save your life, you can't use your daughter to return it." Zhang Fanji followed suit and sighed. "Yeah, I thought so too. But this is pretty good. At least my parents aren't pushing for marriage." Chapter 63, You Have a Sister? Tao Lin looked at Zhang Fanji and was a bit uncertain. She wouldn't directly believe what Zhang Fanji said, but after so many years together, Zhang Fanji did rarely lie. Facing the serious Zhang Fanji, Tao Lin planned to take a step forward. "I've heard that Chun Ran is quite busy with his TV work, and Zhang Fanji won't be idle when she releases her new song. Neither side has the time to just drag it out, and over time something will become nothing. Not to mention that Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji are still uncertain. Even if they really have something, the feelings are not as good as if they were married. After a long time of getting together and being away from each other, the married ones can't stand to get divorced, let alone something that's not even a shadow of its former self yet. Tao Lin made a decision in her heart and immediately changed her attitude towards Chun Ran. Mr. Chun she also does not call Chun Ran, call is still very natural. She was natural. But Chun Ran was strange in his heart and secretly asked Zhang Fanji, what happened to Sister Lin? What happened to her? He could feel that Tao Lin wasn't pretending, and his attitude towards him was indeed different from earlier. She's usually like this, just get used to it. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips slightly. Although Chun Ran was puzzled, he didn't care too much. After all, he and Tao Lin would have very little contact. This was still the second time they had met, and it would only be even less in the future. Zhang Fanji, on the contrary, had the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, quite happy. Not long after, Tao Lin received a call that Lin Fingyi, the director of Flying Against the Wind, was arriving at the hotel. She came out with the phone and called out, "Kitsune." Over there Xiaoqin was apprehensive, thinking in her mind how Sister Lin was going to punish her. When Tao Lin shouted, she was startled, and busily stood up and said, "Lin, Sister Lin, I'm here, I'm here." Tao Lin looked at her like this and couldn't help but wrinkle her eyebrows. "I'm that scary? You go and drive. Let's go to the hotel. Director Lin and the others are here." Tao Lin didn't have time to nag her and ordered. Xiaoqin nodded busily and ran all the way out. Zhang Fanji remembered something and whispered to Chun Ran, "When you go over later, don't call me by my real name, just call me Xiun." Chun Ran curiously said, "I think your name is quite nice. Why do you need a stage name? What does a good name have to do with taking a stage name or not?" Zhang Fanji asked rhetorically. Chun Ran said, "I saw that people take stage names because they have bad names, so I asked." Zhang Fanji didn't explain much and just said, "This name has a bad meaning." Chun Ran a little pondering branches and leaves, full of fathers and mothers for the future of the good aspirations, the moral of what is not good. Seeing that Zhang Fanji didn't want to talk about this topic, Chun Ran didn't pursue it. The appointment with director Lin Fingyi was at a hotel, and Tao Lin had already booked the place. Director Lin Fingyi hadn't come over yet when they arrived, and Tao Lin was on the sidelines explaining to Chun Ran about licensing. After saying that, she also praised Chun Ran for writing good lyrics, because she felt that the lyrics and the TV series were quite compatible, and she used to be in contact with director Lin Fingyi, so she sent the song over to ask about it, and as soon as she heard the song, she didn't hesitate much before deciding to change the theme song that she had previously settled on, and changed it to this song, Initial Dreams. Chun Ran smiled and didn't say anything, looking modest, but in fact he was thinking, "If you want to thank, go and thank Nakajima Miyuki and Yao Ruolong. The lyrics and music are these two gods." Otherwise, as far as Chun Ran, who has never studied music, is concerned, what he writes is probably not even comparable to people's My Skateboarding Shoes. Well, at least Skateboarding Shoes is still on fire. Director Lin Fingyi was a rather kind-looking person, around 50 years old, with white hair and black glasses, and when he came and heard Tao Lin's introduction of Chun Ran, he was slightly surprised and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Chun to be so young." When he heard the song, he thought it went well with the drama and thought it was written by a famous musician, who knew that the lyricist was unknown even if he was so young. Chun Ran shook hands with director Lin Fingyi. Inside his memory he rarely watched TV dramas and was not familiar with this Lin director. But now he was considered to be acquainted. Signing the authorization thing is quite simple. Tao Lin and they have already talked. Chun Ran picked up the contract and carefully read it. There is no problem, directly signed his name. After finishing, Lin Fingyi smiled. "The song is very good. I hope to hear Mr. Chen's work again in the future. Thank you, Director Lin, for the compliment. It's mainly because Xiun sings well." Chun Ran said modestly. Lin Fingyi's senses of Chun Ran is not bad, but there is no idea of deep friendship, mainly because Chun Ran a music, he is the director of a TV series. The probability is that there will not be any interactions in the future. After Lin Fingyi and Tao Lin had a conversation, he placed his eyes on Zhang Fanji again. He said, "Miss Xiun sings very well and her person is also very beautiful. I'm preparing an urban drama. There is a female number 2 in it that is also a singer persona, so if Miss Xiun is interested, she can come to give it a try. It's kind of a direct invitation to audition." Tao Lin is very interested. Opening is the second female. It can be said that Lin Fingyi is very optimistic about Zhang Fanji. If the audition can be successful, can greatly change her situation in the company. Zhang Fanji smiled slightly and said, "Thank you very much for Director Lin's appreciation. It's just that Xiun hasn't studied acting and has failed Director Lin's good intentions. That's a polite refusal. Didn't even bring a hesitation." Tao Lin rolled her eyes. She knew Zhang Fanji would refuse. Lin Fingyi slightly sorry and no other ideas, just feel Zhang Fanji's face value persona and the role of some of the same, in passing to send an invitation even if Zhang Fanji agreed but also still depends on the acting skills. After Lin Fingyi left, Tao Lin immediately asked, Shiyun, why don't you agree to try? Director Lin Fingyi's female number 2. Many actors want an audition qualification to grab their heads. Zhang Fanji said calmly, I don't know how to act, go and lose face? Tao Lin felt speechless. She didn't blame Zhang Fanji for taking matters into her own hands. Just like Zhang Fanji said, she hadn't learned acting at all. And in the company is when she was training with singing and dancing. A music company can't also be responsible for training for acting. And Lin Fingyi's requirements for acting skills are quite high. A certain role audition go to most of the professional actors. Zhang Fanji went to the top is also a hilarious. Even if director Zhang Fingyi sees her good-looking, really selected, but go up no acting skills, only beeping and staring, people producers also did not agree. What's more, Zhang Fanji won't be able to pout, and most likely will only glare. By the time everything was done, it was almost dark. Zhang Fanji wants Xiao Qin to book Chun Ran's ticket back for him, but Chun Ran refuses. I'm just thanking you for your help. Nothing else. Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran smiled. I didn't think much of it. My sister is studying in Huahai. It's a rare trip. I have to go over to see her. Zhang Fanji was slightly surprised. You have a sister? She didn't seem to know much about Chun Ran. Yeah. 2 years younger than me, studying in college over here. Chun Ran nodded. He hadn't meant to, but when he heard that Chun Yao was working part-time, he planned to go over and take a look, and if it was too hard, he'd better ask her not to do it. Chapter 64. Today is your day. Back then, Chun Ran also worked part-time, and that's pretty much how he got through college. If you want to juggle school, there is basically no recreational time. You are either studying or working. In the past, he'd let it go. But now, if his salary was enough, he still wanted Chun Yao to enjoy her college life. You don't know the way. Xiao Qin and I will send you there, Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran was slightly surprised, and before he could say anything, he saw Tao Lin return from the restroom and asked, Where are you going, Shiyun? Zhang Fanji said without showing any emotion. Chun Ran is going out. I'm going to have Xiao Qin drive him. Tao Lin said. Then Xiao Qin will send him there. You first come back to the company with me. There's something. Zhang Fanji's face stiffened slightly. What can the company be up to? Later. Tao Lin's face was not good. She looked at Chun Ran and did not say anything. She just said to Xiao Qin, Xiao Qin, you send Chun Ran over there? I'll go first with your sister Shiyun. Xiao Qin hurriedly stood up and answered, Okay, Sister Lin. Zhang Fanji glanced at Chun Ran and could only follow Tao Lin away. Xiao Qin gently patted her chest in relief when she saw they were all gone. Is Sister Lin scary? Chun Ran asked. Xiao Qin subconsciously nodded her head, then reacted and hurriedly shook her head. No, Sister Lin is a very good person. Then you're still so afraid of her? Chun Ran was curious. Xiao Qin said awkwardly. Sister Lin and Sister Shiyun are too good to me. I'm afraid of doing something wrong and disappointing them. Although Chun Ran did not understand, he did not continue to ask, lest Xiao Qin be embarrassed. Xiao Qin asked, Brother Chun Ran, where are you going? I'll send you there. Chun Ran said, Then I'll trouble you. Xiao Qin quickly waved her hands. No trouble, no trouble. Chun Ran was slightly amused. How he was like a rabbit. In front of Huahai University, Chun Yao yawned as she carried her guitar on her back. I got back late last night and I've been busy editing videos today, so I've been a little sleep deprived. I thought I'd come home early today and get a good night's sleep too. Just then, her cell phone rang. Seeing the name of the caller, Chun Yao's eyes glazed over and she sobered up then. I thought to myself, didn't we just talk on the phone a few days ago? We can't pay wages that fast. Answering the phone, she cautiously asked, What's up, brother? Are you at school? Chun Ran asked. Chun Yao hummed. Chun Ran asked, No part-time work today? Chun Yao glanced at the guitar and said, Just about to go. All right then. I'll be at your school in a minute. Just wait for me. Chun Ran's words scared Chun Yao and she asked, Brother, what did you say? Chun Ran said, I came to Huahai for a little something. So I came over to see you on purpose. Wait for me at the school. Or if you give me the part-time job place, I'll go find you. No. Chun Yao was a bit anxious and her words were a bit unclear. No need for what? Chun Ran wondered. Chun Yao took a deep breath and calmly said, I mean, brother, you don't have to come. I won't be going to my part-time job until a little while later. Chun Ran said, It's fine. I just came over to take a look. I haven't seen you for a long time. You can go to the school entrance now. I'll be there soon. Well, that's fine. The phone hung up, and Chun Yao withdrew her cell phone with some stiffness. When she called her parents 2 days ago, she had heard that he was very busy working at the TV station. How could she not expect Chun Ran to come to Hua Hai? What now? Chun Yao was a bit at a loss for words. Not a moment later, a car drove over. Chun Ran saw his sister from a long distance away and asked Xiao Qin to drive over. A car suddenly stopped in front of her, or a car of great value, startling Chun Yao. Chun Ran opened the car door and drove down. Chun Yao saw that it was him. Her eyes were slightly flustered before she calmed down and shouted, "Brother, you really bought a guitar?" Chun Ran looked at her outfit and asked, "Are you going to work part-time?" Chun Yao nodded. Chun Ran frowned. "Not right. Today is Saturday. You don't go during the day as a part-time job, you go at night?" Chun Yao gave a forehead and stiffened. "Let's relax. It's all about evening business." "Then what are you doing with a guitar when you're handing out flyers to solicit customers?" Chun Ran was curious. "Just bringing it over to practice when I have time." Chan Yao smiled sarcastically. Her gaze fell on the car behind her and she quickly asked, "Brother, whose car is this?" Chun Ran glanced over and saw that Xiao Qin was about to leave. He was too lazy to explain much and casually said, "The taxi software shouted." Chun Yao was slightly puzzled that on the taxi software, it was possible to call a car of such a class. At this time, a girl inside the car reached out and shouted to Chun Ran, "Brother Chun Ran, I'll leave first then." Chun Ran paused for a moment. He didn't understand why Xiao Qin shouted so much when she left. Seeing his sister's puzzled look, Chun Ran was slightly embarrassed and explained, "That taxi software ID of mine is called Brother Chun Ran." Chun Yao was half convinced, but after thinking about it, Chun Ran had no motive to lie. "I just thought that Chun Ran was usually a serious person, but I didn't realize that he had such a bad taste." Chun Ran said, "Where's your part-time job? I'll go with you to check it out. I'm not going back to Lin City today anyway." Chun Yao stiffened and said weakly, "No need, brother. That place is full of classmates. I'm embarrassed if you follow me there." "What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm just concerned about you. If the work is too tiring, I won't do it." Chun Ran said in a serious tone, "I now have a good salary. In addition to give the family still have a lot left. You do not have to worry about living expenses. Study hard is." Chun Yao thought to herself that she was afraid of this. She organized her wording and said, "Brother, my part-time job isn't just wanting to earn money. It's also my hobby." Chun Ran felt puzzled. "You send out flyers to solicit customers as a hobby?" Chun Yao was slightly embarrassed and said stiffly, "It's kind of a social experience." She added, "Brother, you're just now working. Keep the salary yourself. You still have to talk about your girlfriend. Now the consumption is quite high. If you give it to me again, you'll have no money to buy gifts for people when you talk about your girlfriend." Chun Yao is actually a person with strong self-esteem. Chun Ran has been sending money to her. She was very upset, especially knowing that Chun Ran had been working part-time inside the university and had to give her a share of the money he earned. He felt terribly indebted in his heart. Now that she could earn money herself, she naturally did not want Chun Ran to transfer money to her. "And I get paid pretty well for my part-time job. I buy all my guitars on the side, and I'll be able to send some back to mom and dad next month in addition to my living expenses." As Chun Yao spoke, she felt that Chun Ran's eyes were a bit off. Her small eyes filled with great doubt. "No, since when does handing out flyers pay so well? A couple $100 for a guitar, living expenses, and sending it back home. Don't say Chun Yao is part-time. Even if she's full-time, that's not that much money, is it?" Chun Yao also realized this problem. Her voice gradually weakened, and she didn't even dare to look at Chun Ran. At this time, a short-haired girl ran over behind her, tapped Chun Yao's shoulder and said, "Yao Yao, why are you still here? Today is your special show. All the other singers didn't come. If you don't go, Boss Chun is going to be furious and jump on his feet." Chun Yao was a bit dumbfounded when her words came out. Looking at Chun Ran again, his brows were wrinkled in confusion. "Specialty? Singers. Chapter 65. Let's see how you do." Chun Ran just mulled it over for a moment and had a feeling of sudden realization. No wonder the last time I spoke to Chun Yao, she seemed very nervous. The key is that Chun Yao also said that she would never go to a bar, and said it with great certainty. I realize now that it was not nervousness, it was just weakness. The short-haired girl also realized that something was wrong. Chun Ran and Chun Yao looked quite similar. She thought of Chun Yao's brother as soon as she saw it, and her heart thumped. Chun Yao kept giving her a wink. She pretended not to notice and said, "Hey, I forgot my cell phone. I'll go back for a bit. Bye Yao Yao. After saying that, he pulled his legs out and just slipped away. Haunted. Come back. Chun Yao shouted in a hurry. But the short-haired girl knew she was in trouble, and where she would stop, she rushed straight into the school, not even looking back. Chun Yao stomped her feet in anger. This plastic sister. She quietly glanced at Chun Ran and saw him frowning, and suddenly lowered her head to stare at her toes. Only the siblings were left here, and the atmosphere was slightly stagnant. Chun Ran stared at his sister for a while before opening his mouth and asking, "The part-time job you mentioned? Is it at a bar?" Chun Yao nodded her head stiffly. Chun Ran grunted and said, "And you lied to me that it was a lounge bar soliciting customers? I'm your brother. Will I beat you up for telling the truth?" "I didn't lie to you either. The one I was at was a music bar, quite casual. And singing for the guests to listen to is also soliciting customers," Chun Yao whispered. Black lines appeared on Chun Ran's face. "Even if you lie, you still learn to be sophomoric?" "I'm telling the truth," Chun Yao muttered. Chun Ran was a bit helpless and said, "I just think it's not safe for you to go to a place like a bar as a girl, so I'm doing you a favor by not letting you go." Chun Yao hurriedly said, "Brother, I went to a folk music bar. Not the kind of bar you're thinking of. Most of the people in there go there to listen to songs, not simply to drink." Chun Ran let out a breath, and was indeed a bit angry when he heard about the bar. It's not that he has any prejudice against bars, it's just that girls can easily lose out in those kinds of places, and he holds the attitude of not going there if he can. Probably seeing that Chun Ran's face was not as ugly as just now, Chun Yao continued, "And I just go to sing, the kind that leaves after singing. I don't drink at all. The owner is someone that Haunted knows, the owner of a recording studio, and opened a music bar because he likes music. There won't be those people with bad intentions inside." Chun Ran glanced at her. "How long have you only started working part-time and you know how good or bad people are? Anyway, the boss is quite good," Chun Yao said in a hurry. "No, I remember you didn't study music. People are recording studio bosses. That must have a very high vision. Can they look at letting you sing?" Chun Ran said suspiciously again. Chun Yao gasped, "Brother, you're underestimating people. I have learned to sing. Even though it's self-taught. My bosses all praised me for singing well. And I usually make videos and put them online. Now I have more than 300,000 fans." Chun Ran was slightly stunned. So she didn't tell a lie? Not only is he a resident bar singer, but he's also a minor internet sensation? Seeing that Chun Ran was still skeptical, Chun Yao held her cell phone out to him. On it was her account, which indeed had over 300,000 followers. She looked at the time and added, "Brother, I don't have time. I'm going to rush over there. Today is my special show. No one will cover it. If you don't believe me, you can follow me to the bar." Chun Ran was largely convinced, yet he still wanted to follow and take a look. The two of them were in the car. Chun Yao carefully asked, "Brother, I really didn't mean to lie to you. Mainly because I'm afraid you'll be worried about not agreeing. You mustn't tell Mom and Dad, okay? If they know I'm singing in a bar, they'll definitely not want me." She acted pitifully, but Chun Ran didn't buy it and said, "It depends, if it doesn't match what you said. Not to mention Mom and Dad. I can just declare that I'm an only child." The corner of Chun Yao's mouth twitched. This was spoken too harshly. The two arrived at the place. The name of the bar was unremarkable. Just 2 words on the corner. "Just going in." Someone immediately came over and said, "Chun Yao, why are you just coming? It's almost time." Chun Yao said, "Brother Yuan, this is my brother. He came to see me sing. Take him to sit down." "Good, go get ready." Brother Yuan finished speaking and led Chun Ran to sit down. Chun Ran looked around. Chun Yao was a bit right. This bar was different from the others. The inside looked quiet and the decor was unique. The bar is on one side and a stage in the center. There were quite a few guests around, chatting away, all relatively quiet. On stage, Chun Yao came out holding his guitar. Different from Chun Ran's impression of a somewhat soft sister, Chun Yao standing on the stage looked confident and content. Ballad Chun Ran did not listen to so much, say a 1, 2, 3 certainly cannot say. Chun Yao's singing voice does not have so much skill. She holds the guitar and sings, giving people a kind of storytelling, unfolding feeling, very comfortable. Chun Ran was a bit sweaty. We all have not systematically learned music. He is a brother compared to Chun Yao, not a tiny bit worse. I didn't expect Chun Yao to have such a side. Chun Ran also sort of believed her words, working here part-time in addition to earning money, or because he liked to sing. In the middle of the day, Chun Ran's cell phone rang, and as he looked around at the guests listening intently to Chun Yao singing, he took his cell phone and retreated to the side. The call was from Lin Fan. which made Chun Ran very surprised. Two people have things are in the WeChat group shouting, the phone left each other but never played. When the phone was connected, Lin Fan couldn't wait to say, something big has happened. Fong Qingying, she committed suicide. Suicide? Chun Ran's head shook slightly. He knew Lightning Fong, the host of the Sunday program Lightning Lectures. How could a good person commit suicide? Chun Ran asked in surprise. Could it be because of the ratings? The ratings of Light Lecture continue to fall, and several consecutive issues have been pointed out by Director Liu. But it's not true that there are programs with worse ratings, and Joy Without Boundaries is even worse than this one. And people haven't made a move, so how can this be a suicide? Lin Fan said, a bit of a ratings thing, but she seems to be depressed and has had a bit of a problem since she broke up with her boyfriend 2 months ago. After hanging up the phone, Chun Ran was still a bit confused. No wonder the director of Lighter Lectures threw the pot at her. But it turns out there's really something wrong with her. Fong Qingying had a great life and was saved by her family, but with such a mental state, the host is temporarily unable to do. Chun Ran thought of director Lu Xianlong and wondered what kind of black face he would have. Chan Yao's singing ended. She busied herself in front of Chun Ran and asked, brother, how did I sing? Chun Ran thought about things and said perfunctorily, it's great. It sounds great. It's better than me. Chun Yao didn't care about his attitude. What she cared about was another issue, and asked weakly, so are you not going to tell mom and dad? That depends on your performance. If you delay your studies because of singing, and if you flunk out, then I can only come clean with mom and dad. Chin Ran said. Chun Yao heard what he meant and quickly nodded her head. I promise not to delay my studies. Singing is just a hobby. I can tell the difference. She was relieved that she hadn't been scolded. Chapter 66. You're out of rice. Chun Ran just came to check on his sister's work. This part-time job Chen Yao had now was so much better than what she used to have on her own, and it was still a job she loved. For the time he had been in the bar, he felt that it was quite disciplined and quite different from what he remembered, and his heart was a little more at ease. As for telling her parents, she was only scaring Chun Yao, afraid that she would confuse her priorities and forget about her studies. Remember to study hard. I'm going back. Chun Ran finally smiled at Chun Yao. Chun Yao nodded her head obediently. Got it, brother. Chun Ran said. Knowing that you're not short of money right now, I won't transfer it to you in the future, lest I'm forcing you to ask for the same thing every time. Chun Yao thought to herself that this is no different from being forced moving as if he is an only child. Do not think it is too hurtful. She only dared to spit it out in her mind, not out loud. Chun Ran gave 2 more explanations before leaving. Now the airplane is gone, but there is still high-speed rail, and I plan to take it back overnight. Lin Fan called over, certainly not gossip a little. Fong Qingying attempted suicide. This is a major event. Tomorrow the entertainment channel is sure to have an emergency meeting. He knew that Chun Ran was in Huahai today, so he called ahead to inform. Sitting in the car, Chun Ran looked at WeChat, and sure enough, the group was all over the place. Several work groups were chatting, mostly feeling sorry for Fong Qingying. Watching the chat, Fong Qingying broke up with her boyfriend because he cheated on her and said pretty excessive things to her. I was already in a bad mood and made a mistake on the show, which caused the ratings to collapse. In the end, I couldn't help but think of a lesser life. Chun Ran feels that this is quite a pity. A lot of things at that time feel that the sky is going to collapse, but you insist on this period of time, you will find that there is really nothing that cannot be overcome. He lives again to realize how precious life really is. He sent a message to Zhang Fanji. I'm going back. Sent one over there? Come here. Chun Ran was still typing when the phone rang. He was slightly speechless since he was going to call. Why are you posting a question mark? You want to go back? Zhang Fanji's voice was quite cold, and this was said with about a frown. Something happened at the TV station. I guess I have to have a meeting tomorrow. I'll go back first tonight. Chun Ran said. No flights this late. And high-speed rail. Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji paused. Her breathing could be heard through the cell phone. Then she said, You're out of rice. After that, he cut off the phone. Chun Ran pinched the phone, a bit confused. Why do you feel like you're angry? You're out of rice. What does that mean? Chun Ran mulled it over before reacting. Last time, he said that Zhang Fanji would invite Chun Ran to eat after he returned to Lin City, and now he is angry, and this meal is gone. Chun Ran felt that his head was a bit inadequate to keep up with the circuit. I go back for work and you dock me a meal? For a big star, you're too stingy. Apartment. Zhang Fanji threw her cell phone aside with some exasperation. Tao Lin walked over and saw this unhappy expression on her face and asked, "What's wrong? Still unhappy about the company?" Zhang Fanji shook her head and didn't say anything. Tao Lin persuaded, "And don't take it to heart. In fact, if you want to think about it from the company's point of view, you can also understand why they are doing this. After all, you're not as obedient as Lin Hanyun, and they surely like to be obedient. It doesn't matter, it's just that there's no publicity. I've contacted a few variety shows for you. You can go up and publicize and promote them, plus the publicity of flying against the wind. Are you still afraid that you won't be able to compete with Lin Hanyun?" The company had them there today to dismiss the request for the song to be released on the same day as Lin Hanyun. In the case of Tao Lin must insist direct instructions to be released on the same day then the company will not be responsible for publicity. Either change it or cool it. Tao Lin was also angry in her heart, but she still had to comfort Zhang Fanji. And Zhang Fanji was not originally angry for this reason. But now that the two were added together, her heart became even more angry, and she slatted her face. Xiao Qin looked at the two sisters' face are not good. A little shivering, made up his mind later resolutely do not go to buy wine. At this time, Chun Yao carried her guitar and returned to the dormitory angrily. The short-haired girl was wearing headphones and shaking her head to brush the video. When she saw Chun Yao come in, she threw down her cell phone and climbed up to the upper bunk without saying a word. But no matter how fast she moved, she wasn't as fast as Chen Yao ran, and was grabbed down by a pinch of her neck. "Wow! Yo-Yo, you're so strong. Break, break, break. My beautiful neck is going to break. I'm wrong. I'm so wrong. For once in my life, go easy on me. I have such tender skin. Go easy on me. Sis, it hurts, it hurts." The two made a scene. A few of the other roommates looked at each other in disbelief, wondering what these two were up to again. One couldn't help but ask, "Chun Yao, what's wrong with you guys? What did she do wrong with Haunted?" Chun Yao climbed up from the short-haired girl and said, "She's an asshole. Just now my brother came over. I was trying to find a way to hide the fact that he went to the bar. But the result was that Zhang Alarm made a big fuss directly and said that it was exposed. And after it was over she didn't say anything about helping to hide it. She pulled her leg out and ran away. Pissed me off." Zhang Nal took the opportunity to run away in a hurry. First climbed to the upper bunk, before rubbing his neck hissed and sucked in air, grunted, "I also did not think that is your brother. Ah. I see you that expression. Thought it was your boyfriend. Said it is trying to earn face for you." Chun Yao gasped, "Wow, you still have the nerve to say that. Don't expect me to bring you food tomorrow." Zhang Shaoxian hurriedly came down and said, "Yao Yao, I was wrong. I'll immediately go and explain clearly to your brother." Chun Yao said without any good humor, "Explain what? My brother is gone." "So the singing thing, he didn't say anything?" Zhang Haunted asked. "I took my brother to the corner and made him listen to me sing before he reluctantly agreed to help me hide it from my parents, who don't even allow me to go to the bar, and who would break my legs if they found out that not only did I go there, but that I sang in it." "You're exaggerating," Zhang Haunted muttered. Chun Yao gave her a blank stare. "And I said that exaggerating can't work." Zhang Nal Kantajiansen, Zhidal Tachi Shaolahan Dua, Thu Chilai de Tsunguchur Sordal. "Yao Yao, don't be angry if you want to be angry. Why don't you do it this way? I'll give you a big deal to be your sister-in-law, and when I go to your house in the future, you'll make it hard for me." Chun Yao's apricot eyes glared round, touched her head and said, "I didn't exert much force just now. How did I pinch you, silly?" Zhang Haunted opened her hand and said to a few of her roommates, "Really? Yao Yao's brother is very handsome and looks very gentle. If you guys saw it, you'd definitely want it too." Chun Yao pointed at her and said, "Hurrah! Thanks to me treating you as a friend." Zhang Haunted immediately folded his hands and said with a smile, "Just kidding, purely kidding. The lady warrior begs to be spared." Chun Yao hummed lightly. Not a moment later, Zhang Nal again pasted over and asked, "How much does your brother Weibo?" Chun Yao glanced at her and grunted, "Make fun of my brother again and I'll get angry with you." Zhang Haunted muttered, "Cheap bastard. Isn't it just one brother? I have an older sister." Chapter 67 Emergency Meeting. Chun Ran received a call from Director Zhang on the high-speed train. Director Zhang asked, "I heard there was a problem with your channel. Have you rushed back yet?" He was aware that Chun Ran was going to Huahai to meet with Zhang Fanji, and had mentioned it once in passing during dinner 2 days ago. Now that he heard that something happened on the entertainment channel, he hurriedly called Chun Ran. Chun Ran said, "I'm on my way back." Director Zhang said, "That's good. After such a big incident, your entertainment channel will definitely need to have an emergency meeting tomorrow. You've only just gone over and your career has taken off. You must not leave an image of complacency to the leaders. For now, for the time being, focus on your work, Gigi. She understands and will definitely understand. Chun Ran's face was slightly odd when he heard this. Zhang Fanji had just deducted a meal from him. Got it, uncle. There is no flight at night. I'll take the high-speed train to rush over. I'll arrive later. Chun Ran added, it's now this time of the day you take an early rest. Hey, it's hard to sleep when something so big happens. I heard that Fang Qingying committed suicide because of emotional matters. You say it's hard or not. Chun Ran, you and Gigi are destined for each other. Don't be like this. You must cherish it. When Uncle Zhang heard the news, he had a lot of emotions bottled up in his heart and talked to Chun Ran for half a day before hanging up the phone. Chun Ran was rather feeling quite heavy as he looked out the window, slightly lost in thought as he watched the lights that swept by outside. The next day, the entertainment channel did call for an emergency meeting. When Chun Ran arrived, his co-workers had already come. When Lin Fan saw Chun Ran coming over, he walked over and asked, you came back overnight last night? Yeah. Too late for a flight. Took the high-speed train and got there in the middle of the night. It also just happened to come across. I'm thinking that Fang Qingying is fine now. What about the program Qingying Lecture Hall? Lin Fan frowned a little. He had also spent some time in the Lightness Lecture Hall before, and knew the program very well and had some feelings for it. How could the program continue without Fang lighting? Chun Ran didn't have the same mood as him, and after thinking about it, he said, the program's ratings have been declining, and now that something so big has happened, it will either be cut or redone. There is no other possibility. After all, it's an old program, so it's just cut down. Lin Fan sighed. There's no way around it. No one wants it when it's like this. Chun Ran patted him on the shoulder. Lin Fan has been in the entertainment channel for so many years, most of the columns and groups he has followed. It is normal to have feelings. Chun Ran added, you've always wanted to do your own program, and now that Lightness Lecture is going to be axed, it's a chance for you to show your skills. Lin Fan shook his head. I used to want to, but now I don't feel that urgent. I still need to learn more. Followed Chun Ran to do the program this time. He also knows his own shortcomings under the effort is improved, but he feels that it is not enough. How do you know without trying? Chun Ran said, let's see what the station decides first. While they were talking, Director Yang entered the conference room, followed by Director Liu. Yesterday, the ratings of I Love Remembering Lyrics once again set a new record for the entertainment channel. They were in a good mood, but then the news of Fang Qingying's suicide attempt came in the evening. It was a bolt from the blue for them, and now both of them looked very ugly. When Superintendent Yang arrived, he first pointed out the columnist of Lightness Lecture and criticized him. He didn't say anything when the program's ratings were slipping. He just told Director Liu to keep a close eye on it. But now that something so big has happened, no one can help it. Several of the directors and planners of Lightning Speakers kept their heads down and didn't say a word. No matter what the main cause of Fang Qingying's suicide is, the loss of ratings is also a causative factor. Don't think about shifting the blame. Also, fortunately, the person is fine. Director Liu, on behalf of the channel, you go and talk to her family. Director Yang said with a stern face. We as program people, we must do a good job of building our own psychology. Similar things resolutely do not appear again. Everyone was listening quietly, and no one dared to say anything. Director Lu Xianlong just kept nodding his head, usually quite a kind person. Today's face also pulled along. When Fang Qingying wanted to commit suicide, the one who had the greatest impact was actually him. As the director of the program department, he didn't manage the section, so naturally he had to take the blame. Yesterday, after things went wrong, Director Yang called him on the phone, scolding not so much, but also reprimanded a lot. Although it was caused by Fang Qingying's suicide attempt, why is it not Director Lu's negligence in his work? If you had gone to the section to get a good understanding when you found out that something was wrong with Lightness Lecture, you would have naturally found that Fang Lightning was not right. With good counseling in time, odds are that there will be no such thing as suicide. But Director Liu didn't, because I Love to Remember Lyrics did so well that it was so good that it made him detached from other programs. The last meeting, he let the program team to regulate themselves, but itself a few ratings fell consecutively. The program team a dreary how to regulate. After Director Yang left, Director Liu frowned while breathing a sigh of relief. Fang Qingying attempted suicide. It is definitely not possible to continue to do the program. She is lying in the hospital. But for the entertainment channel, the Left Behind section is indeed a mess. The entertainment channel is different from the TV channels in that most of their programs are long-term and they don't have backup programs. And right now, Lighten Up Lectures is the only one airing tonight. Forget about the ratings, the point is what happens after tonight. The entertainment channel had to hold their noses and put it on last time when Joy to the World was that bad, and waited until after I Love to Remember Lyrics had finished production to cut it. There is no alternate program for lightning talk that can't just be stopped. But the name of the program is all called Lightness Lecture. In the end, it is a program formulated according to Fong Lighting, the program copy is written according to Fong Lighting, and she herself is heavily involved. Now that you've changed it, you can't call it the Lightness Lecture either, can you? Director Lu Xianlong rubbed his forehead, which was in some pain, and said to the Lightness Lecture Hall crew, "The program can't be stopped for the time being. I don't care what you guys do. You have to come up with a way to deal with it, and you have to hold out until the next program comes out. There are definitely ways to deal with it, just change the host if you don't care about the ratings. But they really want to make it that easy and bench them down the road. It's very difficult for the folks at the lighter sermon. But who dares to say no now? After the meeting is adjourned later, I'm going to visit Fong Qingying in the hospital. All you directors and planners get your heads together. Give you one night to think of creative ideas that can guarantee the ratings. The faster you can do it, the better. And when we meet first thing in the morning, all of you will come together to discuss the new Sunday program." Director Lu said with a sullen face. The way his words landed here, it's clear that no thought was given to redoing Lighten Up lectures, but rather cutting and redoing a show. Chapter 68 Light and Heavy. Really cut it. This program has been around for so many years. It can't be helped. Can this program still be Light Lecture without Fong Lighting? People are talking. The columnists, on the other hand, were grim-faced and even a little confused. The program has been done for so many years. There will always be feelings. The program is axed. In the future, you can't see the program Lightness Lecture on TV, and their column group no longer exists. It's true that this is not a very pleasant feeling. No one said anything about Director Lu's decision. The program has become like this. It's already a doomed ending. Director Lu wants to keep the program, and Director Yang won't agree. Chun Ran did not have so many feelings in his heart, but looking at everyone's low interest, he did not say much. When everyone adjourned, he said to Lin Fan, "If you want to do a new program, now is a good time to try it." Lin Fan's failure to compete with him for chief planner doesn't mean that the other party's ability is too poor. I Love Remembering Lyrics doesn't lack Lin Fan. When the program is discussed, he can try to compete. We'll see when the time comes. I can't compete with a few veterans of the Lightness Lecture Hall. Lin Fan shook his head. He is considered to be self-aware, in terms of experiences a little better than Chun Ran, but compared to those veterans of others is a little worse. Chun Ran was also just a proposal, and he couldn't care less what Lin Fan thought. After leaving the TV station, Chun Ran went to Zhang's house. Before Director Zhang hung up the phone last night, he said that Chun Ran should go to the house after work. Chun Ran had not yet arrived at Zhang's house, and in the pavilion below Director Zhang's neighborhood, he saw Director Zhang sitting there, 3 fingers pinching the mouthpiece of his cigarette, taking a puff every now and then. This look reminds Chun Ran of the time when he was studying. A few classmates secretly smoked just like this, and when they met people their palms bent a little so they couldn't see the cigarettes in their hands. He was dumbfounded. This was hiding underneath the neighborhood, and Uncle Zhang was still so cautious. "Uncle, why are you here?" Chun Ran walked over. When Director Zhang heard the voice, he subconsciously hid the cigarettes in his hand, and was relieved to see that it was Chun Ran, and took the cigarettes out. Anyway, Chun Ran had still seen him smoking, and he would have 1 or 2 sticks every day at lunchtime, and he wasn't afraid of Chun Ran snitching on him. "Why are you here so early?" Director Zhang asked. Director Lu is going to the hospital to see Fong Qingying, so the meeting is adjourned. Chun Ran replied, "What about the show? Is it going to be redone?" Director Zhang knew the entertainment channel quite well and had done work in it back in the day, but there was no such program as Light Lecture at that time. Chun Ran said, "It's not a redo. Lightness Lecture sticks to 2 installments, and then we'll just switch to a new program. I remember that this program was written by Fong Qingying following the copywriting, and now that she's in this condition, it's hard for the program to go on even if it does. And the program itself has seen a huge drop in ratings. The entertainment channel is self-financed, and it won't work if the ratings are too bad." Director Zhang nodded. He said with some emotion, "You say a good program, a good person. How can you think so hard?" This topic Chun Ran didn't pick up. He didn't have so many feelings. Director Zhang looked at Chun Ran and asked, "Now that the program I Love Remembering Lyrics is a big success and the model is on the right track, and you're not too busy during the week, have you ever thought of doing another program?" Chun Ran shook his head after thinking about it. "Uncle Zhang, you can also see the situation of the entertainment channel with such a problem. I love remembering lyrics becomes more and more important. No matter if it's Director General Yang or Director Liu, they pay more attention to this program. It's impossible for me to follow the new program. The ratings of I love memorizing lyrics are so hot that the entertainment channel will focus on it. Naturally not distracting Chun Ran. I also said to let you fight for more. At your age with such an opening, you can't eat old money. If you can do one more program, you will have more seniority. Director Zhang added, and the station's annual meeting will evaluate the best planning award. If you can make another program that breaks 10, not to say 10, at least it's possible to get your hands on it. Uncle, you think too highly of me. It's already a fluke to make. I love remembering lyrics. How can it be so easy to break 10? Chun Ran laughed. I don't believe in others, but I still believe in my son-in-law. Director Zhang hemmed and hawed, threw the cigarette but inside the trash can, took out wet wipes from his pocket and wiped his fingers again and again, then pulled out 2 sticks of gum and handed one to Chun Ran. Chun Ran was a little embarrassed by Director Zhang's sentence of son-in-law, saw him handing over the gum, subconsciously took it, saw that it was watermelon flavor, waved his hand and said, Uncle, I don't have a cigarette. I'd better not eat it. You keep it for later. Director Zhang glanced at him, put the gum back, stretched and said, By the way, are you done with your trip to Huahai? Chun Ran nodded. It's just signing an authorization. It won't take long. That's good. Director Zhang laughed. I really didn't think you could write songs. Last time it caused me to be buried by your Aunt Yoon. Let's go. Let's go up first. Chun Ran smiled sarcastically. About music, he indeed does not know much, others say so, anyway he should not be is. It's time to find a way to learn a little or at least not look so blind. Director Zhang lamented as he walked. You are truly a blessing to our family. Chun Ran was busy saying, Uncle, you are exaggerating. Not exaggerated at all. Director Zhang added with a bit of smugness. I am also discerning and found a good one for my daughter. Chun Ran. Monday. Early meeting. Usually at this time Director Liu was quite happy. But today his face was quite ugly. Yesterday went to the hospital to see Fang Qingying. Was her family sneered at her so much? Director Liu has no place to reason. Naturally in a bad mood. Even when talking about the record-breaking I love songwriting, there was little expression. Lightning Talk aired yesterday, the last appearance of Fang on the program, and the ratings still continue to fall. No one is surprised. It's been several issues in a row. It would be unusual for it to suddenly go up. Last week's ratings held up overall except for Lighten Up lectures. After giving a summary of last week, Director Liu said, All right, about Sunday's program. If you have any ideas, let's put them forward. Now the show is in a hurry. The next installment will not have Fang Qingying. The show ratings will be even more difficult to watch, even more difficult than Joy Without Borders. Need to grab time. Do not dare to delay at all. Everyone is speaking their mind and saying what they think. In particular, a couple of the directors and planners of light lectures were very hard-working. Everyone else was looking at them a little oddly after all. The light lecture was still lingering on. But when you think about it, it's not surprising. The show will be gone soon, so naturally you have to find a new outlet first. And with so many positions on the new show to pick from, there's always something to work on first. Apparently, one morning wasn't enough time to discuss any new programs or even have a clue. Although Director Liu was anxious, there was nothing he could do. He dropped his eyes to Chun Ran. But just as the thought started, it was squashed. I Love Lyrics is much more important than the new show. Chapter 69, depending on the mood. Until noon, there was no discussion of a charter, but only first adjourned from work. There were a lot of ideas from everyone, but after all that was said and done, there wasn't a single idea that wowed anyone. Lin Fan didn't hold much hope for the position of chief planner, but he did think seriously about it. But the ideas he came up with were about as good as anyone else's, indistinguishable from 1, 2, or 3 with no edge. Seeing Chun Ran leisurely sipping his tea on the side, he couldn't help but ask, Don't you have any ideas? Chun Ran put down his teacup and said, What can I have in mind? I love to remember lyrics is doing so well. The director will let me do a new program? Lin Fan felt that it was also true that although there were people who were in 2 columns at the same time, but that was when the program was at a late stage of production. Now that I Love to Remember Lyrics has just begun and Chun Ran is indispensable in the program, the situation is different. Looking at Chun Ran's calm demeanor, Lin Fan wondered if it was possible for Chun Ran to compete for the position of chief planner if there was no I Love to Remember Lyrics. When Chun Ran was first compared to him, the competition was much smaller, but now with these additional veterans, it was much more difficult. After he thought about it, unless Chun Ran could come up with another amazing plan like, I love remembering lyrics, the chances weren't too great. Of course, Chun Ran wouldn't be involved, and the scene was out of sight. After lunch with Director Zhang, the afternoon discussion began again. Except for those who have work to keep them busy, everyone else who isn't busy has been postponed and are all here together. The afternoon was kind of a bit of an eye-opener with two directions for the new show, one being made into an indoor breakout game, and the other being a fashion information program. Both programs have their own strengths. Indoor breakouts are more innovative and are more stress-relieving for the Sunday slot. The fashion information program, on the other hand, is considering the previous ratings group of light lecture. If made into a fashion information, there is enough audience base. People can basically be divided into two factions, and the discussion is hot and heavy, and they don't agree with each other. Director Liu also frowned, having a hard time deciding. To the end of the work are still not determined. Director Liu said, "Today, everyone back in careful consideration. Tomorrow morning vote, the program will be determined." Although he wants a quick fix, but the program is rather lack of the not, with the same program as Joy Without Boundaries, made out of the light lecture than the current light lecture is even worse, made out of what to do? It's one thing to have more bad programs with poor ratings, it's the failure to raise advertising and sponsorships down the road that's the most fatal. Chun Ran returned home and was also thinking about the two programs and letting him choose. He would definitely be more inclined towards the indoor break-in program. Fashion information has an audience base, but the ceiling isn't as high as an indoor breakout. Of course, he only has the right to vote, not to decide. At this time, Chun Ran WeChat ding-donged. Ichabod. In. Chun Ran was slightly speechless and picked up his cell phone to reply when another message came over. Something wrong with your program? Chun Ran raised his eyebrows slightly. The program was fine. The ratings were at record highs. What could go wrong? Where did she get that information? He was about to tweet back, and then the incoming call rang. Seeing the two words Gigi on the cell phone, Chun Ran felt a little funny. If you're gonna call, why did you send these two tweets? You're teasing me, aren't you? Answering the phone, Chun Ran heard Zhang Fanji ask, "Something wrong with your program? Where did you get the information?" Chun Ran was curious. "My dad's circle of friends," Zhang Fanji said. She saw the sentiments posted by Director Zhang, and some people commented below that a good host, how could he not think about it? And in combination with Chun Ran's hurried return to Lin City on Saturday, only then did she remember to send a tweet to ask a question. Just asked, felt waiting for half a day. Chun Ran did not return the message, thought he did not look at the phone, and dialed the phone over. Chun Ran explained, "It's not our program that has problems. It's another section group where the female host had relationship problems and then attempted suicide. You rushed back that day because of this?" Zhang Fanji asked. "Yeah, all told you the TV station had a bit of a thing," Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji frowned and did not say anything. No wonder in the past 2 days, Dad from time to time in the circle of friends to turn some public number of emotional articles, so it is still because of this thing have feelings. Retracting her mind, Zhang Fanji asked, "Why didn't you make it clear that day?" Chun Ran said helplessly, "You didn't give me a chance either. You can also say it on WeChat," Zhang Fanji said. "Who knows if you'll pull the plug on me again," Chun Ran muttered. He was still holding a grudge over the fact that Zhang Fanji had pulled the plug on his WeChat at the beginning, fabricated the chat records, and was almost treated as a scumbag by Uncle Zhang. Zhang Fanji mouth corners moved. "This is all over how long things still mention." She said slowly, "My new song will be online next Friday, and on this Saturday, I'll be recording a program at your Zhaonan satellite TV. Saturday." Chun Ran froze slightly, thinking that she would be out running around for quite a while and wouldn't have time to come back. Record it in advance, and when the song goes online, the program will be aired around that time, Zhang Fanji said. "The company contacted it for you?" Chun Ran asked. Zhang Fanji calmly said, "The company doesn't give publicity. It's Sister Lin herself who contacted her." Chun Ran feels that she has some big conflicts with the company, and there are still 2 years left in her contract, so I don't know what she thinks. Usually stars who have trouble with their companies don't develop very well. Moreover, Zhang Fanji had such a good start that it would be more difficult in the future if he was delayed. The two chatted some more before hanging up. Chun Ran feels that Zhang Fanji is not angry anymore. So the meal that she rejected last time, is it still valid? He thought about it, asked from WeChat, and stared at his phone waiting for a reply, watching a minute go by without a message back. Expecting an answer makes the time pass a little long, and a minute feels like a long time. Ding dong. Ichabod. Depends on the mood. Chun Ran was slightly speechless and didn't reply to the message. It's better not to ask. The next day, Chun Ran had just arrived at the TV station when he heard Director Lu talking about a matter. There's no need to record the next installment of Lightness Lecture. It's off the air. After Director Lu finished speaking, all the people below were stunned. They all said they were going to top a few installments no matter what and must wait for the next show to come out. So what's with the suddenness? Director Lu's face also looked very bad. This news he was reluctant to say. But Fong Qingying's family took the matter to the station, saying it was unbearable work pressure before depression and suicide, and last night there was a lot of posting on local forums to try to generate public opinion. The matter alarmed Jianan radio and television, and in this situation, how could it be possible to allow Lightness Lecture to continue to broadcast? Regardless of how much it would lose or how difficult it would be, the show definitely couldn't go on the air. There's no need to choose a program, just make sure it's an indoor break-in. Director Lu made another decision. The show is off the air for a few episodes, the audience is gone, and the fashion information program is not used. What about preparing the program for these few weeks? Director Wu Jin asked. Can't put on light lectures. Rehash the previously aired programs for a few episodes. Director Lu also knows that this is too much damage to the sticky subscribers, so a few issues down the line, I guess not many people will watch the entertainment channel on Sunday. But what can be done? He was helpless, too. Chapter 70 The Struggle. Last Sunday went to the hospital. Director Lu was always cynical. Fong Qingying's family think the fault is in the TV station. How to appease is useless. He also didn't expect people to go to the trouble, and now it's gone to the broadcaster. The negative news on the internet can be suppressed, but the program must be taken off the air. Otherwise it will affect the channel's reputation. Director Lu was having a hard time, but there was nothing he could do. He was in charge of the program piece, and couldn't do anything else. He heard that Director Yang personally went to mediate what kind of result he didn't know. All he could do was to get the next program done first. Director Lu said, since we have decided to do an indoor break-in program, we will discuss a charter today. Speed I want, quality I also want, and strive to do it in half a month. Half a month. Everyone was frowning. A little too rushed. Right now there's not even a planner. It takes time to discuss the details. It takes time to set up the scene, and it takes time to prepare the props, the stage, the recording, the post. It is indeed too difficult to have speed as well as quality. Although the studio variety show is quicker to prepare, sometimes the stage can be used with a few changes, but the indoor breakout is different. All kinds of props you still have to customize, which can't be fast enough. Seeing the hard looks on everyone's faces, Director Lu sighed and said, I know it's a bit of a rush, but there's no way around it. It has to be done as soon as possible. If it's a public channel, it's perfectly fine to take your time, and the profit and loss is the direct responsibility of the station. But for entertainment channels, time is money, and every viewer lost is less money. Can't afford to procrastinate. Half a month. It's really too rushed. Lin Fan whispered. Chun Ran pondered while he was thinking of what Director Zhang said at this time. If he did another program, it was possible to compete for the best planning of Jianan satellite TV. In Director Zhang's eyes, it was not the honor that mattered, but an opportunity for Chun Ran. Get the best planning award and you'll get a chance to be in The Guardian. If Jianan TV was short of manpower, he would naturally be the first in line for the job. Director Zhang wanted to go to the satellite TV program when he was young, but his ability is relatively mediocre, never got in, and then transferred to the public channel, which is considered to be a complete break. As originally planned, the show is likely to be set for an indoor break-in, with light lectures holding out for a while to allow the new show to pick up the slack. Fong Qingying's parents made a scene at the station which was a complete surprise, but it interrupted the entertainment channel's plan that was prepared yesterday, and everything became urgent. If before, Chun Ran told Lin Fan that the new program was an opportunity for Lin Fan, then today it was an opportunity for Chun Ran himself. Should we fight for it? Chun Ran turned slightly inside his head, then raised his hand without hesitation. Definitely fight for it, not only for the sake of Director Zhang's thoughts, but also for your own. He wants to get in to call South TV. Director Lu Xianlong was about to speak when he saw Chun Ran raise his hand and was slightly surprised. Presumably, Chun Ran was aware that he was doing I Love to Remember lyrics, so he hadn't made any comments since yesterday's discussion. He asked, Chun Ran, what do you have in mind? Everyone's eyes went to him, wondering what he could say. Lin Fan next to him was also surprised. Just now Chun Ran didn't say a word. Why did he suddenly stand up? Chun Ran was slightly nervous in his heart as he faced the gazes of so many people. For those present, he was just a rookie who had just entered the industry, as he had been in his previous life. He took a deep breath, straightened his wording a little, and said aloud, Director, I have an idea for a program that might be finished by Sunday. When these words came out, everyone looked at him in shock. This showed the role of seniority. If Chun Ran was just a newcomer, even someone like Lin Fan, who had spent a few years in the entertainment channel, saying something like this was bound to raise questions. Even director Lu would have chided and told him to sit down. But Chun Ran was not a newcomer, nor was he Lin Fan. Now he's got a hit show on his hands that's continuously setting channel records. That's why everyone was frowning but didn't open their mouths to see what the director had to say. Do you have any way to be able to complete the indoor break-in in 1 week? Director Lu similarly stared. Chun Ran said, "It's not an indoor break-in, but another program. I can make another program based on the preparation of I Love to Remember lyrics. Except for some necessary equipment, the stage and set can use the preparation of I Love to Remember lyrics, and the equipment is also very simple. Basically, there is no props bottleneck." Another program? Everyone looked at Chun Ran and felt a bit unreliable. Could it be because the results of I Love Remembering lyrics had made him a bit overconfident? But looking at Chun Ran's usual behavior, he didn't seem like such a person at all. Chun Ran continued, "I've considered that the program can be made by Sunday, and although it's a bit rushed, it can guarantee the quality. Compared to Indoor Breakout, my program has another advantage. It can attract most of the audience of I Love Remembering lyrics, directly eliminating the need for pre-publicity and ensuring that when it premieres, it will have a sufficient audience base." If Chun Ran said in front of the words, "Director Lu Hart is still a little unimpressed, quietly listen to the end," is out of respect, that here can attract most of the I Love to Remember the lyrics audience here, he is really moved. The I Love Lyrics program has been setting records in ratings and is important to the entertainment channel right now. When Chun Ran said that it shouldn't be nonsense, he must have considered it. Director Lu looked at the others. Everyone was frowning, not sure how much truth there was in what Chun Ran said. He did have his heart set on it, and one of the reasons was because Chun Ran said a week to do it completely. And the other reason is the heat and viewers of I Love lyrics. Although he didn't want Chun Ran to be distracted at this time, special times were special. Director Lu took a deep breath and said, "Since you have an idea, I'll give you time. We'll continue to discuss the indoor break-in. You go and write out the idea, preferably before the afternoon. Complete. Can you?" Chun Ran nodded. "Yes. A morning is tight, but it's enough." Director Lu nodded and continued the discussion with the others. Chun Ran looked at Lin Fan and said, "Please come and help me." Lin Fan hadn't returned to his senses yet, and when he saw Chun Ran leaving the conference room, he hurriedly jogged to follow him out. He asked from behind, "Chun Ran, are you serious? It's not a joke, right?" Chun Ran said, "You think I would joke with such a big deal?" Lin Fan said, "But didn't you say yesterday that you had no idea about the program? How come today?" "Yesterday was nothing to think about, but today the situation is different. I also did not expect Fang Qingying's family to make a scene. I did not expect that the Qingying lecture would be forced to stop broadcasting," Chun Ran said as he walked. "Before today, I knew there was no way the director would let me do this program, so I had no idea and even suggested you go for it. Now that I also have this opportunity, I naturally have to try my best. Whether it works or not, I always have to try before I know." Lin Fan was slightly stunned, feeling that Chun Ran had changed a bit, sharpened up a lot, and was slightly different from the usual gentle Chun Ran. "Time is a bit tight and I'm a bit busy on my own. If I can take the program, I'll still have to trouble you to help look after it when the time comes, and now that you're doing it with me, it's kind of like getting to know the program in advance." Chun Ran smiled. Lin Fan reacted and hurriedly followed. Chapter 71, a little bit powerful. In the conference room, crowds of people are picking up the slack, and the indoor breakout is tentatively titled Challenge Sunday, as the program gradually fills in. Setting the program plan in one morning is certainly not possible in normal times, at least 3 drafts and slow revisions. Special times can't be so demanding. Chun Ran is now taking Lin Fan outside to write the plan, that is to compete with them. Everyone puts out 12 points of strength, the mind is more flexible than usual, cannot be compared. Director Lu glanced over. Chun Ran and Lin Fan were busy at their workstations. Chun Ran was writing and Lin Fan was flipping through the information, and the two of them were dividing up the work. And throughout the entire process, Chun Ran didn't have many pauses. Even when he was thinking, it took a very short time. Although Director Lu was not optimistic, he was curious in his heart what kind of program Chun Ran could give. Lin Fan saw that Chun Ran was a little too busy, so he asked, "Should we call Zhang Hui and a few of them over to help?" Chun Ran didn't even lift his head. "No need. More people are rather troublesome. This program is not complicated. The 2 of us are enough." After saying that and ignoring Lin Fan, two programs floated inside his mind. The program was one he had seen before, but it had been a bit long, and he definitely couldn't remember anything too detailed, so the program couldn't have been done exactly the same. What Chan Ran has to do is to summarize the two shows and then make changes according to his own views to adapt to the entertainment channel and also try to pick up with I love to remember lyrics. The idea itself was there, and the rest of the program segments, gameplay and details which were vaguely impressive, combined with the experience of having now done memorized lyrics, were naturally not too slow to write. Lin Fan saw Chan Ran concentrating on his thoughts, so he did not continue to speak, lest he disturb Chan Ran's thoughts. From the information Chan Ran had asked him to look up just now, and from some of the content he had discussed with him, he probably knew some of the program's prototypes. The show is a great idea and can be very original, inheriting the feature that lyrics are fun to remember. Produced by the original They Remember the Lyrics crew, basically everyone didn't have to get used to the grind and didn't need much preparation, they just pulled the plug and started doing it. What made Lin Fan a bit puzzled was whether this program had been on Chan Ran's mind before. To say that it was improvised today would be a little too unrealistic. Time is fast. It was noon in the blink of an eye. The meeting was adjourned inside the conference room, and Chan Ran hadn't finished writing. No one came to disturb them, and each went to dinner. Director Zhang called over, heard that Chan Ran did not have time to eat and did not ask too many questions. Now the entertainment channel to prepare the program, busy as it is. He just instructed him to remember to eat and ordered a takeaway for Chan Ran. As a result, by the end of the day, neither Chan Ran nor Lin Fan had eaten anything, and there weren't many details left, so Chan Ran finished writing in one breath. Lin Fan ran over to print out the planning and gave Chan Ran a copy, and the two of them carefully looked at it and felt that there were no mistakes before it was really finished. Chan Ran's stomach grumbled, and he brought over the takeout that was already cold next to him, and the two of them would eat it with Lin Fan. "Why are you thinking so well?" Lin Fan asked while picking at his rice. Chan Ran didn't stop from the beginning. If it was him, less time to write and most time to stop and think. Not to say that the writing is as fine as Chan Ran's, it's just a framework of a few hundred words that he might have to dawdle for half a day. Chan Ran laughed. "It's probably talent." Lin Fan choked. This was a deliberate strike. The weather itself was cold, the food was icy cold, and the two of them couldn't eat after filling their stomachs a little, and packed their things away when everyone was already coming in twos and threes. At times like this it's all about coming in early. No one presses for time to come to work. Chan Ran saw that Director Liu had also come, so he took the planning and went to the office. "Finished writing?" Director Liu asked. Finished writing." Chan Ran nodded and handed the plan over. "Director, take a look. You sit down first." Director Liu took the plan and said to Chan Ran before he lowered his head and started reading the plan. "Challenge of the microphone. That's the name of the program." Director Liu frowned slightly, somewhat unsure from the name, but it was two words that clashed with the program they had discussed out inside the conference room. Challenge Sunday. What could this name and I love lyrics possibly have to do with each other? He looked down carefully, his frowning brows stretching out at once, somewhat surprised that Chan Ran was able to write the planning so carefully. In the course of a morning, he thought that what Chan Ran had written out was a framework for the program, who knew that the planning was very detailed. Director Liu turned his thoughts to planning. After watching it carefully for half a day, he sort of understood why Chan Ran said that the program could inherit the audience who remembered the lyrics. Judging from the above, both the stage, equipment, and even the hosts, a couple of the lead singers are within the program, which could well be described as a sister program to I Love to Remember Lyrics. Same people, similar style, just played differently. Challenge Microphone, a variety show on Hunan Satellite Television, and Zhejiang Satellite Television had a similar program, My Ba Hero Hui. Challenge Mike was chosen because it was more relevant to what Chan Ran wrote. Both Mac the Hero and Challenge the Microphone are satellite TV programs, so Chan Ran definitely can't do what he's doing. Other than that, there's no way you can replicate the PK system that people are using to select people all over the country. The main thing is that Chan Ran he can't remember the details very well and can only combine it with the current entertainment channel to revamp it. I Love Lyrics doesn't emphasize vocals or pitch, as long as you sing the right lyrics. But Challenge Microphone is different, also selected inside the KTV, but the first requirement is the pitch. You are not required to be a good singer or sing well, but you must be in tune and get a high score on top of the pitchers. Audience members with high enough pitch scores are selected from inside the KTV to participate in the program, and after a few rounds of competition, the current mic is chosen. In addition to the prize money, there is also the opportunity to challenge the leader to sing a few lead singers, And if the challenge is successful, you can successfully replace the leader to record an episode of I Love Record Lyrics. And the current mic will be challenged by the next mic. And the other person succeeds and has the same challenge for the lead singer. Director Liu looked a little mesmerized. Chun Ran's planning is very finely written, the program details are ready, and very mature. That's what he had in mind the last time he saw I Love Lyrics being planned, and now Challenge of the Microphone is doing the same. This made him think of what he had said when he was chatting with Director Yang some time ago, that Chun Ran's I Love Remembering Lyrics was especially perfectly written, and that one person was as good as a planning team. That's because memorizing lyrics constantly sets new records, and there was an element of joking when he said it, but now it seems that this is Chun Ran's style. He looked at Chun Ran with some wonder in his eyes. He was not believing that Chun Ran could write such a plan on the spur of the moment. And the program and I Love to Remember the lyrics of the song in the same lineage are all KTV program path. Is it in the previous Chun Ran has thought of? Director Liu looked at Chun Ran and had to admit that although this guy was young, he was a bit powerful. Chapter 72 Thunder and Lightning. Director Liu left Chun Ran behind with the idea that if he had any doubts about the program, he could ask for clarification. But the planning was so clearly written that he had nothing to ask instead. Thinking of the Challenge Sunday that everyone had just discussed out, Director Liu frowned slightly. From his point of view, it's a preference for Challenge Sunday. After all, it's a brand new show. It's not that Challenge of the Microphone is bad. It's just that the overlap with I Love Lyrics would be too much. Even with the change in playstyle, will the audience get bored with the same people coming and going? These are under consideration. But Challenge of the Microphone has an unrivaled advantage. It's fast. Judging by the planning, it's definitely done by Sunday and the ratings won't be too bad. But Director Liu has other kinks to work out, such as whether it will affect I Love to Remember the lyrics. He couldn't make up his mind. And in the end, he had to resort to the characteristic leadership skill of holding meetings when things were not decided. Your idea is very good and it does solve the pressing problem, but everyone discusses out Challenge Sunday. The program is not bad, all have to have trade-offs, later we discuss. Director Liu said to Chun Ran. Chun Ran nodded, indicating that he had no objections. Knowing what he knew about Director Liu, this program wasn't enough to wow him enough to immediately slap him on the back. Now that the show is written, he's kind of made an effort, and we'll see how it turns out and how people discuss it when the time comes. Director Liu called his assistant and after making copies of the plan, followed Chun Ran into the conference room. Everyone was seated long ago, and one by one, they voiced their opinions and discussed the details of Challenge Sunday. When they saw Director Liu come in, they all quieted down, their eyes betting on the documents held in the assistant's hands. Director Liu clapped his hands and said, "Everyone stop for a moment. Chun Ran planning to write out. Everyone look at it first and discuss it after reading it." Hearing the director say that, everyone in the room looked a little marvelous. Although he hasn't read the planning yet, the fact that the director has read it and brought it up for discussion proves that he approves of it and is torn between it and Challenge Sunday. In their hearts, they were curious as to what this so-called program Chun Ran was able to make in a week was like. A few moments later, the planning documents were sent out to everyone. The conference room fell silent. Everyone was watching carefully. Lin Fan was a little nervous. He thought the program was great. But his idea alone didn't count. It needed to be approved by everyone. He had a hand in writing this plan and was concerned about being outright rejected. Chun Ran was bland on his face, but in his heart, he also wanted to hear what they had to say, and took a sip from his teacup. The conference room went from quiet and gradually began to have a subtle sound of discussion. Surprisingly, I thought it was a brand new program and I didn't realize it was this way. It's just, I Love to Remember lyrics played in a different way, and if you start preparing this afternoon, you could indeed make an issue. The repetition with I Love to Remember is a little too high. Will viewers get tired of it? It's fun, and there's an emphasis on interaction with the audience in it. The discussion grew louder and louder, but surprisingly, no one was particularly vehement in their opposition. Director Liu clapped his hands. Everyone saw the program. Now tell us your opinion. Everyone raised their heads and one by one, they looked at Chun Ran as if they wanted to see through him. Director Wu Jin first stood up and said, "I stand for Challenge Microphone. The program is fun and good. It continues the characteristics of I Love to Record Lyrics. It has an audience base. And the main thing is that the production cycle is short." Director Liu nodded and asked, "Where are the others?" "I'll go with Challenge the Mic." "Me too. Me too." Director Liu was stunned as he watched the people agree one by one. In his opinion, Challenge Sunday is the show that everyone discussed, and Challenge Mike doesn't have much of an advantage, and both sides should be struggling as much as he is, or at least 50-50. How did it get so lopsided? There were those who picked Challenge Sunday, such as the few old-timers who wanted to be the chief planner, and some who were considering the same thing as he was, but in the end, they were only a minority. Director Liu rubbed his brow, still needing to ask Director Yang's opinion. Superintendent Yang Qijuan had some headaches. Fang Qingying's family is not very good to deal with. You say talk about money is okay. People also do not talk about money, just want to say. The station manager gave an order to get things in order within 2 days, determined not to cause an escalation of public opinion. How did we get into this mess? Yang Qijuan sighed. Not only is it a problem for Fang Qingying's family, the station has sort of lost a lot of money because of Fang Qingying, and all of these things have to be dealt with. He didn't know if Fang Qingying was depressed or not, but Yang Qijuan felt that if this went on, he was really going to be depressed. Director, there's an idea for a new program. Director Liu walked in. Yang Qijuan barely managed to cheer up. This was half good news. But when he saw the 2 plans that Director Liu put down, he frowned and asked, "Why are there 2 copies? It wasn't discussed internally." Director Liu said, "It was discussed. One was discussed internally and the other was done by Chen Ran." Chen Ran? What's he doing here to make a fuss if he's not doing a good job on "I love remembering lyrics"? Yang Qijuan said, "You have to pay more attention. Now, I love remembering lyrics can't go wrong." Director Liu nodded repeatedly. He naturally knew this. Yang Qijuan said that, but asked which one was written by Chen Ran, then grabbed Challenge microphone in his hand. After he watched it, his expression moved slightly, his tense face slowing down a little, and after a few moments he watched Challenge Sunday again. "There's no need to choose. Let's do the program Chen Ran." Without saying a word, Director Yang directly made the decision. Director Liu dwelled slightly. While Challenge microphone has the speed advantage and an audience base, it feels a bit duplicative of I love to remember lyrics, and the stakes are a bit high. Yang Qijuan shook his head. "Old Liu, you've named so many advantages. Why do you still say that Challenge microphone is risky? There's an audience base, it's also fun, and it carries natural publicity, which point isn't better than Challenge Sunday? The most crucial thing is the speed of production. That's enough for me to pick it." Director Liu listened, still torn in his heart. Yang Qijuan said, "If this program is put in your internal discussion, I guess it's all one-sidedly picking Challenge microphone, right?" Director Liu nodded. Yang Qijuan said, "Everyone can see it, you're the only one who is still entangled. To put it bluntly, you still don't have confidence. You are afraid that if the same section group does 2 programs, it will affect I love remembering lyrics. In fact, I'm also worried. Just now I also said, let Chen Ran not get together, do his lyrics well. But this planning of his is indeed too much better than Challenge Sunday. He is against Chen Ran to do other programs at this juncture, but Chen Ran planning is indeed the most preferred choice, weighing the pros and cons, naturally know what to do." Yang Qijuan heart sighed. Director Liu is too indecisive. This time things also have him part of the reason. Early down the heart to rectify the lightness of the lecture hall, where there will be in the trouble. It was also a thunderous character back then, and it seems to have run out of heart. Chapter 73 Preparations. The program stood up. After Superintendent Yang made the approval, without even waiting for the review, preparations began immediately. The crew was overall confused to know that they were taking on a new show right away. Didn't we say we were recording a celebrity special? What about recording when you do a new show? It's too late to prepare for this anyway before Sunday. People hadn't read the planning yet, so they were confused plus puzzled in their minds. With the manpower they have on the program team, there's no way they can do 2 separate programs. Not to mention the people below them, there aren't enough people on the director's team alone. By the time the columnists met, everyone realized what was going on. Program Star Special first suspended recording, changed to next week recording, you go in Huang Jiangwei communication, must get understanding, don't get up a misunderstanding. Director Wu Jin first arranged about I love to remember the lyrics recording work. The celebrity special scheduled to be taped this week is being pushed to the next installment, and they still have people a few installments in stock on hand and aren't worried about the show going off the air. And in the back, it immediately begins to explain the Challenge microphone. After listening all the way through, the columnist realized that there was such an operation. In the future, they're going to do 2 programs a week on their column? That's a little too much to ask. Pre-recording preparation, post-recording editing, post. They'll be tired as hell doing it for a columnist. Director Wu Jin is also aware of this problem, said, now special times, special treatment. After doing the first issue, our column group will add people, Then it will be split into a group of two groups, two programs at the same time, cross-recording. Hearing the arrangement, everyone was relieved to hear that at least it wasn't a day and night job. Time waits for no one. The director's team made a good division of labor and began their own preparations. Chan ran several planners met to discuss the details. The first issue is particularly important, can make the audience interested, depends on this issue. Some say the show will get better and better. Chun Ran wanted the best right from the start. Director Zhang was a bit disbelieving when he got the news. But the news is the entertainment channel came out, in the internal also checked the project, the chief planner wrote Chun Ran, this naturally cannot be wrong. What's going on here? Director Zhang couldn't figure out how Chun Ran had managed to compete for the program. Doubtful as he was, it didn't stop him from being happy. He had even advised Chun Ran to strive hard for it the day before yesterday. But when he learned that the entertainment channel did not allow it, he broke off the idea. I didn't even hear Chun Ran say anything when I called him at noon. Who knew that such a surprise would suddenly come now? Director Zhang had the intention to make a call and ask, but when he thought about the current state of the entertainment channel, Chun Ran must have to start preparations immediately since he took the program, so he immediately gave up the idea. He asked an acquaintance about the status and realized that Chun Ran proposed to redo a show based on I Love to Remember lyrics, which could be picked up and broadcast on Sundays. The news surprised him and worried him a little. He'd never heard of a program like this before. Not to mention whether preparing for it will affect I Love lyrics. But the point is that if the two programs are so similar, will viewers buy it? A moment later, Director Zhang gave up this concern. Since the take is good, the program before the project not only need to meet and discuss, the director needs to approve. They made the decision must have been considered. It's a little absurd to hear a segment doing two variety shows at the same time. Not only is Director Zhang alone feeling unrealistic, those who know are wondering if the entertainment channel is a little too busy. It doesn't matter if a light lecture hall falls down. If it involves I Love to record lyrics, then it's not worth the loss. I don't know what the entertainment channel thinks. I guess it's also anxious. No one expected the program to go off the air suddenly. A slot is bad. The channel revenue will be much lower. The program will only go in a vicious circle if it's not good. Director Yang is so shrewd. He shouldn't not be able to see that. Discussions continued outside. They naturally thought about the difficulties of the entertainment channel, but did not understand the way it was handled. The people on the I Love Memorizing Lyrics program are all burying their heads in the sand, and none of them have the spirit to pay attention to what other people say. Everyone was busy, soldiering on at the same time, none of them stopping. The first thing they have to do is to run KTVs, most of which now have pitch scoring, and they have to work with them to select guests who have a certain level of singing scoring to participate in the program. This is ready-made. There is I Love lyrics precedent here. As long as the wind, many chain KTV will come to the door to seek cooperation. Next is the equipment. Some and memorize the lyrics are not common, but also need to be re-prepared. Preparation is not a hassle, just a little time-consuming. Chan Ran and a few of the planners, on the other hand, are picking out the details, the setup of each segment, and the song library for each episode. The songs chosen should be familiar to the audience so that they feel engaged when tuning in to the program. The team is busy but stays on track. After confirming the KTV on the first day, we immediately started to select the contestants for the program, and it was almost done on the same day, and mediated the time for the program. In the back, they started to make some changes regarding the stage set lighting and so on. This is so that the audience won't feel like it's I Love to Remember lyrics. Everyone was giddy and busy for days until the early hours of Friday morning, when the test recording was completed and everything worked, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least the hardest part of the preparation is done. A lot of people didn't go back to bed and just lay around backstage. The plan was to start taping the show on Friday morning, so going back to bed now wouldn't be a good idea, but rather a delay. In the morning, Chun Ran woke up in a trance. Last night he fell asleep directly against the chair. On the table next to him, Lin Fan was lying on it, sleeping soundly. Chun Ran sniffled. His eyes were dry and his head felt like there were scales hanging on it. Very uncomfortable. Luckily the room was small and the temperature wasn't too cold, or I might have caught a cold. As the day dawned, everyone got up and got ready, and the show was taped after a short rehearsal in which the audience was invited in. With adequate preparation, naturally nothing will go wrong with the recording of the program. There were some hiccups in the middle. One of the contestants on stage was a bit nervous and couldn't open his mouth several times. Recorded in this way naturally cannot. The director went up to do half a day of ideological work, after a few words of pacification, which is better. Because of this delay, by the time the program was recorded and everything was arranged, it was late in the evening. I'll accompany the editing and try to finish the post-production tomorrow. Everyone has worked hard, You guys go back and rest first. Director Wu Jin was also tired, but had to continue to insist. Chun Ran nodded. There was nothing for him to do for the time being, and followed Lin Fan as they left work. Finally, a good night's sleep. Lin Fan sighed with emotion. I'm leaving first. I can't top it. Chun Ran gave him a wave of his hand. His nose itched a little, he sneezed, and his body stumbled a little, feeling light-headed. You have a cold? No, just a little cold. Chun Ran didn't react and said smoothly. Then he felt something was wrong. When did Lin Fan become a woman? He jerked his head up and was met by Zhang Fanji, who was frowning. Chapter 74. You're pressing on my clothes. Chun Ran froze a bit and shook his head. Surprised. Why are you here? Isn't she busy releasing her new song? She still has time to come back? Zhang Fanji's brows knit tighter. Come back to record the program. The tone was clearly a bit displeased. It was only then that Chun Ran remembered that Zhang Fanji had mentioned during the last call that she would be recording a program at Jiaonan TV this Saturday to promote her new song. He was embarrassed. I've been so busy the last few days. I didn't realize it was almost Saturday. Zhang Fanji just stared at him and didn't say anything. Someone who does the show is more sensitive to the day of the week than others. Chun Ran was a little hard to bear by her look, and realizing that he couldn't muddle through, he only had to admit, well, it's true that I've forgotten. These days the program is too busy. Basically working overtime, thinking about program trivia all day long. My head is spinning. Zhang Fanji said, it's none of my business if you're busy. Even though she was wearing a mask, Chun Ran seemed to see her skimming her lips. Now it's evening. The evening breeze is a bit cool. The wind blew over. Chun Ran shivered a bit. Zhang Fanji saw him like this, opened the car door and went in first, pulled off the mask and said, come up. Chun Ran got into the car before asking, where to? He didn't want to go anywhere right now. He just wanted to find a place to get some sleep. My dad knew that your program finished taping today and had my mom cook dishes, so I came over to pick you up, Zhang Fanji said, turning on the car's heater first. Chun Ran wanted to say that he would not go, but did not say it. From the program's inception to now, it is true that he has not seen Aunt Zhang, Uncle Yun for several days. Zhang Fanji drove the car. The temperature inside the car rose. Chun Ran felt much more comfortable, and the faint fragrance of the car made Chun Ran feel at ease, and his eyes were a little heavy. He perked up and asked, why are you back today? Aren't you taping the program tomorrow? I can't go home? Zhang Fanji asked rhetorically. Chun Ran was dumbfounded, feeling that he had asked a nonsense question. Zhang Fanji had a nice voice, but her speech was too blocking. Will you go back after recording the program? Chun Ran asked again. Zhang Fanji hummed. There's not much time, so I'll return to Huahai after recording tomorrow. She had to rush off to other places to promote. Zhang Fanji is to take a few awards, but the fame with others veteran singers compared to a lot worse. The song has no word of mouth. Send a new song publicity is particularly important. If it wasn't for the company being too stingy and not approving the money to shoot the music video, she definitely wouldn't have had the chance to come over early. Thinking about the song and thinking about Chun Ran. Two people talk on the phone is the last time. These days each other are busy. WeChat are not a few. Presumably after taking down the new show and sending her a new message, it's been up to now. Zhang Fanji was quite happy for Chun Ran at first, but then her mood was not so good. She thought for a moment and then asked, how's your show going? After saying that, I didn't hear a reply for a long time. Zhang Fanji turned her head to look and found that Chun Ran had fallen asleep at some point, his head leaning on the chair, rocking gently as the car moved. She pursed her lips and didn't wake Chun Ran up, just slowed the car down a bit. To the neighborhood. Chun Ran did not wake up. Zhang Fanji looked at the coat that he took off at the back, slightly hesitated, but still got up and took it over, gently probed over the body to cover Chun Ran. That's when her cell phone rang, especially shrill in the quiet car. Chun Ran opened his eyes in a daze at the sound of the bell, saw Zhang Fanji holding the clothes, and asked, what's wrong? Arrived. Zhang Fanji paused and calmly said, you're pressing on my clothes. When Chun Ran heard this, he was busy sitting up straight. Zhang Fanji naturally put on her clothes and picked up her cell phone to answer the call, her slender fingers trembling slightly, her earlobes red. The call was from Aunt Yun, and Zhang Fanji took a breath and said, Mom, we're downstairs. Her voice was a little shaky, kind of like when she was caught skipping class and went to the teacher's office. Chun Ran eyes inside a lot of blood, but the head awake over, he wondered, just got on the car, also did not see Zhang Fanji clothes in the chair when pressed. Get off. Zhang Fanji's clear voice came in, disrupting Chan Ran's thoughts, and he didn't dwell on it, also getting out of the car in a hurry. Out came a cold wind, a sneeze and another sneeze. Zhang Fanji frowned. "And you say it's not a cold?" Chan Ran waved his hand and said, "It's really not. I haven't slept well in the past few days. I spent last night at the TV station. I'm a bit cold. I'll be fine after a nap." People are very afraid of the cold when they haven't slept well, and he did feel a little sick, but not enough to catch a cold, if he hadn't taken care of it in the last couple of days. Chan Ran slightly lamented, said to remember to exercise, but recently have no time, things a rush. Zhang Fanji glanced at him and didn't continue talking to him. When they arrived at Zhang's house, Chan Ran was sitting on the sofa, talking to Director Zhang about the program. "Look at you, you haven't rested well these past few days." Director Zhang saw Chan Ran's depressed spirit. "It's not just me either. Everyone is like this." Chan Ran laughed. Director Zhang said, "I asked you to fight for the program, but I didn't expect to have to do it in a week. It's too rushed. Just get through the days." Just as the two of them were talking, the kitchen door opened and Zhang Fanji came out from inside, a bowl of soup in her hand. "My mom told you to drink the soup first, so you don't catch a cold," Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran froze slightly. Aunt Yoon didn't know that he was cold either. Looking at Zhang Fanji again, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Chun Ran felt like he was overthinking things. Director Zhang coughed and asked, "Where's mine?" Zhang Fanji sidled up and said, "You want it too, Dad?" Director Zhang felt speechless. "What do you mean you want it too? You didn't ask Chun Ran if he wanted it before you served it up. So serve me a bowl too. It's time to eat. Dad, you can't eat if you drink soup no more." Zhang Fanji finished and went to serve the food. Director Zhang laughed in exasperation. "You came back just to deliberately piss me off, didn't you?" Next to him, Chun Ran took a sip of the hot soup. From his throat to his abdomen, it was warm and felt soothing. Chun Ran didn't rest at Zhang's house at night, but Zhang Fanji sent him back. Chun Ran was trying to take a taxi by himself, but as a result, Zhang Fanji said that he would catch a cold if he was blown. So Chun Ran could only listen. Walking out of the elevator with Zhang Fanji, Chun Ran glanced back. Thinking about the first time he met Zhang Fanji back then, that time Zhang Fanji stayed in the elevator while Chun Ran went back by himself. It wasn't long, but it felt like an eternity. Back home, Chun Ran watched Zhang Fanji drive away and let out a light breath. The next time I see her, it will be at least after the promotion of the new song. Back to the room, Chun Ran did not sleep well for a few days. Thought he was dipping into the bed to sleep. Did not expect his thoughts to be awake. The image that echoed the most was the scene he had just seen when he fell asleep in the car and was awakened by the phone call. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw Zhang Fanji's exquisite face, the impact on Chun Ran was quite great. He thought again, "When I was in the car, I wouldn't be trying to get a shirt to cover me up, would I?" Chapter 75, You Don't Understand. Morning. Television. Chun Ran was in high spirits. After a few days of no rest, "I slept well last night and am full of energy today." Last night, on the 4th installment of I Love to Remember Lyrics aired. The ratings didn't have any surprises in breaking the 14% mark to 14.28%. The ratings curve is smooth, yet it doesn't have that straight upward trend it used to have. Someone sighed, "Pity. It would have been nice to break 15%. Others are looking the other way. Raise all channel records by close to 3 points and you're still not satisfied. Seeing that the curve is just leveling off doesn't mean it won't go up. So everyone work harder and hit new highs." Director Woo Jin, with dark circles under his eyes, was full of fatigue, but felt relieved to see the ratings. But then he couldn't help but frown at the thought of the Challenge Mic situation. How many ratings can you get for a show made in less than a week? The publicity side of things is slightly better, as yesterday was not only a recording of Challenge the Mic, but also a small fill-in segment of I Love to Remember the Lyrics, a clip dedicated to advertising, in the back. The channel has been putting out ads since 2 days ago and is constantly warming up. I Love Lyrics, which aired last night, was also advertised during the show, which ended with the host and a few of the lead singers shouting out the slogan that they won't see each other on Sunday's Challenge Mic. There was some advertising, but how effective it was, and there's no time to do a survey right now, and viewers are completely blind to the level of anticipation for the show. It's still in post-production, not out of the finished film, but director Woo Jin himself put his expectations to the minimum. Program ratings, just over 7% is enough. The ratings for Lighten Up lectures, which have long since fallen below 7 after consecutive declines, can't be any lower than Lighten Up lectures as a new program. It seems that Director Wu isn't very optimistic about the ratings of Challenge Microphone. Lin Fan sighed. Chan Ran said, "This is normal after all. There is not enough publicity and time is too tight. What about you? You plan the program. How many ratings do you think it will get?" Lin Fan asked. Chan Ran smiled. "If I say it's low, you'll definitely think I'm not confident. And if I say it's high, I'll think it's impossible, just 10%. Lin Fan was choked. "You mean 10% and just average?" "I didn't say average either. Just 10% up or down is more in line with my expectations," Chun Ran said with a smile. Yet Lin Fan thought he was joking. It's not I Love to Remember. The former was carefully prepared and premiered at just over 11%. It's a bit whimsical to try to rival I Love Lyrics, with a show that was rushed out in less than a week. By mid-afternoon, clips of the program came out and everyone watched along. Chun Ran's mood became much lighter after reading it. The edited program was basically the effect Chun Ran wanted. It didn't look rough because it was rushed, and it didn't even feel much worse than I Love Remembering Lyrics. Chun Ran asked Lin Fan, "How does it feel?" Lin Fan said, "Surprisingly good. But if you want to say 10%, I still don't feel it's going to work, at most around 8%. He said it with certainty. Chun Ran nodded slightly. In fact, in his heart, the program was between 9 and 10%. The difference compared to I Love Lyrics is the publicity. The program has the same potential. By this point, the show was all done, and everyone's hearts hanging in mid-air sort of fell. Not only the columnists, even Director Liu was relieved to see the finished movie. It's going to be shown tomorrow, and it's a bit of a rush to have the finished movie out today. And it can't be broadcast immediately, it has to be sent up for review and approval, so I guess it will be sent up today and approved tomorrow." Director Wu Jin couldn't sit still and went to arrange something else. Chun Ran was discussing with Lin Fan about the direction of the follow-up to Challenge Microphone. If Challenge Microphone really becomes a long-term program, Chun Ran is not going to have the energy to do one show and follow it with another. The program is to be divided into 1 or 2 groups and prepared separately. When the time comes, let Lin Fan be in charge of it all over again, and he just has to be responsible for catching the direction. During the break, Chun Ran took out his cell phone and opened WeChat with some hesitation. Chun Ran knows that Zhang Fanji is going to record the program, but not in the small hall on this side of the TV station, the program of the TV station using the big studio outside the base, and the TV station is a little far away, so now I don't know if she has recorded it yet. It didn't take him long to hesitate, so he sent the message. "Has the program been taped yet?" The message was sent and it was a long wait time. However, this time, Zhang Fanji replied quickly, "I just finished recording and I'm on my way to the airport." Chun Ran rubbed his brow. "So urgent. What's up?" "Nothing. Just asking how your recording is going." On the other end of the phone, Zhang Fanji's slender fingers pressed the cell phone. "Not bad. Quite smooth. When will the program air? After the new song goes online?" Chun Ran asked. Zhang Fanji, "The songs will go online first, and the program will air in 2 days. So you didn't fail to publicize your new song 2 days ago?" "There is, just less, but the song quality is good, not afraid." Zhang Fanji was very confident. In the first 2 days she did not publicize much, relying on her own fame to support. The two make small talk for a while, ending with Zhang Fanji wanting to board a plane. Chun Ran put his cell phone aside, slightly despondent. Seeing him like this, Lin Fan came over and asked, "What's wrong? Had a fight with your girlfriend?" Chun Ran said, "Don't say it. You won't understand if you say it." The two worked together all day long, and now that they were on better terms, Chun Ran spoke much more casually. Lin Fan said, "Why don't I get it?" "Well, at least I have a bit of an advantage in terms of age." Chun Ran asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Lin Fan paused, slightly embarrassed. "Not yet. Not to mention now, but actually not before." He had a history of crushes in high school and was ready to go ahead and confess, and even if he was sent a good guy card, the person was still accepting of another person right then and there. Afterwards, Lin Fan's study career never fell in love, like all very little. Chun Ran laughed and said, "That's why you don't understand." Lin Fan's expression froze at that moment. The blow was a little too great. Having a girlfriend is amazing. Lin Fan felt a little sad in his heart. His father Lin Jun, director, from time to time have urged him to matchmaking. Originally he was reluctant, but now the heart a little idea. Other than that, at least talk about one first, or else just eating the dog food that Chun Ran sprinkled is a bit bracing. The station is still pretty serious about Challenge Microphone. After watching the finished program, it was quickly reviewed and approved. There's nothing wrong with the show and the quality is pretty good. You can tell it's in the same vein as I Love songwriting. Yang Chiju sighed a bit after watching it. It was indeed a bit of a waste to put this program to use at this time. In the past, a good production and then publicity, not to say to reach I Love to remember the lyrics. At least Broken 9 is no problem. That would be another excellent show. Now we'll just have to see if the audience gives a damn. In Superintendent Yang's mind, breaking 8% would definitely meet the standard. Chapter 76. Very sorry. What kind of ratings a program made in less than a week would get? No one had any idea until they saw the finished film. It's all about hoping it's not too bad. As long as it doesn't go lower than light lectures, then it's a good program. After all, pulling over to take over the market, you expect it to suddenly super god, certainly not scientific. But after watching the finished film, people changed their minds about the show. It seems that the ratings for the show can be expected. The program was done in a hurry, but it was so well done that there was no sign of shoddy work to be seen. It's not as good as the well-crafted I Love to remember lyrics, but it's absolutely impossible to say it's worse than light lectures. Not so optimistic for everyone else except the columnists. It's all an entertainment channel and naturally they don't want the slot to be played out. Worrying and praying that the show just doesn't suck and lasts until the next show comes out and its mission is accomplished. The turn of the year is Sunday night. Challenge of the Microphone had its premiere. Although commercials were inserted inside Friday's I Love to Remember, there was too little other publicity. Only those who watch the entertainment channel know that the sister show to I Love Lyrics starts on Sunday. And it's not as if those viewers would necessarily watch the show if they knew about it. A third would be nice. All that's left is the original viewer base of Lighten Up lectures to see if it can be taken in by Challenge of the Microphone. The program was officially opened. Those who had been waiting for the light lecture froze at the sight of a completely different opening, subconsciously thinking they had tuned in to the wrong station. But on closer inspection, it's the Call of Duty Entertainment Channel. Some people were annoyed, went searching, realized what was going on, and there were those who switched channels and those who planned to keep watching. After all, I'm used to watching TV, so it's good to see a new program. The quality of the past few issues of the Light Lecture Hall was very poor, and they were a little impatient to see how it would be with a new program. And those viewers who have come from I Love Lyrics themselves are full of anticipation points. The fast-paced opening, rush like MCs, a couple of well-sung leads, and rousing rock and roll were all familiar flavors. It's got that flavor. The audience is more than satisfied. Songwriting is specifically about memorizing lyrics, while Challenge of the Microphone is about singing pitch. The two shows are still the same people, but because they play differently, they give the audience an oddly fresh feeling. Instead of getting bored, it's like, I Love to Remember Lyrics came out on a special show. Like when your favorite show comes out twice a week, your favorite TV is suddenly updated with a few more episodes, and your favorite novel, The Author Spits Out Blood, is probably what it feels like. As with memorizing the lyrics, the show was very tight, with little nonsense in either segment, quick transitions, and cutting to the chase. Familiar karaoke picks, a regular guy, standing on a familiar stage, this time not memorizing lyrics, but comparing singing. Because the pitch lines are generated according to the song, Challenge the Mic doesn't rate you based on whether you sing well or not, but rather on the pitch score. So you will see this situation where the one who sings very well ends up not scoring as high as the one who sings dryly by someone else. The program just kind of works and gives a sense of I'm okay. Especially at the end, when the lead singer surprisingly lost. It means that the mic will not only win this episode, but will also participate in the next episode of I Love to Remember Lyrics. The effect of this show would be very interesting. Of course, this has disrupted some of the I Love to Remember recording plans. Originally, the next installment was going to be recorded for a celebrity special and play the previous stock, which is now going to be recorded twice a week. But that's nothing compared to the hassle of promoting Challenge of the Microphone. The program was played successfully. The first thing Chun Ran did was go to the forums and read the reviews. Because of the overlap with the I Love to Remember audience, you can see some of the audience's opinions here as well. Still the majority of positive reviews, but not as exaggerated as when I first memorized the lyrics. Chun Ran clicked on a post. The entertainment channel came out with another super fun show. I think it was done by a bunch of people from I Love Lyrics. The host lead singer didn't even change, and the show was fun. I watched it too, and when I saw the commercial inside I Love to Remember on Friday, I waited for it, and I wasn't disappointed. But doesn't everyone feel that the program is a bit unfair? Just now in the program, Wang Yifei sang beautifully, but was eliminated when his score wasn't as high as Lu Hai's. I don't think there's anything unfair about it. The rules of the program are right here. It doesn't depend on the singing ability, it only depends on the pitch. That Wang Yifei sings well, but he doesn't have a high enough pitch score. There was quite a bit of discussion. A more debatable point is the issue of vocals and pitch points. Some people can sing very well, but their pitch score is really low, and they will cause the audience to feel sorry for them when they are eliminated. What people are arguing about is the reasonableness of the program, whether they should focus on vocals or pitch. The debate in this thread was ended by one comment from one user. What's the point of discussing this? That's what the program stipulates, that's the effect it wants. If it's really about singing, then why don't I go to the singing talent shows on TV? Don't those pros come out and hang these KTV contestants? With one word from this user, the singing party retreated and dispersed. The fun part of the show is this pitchfork. Can't you see the lead singer is losing? The other threads are a bit contentious, big and small, but the overall ratings are pretty high. Chun Ran looked at the amount of discussion and relaxed a little in his heart. He's actually not fazed and wants the show to do well. After all, not many people can be calmed down when a show they made comes to this. Even director Wu Jin, who had been doing the program for so many years and was considered someone who had seen the storm, was equally apprehensive when the program started. Monday morning, the morning meeting of the program department. It's just a necessary weekly inventory that summarizes the previous episode. Encourage when you need to encourage and criticize when you need to criticize. Usually it's Director Liu who holds the meetings, after all, he manages the program department. But today is an exception. Director Liu sat on the side, and in his usual place, sat Director Yang Qijuan Yang. A lot of things happened in our channel last week. I feel sorry about the other party's lightness. It was my negligence that caused things to happen and had a great impact on the channel. Yang Qijuan sighed. This week was indeed a bit exhausting. A few moments later, he added, I'd like to thank everyone here for coming together to help the channel through this. Yang Qijuan was heartfelt and very sincere. On the contrary, it is Director Liu on the side with his head lowered. His face is a little unsightly. These things should be counted on his head. Director Yang is afraid of the voice below, so he specially came over to say a few words. Especially the I Love to Remember Lyrics crew. You've worked so hard this past week. Making a show in less than a week is something you wouldn't normally think of, but you guys did it. Regardless of the show's ratings, your efforts will be remembered by the channel. Everyone watched Superintendent Yang speak with a bit of a bad thought in their mind. Is it hard to believe that the show's ratings are bad? Director Wu Jin raised his eyebrows. After Yang Qijuan said something, that's when he started to take stock of the program's ratings. The others are largely known, but it's the Saturday Lotto issue that lowers it a bit and gets pointed out for a bit of attention. Finally, it's Challenge Microphone. Director Yang saw everyone's stony faces, a look of being ready to bear the bad news, before he sighed and said, It's very unfortunate that the premiere ratings are 9.83%, nearly breaking 10%. Everyone had a bit of a bitter expression when they heard that they were very sorry. Only 9.83%? The crowd was in a somewhat gray mood. But then a moment later it didn't feel right and quickly looked up. 9.83%? What's there to be sorry about? Chapter 77. Let's go one for the two of us. Everyone was a little confused, thinking they had misheard. Challenge of the Microphone, which gets a 9.83% rating, which is probably too small. No one would say anything about a show like this that was produced in a few days to take over even 5% of the ratings. But Superintendent Yang's later sentence, which nearly broke 10%, proved that they had indeed heard correctly. It's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Lin Fan muttered. Before he had seen the finished movie, he expected it to be around 7%, and having seen the finished movie boosted it to 8%. But how could I have expected it to be closer to 10%? He wasn't even that surprised when I Love to Remember the Lyrics first came out. I Love to Remember Lyrics was finely crafted, well-produced, and everyone was so optimistic that it broke ratings records straight away that they thought it was possible. Challenge Mic is different, you think it's a random receiver, but it's a top-notch high roller, the contrast is too much. Director Wu Jin also took a deep breath, unable to suppress the joy and excitement on his face. The two of them were far from the only ones who were surprised. All the people from the entertainment channel were in a state of shock. Even the fact that this is the case is a bit hard to believe. Only Chun Ran's face was slightly better, and although he was equally elated, he wasn't as surprised as they were. The show's ratings, perfectly in line with his expectations. I Love Lyrics is sticky, and the high ratings and stickiness are proof enough that viewers like it. Challenge of the Microphone is in the same vein, with a different but equally entertaining program, the same crew, and an audience that remembers the lyrics under their belts, so naturally the ratings won't be too bad. After being slightly surprised, many people sighed at the same time. Really sorry. Almost broke 10%. It's just a little bit closer. One more day of propaganda, all can be broken. Now they kind of understood why director Yang said regret. If the show's premiere can be 10%, it's in the same league as I Love Lyrics, to put it mildly. Yang Chijun saw everyone's expressions and knew what they were thinking. When he got the ratings report, he was puzzled, then surprised, and finally regretful, not unlike everyone else's reaction. Yang Chijun tapped the table and said, although the premiere ratings of Challenge Microphone didn't break 10%, the ratings curve is very nice. Just like the original I Love to Remember Lyrics, there's no doubt about the program's potential. The subtext is that it is very optimistic that Challenge Microphone and the sister program, Remember the Lyrics, can become the two trump cards of the entertainment channel. It's hard for a channel to have two programs with 10% ratings. It's hard to put it in the old entertainment channel. Even if it's called the Troika of Zhaonan TV, at the most, there's only one program over 10%. It is foreseeable that the next installment of Challenge of the Microphone will surely be able to exceed 10% or higher. Start low and explode faster. Many people looked slightly different. If not Fong Qingying this out of the matter, Light Lecture is certainly a stable. After all, so many years of the program, not out of the question, certainly will not be easy to cut. That Challenge the Microphone did not even have the opportunity to appear. It's kind of a blessing and a curse for the entertainment channel. The others also put their eyes on Chan Ran. If a I Love Record Lyrics made people know Chan Ran, then this hand of Challenge Microphone made Chan Ran have weight in the eyes of these veterans. No one in the room could match the two scores when they were taken out. When the meeting was adjourned, Yang Chijun signaled Chun Ran to stay behind while the others left first. It was only a while ago that I said you came to the entertainment channel late and only did one program. There was no way to compete for the best planner. I didn't expect you to surprise me. Yang Chijun looked at Chun Ran with a smile in his eyes. He felt that letting Chun Ran and Lin Fan compete in the first place was considered one of the right choices. Otherwise, where would these two explosive programs be found? A program he even to Chun Ran enrollment is useless. Now Challenge Microphone is also explosive, although the program is similar, but our Chun Ran original and the highest degree of participation, it is almost an independent completion, coupled with the program results, completely enough to compete for the best planning. Chun Ran laughed. This is all thanks to everyone. Yang Chijun shook his head and said, the results are everyone's, but the planning is not. When the program was first reported, I was quite dissatisfied and wanted you to focus on doing a good job with I Love Remembering Lyrics, and I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. When the next installment of Challenge Microphone breaks 10%, I'll immediately report it for you. With your results, there's not a small chance of winning. Yang Chijun patted Chun Ran on the shoulder. He said in his heart that it was a pity that Chun Ran's Zhaonan focus on the public channel couldn't be counted, or else it would definitely be a surefire award. But whether it counted or not was one thing, he definitely had to write it up, or at least give Chun Ran extra points. After all, the station's hottest news program, high ratings, Zhaonan news broadcasts are not comparable to this. Positive significance is too great. Chun Ran is not the chief planner, but the program is out of his hands. This point is also very important resume. Waiting until Chun Ran left the conference room, Yang Chijun said to Director Liu, the station has no intention of continuing to pursue this matter, but your bonus is definitely gone. It's my problem. I accept the punishment. Director Liu smiled bitterly. Yang Chijun shook his head and said, You should still thank Chan Ran as well. If it wasn't for Challenge Microphone coming out, I can't even plead on your behalf. Both of his two fiery programs were made under you, and they also fought for you quite a bit. Learn from your mistakes when the director is not only in charge of program approval, but also pay more attention to the problems of the section team. The coordination should be coordinated. Step in to coordinate this kind of thing. It is best to never happen again. Director Liu watched Director Yang leave, sighing and cannot help but be happy. The matter went to the top. He was anxious and worried. Things are not dealt with. Directly kicked out of the TV station is not too much. That is, he has both merit and hard work, and Director Yang and extremely helpful. This has only received a board deducted half-a-year bonus. Public channel. Director Zhang took a few deep breaths to become calm. Close to 10%. He was really not expecting it. When he first advised Chun Ran to fight for this opportunity, he mentioned a mouthful of 10% ratings, but knew the odds were against it, not to mention the fact that Challenge Microphone, which was made in less than a week, was basically out of the question. Who knew that the ratings report came out today and gave him a big surprise? Truly, Director Zhang felt soothed. His heart was more comfortable than smoking. Although it was Chun Ran's achievement, it made him happier than the emergence of a good program on the public channel. He coughed twice to keep himself from getting so worked up before dialing Chun Ran's number. After Chun Ran got through, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. I know the ratings. Good, very good. Let's go home tonight. Chun Ran sensed his happiness and laughed. Okay, uncle. Chapter 78. It's good to drink less. In just one morning's time, everyone at the station knew about the ratings for Challenge the Mic. The 9.83% premiere rating made a lot of people a little skeptical. A lot of people on the station last night didn't go to see it. After all, they knew the show was just pulling out to take over, less than a week to make it, and the shoddy production certainly couldn't run away, and it was a waste of time to go see it. In their hearts, they were actually lamenting that it was not easy for the entertainment channel, and it was quite troublesome to stall such a thing. Fong Qingying's side was one thing, and it was difficult to get a key slot when it was broken. Who would have thought that everyone is not looking forward to the challenge microphone? The premiere, it directly exploded close to 10% of the ratings, not to mention in the entertainment channel, put the entire genre in local channels. That is also the top. The entertainment channel itself is second only to the satellite TV. I didn't expect this program to have these ratings. This Chun Ran is indeed powerful. Lin Jun, the director of the economy channel, let out a slight sigh of emotion. Because Lin Fan had talked about it a few times at home, and he had watched the program, he thought it was pretty good at the time, but he didn't think it would reach these heights. And that's with little publicity and little preparation. Lin Jun thought of his son, when he was worried that he would be unpleasant to do things under the hands of Chun Ran. Now it seems that not only not unpleasant, the overall also changed a lot. I used to work seriously but with less of a drive, and lately I've been feeling noticeably more energized. Though losing the chief planner's title in the first place doesn't seem like a bad thing now. The people from the Metro channel were feeling pretty hard done by. Originally there wasn't much of a gap between them and the entertainment channel. Everyone was on the same echelon in terms of ratings. Now that the entertainment channel has come out with 2 breakout shows, it's pulled them right up a notch. 2 shows that broke 10. The entertainment channel is making a killing. The Metro channel director is a little envious. This is the kind of long-term program where red hotness is not a matter of 3 or 2 months but long-term gains. Now the public channel is also on the rise. The station tilts a lot of resources to the public channel. They don't want to do anything about it. They are going to be pulled down. The next day, Chun Ran woke up to the sound of an alarm clock. The eyes opened to a somewhat unfamiliar ceiling. Chun Ran smoothly pressed the alarm clock off his cell phone and sat up. His head swelled a bit and he rubbed his brow vigorously. Looking around, he remembered that this was Zhang Fanji's room. Last night, Director Zhang was happy, and Aunt Yoon also took wine out, so uncle and nephew drank. Chun Ran didn't like white wine very much, but he drank a lot along with it. The last person, Director Zhang, is still awake. He is a little topsy-turvy. Feeling the mouth of the throat is suffocating, small mouths and small mouths of air, and then drink for sure to vomit. Director Zhang saw him like this and didn't let him continue drinking. And then Chun Ran didn't go back, so he slept here. Chun Ran pushed the door out and saw that Director Zhang was already up, brushing his teeth in his pajamas. You kid can't hold your liquor. You need to practice more when you have time in the future. Director Zhang came over and laughed. Aunt Yoon was not happy to hear this and said, It's better to drink less. It's fine to drink when you're happy. It's easy to misbehave when you're drinking on a regular basis. What do you know? There is always socializing outside work. Everyone drinks, you do not drink. How to do? Director Zhang said. Aunt Yoon glanced at her husband and said, That's why it's important to drink less. If you don't know how to drink, others won't force you. If you don't have a good capacity for alcohol, people will let you drink less. Director Zhang had wanted to retort a couple of sentences, but when he saw the look in his wife's eyes, he wisely shut up and staggered off to change his clothes inside the house. Chun Ran, don't listen to your uncle. Don't dip in cigarettes and alcohol. I heard that smoking and drinking are not good for children, said Aunt Yoon. Chun Ran felt a little roundabout. There were no small children in the house. There was no impact, right? After reacting slightly embarrassed, Aunt Yun's plan is too long-term. It's not even a shadow of a thing yet. All he could do was laugh and say, I don't usually drink, and I don't really like it. Aunt Yoon laughed. This is best. This is best. After breakfast, Chun Ran and Director Zhang went to work together. What do you program team plan to do next? Doing 2 programs at the same time? Your little manpower can't be busy. Director Zhang asked while driving. Chun Ran said, The lightness lecture was taken off the air, and now the manpower is idle. It will melt over in the next 2 days, and then it will be split into 1 group and 2 groups. In fact, it could have just been divided into 2 groups. I love to remember lyrics and challenge microphone, but the programs overlap so much, and the staff stages overlap so much, that there's no need for that. Director Zhang nodded. That's good. Otherwise you definitely wouldn't be able to make it with this body. Sure enough, after waiting for the TV station, Director Liu announced this. The program expanded its staff and began to break up. Because the original I Love Memorizing Lyrics crew was familiar with both programs' processes, and the new ones coming in were raw, they were all one take, with an even split between the new and old hands on both sides. The chief planner of the program is still Chun Ran. Originally the planning team is not separated, but Chun Ran felt that the ideas are easily confused, so Lin Fan led a few people in charge of the challenge microphone, and he will follow the recording of the challenge microphone after I Love to Record Lyrics is finished with its busy schedule. The mic is on track and not as busy as it was last week when I was getting ready. On the contrary, the stock I Love Lyrics recording is not working and this installment will have to be re-recorded. With the addition of the celebrity specials, I Love Lyrics needed to record 2 installments. Lin Fan was slightly excited. Although the chief planner was Chun Ran, he was in charge of challenge microphone and had similar duties. And with the show clearly going to be a hit, he was excited and at the same time getting more and more serious, not daring to take it lightly at all. It would be a crime for a show with such a fantastic start to go wrong in his hands. With the team's veterans leading the way, newcomers to the column fit in quickly. We are all old TV station veterans with so many years of experience. I Love Lyrics recorded 2 episodes in a row, and when it was over, basically everyone was indistinguishable from each other. It's Friday. The one to be played in the evening is I Love to Remember the Lyrics. Since it was the first installment linked to Challenge the Mic, everyone wanted to see how it would work out. If it interferes with memorizing lyrics for the sake of challenge of the microphone, then it's obviously not a good idea. Chun Ran is not too worried about this. The ratings crowd overlap, the impact will not be too big. While everyone was looking forward to the show's evening broadcast, he was concerned about something else. It seems like today is the release of Zhang Fanji's new song? Chun Ran also did not know Zhang Fanji's new song released at what time. After thinking up, go to the internet to search, only to be shocked to find that has been released more than 10 hours. It officially went live at midnight on Friday. For someone like Chun Ran, who didn't count a day as a day without sleep, that was actually still considered to be on Thursday night only, and he didn't react. Chun Ran looked at the initial dream, on the new song list, found it only in the 30s with about 5,000 comments. And that Lin Han Yun, 12th new song with over 10,000 comments. Chun Ran sked. This seems to be a bit miserable? Chapter 79, What Are You Laughing At? The 2 songs were online at the same time, and now more than 10 hours later, but the numbers are twice as bad. This is only the number of comments sales-wise, the difference is 2/3. Zhang Fanji is only more than 20,000. Her fans are more active, relatively more comments. At $3 a single, Chun Ran also contributed a share of sales. Because of the website settings, ordinary users can only audition the chorus part, member users can audition the whole song, and if you want to download, audition high-quality music as well as reviews, you have to pay for it. Chun Ran clicked on the song and went into the comment section, and all the popular comments in front of him were favorable. Xiun finally released a song, and the quality is still so good. So long did not wait in vain. Coming. Brothers and sisters Mo come over and line up. No matter how hard it is now, we must move forward and never forget our beginnings. In addition to these comments, there are a lot of paragraphs. Some of it is sentimental and some of it is copy party. Regardless, these inspirational segments kind of poke at the heart, and underneath such an inspirational song. For the positive reviews, Chun Ran is not surprised. After all, you have to buy the song to comment, and the first time to comment, it must be a true fan. Thinking carefully, Zhang Fanji had said that the song company was not responsible for publicity, and the few programs she ran had these 2 sky slots. The people listening to the song at this time were all run over from Zhang Fanji's microblog. Chun Ran still felt a bit miserable. And there were actually Lin Han Yun's fans inside the song comments, who paid for the song to come over and comment on it. Certainly not for a favorable review, but a spewing in it. It's roughly just fans hacking each other. Zhang Fanji's fans have hacked Lin Han Yun for stealing the song. Now Lin Han Yun's fans are coming over to mock the results. Chun Ran exited the music software and flipped through the webpage, seeing some more news about Zhang Fanji and Lin Han Yun's new songs being released at the same time. Now that there are more self-published media outlets, there are people writing about anyone's news. Zhang Fanji popularity is now not considered top, but the traffic is not small but also by the self-media to target. Most of the news focused on introducing Zhang Fanji and Lin Han Yun a bit, then portraying Zhang Fanji's situation and speculation about the 2 releasing songs at the same time. Basically, the guesses were pretty much the same, and the general idea was that the two were releasing songs at the same time, mainly to compete for company resources in the future, and whoever won the company pushed who. As of the time before I went to press, the data gap between Zhang Xiyun's and Lin Hanyun's new songs was huge, and I was curious to look online, and I accidentally found that Zhang Xiyun's new song didn't have any promotion, and it was simply mentioned on Weibo. And Lin Hanyun's new song in the Huaxia Music took the first page of the new song, also has a new song pop-up window, there is a front pre-order. In my humble opinion, with the company's resources tilted this way, this fight has not even started and is already over. Chun Ran saw this news, the self-media is not all made up, at least see quite thorough. As for the rest, there are some rehashing Zhang Fanji's black manuscripts, and the conflict with Lin Hanyun was because she played big names in the company, so she was dropped by the company and so on. Chun Ran naturally skimmed over them and didn't look at them. Chun Ran thought about it and still called Zhang Fanji. "You're not busy?" Zhang Fanji asked coldly after connecting. "The catalog is finished. Taking a break." Chun Ran wasn't surprised. He sort of knew quite a bit about Zhang Fanji's character. "Just now, I was watching your new song, and I realized that the data is quite good," Zhang Fanji said. "Are you deliberately making me laugh?" She knows best what kind of stats she has, and being in the 30s on the new songs chart for over 10 hours is very undeserved given her fame. "If that's good data, it's not bad." Chun Ran, however, said, "I mean seriously, there's no publicity, it's good enough to make it this far. I'm in a good mood. No need to comfort me," Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran is slightly speechless. "You have a hard tone, obviously unhappy, and still say that you are in a good mood." Zhang Fanji waited for half a day for Chun Ran to say nothing, and she frowned slightly and said, "I'm in a slightly bad mood, but it's not because of the song's performance. Although the sales of the song were not high now, only 1/3 of Lin Hanyun's, she believed that the song would definitely be a hit. Lin Hanyun's publicity was awesome, previewed in advance a few days before, and the company paid for her to get many recommended spots. But the 24-hour numbers are just that, not much of an improvement from the last song. Zhang Fanji's song has nothing, relying on the iron powder to support, all have each other 1/3 of the data, and so on 2 days of publicity to keep up, naturally not afraid of Lin Hanyun. She was in a bad mood, mostly because of the company. Chun Ran heard that she even deliberately emphasized it once more, probably thinking of the way she explained to herself with a stern face. The corners of his mouth inexplicably smiled. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Fanji asked. No, I'm not laughing." Chun Ran hastily collected his laughter. "I heard you," Zhang Fanji calmly said. "Chun Ran can't laugh anymore. Is she a dog? This can all be heard." He quickly changed the topic and asked, "What day does Flying Against the Wind start airing? Go see for yourself." Zhang Fanji's tone was stiff and obviously unhappy. "I was thinking that your company is quite unappreciative of you right now, and now that they're pushing Lin Hanyun, I don't know what kind of expression they'll have if your stats skyrocket when Flying Against the Wind airs." Chun Ran laughed. "I reckon it'll be quite a sight when the time comes." The matter of signing the theme song with Flying Against the Wind, Tao Lin deliberately hid it from Fan Xing for fear that the company would make trouble out of it. Now that the wood has been turned into a boat, and Fan Xing is leaving no stone unturned in promoting Lin Hanyun, not paying any attention to Zhang Fanji at all, when Zhang Fanji suddenly explodes, it is estimated that a lot of people are going to be confused. Zhang Fanji's mood was originally a bit poor, Chun Ran said so, the mood inexplicably comfortable a few points. Flying Against the Wind will air its first episode next Friday. Zhang Fanji decided not to bother with Chun Ran. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Fanji felt much better. The company used Lin Hanyun to suppress and try to get her to listen, and when the song data came out it was open and honest, and as long as she listened in the future she would immediately release the promotion. He even guaranteed that he would be able to enter the top 5 of the new songs chart, and if he did well by then, he could help operate to go to the top of the chart. Zhang Fanji did not like this kind of threat and naturally refused without hesitation. Since the company had taken such a stance, they wouldn't give face if Zhang Fanji didn't cooperate. Those online black manuscripts the Prosperous Star Company also saw, but the public relations department did not have any indication. Tao Lin with their own relations to suppress some, but with the company compared to the difference is too far. This kind of practice, not to mention Zhang Fanji, even Tao Lin was a bit cold-hearted. Tao Lin even offered Zhang Fanji to try to reach out to people from other companies when this new song thing was over. This is the first time Tao Lin has given Zhang Fanji this kind of advice. Chapter 80. I've always had a good heart. Zhang Fanji was in a better mood, but Tao Lin had some hard times. I've been aggravated at work today. It's hard to do promotion without the help of a company. She tried hard to apply for a program for Zhang Fanji, and was finally cut off by Lin Han-yoon. Lin Han-yoon and Zhao Heading are really villainous. Look at the way they are fooling around. They are simply pissed off. Tao Lin closed the door and grunted. There are quite a few people she has brought along over the years. Just one Lin Han-yoon fooling around with what ah. The key is that even Lin Han-yoon's manager, Zhao Heading, runs over her, which is hard to tolerate. Wait for a couple days and then see. Zhang Fanji had adjusted her mind. Tao Lin, exasperated, was a bit puzzled. This doesn't seem like your temper? As usual, at this time, Zhang Fanji should be sulking and speaking in a loving manner. Why do you seem to be in a good mood? Zhang Fanji paused and said, I just want to open up. Thinking away? Tao Lin didn't get it. Zhang Fanji said slowly, the company pushed Lin Hanrian. Her song data didn't pull away from me too much. And when the program I'm on starts airing, it's definitely not worse than her. Just like that. Tao Lin felt that it wasn't right, where Zhang Fanji was so optimistic. Or else? Zhang Fanji asked with a sideways glance. Taurine was asked, and on reflection seemed to be the reason. As of now, Zhang Fanji's new song hasn't been promoted yet. And when the show starts, he'll at least be able to fight Lin Han-yoon back and forth. It was indeed unnecessary to get angry with Lin Han-yoon and Fan Xing right now. Tao Lin looked at this artist of hers and said unexpectedly, if only you could keep your mind on it every day. Zhang Fanji rightfully said, I've always had a good heart. Taurine stared at her, realizing that she didn't change her face, and finally couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The ratings for I Love to Remember are in. The fear that the inclusion of the challenge microphone McBusters in the recording would interfere with memorizing the lyrics was redundant, and instead of dropping, the ratings went way up. The ratings went up a little more than the last installment, and I wonder if some viewers who didn't watch recorded lyrics generated a return stream after watching challenge of the microphone. Anyway, now it seems that not only are they not pulling their punches, but they are somewhat complementary to each other. Everyone on the program breathed a sigh of relief and joy on their faces. Everyone knows the show is solid. Now all that remains to be seen is how much the ratings for this installment of Challenge Mike can punch up. And Chun Ran has been concerned about the data of Zhang Fanji's new song in the past 2 days. Because the song melody and lyrics are very good, the song in the fans of the amenable many more road fans, the sales also increased to 50,000, while the comments are close to 20,000. And Lin Han-yoon's new song data rose equally fast. Fan Xing left no stone unturned to promote. Rose a little faster than Zhang Fanji, now close to 170,000 sales. It's moving in and out of the top 10 on the new songs chart, and it's about to enter the top 10. Lin Han-yoon's fans taunted Zhang Fanji so much that at first, they still went to call out the fight in the comments section of the song. Then it was figured out, wouldn't this increase sales for Zhang Fanji? So the scolding was simply changed to Twitter. Zhang Fanji was very generous about it, ignoring none of the comments on Weibo, no matter how mocking they were. Tao Lin even told her fans not to go against each other. Why? It's so upsetting. Fans were very confused to see that the tweets were pretty much filled with taunts. Even if you don't curse over, how about deleting these negative comments? It's an eyesore to keep them. So angry. Obviously Shiyun's song is so good. Why is it just not promoted? Look at the top of this, scolding Shiyun for playing a big game. And now that she's been dumped by the company, she immediately shows her true form. If I can follow the netting over there, I guarantee that her whole family will be pregnant. Shigeo is so hateful. What did Shiyun do wrong? Zhang Fanji's fans were furious enough, but the group management kept telling everyone to be patient and not to go and fight with people, or else they would spoil Shiyun's roadkill. Everyone can only hold their breath and refrain. Zhang Fanji microblogging at the bottom of a sliver of ridicule by the black powder likes high up. If people who do not know the first time in perhaps will be shocked, the star so unpopular. Chun Ran saw that this was probably the case, and at first he really didn't understand it, but when he thought about it carefully, he thought that they were kinda badass. He was sure that this was Zhang Fanji's doing, and Tao Lin wouldn't be so ill-considered. It's also the case that the company doesn't care about her and basically semi-abandoned her, otherwise they would have let her control the review a long time ago. But if Fan Xing was in charge, she would definitely have asked Lin Han-yoon to control the fans, and coming to taunt on such a large scale certainly didn't make sense if it wasn't egged on by someone. It's Sunday. Not only did the program on Zhang Fanji start airing, but it was also when the second installment of Challenge Microphone aired. This installment of Challenge Microphone had more time than the last one, as there was no prep and it was all used to polish the show, which was done in a much more polished way. Chun Ran was slightly torn between the two channels and finally chose to watch Zhaonan TV. He followed the recording of Challenge of the Microphone anyway and has seen the finished movie, so it's the same whether he watches it now or not. He also wanted to see Zhang Fanji's performance in Jiaonan TV anyway. Watching the channels of his own TV station, it was also considered to be a fertilizer. Mainly because he wanted to hear how Zhang Fanji sang Initial Dream on top of the program. At least it was the first song he carried over, which was very significant. Chun Ran peacefully hopped over to Jiaonan TV and tuned into Entertainment New World. The program is a veteran program of Call of Duty TV which has been done for quite a few years, and about every issue invites celebrities to come up and do promotions, play trivia games, and the like. Nowadays, according to the Times, the show occasionally invites Netflix or some celebrities to come up and be a guest. While always striving to change so viewers don't get bored, it's all nearly a decade old, the format is a bit stale, and the ratings have been a bit weak. Zhang Fanji's current situation, there is no company to support, only relying on Tao Lin's relationship on the program. Those who are a big hit do not have to think about it, to be able to have these publicity even if it is good. Her fame was good, but she could only be considered a newcomer, and Entertainment New World was pretty good to Zhang Fanji, giving her quite a long time to promote her new song. Chun Ran looked at her on the TV, has been containing a smile, thought to myself that this guy is not outside the smile too much, only often bored a face. In fact, she smiled, is so a little good looking. Well, it's pretty good looking. After singing Initial Dream, Zhang Fanji exited the stage amidst the warm applause, and Chun Ran picked up the remote control and directly switched to the entertainment channel. Now that Challenge Microphone is not over yet, it's good to at least add some ratings to your show. And a mosquito's leg is still meat even if it's small. And while he was watching TV, he also picked up his cell phone to take a look at Zhang Fanji's new song data. No surprises. Reviews are soaring and sales are skyrocketing. Chapter 81, Turnaround. Monday. The first thing Chun Ran did when he woke up was to check his cell phone. It's amazing that Initial Dreams soared from the mid-30s to the mid-20s. Sales are up a notch from last night. Rao Chun Ran was very optimistic about the song and quite optimistic about Zhang Fanji. But he did not expect it to rise so quickly. New World of Entertainment is an old show with just average ratings, but it's a little too scary to bring in. The song is good and the singer sings it well. The effect is more than 1+1. Chun Ran watched the rise, and with 1 or 2 more programs to publicize, there is a real possibility of catching up with Lin Han Yun. The scene is hilarious when a song that Shine Star is pushing gets cartwheeled by a company that is ignoring it. Chun Ran arrives at the station and enters the conference room to summarize. Director Lu Xianlong came in with a smile piled so high on his face that it had creases. It's been a great week for everyone's shows. I Love Lyrics continues to set new records, and Saturday Lotto is picking up in the ratings. Everyone is doing a great job, so I hope it continues. The other thing is that Challenge Microphone was shown last night and the ratings are out now. Director Lu had a joyful look on his face. Although he hasn't said it yet, everyone knows that the show's ratings are sure to break 10%. The key is how much it can go up. Director Lu did not sell, then said, this week's Challenge Microphone ratings rose sharply from last week's 9.83% to 11.15%. And the ratings curve and I love to remember the lyrics of the song in the beginning of the direction of the exact same. Cannot reach the height of the lyrics of the song, do not know for the time being, but you can be sure that these 2 programs will be the future of the entertainment channel's trump card. I love song lyrics. Everyone looked moved. They finally knew why Director Lu was so happy. If they were to know the news in advance, it was estimated that their mouths could not close. I knew that the ratings for Challenge Mike would definitely go up, but I didn't realize that they could go up so much at once. Steady. Another memorized lyric. I thought it would break 10 and the next installment was only 11. But I didn't expect it to jump straight up. It's a shame that the show would have gotten to 11% in its premiere if there had been time to promote it more. There's nothing to be sorry about. As long as the ratings are there, that's all that matters. People were excited and talking. Lin Fan's face was a little red. 2 ace programs, With 2 programs like these, who will say he Lin Fan has no achievements in the future? Chun Ran also feel happy from the bottom of his heart. The program ratings are high, it is good for the channel, and the same for him, the chief planner of the 2 programs, and in the future the monthly bonus will be much more. When the meeting broke up, Chun Ran was called down by Director Lu. Director, what else is going on? Chun Ran asked. Director Lu said, Superintendent Yang gave me the form, so you can fill it out and hand it in later. Chun Ran was curious. What form? It's the application for the station's best planning selection. 2 programs that break 10? You're very hopeful. Director Lu said, handing Chun Ran a form. Chun Ran's eyes brightened slightly. For the best planning selection, He was quite looking forward to it, and took the form and said, "Thank you, director. I'll go fill it out first." When he finished, he looked down at the form to head out the door. At this time, the director called out to Chun Ran again. "Chun Ran." Chun Ran turned around and said suspiciously, "Director, is there anything else?" Director Liu paused slightly, then waved his hand and said, "It's fine. You go ahead and get busy. Then I'll leave first." Chun Ran left the conference room. Director Liu shook his head mockingly. This time it was thanks to Chun Ran who did the challenge microphone. The program's results were too good and covered up the entertainment channel's mistakes, allowing him to escape. Otherwise, the position of the entertainment channel's director of program department might not be able to sit down. Just now, he wanted to open his mouth to say a thank you to Chun Ran. But at the end of the day, he couldn't say it. He was just like that, a bit good at face-saving and indecisive. Lin Fan looked at Chun Ran filling out the form and went over to him and asked, "What is this writing?" Chun Ran wrote carefully and casually said, "The station's best program best planning application." When Lin Fan heard this, his mouth opened slightly and his eyes froze. The station's best planner? This station gives out awards that he must have known about from his years at the station, but never had an idea for the award. The shows made by the local stations are small budget and have always been in the middle of the pack in terms of ratings, so how difficult it would be to snatch awards from the Guardian bunch. He hadn't really thought that Chun Ran would have such an opportunity. In fact, think about it is also unexpected. Now he is the chief planner to lead the two programs, a ratings of more than 14%, one and also in 11%. Look at the entire Jianan TV station, no one has ever done. Such an achievement is not even comparable to the group of chief planners of the Guardian. The probability of reporting it as a winner should not be too small yet. Lin Fan whirls around a bit hard. He is still complacent about his involvement in producing two ace programs, songwriting and microphone, while others. Chun Ran is already going to compete with the planners of the satellite TV. He put his mind right and mentally encouraged himself a bit. Caveat emptor, and move forward. Easily satisfied, he thought of himself as a strength, but in fact it was a weakness. While Chun Ran was busy recording the program, Zhang Fanji's new song, Initial Dream, began to take a turn for the worse. The few little variety shows she's been on have had just average ratings, but the results have been surprisingly good. Starting in the past 2 days, sales have started to skyrocket and so have the reviews. And Lin Hanyun's new song is stuck at number 10 on the new songs chart, unable to climb because of the quality as well as the lack of publicity afterward. Zhang Fanji, however, in just 3 days, rushed up a few places, and by now had reached the 15th position on the new song list, although there was still some distance from Lin Hanyun's new song, but it was slowly growing, and it was looking like it was going to crash together. At Prosperous Star, Lin Hanyun said with some disbelief, "This is impossible. She doesn't have any publicity. What makes her able to climb to the top of the list?" Lin Hanyun has some mind imbalance. Her song company smashed a lot of publicity resources to just hang in the top 10. And Zhang Xiun has no publicity at all, just some side programs with low ratings. Why did he rush so fast? Could it be that the company said it was fake and promoted it for Zhang Xiun as well? Lin Hanyun really couldn't figure it out. She said to her manager, "Brother Ting, give the company another push to continue publicizing. If Zhang Xiun's new song catches up, the company won't lose face." Zhao Heading, who was also frowning, nodded repeatedly at the words. Only a few days ago when he met Tao Lin, he had spoken and squeezed the other party, and it would be embarrassing for him if he was surpassed by Zhang Xiun. Flourishing Star thought the same way as Lin Hanyun. It was impossible to see Zhang Fanji surpass Lin Hanyun, so they approved it at that time and continued to increase the publicity. At the same time, the people at Fanxing were a bit confused as to why the sales of Zhang Fanji's new song had risen so quickly with just this much publicity. According to the online buzz and publicity, it's not proportional to this sales. Chapter 82, You Go Out First, Let Me Think. Zhang Fanji's new song was released without Fanxing's help in creating momentum, but simply posted a single one on top of Weibo. Even though she participated in a few programs, none of them were popular programs. The heat was very low, and the heat across the internet was not enough at all for Lin Hanyun to fight. But sales do keep increasing and fast. At this rate, there was no doubt that it would definitely surpass Lin Hanyun. Pansum is not interested in Zhang Fanji's songs. Usually after buying the songs to come, they will study the quality of the songs, good or bad, to develop the direction of publicity. But Zhang Fanji's new song did not have this treatment. Completely Stepmother itself did not want to publicize. The song came from an unknown musician. Fanxing did not think, did not pay attention. And now it's tasting the bitter fruit. The lyrics of Initial Dream are inspirational and refreshingly melodic, while Zhang Fanji's vocals are highly emotive and resonant. Many of the people who watch the variety show are not very old, most of them are still students, and this kind of inspirational song is very popular inside the campus, not to mention that it is also so good that they fall in love with it as soon as they hear it. Searching for purchase downloads, most of them are so simple and pay a high rate. After Fanstar's hand, Lin Han-yun's new song did have an effect, pulling up another place. But Zhang Fanji's song speed is not slow either. It has already reached the 12th place. With this speed, sooner or later it will be able to enter the top 10 of the new song list. The people at Prosperity were still wondering if they should continue to add some additional publicity. But by this time, it was already Friday. This is just in time for the premiere of the new Mango TV series. The name of this TV show is called Flying Against the Wind. Being an inspirational idol drama, the TV series has brought in all the traffic kids. The pre-airing build-up was overwhelming, with fans of each tweeting all over the place for an encore. It's like a fire before it's aired. The TV series Inspirational with Romance has attracted a lot of young viewers since it started, and has attracted a lot of attention just since the first episode aired. It wasn't some newbie new character in it that caught fire first. Rather, the theme song. The theme song, it's so good. Surprisingly, it was sung by Zhang Xiyun. When did she sing such a song? It's Zhang Xiyun's new song. It was only released a few days ago. I thought it was good at the time. I didn't realize it would be the theme song for Flying Against the Wind. The lyrics are so well written. As a much talked about drama from its preview, Flying Against the Wind has been getting a lot of Heat Talk ratings. In a short period of time, Zhang Xiyun's initial dream has been mentioned frequently. Then, these TV show viewers slither off to buy the single at the end of the show. At this time, the prosperous star is still looking at the data hesitation, in the end, whether to continue to publicize. Lin Han-yun's new song company invested a lot of money, but a Lin Han-yun brought fame gain is not so big, continue to invest certainly to lose money. And at that moment, the people from Bustling Star refreshed the new song chart and were violently taken aback. What's going on? The data is wrong, isn't it? It's impossible to have jumped so many places straight away. There were waves of surprised voices, and it turned out that during the time they were discussing, Zhang Fanji's new song Initial Dream had actually made a 4 consecutive jump from 12th place to 8th place. This increase is indeed too surprising. Did Tao Lin find someone to swipe the data? How dare she do that? If Huaxia Music catches her, all of us at Flourishing Star will be implicated. Prosperous Star's manager frowned. Quickly go and check it out. If you find out any evidence, hurry up and hand it over to Huaxia Music, skimming off the relationship beforehand. After entering the internet era, everyone is relying on Huaxia Music's platform to eat. This is a platform created by the state capital, and it has no mercy on brushing data like this. And if Flourishing Star is implicated, even its artists will be implicated. The person below was just about to go check when his cell phone dinged, pulled it out and just glanced at it, and rushed over again. The manager asked, "Didn't I tell you to check it out? What else is going on?" Manager, "No need to check. Zhang Xiyun's new song didn't swipe the data." "What do you mean? The online heat is going sky high right now. Look at this news. Zhang Xiyun sings Flying Against the Wind, and the theme song Initial Dream is inspirational and amazing." The manager's eyes snapped open. "What? Zhang Xiyun, she sang the theme song of Flying Against the Wind? When was that?" "I don't know about that, but the theme song for Flying Against the Wind is indeed her new song." "I remember." When the manager heard this, he also recalled something. When Tao Lin came up to him and said that Zhang Xiyun's new song needed some kind of authorization, he wasn't afraid of Zhang Xiyun flipping out at that time, so he didn't even think about it and approved it. But now people aren't even a storm, they're a tsunami. Flying Against the Wind is so hot that being its theme song is naturally the best publicity, and the quality of Zhang Fanji's song isn't too bad, so it flies straight out of the gate. Just as they were talking, Zhang Fanji's new song advanced 1 more place to the 7th position. And the song behind it, which had just been squeezed out by Lin Han-yun's new song, climbed up and directly kicked Lin Han-yun out of the top 10 of the new song chart. Manager, what should we do now? Continue to increase the promotion to get Lin Han-yun into the top 10? What's the point of pushing now, and then pushing to be able to surpass Zhang Xiyun? Is it useful to enter the top 10? Promoting can compare to Flying Against the Wind. The manager frowned and waved his hand. "Get out. You get out first. Let me think." Lin Han-yun gets the news that the company isn't going to keep investing in promoting her song. She wants to ask something else, but Zhao Heading stops her. Lin Han-yun asked in confusion, "Brother Ting, what are you stopping me for?" Zhao Heading took out his cell phone and clicked on the new song list and put it in front of her eyes. Look at it. Lin Hanyun glanced at it and froze then. The difference is so big that the company is stupid to keep pushing it, right? Sales of Zhang Fanji's new song have surged and jumped on the new songs chart. It's not just Lin Hanyun and Fan Xing who are having a hard time, but also Lin Hanyun's fans on Weibo. A few days ago, Zhang Fanji new song release did not publicize. A group of fans over to make a strong mockery of the results do not work. These microblogging Zhang Fanji has not been tube, let the black powder all praise on the front, and even constraints on the fans do not go to the line with these people. By the time Flying Against the Wind was played today, the ranking of Initial Dream soared, instantly surpassing Lin Hanyun, not to mention that, according to this momentum, it is also likely to overpower the previous several veteran singers and reach the top 3 position. So, these people who had come over to taunt a while ago were in deep trouble. Below each mocking comment, there were hundreds or thousands of replies, all of which were Zhang Fanji's fans, each speaking with extreme mockery and many words of tigers and wolves. Everyone understood that Zhang Fanji didn't delete these comments, not because she was scolded silly, but because she kept the whip. It really became a large whipping scene underneath this tweet of hers. Chapter 83 Compromise. Tao Lin hung up the phone, feeling very relieved. The manager of Prosperity called just now and asked her to delete the Twitter comments. Lin Hanyun and Zhang Xiun were both artists of the company, and if the two fought like this, the impact would be very bad. If the self-publishing media seizes on the pain points and writes a bunch of nonsense, it's going to cost quite a bit of PR money when the time comes. Tao Lin, however, shrugs off the fact that it was Lin Hanyun's fans who came over to taunt her, and she couldn't delete them unless Lin Hanyun stepped in and told the fans not to make a scene. Where did the manager not know Tao Lin's mind? This was not only wanting Lin Hanyun to bow down, but also wanting the company to be embarrassed. The company did not participate in any publicity of the song, all by virtue of Tao Lin's connections on a few small programs and riding on the east wind of Flying Against the Wind, completely crushed the company's efforts to promote Lin Hanyun. It's a slap in the face. As of right now, the management of Flourishing Star is very embarrassed and even a bit annoyed. If they wanted to, they could have contacted Huaxia Music to take Zhang Fanji's song off the shelves. But the company is looking at the interests and cannot just focus on the momentary pain. Zhang Fanji now a song fire, fame rises. For the company, this is all money. The Star Music is not a big company, not many singers under the name. Their purpose is to force Zhang Fanji to compromise, not a fish death net. Now Zhang Fanji can earn money. Then they will certainly be appropriate to relax a little bit. Delete the comments. I'll have someone put together a promotion program for Xiun's song to help her rush to the top of the charts. The manager said this after a hesitation, which meant that Prosperous Star made a concession. This was the result of an internal meeting within the company after Zhang Fanji's new song took off yesterday and everyone discussed it. Tao Lin is not stupid. She also does not have the idea of fighting hard with the company to the end. Originally wanted to be more disgusted with Lin Hanyun and Prosperous Star people, but all gave such a promise, and then insisted on a complete turn of the face would be meaningless. In the end, she agreed, deleting the comments while saying to Zhang Fanji, "So you still have the time to think so far ahead. I thought you were just trying to relieve your anger by letting me keep the comments, but you actually thought of the company at this level." Behind her, Zhang Fanji's face was expressionless when she heard this. Only the corners of her mouth skewed a bit. She was really just trying to get out of the way. For several days in a row, the numbers for Initial Dreams have soared to number 4. Flourishing Star's manager didn't lie, and did start promoting Zhang Fanji, wanting to make Zhang Fanji sit at the top of the list. Lin Hanyun couldn't push it up in any way, so naturally he couldn't continue to waste resources, but took it over and bet on Zhang Fanji's new song. So when Chan Ran opened the music software, he was shocked to find that there was a picture of Zhang Fanji on the homepage, and when he clicked in, it was her new song. Is this the start of a company campaign? Chan Ran felt quite surprised. Zhang Fanji's company is not a head problem. The song is not pushed before, only now started. What's the point of adding to the icing on the cake when people have Flying Against the Wind to promote? Zhang Fanji called. She's been pretty busy for the past 2 days, having to follow the taping of the program everywhere and receiving an invitation to the Mango TV party. After a few days of relatively little contact with Chan Ran, Zhang Fanji was silent for a while after connecting the phone before saying, "Thank you." In the past 2 days, even Tao Lin, who doesn't like Chan Ran, has been chanting that it's all because of the quality of the song. Otherwise, where would we see the company compromise? Zhang Fanji also hesitated for a long time before dialing the phone. Chan Ran knew that she was talking about the song and said, "No need to be so polite. The song was paid for by you, and Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun are so good to me. It's quite a bit awkward for you to be like this. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Fanji's brows knit up, feeling a little blocked in her heart after hearing this, stifling her breath and not speaking. Chun Ran felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange and asked, I went on Huaxia Music to see you advertising your new song. Did you guys talk to the company? Talked. Although it was all 2 words, Zhang Fanji's tone felt different from just now, a lot more raw. Chun Ran asked, What's wrong with you? Nothing. Chun Ran scratched his head blankly. Why did he suddenly feel unhappy? He chatted a couple more times, getting the impression that she was shying away from talking much today. To say is angry and not like, after all, Zhang Fanji temper. Chun Ran also feels some, really want to be angry directly to the phone pinch, simply do not talk to him more. There were fewer words now, but she didn't pinch. Could it be because of the company? Chun Ran guessed in his heart. If it was really a company matter, Chun Ran could do nothing about it. After a few more words, Zhang Fanji hung up the phone. Her brow wrinkled. She tossed her cell phone aside and sulked with a stern face. Tao Lin joyfully said, Just now I inquired. The company has done an internal assessment, and there is a possibility that they will be a little more lenient with you. Zhang Fanji's popularity has skyrocketed in the past 2 days, and many commercial performance prices are not low, making a lot of money for the company, and Fanqing does not want to give up such a money tree. Zhang Fanji let out an "oh" and didn't say anything else. You're not happy? Taurine asked as she approached. Zhang Fanji looked up and said, I'm happy. Looking at her expressionless face, Tao Lin was speechless. You are thinking that I am blind? Tao Lin originally wanted to say something, then pinching her fingers muttered, You were on the 8th last month. This month should be the 6th. Today is the 4th. It hasn't come yet. Is it early again? Or is it hurting again? Zhang Fanji asked. What are you talking about? What can I say? Tao Lin rolled her eyes and added, I'll ask Xiaoqin to get you some brown sugar water. The weather is cold. It's not good to put on a warming sticker and get ahead of schedule again. Zhang Fanji reacted and was just about to speak when she felt a little discomfort in her belly. She glanced at Taorin when had she switched jobs to Crowbar. It's getting colder as we enter mid-December. After Chun Ran was paid, he took the time to buy some clothes and send them back home. Chen Junhai and Song Hui have been saving for so many years, it has become a habit that clothes are rarely bought, and they have the attitude that they can wear it. But last year's clothes this year to wear is not so warm. Chun ran to buy 2 for each of his parents, sent back after being said to waste. The mouth is so, in fact, the 2 old heart is still quite happy. Song Hui the next day wearing around the shop. Others asked about it said that the son bought, deliberately sent back to her to wear. Then when she heard others praise her son's filial piety, she laughed along with her. Filial piety what a? Work outside the rare return a few times a year. Chen Junhai is pretty much in the same situation, and the couple just wants to show off their son. Chun Ran couldn't stay at home for much longer, and returned to Linshire after a day's interval. Both programs are on track and everything is in order. A while ago, I Love to Remember Lyrics aired a celebrity special and managed to break 15% in the ratings. It's just one issue and then it drops back down later, but it's a good record. After Challenge of the Microphone's ratings stabilized, it wasn't too far off from Memorize the Lyrics, 2 solid trump cards for the entertainment channel. Because it is almost the end of the year, there are a lot of things. The program has to record a few more installments to prepare. This half-month time Chen Ran is in a very busy state. Chapter 84 Am I So Unreliable? New Year's Day is approaching. Not only was Chun Ran busy, Zhang Fanji was also busy. Initial Dream had a tough time topping the charts a while back, taking the #1 spot on the new songs chart. And then, as the Flying Against the Wind TV series reached its climax, Initial Dream took advantage of the heat and stayed at the top of the charts for a week before being edged out by that veteran singer in second. It's been solidly in the top 3 for a while now, and every now and then it goes to #1 again. Zhang Fanji's popularity was also soaring, with various variety show invitations, and when Chun Ran had a video session with her at Zhang's house some time ago, she was recording the New Year's Eve party. At the end of the year, many companies also began to organize annual meetings. This kind of business activities Zhang Fanji also have to run. By now close to a month's time, Chun Ran had seen her come back once, and also came and went in a hurry. Director Zhang was a little bit unable to see past, called his daughter and said, Gigi, you're so uncharacteristic. When you were single you said that work was important. Your mom and I didn't say anything. But what about now? People Chun Ran is still over here. How can a couple not see each other for a month? Zhang Fanji didn't expect her father to dial the phone over just to lecture her, and didn't dare to retort, waiting for him to finish before saying, We have a video, just the same. Director Zhang angry enough. I'll give you. Chan ran so good a person, you do not grasp the point can be snatched away. I was told that their entertainment channel a lot of girls crave his tight. Do not think that in addition to your people no one wants. Got it. Zhang Fanji responded repeatedly. Director Zhang didn't know whether she had listened or not, so he could only hang up the phone. Zhang Fanji was slightly distracted. She originally did not care. After all, she would occasionally chat with Chan Ran. But what her father said just now made her heart a little blocked. She froze and looked at her cell phone, sliding the interface to Chan Ran's number, hesitating for half a day before she pressed it. At this time, Chan Ran just finished recording the program, sitting on the chair to rest, seeing Zhang Fanji's caller is still quite surprised. This guy is busy like this, still have time to call? Why are you free today? Chun Ran asked as he opened the door. Chun Ran is kind of an introvert. This kind of introversion is not the kind that is afraid to meet people, but when you talk to strangers, you will be very polite and pay attention to the proportion. It's not the same with a friend. It's said more casually and not with such care. While working, occasionally chat with Zhang Fanji, and again more understanding, and now talk is not as formal as before. Zhang Fanji could feel this change the most, and couldn't say whether it was good or bad. Just now impulsively dialed the phone to Chun Ran. She is also a little torn. Do not know what to say. Paused for some time. Heard Chun Ran ask before saying, "The activity is over. Ready to return to the apartment. You're too busy here. Are you free to come back on New Year's Day?" Chun Ran asked. "Can come back for a day or two." Zhang Fanji asked somewhat absently. "I heard my dad say that you're getting close to other women at the TV station. Are you going to have a girlfriend?" Chun Ran lost his smile and said, "Uncle Zhang is snitching? I'm busy doing programs all day long here. How can I have time to think about this?" Television people know that he has a girlfriend, but also seen Zhang Fanji driving below waiting for him. A girl jokingly lamented the name grass has a master, true or false do not know, but really no woman, and he went close. I don't know where Uncle Zhang got the information, and he even called over to Zhang Fanji. It's too unreliable. Thanks to him and Zhang Fanji fake love. If it is true, I guess Zhang Fanji this violent temper to immediately call over to question, how can with the present as gentle? I'm just asking, nothing else. Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran said, "Don't worry. I don't have any plans to have a girlfriend for the time being, so I won't show my face over here." Zhang Fanji was visibly relieved and said, "Well, give me a heads up in advance if you want to find a girlfriend." Chun Ran was slightly speechless in Zhang Fanji's eyes. Was he so unreliable? The two chatted. Zhang Fanji will not be back until after New Year's Day, which is not a long time, and he has to go busy after that. Being a star is tiring enough, you have to run around, not to mention that when you have a little rest, you also have to practice dancing and singing. Anyway, there is not much time for rest. During lunch, Director Zhang smiled at Chun Ran and said, "Chun Ran, did Gigi call you today?" Chun Ran said in a bad mood, "Uncle, what kind of a show is this? When did I get close to a woman? This you don't understand. I'm doing it for your good." Director Zhang said, "I know Gigi's temperament. Cold on the outside and hot on the inside. We all seldom receive calls from her, and there is a possibility that she might leave you cold." When I said that, she immediately called, proving that she cares about you. Chun Ran felt a bit of a headache. How can there be such an operation? In fact, he did not know the original words that Director Zhang said, and did not say that he was close to the woman. Zhang Fanji brainstorming, it changed. Director Zhang said to Chun Ran, "By the way, the New Year's Day holiday is relatively short. You probably won't be able to return home. Come to my house then." It is harder for them as far as the New Year's Day holiday is concerned, but of course when they think about other colleagues who do not have a holiday, they feel that they are still getting by. Happiness is a comparative. Chun Ran apologized. "Uncle, I'll go back on the night of the 31st. My sister, she has to work part-time and can't come back. I'll go back to spend the holiday with my parents. It's my fault for not thinking." Director Zhang said, "That is, the vacation time is short. If you have time to let your parents come over here to play a little, not to mention Gigi here, is the relationship between our uncle and nephew, and your parents to meet with the good." Chun Ran smiled awkwardly. "They don't have much time these days, they have to be busy too. Let's see if they have time after the new year." Turning 31, Chun Ran stretched. He had to go home today and left work a little early, and it was no problem to say hello to the director. He called Chun Yao 2 days ago, and the guy said that the vacation time was short, and there were activities at the school and at the bar where he worked part-time, so he wouldn't come home to come, and it wouldn't be long before he was on vacation anyway. In the end, he even purposely ordered a few more sentences, asking Chun Ran to be sure not to spill the beans. As far as the parent's temperament is concerned, knowing that Chen Yao is singing in a bar. No matter what kind of bar you are in, they are going to be furious and call her to come home immediately. Bars and other places of entertainment are completely demonized in the eyes of parents after that incident back in the day. Not to say how tightly regulated you are now, but places like that are synonymous with chaos anyway. Chun Ran rolled his eyes. There was no need for Chun Yao to order this. He was still screwed up. Chun Ran called his parents in advance, and only then did he get on the high-speed train. The road to buy quite a lot of things, although there are only 3 people, at least it is a holiday, cannot be too cold doping. Along the way he was thinking about getting a car. Too expensive to afford, but with the money he saved, he'll have no problem putting a down payment on a cheaper one. Everyone says that buying a house first appreciates in value and buying a car depreciates in value, and that it's best to buy a house first and a car later, but the reality is that not having a car is really inconvenient. Chapter 85, What's the Use of Being Pretty? In fact, the New Year's Day holiday in the heart of Chun Ran's parents, compared to the Spring Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival and such traditional festivals, with the usual not much difference. In the years when Chun Ran was studying at university, the family also lived peacefully, without being too deliberate. But Chun Ran rushed back. The 2 old men were still quite happy, and made a table of food in a lively manner. During dinner, Chun Junhai asked, "What part-time job does she do for Yao Yao?" Chun Ran said casually, "As a mascot soliciting customers at a coffee shop like Lounge Bar." He was saying Chun Yao's excuse all over again, fearing that his parents would mistake the lounge bar for a bar, and making a point of explaining it. Chun Junhai didn't think much of it, but just said, "How come everyone is on vacation and they still have to work?" Chun Ran said, "That's the way it is in catering. The more you go on vacation, the better your business is. Let's eat well at home. She has to stay at school." Song Hui was a little heartbroken for her daughter and said, "You and Yao Yao open the video. Let's take a look at her." Chun Ran froze slightly. Now. He glanced at his cell phone. At this hour, Chun Yao should be singing on the street corner. Song Hui said, "Just turn on the video to see her. Kind of a reunion for the holidays. Then I'll make a call to her first and ask her to log on to WeChat." Chun Ran did not directly open the video, but dialed the phone. Chun Ran glanced at the TV, and when Chin Junhai saw him move, he thought the sound was too loud and was about to turn it down. But Chun Ran stood up and walked out. The call was answered with a faint song in the background, and as expected, it was in a bar. "Brother, what's the matter with calling me at this time?" Chin Yao was puzzled. "Mom and Dad want to video you. Are you free now?" Chun Ran finished, thinking that this reminder was meaningful enough. Chun Yao immediately panicked for a moment. If her parents knew what would happen? And then thinking of Chun Ran's intention of dialing over, she hurriedly said, "Wait for me for 2 minutes. I'll drive with you." By the time Chin Yao sent out the video invitation, she was inside an empty house in the background. "Still working part-time this late?" Song Hai asked. Chun Yao smiled unnaturally and said, "Yeah, business is good today, a little late." Song Hui emphasized, "The important thing for you now is your studies. Don't delay it. The family is now finished with the debt, and there is no burden. Your brother in the TV station development is very good. The salary is quite a lot. You do not want to do part-time work, peace of mind to study it." Chen Yao said, "It's okay, Mom. It's kind of practicing in advance. I have to work after graduation. I can't keep relying on you and my brother to support me, right?" You. Song Hui shook her head. Her own daughter she still understands. Other okay, just a little too strong. Mother and daughter talk half the time. Often one lie has to be covered up with a million lies. Chun Yao was a bit unnatural whenever her mother talked about part-time jobs. Chun Ran thought it was funny. His sister is a little thin-skinned, that is, in the video is not very visible, face-to-face lying certainly immediately exposed. After some greetings from her mother, Chun Yao said it was her work that she had to start, and that's when she hung up the video. In the evening, the family sat down to watch the New Year's Eve concert. When Zhang Fanji appeared inside the TV, Chun Ran found it quite interesting. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun tried from time to time to get Chun Ran to bring Zhang Fanji home to meet his parents. And now even though Zhang Fanji didn't come over, Chun Ran's parents saw it on TV. These celebrities don't know how they look. One is prettier than the other. If you find a girlfriend like that in the future, then you'll be satisfied. Song Hui said as she pointed at Zhang Fanji inside the TV. Chun Ran slightly breathed in, although it is false. "But you refer to this, is your son's nominal girlfriend, It was Chen Junhai who scoffed. "What's the use of being pretty? It can't be a meal. I think in the future when my son is looking for a partner, looks don't matter, the key is to get along with the temper." Son of this gentle temperament, if you find a temperamental, and then beautiful will not have a good result. Song Hui didn't argue with her husband, thinking he had a point, but if you can find one, if the temperament is similar, you must find one that is eye candy. It's still early, and since I'm so busy with work, I don't have time to look for it. Chun Ran hurriedly changed the topic. If he explored on this topic, I guess the next step would be to say that he was looking for someone to introduce him to. Chun Junhai and Song Hui are just mentioning it in passing, knowing that Chun Ran is now in the rising stage of his career and will not urge him to get married for the time being. When 12 o'clock passed, Chun Ran received a New Year's Day blessing message from Zhang Fanji. Looking at the format, it's basically what used to be a group text message of good wishes, only now it's been changed to WeChat. Zhang Fanji also plays this kind of group message. The corner of Chun Ran's mouth twitched, always feeling that this was not like a message that Zhang Fanji could send. But after turning inside his head, he thought of the hamster-like appearance of her when he had seen her in the Zhang family, so it shouldn't be impossible. He hadn't spent too much time with Zhang Fanji and didn't understand him that thoroughly. Chun Ran smoothly gave Zhang Fanji a happy New Year's Day back in the past. Originally, I was going to put down my cell phone after sending it, who knew that I would immediately receive a reply from Zhang Fanji. Ichabod. You haven't rested yet? Chun Ran was slightly surprised and returned. No, I'm at home. Just finished talking to my parents. Oh, it's a bit insincere to send your blessing message in a group. Ichabod. It's very sincere now. Chun Ran smiled. Where did this sincerity come from? He asked. New Year's Day crossover today. No program? Ichabod. Just got back. Chun Ran didn't know when he fell asleep, and only remembered chatting with Zhang Fanji for a long time. When he woke up, his cell phone was still cupped in his hand. He didn't get up either, and for once in a rare while he was lazy, lying on his bed and pulling the record of messages with Zhang Fanji from top to bottom. This feeling is quite wonderful. WeChat is two people from the day they met to add, until now, from the record to be able to see from strange to familiar with the process. Strictly speaking, the two chatted on WeChat and not much. Zhang Fanji temperament is more anxious, cannot wait long, no news immediately is the phone call over. But there are some records. Chun Ran can also feel that Zhang Fanji's attitude towards himself has some changes, the same as brief and concise, but sometimes there will be one or two more sentences. This is good. In the future there will be things to trouble her. The relationship is too stiff, cannot be. By the afternoon, Chun Ran left his home to return to Lin City. I have to work tomorrow, so naturally I'll be back a little early. He didn't go straight back to his residence, but bought some gifts, carried them and rushed to Director Zhang's neighborhood. There's still a tail end to the New Year's Day, so it's good to come over and blow off some steam with Uncle Zhang. Chun Ran rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Someone was heard running inside, kicking and screaming. The door snapped open. The one who opened the door was not Uncle Zhang or Aunt Yun, but a somewhat good-looking girl. Short shoulder-length hair and soulful eyes. Chapter 86. What a wonderful world. When Chun Ran saw that it was not Aunt Zhang Shu Yun, he froze for a moment at that time, and he took a step back and looked up at the door number, thinking that he had gone to the wrong floor. But the door number, it's not wrong either. The short-haired girl froze for a moment. Her soulful eyes looked Chun Ran up and down, somewhat surprised. Yao Yao's brother? Hearing her shout like this, Chun Ran finally realized where this feeling of familiarity came from. When he was looking for Chun Yao in Hua Hai, the classmate who shouted out that Chun Yao was singing in a bar seemed to have short hair. At that time, Chun Ran was surprised by the news that his sister had gone to sing in a bar and didn't pay much attention to what Chun Yao's classmate looked like. So he didn't recognize her for a moment just now, and now that she shouted so much, she followed and remembered. You're Yao Yao's classmate? Chun Ran was also very surprised. The short-haired girl laughed and nodded her head repeatedly. Yeah, I'm Yao Yao's roommate. We met last time when you went to look for her. Director Zhang in the house heard the sound and came over to have a look. Seeing that it was Chun Ran, he unexpectedly said, Didn't you kid go home and came back so early? Chun Ran laughed. I didn't have a car late, so I rushed back in the afternoon, thinking that today is New Year's Day, and came over to see Uncle and Auntie. The short-haired girl looked at Chun Ran and then Director Zhang from the side, a bit puzzled. You're just in time, your aunt is cooking. We'll eat together later. Director Zhang let Chun Ran in, and when he saw Chun Ran carrying something in his hand, he said in a bad mood, We're all family, and you're still fixing these. Chun Ran just smiled and didn't say anything. Sitting on the couch, he looked at the short-haired girl and asked, This is? Director Zhang just remembered and introduced, I almost forgot. This is Ji Ji's younger sister Rui. She's at Hua Hai University. She usually doesn't have a vacation and came back to play for 2 days on New Year's Day. Rui, this is your sister's boyfriend Chunran, working at a TV station like me. Even though Chunran had a guess in his heart, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. This was a little too coincidental. Chun Yao's roommate is Zhang Fanji's sister? After taking a closer look, Zhang Rui and Zhang Fanji did have some similarities, but their temperaments were completely different. Zhang Fanji looked a bit cooler and didn't have too much expression on her face, while Zhang Rui hung a smile at all times and looked cheerful. If Chun Ran was just surprised, then Zhang Rui was shocked. She felt her head was a bit confused. Thinking she had heard wrong, she turned her head and asked, "Dad, who did you say he was?" Director Zhang said, "He's Chun Ran, your sister's boyfriend." Zhang Rui stared blankly. My sister, she has a boyfriend? How come I've never heard of it?" Director Zhang said, "Just for the time being, who told you not to talk to your family on the phone?" Zhang Rui was a bit confused. But isn't my sister a singer? She would fall in love." She was still a little disbelieving. Zhang Rui thinks she knows her sister quite well, although Chun Ran is good-looking and has a gentle temperament. But Zhang Fanji said she didn't want to fall in love, and her family urged her to avoid a blind date. So how could she suddenly have a boyfriend? Director Zhang said unhappily, "That's not nice to hear. Singers are also human beings. Why can't they fall in love? Can't it be that when you become a singer, you have to be alone for the rest of your life?" Zhang Rui still wanted to retort a sentence, but seeing his father glaring, he didn't dare to speak. Only in his heart, he still felt unbelievable. My sister, she has a boyfriend? Or Chun Yao's brother? Zhang Rui felt that his brain was not enough, it was a mess. When Aunt Yun came out, she was also surprised to see Chun Ran for a while, then warmly greeted Chun Ran and asked about the recent situation of Chun Ran's family. When Zhang Rui saw this scene, he felt so strange. He just went to study for a few months. How come everything has changed? And look at this situation. Chun Ran did not come to the house often, are familiar with almost like a family. She couldn't help but ask, "Dad, how did my sister and Chun Ran meet? How long have they been talking? It feels like I'm not even in this family anymore if I don't get to know it." Director Zhang glanced at her and said, "You're still young. Why are you asking about this?" Zhang Rui almost choked. "I'm 21, still small? When my sister was a student, you guys were the ones who said that she was still young and were often vigilant about not being allowed to fall in love. As a result, she has just become a singer and then said that she is getting older and wants to push for a blind date. Who can eat this?" Zhang Rui didn't dare to say these words, or he would be lectured again. She muttered, "I know it, even if you don't tell me, you must be the ones arranging the blind dates." Director Zhang and Chun Ran is a colleague, Zhang Fanji is a singer. The two cannot hit a piece. In addition to the introduction of Director Zhang, there is no other. It is not difficult to guess. Director Zhang didn't say anything, which was a tacit admission. Zhang Rui stared at Chun Ran for a while she was eating, and she had to say that she hadn't been wrong about her first impression of Chun Ran in the first place. Handsome not to mention, but also very gentle people. Speak humbly and know how to be polite. His father and mother are very appreciative of him. And judging from the content of their conversation, Chun Ran is doing a great job at the TV station, highlighting a young and talented man. Such a boy is quite attractive, but to say that he is in love with Zhang Fanji, Zhang Rui does not believe it from the bottom of her heart. She knew her sister too well, being of the bullish type, who would do what she said she would do. When I first said I wanted to sing, I started working on my own in middle school, high school, college, and step by step, I became a famous singer. She said she was busy with her career before getting into a relationship, and then she ignored the suitors at school and was alone until the end of college. Now that her career was starting out, how could she not give up halfway? This was not Zhang Fanji's style. Zhang Rui's eyes stared at Chun Ran without blinking, thinking about things inside her head, oblivious to the fact that her parents were looking at her uncomfortably. They had just realized that their youngest daughter was out of place, staring at Chun Ran all the time, which was too rude. Chun Ran is quite handsome, but that is Zhang Fanji's boyfriend. Zhang Rui, this sister, stared into what kind of. Aunt Yun first gave Chun Ran the food, then smoothly twisted Zhang Rui's waist. Zhang Rui let out a wow, half from shock and half from pain, as she asked, "Hiss, Mom, what are you pinching me for?" Aunt Yun said, "I told you not to dawdle, eat quickly. The food will all be cold later." Zhang Rui also reacted, feeling that she had gone a bit overboard just now, a slight blush rising on her fair face. She busied herself by saying, "I was thinking of something that you will all find coincidental when I say it." Director Zhang asked, "What is it?" Chun Ran's sister, Chen Yao, and I are both studying in Hua Hai, and she and I are still roommates, and I even saw him last time he went to see Chun Yao," Zhang Rui said and glanced at Chun Ran again. At that time, she had quite a good impression of Chun Ran, and during this time, she joked with Chun Yao from time to time that she wanted to be her sister-in-law. But who knew that Chun Ran had become her brother-in-law in turn? If she really gets married in the future, wouldn't Chun Yao be her brother-in-law's sister, her sister's sister-in-law? It's a wonderful world. Chapter 87. What do they see in you? Chun Yao had just returned to her dorm room when she received a call from Zhang Rui. She glanced inside at her roommate, who was chatting with her estranged boyfriend, climbed up and walked outside to answer the phone. "Hey, why did you remember to call me if you didn't accompany your parents at home?" Chun Yao opened her mouth and asked. Zhang Rui said in a muffled voice, "Yao Yao, I can't be your sister-in-law." Chun Yao did not have the good sense to say, "Saying you're making a scene, you're really making a scene. Make fun of my brother again and I'll get angry with you." "I'm not joking with you either," Zhang Rui said. "It's so strange, why don't you know and I don't know?" Chun Yao felt puzzled. "Haunting, what exactly are you trying to say?" Zhang Rui depressedly said, "Didn't I tell you that my sister is a singer?" "Yeah. I asked you and you didn't say who your sister was." Zhang Rui said, "I'll tell you. My sister is Zhang Xiun." "Who?" Chun Yao inhaled. "Zhang Xiun? You didn't lie to me? Why would I lie to you when I have nothing to lie to you about?" Chun Yao believed it. Then she was a bit confused. She had always thought that Zhang Rui's sister must be an unknown little singer. Otherwise, Zhang Rui's character couldn't have hidden it from her. But she didn't expect it to be Zhang Xiun. Chun Yao loves music and doesn't limit herself to ballads. She often follows the new song charts to see what's new on them. Zhang Xiun's new song, Initial Dream, just hit the charts, she noticed. No matter the lyrics or the melody, perfectly poked her heart and loved it. She just sang it tonight on the street corner. Zhang Rui was unhappy to hear that she didn't say anything for half a day. "You really don't believe it?" Chun Yao came back to her senses and said, "It's just unbelievable. Zhang Xiun is so good-looking and sings so well. How could she be your sister?" "No." "Yao Yao, what do you mean? You mean I'm not pretty?" Zhang Rui was not happy. "Don't see where it looks good," Chun Yao said truthfully. Zhang Rui didn't have the heart to break it up with her, but said somewhat sullenly, "It seems like you really don't know anything." Chun Yao wondered, "What exactly are you trying to say?" She felt that Zhang Rui was wrong in every way today, different from the usual Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui said, "You know that my sister is Zhang Xiun and you find it so unbelievable. If I tell you that my sister is your future sister-in-law, do you believe me?" "Haunted. Told you not to make fun of my brother, or I won't bring you any more food." Chun Yao gasped. Zhang Rui laughed. "Your brother's name is Chun Ran, and he works at the Zhaonan TV station. That's right, isn't it?" Chun Yao was a bit confused. "How did you know?" She hadn't told Zhang Rui. "Your brother just left my house after dinner." "No, it's impossible. Your sister is a star. My brother just entered the TV station. Even if he wants to know your sister, there's no way." Chun Yao still felt it was impossible. Zhang Rui said, "Your brother is in the TV station, my dad is also in the TV station, and he got familiar with it over and over, and when my sister came back, my parents arranged a blind date between the two of them, and that's how they got matched. This is what my parents told me. Anyway, now your brother is my sister's boyfriend. This doesn't feel right. I haven't even heard my brother say that." Chun Yao felt incredulous. A famous singer who only existed inside her cell phone and TV, who was one of the best looking, suddenly became her brother's girlfriend, which felt unrealistic to her, almost as if it was a joke. It was already surprising enough that Zhang Xiun was Zhang Rui's sister, but I didn't expect this to be even more exaggerated. "I don't believe it either, but my parents are so good to your brother that they're almost a family, so I guess it won't be false." Zhang Rui was slightly depressed. Chun Yao reacted and asked with some surprise, "Zhang, how now you said you want to be my sister-in-law? It can't be true, right?" Zhang Rui didn't have the heart to say, "You're crazy. Do I look like a nymphomaniac to you? That's just a joke. So what are you losing your mind about?" "My sister, listening to my parents. They can't wait for the two of them to hurry up and get married." "You're good. You'll have an extra sister-in-law in the future. I've only got one sister." Zhang Rui was a little disappointed. Chun Yao laughed. "What are you thinking? Not to mention the fact that your sister is a big star. It's impossible for her to get married so early. Even if she did get married, she's still your sister. You don't understand." Zhang Rui didn't say anything after saying that, obviously in a bad mood. The two muttered and talked for half a day before hanging up. Until now, Chun Yao's heart is still half believing, incredulous that his own brother would be Zhang Xiun's boyfriend. Although Chun Ran was good-looking and had a good personality, he didn't look like he was from the same world compared to Zhang Xiun. Chun Yao searched the internet for half a day, and there was not the slightest bit of news about Zhang Fanji being in love. Zhang Fanji debut time is short, fame is not small, but the news is not too much, gossip is not one. She tossed and turned and couldn't figure it out, and after some hesitation, she still called Chun Ran, wanting to ask. If Chun Ran was an ordinary talking friend, she would have pretended not to know, but this was Zhang Xiun, and she couldn't help but want to ask for clarification. Besides, do mom and dad know? Chun Ran really wasn't surprised to receive a call from his sister. When he saw Zhang Rui in the Zhang family, he knew that Chun Yao would definitely know. Brother, I heard from Haunted that you and her sister Zhang Xiun are in a relationship. Is that true? Chun Yao asked as she opened the door. Haunting is Zhang Rui? Chun Ran was surprised. Well, it's her nickname. She's usually too rowdy. Everyone calls her that. Chun Yao explained a sentence. Chun Ran rubbed his brow and said, She's not wrong. This? Chun Yao hesitated. Brother, I heard that you guys were set up by Haunted mom and dad, but Zhang Xiun is a singer, so how could people look at you? No. Are you my own sister? There's you who undermines me like this. Chun Ran cried and laughed. I'm just being honest. Chun Yao spoke solidly. Also, have you told mom and dad yet? Chun Ran said. Not yet, just got married not long ago. The 8 are not even a skim. With mom and dad to say too early, and Gigi is a singer. Do not know what mom and dad think. After saying that, he continued, Don't tell mom and dad about this for now, or I'll spill the beans about you singing in the bar as well. Chun Yao was slightly speechless. Why did she feel that this brother had no trust in himself at all? Does she look that stupid? And also, Gigi. Is this Zhang Xiun's nickname? How it feels a little meaty. Hanging up the phone, Chun Yao read about it and clicked on Zhang Xiun's song to listen to it. Hearing Initial Dream, she went in to read the lyrics. I've heard the first line of this song countless times, and I still really like it. But just as I entered the lyric screen, I froze then. The First Dream. Lyrics Chun Ran. Arrangement Lin Jifeng. Who Lin Jifeng was, Chun Yao didn't know. The songwriter by that name is a brother? Before this, even if Chun Yao saw this name, she would at most think that it was the same name. Now that he knew Chun Ran was Zhang Xiun's boyfriend, he definitely wouldn't think so. She hesitated for a moment and sent a message over from WeChat. Brother, the lyricist of Initial Dream, is you? After waiting for half a day, it finally came back from there. Sort of. Chun Yao looked at the response and somewhat understood how her own brother was able to chase after Zhang Xiun. Chapter 88. A little sour. In fact, the matter with Zhang Fanji, Chun Ran did not want to talk to his family. The last time mom and dad asked, Chun Ran glossed over it. It wouldn't matter if it was real, this is fake after all. There's no telling when the showdown will happen, or when director Zhang and his wife will find out. But Zhang Fanji's sister was actually a classmate of Chun Yao, and was also the roommate with the best relationship, which was something Chun Ran never expected. With things as they were, Chun Ran also intended to relax his mind. Since Chun Yao had promised, she would definitely not tell mom and dad, and she still trusted that. Of course, this night was slightly harder to fall asleep, that is. The next day, Chun Ran received a call from Zhang Fanji. Rui and your sister are actually roommates. Zhang Fanji's voice could not hide her surprise. She was obviously confused by the news as well. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Chun Ran asked, Uncle Zhang told you that? No, Rui called. Zhang Fanji said, She doesn't believe I'll fall in love. Chun Ran laughed. Looks like your sister knows you quite well. When they met for the first time, Zhang Fanji had said categorically that she would not get married before the age of 30, let alone look for a boyfriend. Chun Ran was curious. What did you tell her? Let's just say she's really in love, but it feels like she still has doubts. Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran said, Your sister really cares about you. My sister called over and asked. I said it once and she believed it. I am more envious of you now. Zhang Fanji said, I'll be back this afternoon. So wait for me at the TV station then, and don't show your face in front of her. Chun Ran hesitated. You and your sister have a good relationship, so she won't go to the police when she finds out it's fake. Right? Just like him and Chun Yao, not so boring. Zhang Fanji thought for a moment and said, I don't want to take any chances. Okay. It just so happens that I have a favor to ask. What is it? Zhang Fanji was slightly puzzled. This was the first time Chen Ran had ever said he was asking for her help. It's just writing the score of a song, Chen Ran said. Zhang Fanji's voice was slightly brighter. The new song you came up with? It sounded like a bit of a surprise. Yeah, new song. Chen Ran didn't deny it. This was an idea that came to me in advance, but I was just busy a while ago and Zhang Fanji was out of town, so I didn't have the time. She's coming back for a day or two this time, so it's a good time to ask her for this favor. At noon, Director Lu Xianlong came over to find Chen Ran. He was all joy. Chen Ran, congratulations on being a finalist. Chen Ran didn't turn the corner and asked, Director, what's shortlisted? The station's annual meeting is summarized. The director reported the best planning to you. You're a finalist. Director Lu was slightly excited. There are a total of 3 finalists in the station. 2 from the satellite TV and 1 is you. Chen Ran was slightly surprised. He thought that the awards were directly selected. He did not realize that he still had to be shortlisted, and he had to wait for the end of the year summary day to announce the results. This is getting too formal. Chen Ran didn't know where to start with this groove. For those who don't know, it's a national award. These 2 people who were shortlisted with you are not simple. These 2 people were the chief planners of the 2 hot programs of the TV channel this year, and the other programs they were involved in weren't bad either. It feels like the pressure is a bit high for you to win the award. Director Lu introduced Chen Ran to the opponents for the Best Planning Award. Chen Ran also does not matter. This is supposed to rely on the top of the selection of things, the information handed over after the shortlist, depending on how the station to choose know the opponent's information, but also cannot change the station's preferences in mind. By the way, our I Love Remembering Lyrics has also been shortlisted for the Best Program of the Year award. But the odds are that it will run with the others and take a consolation prize. Director Lu sighed. Chen Ran was puzzled. I remember that programs introduced for this award are not involved in the selection. I Love Remembering Lyrics is quite dominant. Director Lu laughed bitterly. The advantage is there, but it depends on who we are comparing with. An original program like ours with such a high local ratings share, even if it's compared to the programs introduced by satellite TV, it won't be too inferior. The key is that there is another program that is definitely a high mountain that all programs can't cross. Speaking of this, Director Lu even glanced at Chen Ran. Now Chen Ran understood. There's something so great that you can't find it by going through the entire TV program except for Calling South Focus, which broke 18% in the ratings 2 days ago. This show is so buggy. As a livelihood news and information program, it has a horrible smooth ratings, the highest simultaneous segment ratings share, has exceeded the Zhaonan news broadcast, really counting, is second only to the central news broadcast. The key thing is word of mouth and reviews. It's safe to say that at the station, the show of the year is pretty much a foregone conclusion. Chen Ran can only laugh bitterly at this. This cannot blame me. The program is good. It is the people of the column team do a good job. You just have a planning. The quality of the program is not good. The news content is poor. That also cannot get up. Director Lu was also just a bit sorry. Without Call of Duty Spotlight, there's definitely a good chance that I Love Lyrics would have won Program of the Year. It's an award that's been rounded up by the TV channels, and if they get a handful for the entertainment channel, it's an honor and a historical moment. Now that's an honor that can only be taken by a public channel. Chen Ran didn't care about the Best Program of the Year award. To him, the programs were all made by him following the program. Just any one of the awards would be the same. I knew you'd make the cut. Lin Fan was a bit envious. Best Planning Award, if he could get this award, it was only a matter of time before Chen Ran would enter the satellite TV. When the TV station is short of staff for a new program, Chen Ran will naturally be transferred there. Chen Ran also had some expectations, but felt that it might be a bit difficult. It would be fine if Challenge Microphone was a separate show, but it's a sister show to I Love Lyrics, which gives the impression that it's much the same. The ratings were high, but the innovation was a little less innovative. Facing the chief planners of the 2 satellite TV programs, Chen Ran felt that the hope was somewhat modest. I'm lucky to get it. I'm lucky to lose it. Chen Ran relaxed his mindset, mainly because now force to force cannot be forced, the information handed over, but also shortlisted. The rest will have to see how the station selection. The turn of the day is the afternoon. Chen Ran raised his hand to glance at his cell phone every now and then. Zhang Fanji said she was coming in the afternoon, and I didn't hear her say what time the plane was, so I guess it's about time to get off work. Seeing that it was time to leave work, Zhang Fanji's car was still not seen below. Chen Ran wondered if Zhang Fanji hadn't arrived yet, or if her flight was delayed, and was about to make a call when his cell phone rang early. He grabbed his cell phone and turned his head to Lin Fan. I'll go first. Hey! Lin Fan hadn't even reacted yet. Chun Ran had already turned to leave, and he hastily reached out and shouted, "Chun Ran, your jacket!" Hearing the voice, Chun Ran suddenly came over and hurriedly ran back to grab it in his hand, said thank you to Lin Fan, and then picked up the phone. "Hello. You're out." Seeing Chun Ran's hurried back, Lin Fan felt a little sour. "I want a blind date. I want a blind date." Chapter 89. Long time no see. Chun Ran saw the familiar vehicle parked in front of the TV station, and he rubbed his hands together, exhaled a mouthful of hot air, and waited until his breathing had calmed down before walking towards the car. He pulled open the car door and met Zhang Fanji, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. With her new song blowing up and people getting busy, just the last time she came back for a quick trip, she left in a hurry. Zhang Fanji wasn't wearing a mask in the car and wasn't surprised to see the door open. Only her eyes brightened slightly. She has been waiting here since she dialed the phone, and just now she saw Chun Ran rushing down from the car window and pretending to walk over as if nothing had happened. Chun Ran didn't know what was going on. His heart was beating a bit fast. Perhaps he had just run out and his heartbeat hadn't calmed down. And when he saw Zhang Fanji looking at him, he smiled and said, "Long time no see." Zhang Fanji pursed her lips slightly and said, "Actually, it wasn't that long. It hasn't been a month yet and there have been phone calls from time to time. Not too long." Chun Ran laughed. "Maybe it's because it's the New Year's Eve. It feels like quite a long time has passed." Zhang Fanji hummed, glanced at Chun Ran, then quietly moved away and asked, "How's work these days?" "It's okay. Just a little bit busier the other day." Chun Ran said, "I heard from my dad that you were able to compete for Best Planner on TV. It was raised up and shortlisted, but there's not much hope. The two opponents are both from the Guardian channel, so they might not be able to beat them." Chun Ran said truthfully, "My dad says you have high hopes. That's because Uncle is optimistic about me. We still have to wait until the annual meeting." Chun Ran smiled. The awards he wanted badly, fought for and did, and now it's over to the station to choose. With what he's done now, he can get into the Guardian with Best Planned, and just a little bit later if he doesn't. Zhang Fanji drove on the road, and the two of them made small talk like this. Chun Ran guessed that Zhang Fanji was in a good mood and talked quite a lot, but when he usually chatted, he was as shy as gold. Talking about the two sisters, Chun Ran said, "Last time when I was looking for my sister in Huahai, I saw Zhang Rui. I just didn't expect her to be your sister." "I wasn't expecting that." At first, Zhang Fanji wanted to go with Chun Ran, only the company wanted to talk about the promotion of the new song, and she was taken away by Tao Lin. If he had gone last time, Zhang Rui would definitely not be suspicious now. Zhang Fanji asked, "Did your sister tell your parents?" "No, I asked her to hide it from me," Chun Ran said. He didn't say why, but Zhang Fanji could guess, and she moved her eyebrows slightly but didn't say anything. The two arrived at Zhang's house. The one who opened the door was Zhang Rui. When she saw Zhang Fanji, her face brightened slightly. "Why are you back?" At the sight of a Chun Ran next to her, she wrinkled her brow for a moment before letting the door open. "After finishing my work, I came back to see Mom and Dad," Zhang Fanji added. "And take a look at you in the meantime." Zhang Rui said, "Sich, I don't need you to look at me. It's all in Huahai, and I don't see you visiting me at school." Zhang Fanji said, "Usually busy." Zhang Rui didn't retort. Aunt Yun was busy in the kitchen. She heard the sound and came out to look. When she saw Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji come back together, her face was all smiles. "Chun Ran, you guys sit down first. I'll go to the kitchen and get busy." "Rui, what are you doing there? Come in and help me." Zhang Rui's but had just touched the sofa, and when her mother called out, she busily asked, "What can I do?" "You should always know how to wash dishes," Aunt Yun complained. "Such a big girl who can't do anything. It will be hard to support yourself in the future." Zhang Rui glanced at Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji and instantly understood what her mother had in mind, and could only walk over unhappily. Although coming to the Zhang family was already like a family affair, there was still something uncomfortable about being with Zhang Fanji, especially with the way it was now, with Aunt Yun deliberately creating opportunities for the two of them, and the atmosphere was becoming awkward. Zhang Fanji's eyes peered around for a moment before saying, "You said there's a new song you came up with?" "Yes, there is such a song, and I would like to ask you to write a score." Chun Ran nodded repeatedly. "Well, then go to my room," Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran hesitated. "I didn't bring my guitar. I have more in the house." Inside the kitchen, Zhang Rui was washing vegetables while muttering, "Both are daughters. Why did you only ask me to help? Mom, you're so biased." Aunt Yun said, "Thanks to you, You're still a young man? Your sister and Chanran haven't seen each other for a long time. Is it appropriate for you to be a light bulb outside? Zhang Rui looked at her mom. The light bulbs are here. How worried are you that your daughter won't get married? She was aware of the attitude of her parents. Anyway, very favorable to Chanran. Although depressed in her heart, she did not dare to say more. Hearing voices outside, she came to the door to take a look and saw Chanran and Zhang Fanji enter the room, and said somewhat anxiously, "Mom." My sister went into the room with Chanran. Auntie Yoon gave an oh-so-quiet cry, not in the least bit of a hurry. Zhang Rui asked busily, "Why aren't you worried at all?" Aunt Yoon glanced at her and said, "I guess I'm going to write a song. What's there to worry about? But my sister, she can't write songs." "I didn't say your sister. I'm talking about Chanran. Your sister's new song was written by Chanran." Aunt Yoon looked at Zhang Rui with a look like you've seen too little. "Chanran writes songs?" Zhang Rui was confused. This, isn't Chanran his job at the TV station, and he can write songs?" Aunt Yoon said, "I'm still an accountant. I can cook too? Does that conflict?" Zhang Rui felt like she couldn't communicate with her mom anymore. "What's this all about?" And hurriedly walked to Zhang Fanji's door, put her ear to it, and could hear the sound of a guitar inside. "You're really writing a song? Could it be that they are really in love?" Zhang Rui felt the suspicion in her heart waver a bit. Before, even if Zhang Fanji had admitted it herself, she was still a bit skeptical. Although the two sisters had been fighting since childhood, they knew each other very well, and Zhang Fanji's temperament was probably not as clear to mom and dad as it was to her. Those who say they won't fall in love will never fall in love. Let alone Chun Ran and her matchmaking will resist the word when they see it. But Chun Ran can write songs. As Zhang Fanji's younger sister, she definitely bought her sister's new song the first time it came out, and the song was very good, the lyrics were also very good, and it was on the first place of the new song list. There were quite a few favorites among the students, who were praising the lyrics as well written. "I really didn't expect this song to be written by Chun Ran. Good looks and a good temper, that's nothing. But Zhang Fanji is a singer, a man who can write songs and is handsome and good-tempered, and that's a killer." She stood outside the door and vaguely heard Chun Ran's song coming from inside. Clicking. The door opened and Director Zhang came in from outside and asked, "I saw your sister's car down there. She's all the way back?" Zhang Rui sat on the sofa and sulked without saying a word. Director Zhang wondered, "This girl, asking you." Zhang Rui did not have the good sense to say, "I came back a long time ago, and even went to the TV station to pick up the talent to come back." Director Zhang touched the top of his smooth head. Gigi went to the TV station. When? Chapter 90 Angry. Room. Chan Ran sang in a small voice with his guitar, and Zhang Fanji sat sideways on a chair, cupping a pen in her hand on a piece of paper. She listened carefully to Chan Ran sing with a slight sideways glance, then used a pen to write down the score on a piece of paper. Chan Ran also looked at the tutorials from time to time during this period of time and practiced his pitch along with them, and although he didn't have much time and his progress was slow, it was slightly better than before. Zhang Fanji writes a sentence, then plays it on the piano. Chun Ran listens, feels it's not right and repeats it again, and she recorrects it. The two work quite well together and are progressing much faster than last time. "For the rest of my life afterward, the wind and snow are you, the blandness is you, and the poverty is also you," Chun Ran sang again. Zhang Fanji nodded slightly, changed it on the paper, popped it out, and this time it felt right. Knock knock. A knock on the door outside sounded, and Aunt Yoon called out, "Gigi, Chun Ran, come out for dinner first." "Coming, Auntie." Chun Ran put down his guitar and stood up, but Zhang Fanji looked closely at the lyrics, slightly lost in thought, and after a moment turned around and asked, "What's the name of this song?" "The Rest of Your Life Afterward," Chun Ran said. "The rest of your life afterward." Zhang Fanji's eyes brightened slightly and she pursed her lips. "The lyrics are very good. Not only are the lyrics good, but the tune is great." Just now, Zhang Fanji listened to Chun Ran sing, carefully memorizing the music, and now when she recalled it, the melody was very ear-catching. Even if Chun Ran sang poorly, it felt quite moving. What Zhang Fanji cares about are the lyrics, and the rest of his life it's all about you. "Do you think this song can catch fire?" Chun Ran looked at her and asked. Zhang Fanji nodded her head and said, "The lyrics are good, and the melody is also very catchy, so it will definitely catch fire." Chun Ran breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then I'm relieved." Zhang Fanji was puzzled. "What are you worried about?" Chun Ran said, My sister is quite fond of singing. She posted singing videos on the internet and also sang in a bar in Huahai, so I want to help her out. There was no particular reason why this song was chosen. It was all over the streets before Chun Ran crossed over. And the lyrics and melody were all good. Chun Ran was on a street corner last time, watching Chun Yao sitting in the center of a small stage with a guitar, and thought that this song was quite suitable. But after that, he had been busy, and Zhang Fanji didn't have the time, so it was shelved until now. It was only this time that he took advantage of Zhang Fanji's return that he thought of writing the song out. Zhang Fanji looked at the lyrics, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. But when she heard Chun Ran's words, her smile gradually solidified. This song, is it for your sister? Zhang Fanji asked again with a sideways glance. Chun Ran didn't pay attention to her expression and nodded his head. My sister likes to sing. She's a good singer and her voice is quite good. If this song can catch fire, it can fulfill her wish. Chun Yao loved to sing as a child, and when Chun Ran wanted to play the guitar, she followed suit. Since Chun Yao put the song on the internet, he must also want to be recognized. The previous Chun Ran is even, now he has the ability to do this so he can help. Zhang Fanji's brows were slightly knitted, her breathing a little uneven, and after a long interval, she let out a hmm. When Chun Ran was still about to speak, Aunt Yoon outside called out again, Gigi, Chun Ran, eat before you get busy. First go out to eat. Chun Ran said, pulling the door out first, having called twice, not going out at this time, afraid of being misunderstood. Chun Ran saw that Director Zhang had returned and greeted him, chatted about the TV station for a couple of minutes, and then went over to follow Aunt Yoon in serving the food. After bringing over all the dishes, he realized that Zhang Fanji hadn't come out yet. This girl, why isn't she out yet? Aunt Yoon muttered and was about to go over and shout again before she saw Zhang Fanji open the door and walk out. Why are you dawdling? Quickly sit down to eat, Aunt Yoon urged. Zhang Fanji sat there and didn't say anything. It was at this time that Chun Ran realized in hindsight that something was wrong with her and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Zhang Fanji didn't even look at him, staring at her meal and muffled, not much. Chun Ran knew a lot about her, and no matter how slow he was, he knew that he must be angry. During the meal, both Director Zhang and Aunt Yoon felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. You were fine when you came back just now, why did you go in and get upset? Is it because of the song writing? Zhang Rui's eyes glanced between Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji as she clamped down on the food. If there was some uncertainty just now he was basically sure that his sister and Chun Ran were really in love. Zhang Fanji had many suitors from her studies until now, but she had never been annoyed with any boy. Zhang Rui was usually bored in the dormitory just watching TV dramas, and Zhang Fanji's appearance was exactly the same as the somewhat made heroine in the drama. She grew more and more depressed, and lowered her head to take small bites of her meal, without even the desire to speak. Aunt Yoon quietly gave her daughter a few glances, and Zhang Fanji looked up, gave her a dish and said, Mom, it's hard work cooking. Aunt Yoon froze as she looked at the bowl, then gasped. After eating in silence like this, when Zhang Fanji helped clean up the dishes, Tao Lin called, and she pinched her cell phone and went to her room, bringing the door with her in passing. Chun Ran sat down for a while, originally wanting to wait for Zhang Fanji to come out, but it turned out that she had been on the phone. Seeing that it was getting late, he could only go back first. Director Zhang followed him out and said he wanted to see him off. Uncle, go back. I'll just take a taxi myself. This is too much trouble for you. Chun Ran was embarrassed. What's the point of being polite with me? Director Zhang patted Chun Ran on the shoulder. After getting into the car, Director Zhang said, what kind of conflict did you have with Gigi? Chun Ran thought about it, slightly bewildered. I don't know. It's fine. It's normal for young couples to quarrel. And Gigi is easy to get angry, which we also know. Just let her calm down a bit. Director Zhang enlightened Chun Ran. It's fine, uncle. Chun Ran smiled awkwardly. Director Zhang coughed and changed the topic to ease the atmosphere, asking Chun Ran, I see that your channels, I Love to Remember Lyrics, reported the best program. Why don't you report Challenge Microphone as well? Chun Ran came back to his senses and said, the two programs are quite similar, they just don't play the same way, and the station seems to recognize only one, so they reported Remembering the Lyrics. Director Zhang laughed. I'm just asking anyway, this year's best program of the year, our public channel is a sure winner. It's the same for whatever you guys report. Usually it's the satellite channels that take it. Now it's our turn. I guess you Director Liu is a bit sad. Obviously, I Love songwriting is good enough, but it's just infuriating to be pressed to get it. Chun Ran smiled, and Zhang Shupi looked happy this time. The best program is a minor detail. The most important thing for you is the best planning. If you can get your hands on it, within half a year you will definitely be able to enter the satellite TV. Director Zhang said. He was aware of the news that there were 2 heavyweight programs to prepare for the opening of the year on the TV channel, and if Chun Ran took the best planner, there would definitely be an opportunity for him to test the waters. Going up there is masterminding, and that's not an opportunity that anyone has. Let's see how the station arranges it then. Chun Ran was quite open-minded. After sending Chun Ran home, Director Zhang rushed back. Chun Ran sat in his chair and tossed and turned for a while, not figuring out why Zhang Fanji was angry. He ran through it carefully, thinking about the song. It can't be because of this, can it? Chun Ran's expression was a bit brilliant. Chapter 91, The Reason for Enlightenment. I also chose The Rest of My Life Afterward, just because it's a simple, easy-to-understand song with a lot of catchy hooks. These kinds of lyrics paired with tunes can quickly become popular inside the online youth. Chan Yao has a good voice condition and her singing skills are okay. But she didn't sign a company, didn't have any publicity, and doesn't have any fame herself, just a little bit of fan base on the internet. There's no way this situation will catch fire even if she's given a few more classic songs. In contrast to The Rest of My Life After, which has simple and characteristic lyrics and a catchy melody, is more likely to be sung. It's just that Chun Ran didn't expect that there would be such a misunderstanding because of this whole song. At that time, because of the thought that Aunt Yoon called for dinner, Chun Ran did not pay attention to the change in Zhang Fanji's complexion, and did not think of her at all. Chun Ran rubbed his brow, holding his cell phone with some hesitation. Originally opened WeChat and wanted to send a message, then paused for a moment, returned directly, found Zhang Fanji's number from the call log, and dialed out. Dodo. It rang several times and there was still no answer. Just when Chun Ran thought the phone was going to say unanswered, it suddenly connected. Quiet. Chun Ran could even hear Zhang Fanji's breathing. Just now, he only thought of calling Zhang Fanji, but now that he got through, he didn't know what to say. He was about to speak when Zhang Fanji spoke first and asked, "What's the matter?" The voice didn't waver in any particular way, and it didn't sound more than a little angry. Chun Ran said, "When I left just now, you were still on the phone in the house, so I didn't bother you, and now I'm giving you a word." There was another moment of silence before he heard Zhang Fanji softly hum. Chun Ran asked, "Do you know why I was going to give this song to my sister and didn't intend for you to sing it?" Zhang Fanji didn't say anything. Chun Ran continued, "This song doesn't suit you." Zhang Fanji still didn't say anything. "Your last song was Initial Dream, and the next one is The Rest of Your Life Afterward. And one moment you're holding out for a dream, and the next it's you for the rest of your life. It's going to be a bit of a strange picture," and Chun Ran explained his thoughts little by little. He was also telling the truth. The song Life After Life has a strong flavor of life, which really doesn't go well with Zhang Fanji's cool temperament. Zhang Fanji just quietly listened and didn't comment. Chun Ran felt that she was a professional singer and should have figured this out. Until Chun Ran finished speaking, Zhang Fanji did not interrupt. Only after a long time did Zhang Fanji say, "What are you giving me this for?" Chun Ran said, "No, I'm just afraid you'll misunderstand." "I didn't misunderstand," Zhang Fanji said calmly. The corner of Chun Ran's mouth twitched. "You weren't the one who got angry just now?" It was not easy to explain clearly. Chun Ran was not willing to add fuel to the fire, busy changing the topic. "Just now the phone call was Sister Lin to you?" Zhang Fanji hesitated for a moment before humming. Hearing this response, Chun Ran breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Is it about work?" "Yes." Zhang Fanji went back to being concise. Chun Ran didn't care and was about to continue chatting when he suddenly heard the sound of the door closing over there. Zhang Rui's voice came through. "Sis, talk to me," Zhang Fanji said to Chun Ran. "Hang up first." Then, without waiting for Chun Ran to speak, he pinched the phone. Chun Ran looked at his cell phone and froze. Zhang Rui came at a bad time, but this time, he put down his cell phone and lay on the bed, resting his head with his hand on his head, thinking of Zhang Fanji, and thinking of today's events, and froze out of his mind a little. At this time, the Zhang family. After Zhang Rui finished speaking, she realized that Zhang Fanji had just retrieved her cell phone. "You were on the phone just now?" Zhang Rui asked. "No." Zhang Fanji flatly denied it. Zhang Rui naturally didn't believe it and said, "It's Chun Ran, isn't it? It must be him. Didn't you guys fight and get angry just now?" Zhang Fanji said, "There was no fight, and I'm not angry, so don't think nonsense." That expression during dinner just now, and you said you weren't angry. Zhang Rui grunted. Zhang Fanji didn't return this question, but looked at her and said, "Didn't you look for me to chat?" "About what?" Zhang Rui said, "Talk about Chun Ran." Zhang Fanji frowned slightly. "What does he have to talk about?" "I just want to ask, weren't you against blind dates in the first place? And you also said that you wouldn't fall in love before the age of 30, so why are you suddenly talking to Chun Ran?" Zhang Rui stared at her and asked. Zhang Fanji said, "In the beginning was in the beginning, now is now, people change." Zhang Rui said, "Then it can't become so fast." Zhang Fanji glanced at her sister and said, "You'll know when you have a boyfriend later." Zhang Rui was choked and reluctantly asked, "Then tell me, what do you like about Chun Ran?" Zhang Fanji said, "If you care about this, you might as well care about your studies." Seeing her sister's refusal to communicate, Zhang Rui was also a bit clueless. Zhang Rui took off her shoes and wore her pajamas towards Zhang Fanji's quilt. Zhang Fanji moved a little bit inside to give her some space. Zhang Rui looked at the ceiling and froze. "Sister, if you marry out in the future, will you still come back to grab things from me?" Zhang Fanji didn't answer, and there was some confusion in her eyes. Day 2. Chun Ran had just gotten off work when Director Zhang called him. "Ji and Rui are both on tomorrow morning's flight, so you'll go back with me?" Director Zhang asked. "Uncle, wait for me for a while." Chun Ran ordered the matter at hand and ran down to join Director Zhang. The two just got on the car and drove out not much farther. Chun Ran remembered something and said busily, "Uncle, stop over there. I'll buy something." Director Zhang glanced at it and hastily pulled over. Chun Ran drove the door out, and on the opposite side was a flower store. Not long after, he saw Chun Ran come over holding a bouquet of flowers. Director Zhang said happily, "You're getting the hang of it?" The last time Chun Ran bought flowers, it was still when Zhang Fanji was in a bad mood. He made the suggestion for Chun Ran to buy them. Eboshi might like it. Chun Ran smiled uncomfortably. Director Zhang was happy in his heart. Zhang Fanji was angry last night. This family can see what happened, they do not know. The young lovers' conflict is all things, so do not care. I just didn't expect that Chun Ran, who was mute at the thought, would think of buying flowers. Director Zhang was quite happy about this. He was happy with Chun Ran and was hoping that he would live with Zhang Fanji in the future. If both of them are stubborn, it will be hard to go on, and one of them has to know how to compromise so that the days can last. Back then, Director Zhang also explosive temper, and his wife 3 days quarrel. And then when he realized this truth, the couple's life was instantly harmonious. That's something Chun Ran is more enlightened than him. When they arrived at the Zhang family, Zhang Fanji looked at the flowers in Chun Ran's hand and was slightly flabbergasted. "For you." Chun Ran handed her the flowers. Zhang Fanji wrinkled her brow and looked at her father next to her. Director Zhang waved his hand and said, "What are you looking at me for?" This time it was really Chun Ran who took the initiative to buy it. Zhang Fanji glanced at her father, meaning that Chun Ran was forced to do it last time? Chapter 92, Nothing More. Director Zhang also felt that he had spoken too much, and said, "Go in first. It's cold outside." Zhang Fanji hesitated slightly and took the flowers from Chun Ran's hand, then stepped aside to let his uncle and nephew come in. Director Zhang went in first and gave Chun Ran a thumbs up behind his back. The corners of Chun Ran's mouth tugged a bit, but he didn't laugh. "Why are you here again?" Zhang Rui muttered in her heart when she saw Chun Ran. Seeing her dad scowl, she didn't need to shout. She frowned and headed for the kitchen. "I have a few things to do with the computer, so I'll get busy for a while." Director Zhang finished speaking and also entered the study. When Zhang Fanji put the flowers away and turned around to come over, she realized that only the two of them were left in the living room. Seeing Chun Ran looking at himself, Zhang Fanji's expression gave a slight lurch as he walked over and sat on the sofa, staring at the TV without blinking. Chun Ran felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. He organized his wording and asked in a low voice, "You're leaving tomorrow?" Zhang Fanji's eyes didn't look over. She just gave a hmm. "You won't be back until New Year's Eve this trip?" Chun Ran asked again. Zhang Fanji had wanted to hmm, but after glancing at Chun Ran, she still said, "Not necessarily. I'll come back when I have time. As we approach the new year, because of the commercials, programs are more when the star is naturally will be very busy. Just like Chun Ran's annual meeting of their TV station, for example, when the time comes, they will also invite celebrities who are friends with the TV station to attend. Many larger companies invite celebrities to sing at their annual meetings. Chun Ran Hart, on the other hand, is a little uncomfortable. I guess Zhang Fanji back when he has gone home for the new year, To meet still have to see after the year there is no time. Zhang Fanji didn't hear Chan Ran speak and turned her head to look at him. Seeing that he was slightly despondent, she hesitated and said, "It's not long now until the new year." Although it was a headless sentence, Chan Ran understood what she meant. His eyes brightened slightly, and he said, "More than 20 days, quite a long time." Zhang Fanji saw him staring intently at her and unnaturally sidestepped her head. "If you say it's long, it's long." Chan Ran was relieved in his heart, knowing that yesterday's matter was considered to be over, and he wasn't stupid enough to mention it again, but asked, "Yesterday, Sister Lin gave you a call? Was it a company matter?" "No. She's connected me with the Spring Festival Gala of the Capital TV and is going over early to record it." Zhang Fanji pursed her lips. "It's on the spring show." Chun Ran looked at Zhang Fanji in a bit of a daze, still feeling a bit unreal. He thought he was actually quite ordinary both in ability and in mindset. Because of the memories of his past life, he had quite an advantage over others, but didn't think he could do anything earth-shatteringly great. As someone who had died once, he knew better and just thought that living each day in front of him was enough. Zhang Fanji's appearance was a complete accident, and it never occurred to her that she would one day become so entangled with a star. Already on the Spring Festival Gala, Flourishing Star is now starting to pay attention to Zhang Fanji, and as she becomes more and more famous, will she still be the same as she is now? "What are you thinking?" Chun Ran came back to his senses as Zhang Fanji looked at him. He gathered his emotions and smiled slightly. "Didn't think anything of it. I'm happy for your participation in the Spring Festival Gala." "Happy?" Zhang Fanji raised an eyebrow, not seeing a happy look on his face. She glanced at the flowers Chun Ran had just given her. While in her heart she wondered, did Chun Ran buy the flowers, or did her father ask him to buy them? The atmosphere at dinner today was markedly different from yesterday. Aunt Yoon had been in the kitchen earlier, and now that she saw the two making up, the corners of her mouth kept a smile on her face. Seeing Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji sulking, neither she nor Director Zhang were worried. It's only normal for young couples to sulk because they care, and they'll definitely feel a little better when they make up. They were both from the past and back when they were in love who didn't come through this kind of bickering. Aunt Yoon knew her own daughter's temperament. A bit strong and good-faced, her temper wasn't too good, and she knew Chun Ran's temperament well. Amiable, reasonable, knew how to love people, and would take care of other people's emotions. This was one of the reasons why the couple had been planning to set up the two of them in the first place, after they had gotten to know Chun Ran well enough. Zhang Rui wouldn't understand this. Her most intuitive knowledge of Chun Ran was still Chan Yao's brother. She never understood that yesterday. Zhang Fanji had kept a stern face and felt too angry to eat. But one phone call from Chun Ran could put her in a better mood. Is that what being in love is all about? She hadn't gotten an answer to what she'd asked her sister last night, and she was still pretty upset about it. "I plan to find Chun Yao to inquire about it after I go over tomorrow in case Chun Ran has any black history. At that time, I can also cool down my mom and dad. This situation is not only treating Chun Ran as a son-in-law but also almost as a real son." After dinner, Zhang Fanji handed the song sheet to Chun Ran, which also had the compiled guitar sheet. Zhang Fanji had heard Zhang Rui talk about Chen Yao and gave Chun Ran that Chen Yun, the owner of the street corner music bar, was a musician and opened her own music studio. If Chen Yao wants to record and release the song, she can go directly to Chen Yun. Chun Ran pinched the songbook, feeling that it was still a bit hot. Had he known it would cause trouble, where would he have picked this song? Chun Ran exhaled and said to Zhang Fanji, "Thank you." Zhang Fanji glanced at him and didn't say anything. Chun Ran felt a bit embarrassed. It was late, and it was Zhang Fanji who offered to send Chun Ran home. Sitting in the car, Chun Ran again hesitated to buy a car. For him, a car is now a necessity, whether he needs to use it to get to work or to get home. At least it will be much easier to go to Uncle Zhang's house. This was not something he had to hesitate about, but now he was a little hesitant again. All the way, Zhang Fanji drove at ease, as if she had something on her mind. Because Zhang Fanji was leaving tomorrow, Chun Ran was not in a high mood. Occasionally turning her head to look at Zhang Fanji, she could see the light sliding across her face, her delicate face without much expression. Chun Ran barely felt time pass before the car came to a stop. Looking up, I realized that it had arrived. He wondered in his mind how it could be so fast. "I'm going back first. Give me a call tomorrow morning before you get on the plane." Chun Ran exhaled, shook off the emotions in his heart, and opened the door to get out of the car. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips slightly and suddenly said, "Actually, there's no need for you to hide it from your parents." Chan Ran's hand that had just closed the car door gave a slight lurch. His head was a little confused, and he turned around and asked, "What are you?" Zhang Fanji's eyes danced, didn't bother to look at Chun Ran, stared at the windshield, and spoke carelessly. "I'm just afraid that your sister won't be able to hide it from you. And when the time comes, your parents will blame you. Nothing else." Chun Ran felt his heart beating a bit faster and his breathing a bit irregular. Then I can really say it?" Zhang Fanji frowned slightly and calmly said, "Whatever." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she tapped the gas and drove off. Inside the car, Zhang Fanji's 2 ears were red, and only after she passed a corner and couldn't see Chun Ran from inside the rearview mirror did she hit the brakes. Slender fingers squeezed the steering wheel and exhaled in small gulps. Chapter 93: The Lovers Yet to Come. Chun Ran stood still, feeling a little dizzy in his head. Eyes watched Zhang Fanji's car small disappeared around the corner before he came back to his senses. He took 2 deep breaths to keep himself from getting so worked up. What does she mean by this? Chun Ran tried to keep himself from thinking about it. Zhang Fanji didn't say anything else, just that he could tell Mom and Dad, and his expression didn't even change much. But Chun ran where to stop, thinking about things along the way, heart beating fast, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that he had arrived at the door. After opening the door, he lay on the bed, and what kept flowing inside his mind were the words that Zhang Fanji had just said. He realized that he didn't know when he lost his usual mind when facing Zhang Fanji. After half a day of rambling, Chun Ran glanced at his cell phone and realized that the time had already passed for a long time. He clicked on Zhang Fanji's avatar and sent WeChat over. "Are you home yet?" After a long time, Zhang Fanji returned the message. "Just arrived." Chun Ran hesitated for half a day and asked, "Can I make a phone call?" Zhang Fanji returned quickly. "I can't." After a short interval came, "I have Rui with me." Chun Ran breathed a sigh of relief and returned, "I have a plane to catch in the morning, so you should rest early." "Aha." Chun Ran put down his cell phone, thinking about what he should say when he called just now if Zhang Fanji said he could call. Ask her what she meant by what she just said. So what if she said she just didn't want him to be embarrassed? But last night she would get mad at that song. She should not have meant it. But what if they really don't mean it? Chun Ran is really torn. This was the most tangled he had ever been in his 2 lives. The heart was beating fast, but it felt like it was hanging in mid-air, up and down, apprehensive. The other side, Zhang Fanji sat alone on the bed, squeezing her cell phone, her hands shaking a little, and only relaxed a lot when she saw Chun Ran send goodnight over. "Knock knock." "Sister, why did you lock the door?" Zhang Rui shouted from outside. "What is it?" Zhang Fanji's eyes messed up slightly. "I want to sleep with you," Zhang Rui said. "You have your own bed. My bed is cold, and I won't see you again for a long time tomorrow when I go to Wahai." Zhang Fanji hesitated slightly and said, "You wait." She touched her pale face, which rolled slightly, and took several deep breaths in succession to calm her emotions. After walking over and opening the door, Zhang Rui looked at her suspiciously. "What are you doing closing the door when you're sleeping in your own home?" Zhang Fanji ignored her and burrowed herself into the quilt. Zhang Rui said, "You weren't on the phone with Chun Ran just now, were you? Why do you have to close the door? No one will eavesdrop on you." Zhang Fanji said with a stern face, "Are you sleeping?" "Sleep, sleep." Zhang Rui knew that she was about to have a seizure, so she hurriedly jumped onto the bed like a rabbit and lifted the comforter to get in. The 2 sisters just left their heads outside the covers. Zhang Rui hesitated for a moment and asked, "Sister, I now believe that you and Chun Ran are real, but is it really okay to fall in love with your status?" Zhang Fanji didn't say anything. "And if you become a singer and run around all year round, what about Chun Ran? He can't just watch you inside the video every day." What Zhang Rui said was the truth. She wasn't sure what her sister thought, so she wanted to ask for clarification. "It's not something you need to worry about," Zhang Fanji finished, rolling over and turning her back to her. Zhang Rui skimmed her mouth, sensing that her sister's mood was a bit complicated, and didn't say much. The next morning, Chun Ran received a call from Zhang Fanji. By this time she was at the airport. Neither said anything when they received the call and remained silent. Chun Ran had wanted to ask about last night's words, but sensing that Zhang Fanji was a bit torn, he hesitated and still didn't say anything. Whatever it is, it's never as clear on the phone as it is in person. Giving up that thought made this awkward atmosphere of mutual silence only slightly better. "I remember that you still owe me a meal," I don't have time this time, so I'll have to make it up next time I come back. Chun Ran said in a pretense of relaxation. Zhang Fanji hummed, then said, I'm going to board the plane. Contact me on WeChat if anything happens. After hanging up the phone, Chun Ran exhaled heavily. In his previous life, he had never been in love, and he didn't know how to handle this kind of thing. What made him a bit torn was that it wasn't clear what Zhang Fanji really thought. Would she choose to be in a relationship when she's a star? A celebrity falling in love has so many repercussions that it could even undo all her hard work so far. In order to sing, Zhang Fanji has been working hard since she was in middle school, high school, college, and on and on. Was he so important that he could make Zhang Fanji give up the career she had always valued so much? Perhaps in the last night, Chun Ran was able to ask, but now that he had calmed down, he hesitated a lot instead. Early meeting. The director solicits programs for the entertainment channel's annual meeting. Everyone offered their opinions enthusiastically, only Chun Ran didn't have much of a reaction. Lin Fan touched him and said, What happened today? Didn't sleep well? Nope. Thinking about things. Chun Ran said casually. He's a little bit of a pain in the ass at everything he's doing today. Lin Fan added, I have a message here about the Guardian, and it's a bit related to you. What is it that still has something to do with me? Chun Ran found it strange that he had nothing to do with Wei Wei. The Guardian channel plans to prepare 2 programs at the same time after the start of the year. It's not finalized now, but the news is there. With your current achievements, if you can get the best planning, there will definitely be a program for you. Lin Fan said with some excitement. Chun Ran got best planner, and the Guardian is definitely willing to give him a chance. Lin Fan knew Chun Ran's ability, and as long as he had the chance, he would definitely not fail. Chun Ran shook his head and laughed. You're also too optimistic. Right now I'm just in danger of even being the best planner, and it's even more unlikely that I'll go directly to the TV channel. The 2 programs that broke 14% were both planned under your leadership. You have a very good chance. Lin Fan rightfully said. Have to consider the issue of the overlap of the 2 programs. The best programs entry the station made a limit. When the station looked at my resume, it was estimated that the 2 programs combined only topped the weight of a program on someone's satellite TV. Chun Ran does not think highly of himself. Lin Fan looked at Chun Ran unexpectedly. No. Why are you not at all confident today? So bereft. Normally, Chun Ran was majestic in vigor and could be more motivated than anyone else when doing the show. But today he felt a bit negative. Chun Ran froze. Yes. Lin Fan nodded without hesitation. Yes. Chun Ran patted his face. Maybe I didn't rest well last night. I'll be fine after a while. Lin Fan looked at Chun Ran and felt that he wasn't telling the truth. Did you have a fight with your girlfriend? Lin Fan wanted to gossip a little, but when he thought of Chun Ran's solid words from last time, he gave up the idea. Don't gossip without asking and end up with a mouthful of dog food. That would be disastrous. Chapter 94 Testimony. Yo-Yo, has your brother ever had a girlfriend before? No. That's impossible. He's quite handsome and has a good temper. Would such a person not have a girlfriend? My brother is too busy studying to have a girlfriend. What about college? There should always be a college, right? No, he's been working part-time in college, except for school. This shouldn't be. Zhang Rui wondered. Some of her classmates were not as handsome as Chun Ran, but their girlfriends changed just like their clothes. Moreover, Chun Ran's character seemed to be not bad. Otherwise, how could he tolerate his sister's temper? Such a person should be very appealing to women. Chun Yao said, What's wrong with that? Haven't you never had a boyfriend either? Zhang Rui said, It's different. I'm a girl. I'm clean. Saying it like my brother can't keep his hands clean. Chun Yao looked at Zhang Rui without any good humor and said suspiciously, Haunting, you've been inquiring about my brother's news since you came back. What bad idea are you playing? Zhang Rui said with a hurt expression. Yao Yao, what you said is too hurtful. Am I that kind of person? My sister is in love. I have to help gatekeep and get a good understanding of what's normal, right? She said the latter sentence with a straight face. Chun Yao was speechless for a while, ready to say something when her cell phone rang. She grabbed it and tried to go outside to answer it. Zhang Rui casually asked, Whose call is it? And hiding to answer it. Chun Yao glanced at her and said, Your brother-in-law. Then she ignored her and went outside to pick it up. Zhang Rui was choked a bit and was a bit depressed. I didn't expect Yao Yao to learn the hard way. Outside, Chun Yao picked up the phone and asked, Brother, what's up? I didn't tell Mom and Dad about you and Sister Haunted. She didn't dare to mention the 3 words Zhang Xiun. It was not good to be heard. No, I'm your brother. Why do I feel you're so scared? Chen Ran felt funny. Chan Yao thought, of course, afraid. Chan Ran is just in love. Even if mom and dad know, will only be happy. This is not considered to be her to grab the pigtail. But she is different, go to the bar to sing, which is known to the parents to be angry to draw people. Chan Ran didn't make things difficult for his sister and said, well, I'm looking for you for something. I wrote a song for you. I'll send it to your WeChat later. Remember to receive it. Chun Yao was a bit confused. Song? You're writing me a song. Well, I reckon you'll like it. Chun Yao came back to her senses. She said busily, brother, I sing only as a hobby. I don't want to be a singer. It's just a song. And it doesn't say you have to be a singer if you sing it. Chin Ran said. Chun Yao still refused. I can't sing. I'm just covering songs for fun. It's too much of a waste to give me the songs you wrote. How much better for you to give them to Haunted Sister. If I say it's for you, it's not the right song for her, and anyone who likes to sing would surely want to have their own original song. You definitely want it. I am your brother. Still embarrassed with me? Chan Ran added. This song is Ji and I wrote it together. If you really don't want it, then I'll go to find mom and dad to talk about it. How can you be so? Chun Yao felt a wave of powerlessness. No matter what she said, Chun Ran would pull out her mom and dad to talk about it, which made her how to refute it. Also, listen to Ji said that your boss has a music studio to record, arranging. Can your boss, if the money is not enough to give me, said. Chun Ran also commanded a few sentences before hanging up the phone. Chan Yao entered the dormitory. Zhang Rui stuck over again like a dog's skin plaster. What's wrong with your brother? Before Chun Yao could reply, he heard a ding-dong sound from his cell phone as Chun Ran sent over the song sheet file. What is this? Zhang Rui was curious. Chan Yao said without a trace of anger. Your sister and brother-in-law wrote the song for me to sing. Zhang Rui cocked her head. Her eyes filled with confusion. Writing a song for you to sing? Such a waste. Chun Yao looked at her, and Zhang Rui shrank back. Chun Yao ignored her, but opened and clicked the file. Zhang Rui came over, and the two of them squeezed their heads together, and after reading the lyrics of the song title, the two of them looked at each other. The corner of Zhang Rui's mouth moved. This is the song they wrote? Chun Yao hummed. See, don't think those little thoughts. How could she not know Zhang Haunted's thoughts? Zhang Rui didn't retort, but was just a bit depressed. Time passes day by day. The TV station's annual meeting is approaching. The stage is ready and the show has been rehearsed. The program is a skit. It's about the hilarious things that go on in the TV crews, segment after segment, the kind that would make anyone who works in TV read it and smile. Chun Ran originally did not want to participate in the annual meeting program discussion. Director Liu deliberately pointed him together to write a script. Chun Ran also followed some ideas, is a force for the channel. These time he and Zhang Fanji contact quite a lot. Almost every day we'll chat on WeChat, even if busy to greet. Even when they weren't in Zhang's house, they would occasionally turn on the video. Although they hadn't seen each other much, Chun Ran felt that the two were closer than before. He wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but it wasn't a bad feeling is all. And Chun Yao and Zhang Rui were on vacation. Because Chun Yao had to be in the middle of recording The Rest of Life afterward, she needed to push back her return for a few days, and Zhang Rui accompanied her. And it would be a few days before she came back as well. Director Zhang called Chun Ran. Come to the house in the evening. There's something to tell you. Chun Ran nodded his head in agreement, although he was a bit puzzled. Since the annual meeting is tomorrow, everyone has worked extra shifts. By the time Chun Ran and Director Zhang left work together, it was already past 8 o'clock. Chun Ran smelled him all smoky and coughed. Uncle, the smell is a bit strong. Flavor. Director Zhang slightly stunned, then responded, Harm, I also did not smoke. Is just now with Lu Bing they together. These few old smoking gun, you know. The office is not big. I'm this are marinated into the flavor. Chun Ran wanted to laugh but didn't dare. It's useless to explain to me. Director Zhang added. You'll have to explain to your aunt for me later, or I'll be wronged here. Chun Ran realized that Director Zhang is waiting here. The corner of his mouth moved. Aunt Yoon is so shrewd. It is good that you do not explain. Explaining is not redundant. Do not beat yourself up? Sure enough. As soon as he got home, Aunt Yoon frowned when she smelled him. Director Zhang busily said, I really didn't smoke here. Chun Ran was with me, he can testify. It was a few old smokers in the station, discussing the program in my office, smothering me with the smell. Seeing Aunt Yoon looking over, Chun Ran awkwardly smiled and nodded. Aunt Yoon wanted to say something, But in the end, she didn't bother with her husband. It's none of my business if you smoke or not. I'm not the one who's having a hard time anyway. Aunt Yoon turned around and went into the kitchen after saying that. Chun Ran sort of knew where Zhang Fanji's temper came from. It was a bit similar to Aunt Yoon. Director Zhang touched the top of his head and breathed a slight sigh of relief, a feeling of being blindsided. Uncle and nephew sat on the sofa, and Director Zhang said, "Actually, I asked you to come here today, mainly about the Guardian Channel." Chun Ran sat up straight. Guardian Channel? Are those the two new programs that are ready to be prepared? Director Zhang hummed. One is a big production with a lot of funding, and the other is a late-night program with less funding. Tomorrow is the annual meeting. I still don't know if you have a chance to win the award. I want to make two preparations. I don't want to do the big production one. Even if you get the best planning, it's impossible for you to interfere. But the late-night slot, even if you don't win an award, I'll help you get a chance to compete. Chun Ran looked at Director Zhang and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Chapter 95, Saving for a Rainy Day. Director Zhang was good to him. Chun Ran knew it well. From the time the two met until now, it was getting better and better for him. He used to be a nephew, but later, because of Zhang Fanji, he took Chun Ran as his son-in-law. People say that a son-in-law is considered half a son. But Director Zhang and Aunt Yoon clearly treat him as their own son. Director Zhang is only the director of the Public Channels Program Department. The energy is so big, want to create an opportunity for Chun Ran to compete in a satellite TV program is not a simple thing, but to give up his face to beg to invite people but also owe a lot of favors. He was a rather good-faced person, but he was willing to go that far for Chun Ran. Chun Ran had some sourness in his heart, but didn't show it. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, "Uncle, this annual meeting will only start tomorrow. Maybe we can get a prize. There's no need to think so much." Director Zhang glanced at him and said, "This is called Saving for a Rainy Day, from the station's restrictions on the Best Program Awards. The two programs for lyrics and microphone can only be treated as one, so you'll suffer a lot. If you can't get the award, you have to think of other ways to go to Guardian." Chun Ran lowered his head. "Actually, there's no hurry, Uncle. I'm only 23. I won't turn 24 until after the start of the year. I just entered the TV station less than a year ago. I have already moved from the public channel to the entertainment channel and did two programs. Some of the newcomers who entered the TV station with me are still working as assistants now. Compared to them, I'm already a lot better." "Are you complacent?" Director Zhang asked. Chun Ran shook his head. "I'm not even close." "That's right. You are different from them. What they lack is accumulation. What you lack is opportunity." Director Zhang habitually crossed his fingers, wanting to smoke, hesitated or gave up and continued. "I know what you think. Don't look at Uncle as just a director. But he knows a lot of people, and your grades are so good, wanting to find an opportunity. It's not as hard as you think." Director Zhang looked at Chun Ran and said, "If you have this ability, it shouldn't be wasted." Chun Ran was slightly silent. He didn't know if what Uncle Zhang said was true or not. But it definitely wasn't as easy as he said. He definitely wants to go to the Guardian, but he doesn't want to make things difficult for Uncle Zhang. Chun Ran finally looked at Director Zhang seriously and said, "Uncle, I will make some preparations first, but everything else will wait until after the annual meeting tomorrow." Seeing his seriousness, Director Zhang also nodded after a moment's thought. "Okay, wait for the results of tomorrow's annual meeting. The program is to be prepared after the year. There is no hurry." He had said it tonight because he also wanted Chun Ran to have a heartfelt preparation. After dinner in the evening, Zhang Fanji learns that Chun Ran is at home and initiates a video invitation. She was in full dress and her face was extraordinarily well made up, so she should have just finished attending an event. She chatted with her mom and dad for a few moments and then just kept talking to Chun Ran. Chun Ran saw that she was a bit tired and couldn't help but say, "If you're too tired, rest for a few days." Zhang Fanji shook her head and said, "It'll be fine after these few days. It won't be so busy in the new year. The Capital Spring Festival Gala is not live. It's all been recorded, and now it's picking up commercial gigs. Flourishing Star now sees that she can make money, also began to put efforts to publicize, only to Zhang Fanji's new album is still in discussion. It is estimated that after the year will have a result. Zhang Fanji do not want to drop the chain at this time." Chun Ran was not clear about this and could only say, "Don't be too tired. Your body is important." Zhang Fanji nodded and was about to speak when the door opened with a click. "Xiun, let's rush to Shenxing tonight and attend the event in the morning." Tao Lin came over and said and paused. She saw Chun Ran inside Zhang Fanji's cell phone. The corner of her mouth pulled and said, "Open." Zhang Fanji nodded unhurriedly. "Well, video with my parents. Haven't seen them for a few days. It was only then that Tao Lin saw Chan Ran's background in Zhang Fanji's house. It's fine, you talk to your uncle and aunt first, we'll talk about things later. Tao Lin said to leave. Zhang Fanji said, no need, let's chat. Then she spoke to Chan Ran and the others before hanging up the video. Director Zhang and his wife watched Chan Ran put away his cell phone and glanced at each other. Aunt Yoon sighed and said, Gigi, this is too busy. Not to mention going home. She doesn't even have time to open a video. Chun Ran laughed. It's all about work now. Director Zhang wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. He knew that his daughter had a deep obsession with singing, and trying to get her to give up that path was definitely not an option. Both he and his wife were of the same mind, waiting for the New Year's Eve to try to persuade her that she could compromise properly, that singing was fine, but not running around all day like that. Chun Ran is good-tempered and knows how to take care of other people's ideas, but people have a limit of patience, so if you can't see people all day long, the deeper the feelings, the more problems will occur. Their family has quite a lot of savings. There is no shortage of Zhang Fanji to earn money. There is no need to be busy like this. Chun Ran didn't know what Director Zhang's two elders were thinking. In fact, he had quite a few thoughts of his own. Chun Ran didn't go back today, but stayed overnight at Zhang's house. Lying on his bed, he couldn't sleep. His mind was a little messed up inside. There was something about Director Zhang and something about Zhang Fanji. He had gratitude and guilt for Uncle Zhang. With Zhang Fanji, on the other hand, it was a bit complicated. The next day, he woke up only when he heard his alarm clock call. Probably a little preoccupied. I didn't sleep too well last night and was a little groggy in the morning. It was only after washing up that I felt slightly more awake. Aunt Yoon made breakfast and Director Zhang and Chan Ran ate it before driving to the TV station. It was only when it was noon that they began to trickle into the studio. Chan Ran was with Lin Fan, who was sitting in the entertainment channel section, and laughed. It's the first time I've sat here as a viewer and watched a program. It's kind of refreshing. Lin Fan was going to laugh at him, but then he thought that the reason Chun Ran felt this way was because Chun Ran had only entered the TV station this year, and the annual meeting was his first time attending. Chun ran into the TV station, although the time is short, is considered a newcomer, but the results are not new at all. To a lesser extent, Lin Fan cannot compare at all. He couldn't stop smiling at the thought. The two sat here and chatted. Not long after, Chun Ran felt that someone was looking at him, turned around, and was met by the side of the guardian, two men around 40. One had a beard and dark glasses, while the other had a thin, somewhat literate face. These two are the people who are competing with you for the best planner. Lin Fan explained to Chun Ran. Hearing this, Chun Ran smiled at the two over there, who were also slightly stunned and also nodded their heads in greeting to Chun Ran. Chun Ran whispered, "How do you know them?" Lin Fan didn't have the heart to say, "If you'd been in TV for a few years, you'd be familiar with it too." Chun Ran was curious again. "I haven't met them. How do they know me?" Lin Fan took a look at Chun Ran and said sourly, "Maybe it's because of the face value." Chun Ran immediately understood. People look over towards the entertainment channel, the program department of this bunch of people look at a glance, see one of the most handsome, is Chun Ran did not run. Chapter 96. Unexpected. The annual meeting of the Zhaonan TV station was quite grand. Not only people from their own TV station, but also many collaborators were invited over. A large studio, filled to capacity. It was the first time for Chun Ran to attend a TV station's annual meeting, and it felt quite new. Because of the big deal of the Zhaonan TV station, the stage is so beautifully decorated that it can be used directly to film the Zhaonan Spring Festival Gala. Chun Ran listened to Lin Fan whispering and realized that this stage was really left over from doing the Zhaonan Spring Festival Gala. Not only the scene of the stage and equipment is good, even the host is also the Spring Festival configuration, with people in addition to their own TV station's leading host, but also invited two popular stars over to rotate host. Dear leaders, colleagues, guests, with the opening remarks of several presenters, the annual meeting of Calling TV officially kicked off. The annual meeting was also relatively simple, opening with a song and dance, with several presenters singing together. The channel inventory will then begin, as well as the channel's prepared program performances. Songs, dances, skits, and even a comedy, the list is endless. We're all TV crews, and other than those presenters, the others don't have any acting talent, and it can look slightly awkward. But not many people cared in this setting, and it was fun to watch. When it was the turn of the entertainment channel, Chun Ran was slightly pumped up. Well, at least the show was written with him in mind and wanted to see what the reaction was. The show is aimed at TV colleagues, so the stems that people discuss during scriptwriting are almost always things that can be encountered inside a TV station. Sometimes a line makes coworkers smile, and other times it feels like a poke in the heart and makes them empathize. At the end of the program, it was met with a round of applause. The people at the entertainment channel are pretty happy that the program has everyone's participation and are proud of the fact that it's now being well received. And then next, the awards. The award segment is saved for last every year and is a way to honor the top performing programs or people and to motivate those who didn't win. TV stations set up a lot of awards: Best Director, Best Planning, Best Program. Listening to these awards, Chun Ran wondered for a moment if he was at a movie awards scene. The first award presented was the Director's Award. This has nothing to do with Chun Ran and their entertainment channel. Satellite channels invited over the writer-director. Naturally, our cattle people team to do the program is also a big production. I love to remember the lyrics of the song. This volume is too small. The director does not have much opportunity to play. Not to mention the entertainment channel, even if it's The Guardian, most people know it has nothing to do with them. Lastly, the director of the Guardian Channel's program, Celebrity Outing Season, was awarded. I didn't think I had a chance to win the station's Director's Award, smiled the old director, who had been at the station for decades, a true veteran. Thinks he's average though. He's won variety awards for the shows he's done, but they were team awards, nothing to do with him. I thought I'd just make it to retirement, but I didn't expect this surprise at the end. The old director's heartfelt words of thanks were the experience of being on television. And when he stepped off the stage, there was thunderous applause. The awards were followed by performances by invited stars. Chun Ran and Lin Fan weren't too interested and whispered below. Mostly Lin Fan was talking, giving Chun Ran a little bit of information about this old director. Chun Ran unexpectedly said, "I didn't expect you to be a know-it-all. The Guardian is so clear." Lin Fan laughed. "My dad has a good relationship with this director. Occasionally he'll go to my house to sit down, and sometimes I'll just listen to him and my dad chatting next to each other, so I know a little bit about it." As the two whispered, the best programs of the year began to be awarded from above. I Love Lyrics has a finalist for the award, and the crew is looking positively giddy with anticipation, even if they know it's not too hopeful. There's a what if in everything. The finalists are two programs from satellite TV, both of which are large variety shows and don't have bad ratings, either second or third during the same period, and occasionally a single issue has taken first place. This is followed by I Love to Remember Lyrics on the entertainment channel and Xiao Nan Focus on the public channel. Seeing the shortlist, those two programmers from the Guardian channel couldn't help but feel emotional. In previous years, the Best Program Award was basically a TV program, but this time it's good that two of them were killed in at once, and both of them are not to be messed with. If I Love Lyrics pulls out a small gap between everyone, then calling the South Focus doesn't make sense. The best programs, too, are not solely based on ratings, and after a certain point, the advantages of a program like Call of Duty Spotlight are infinitely greater. At the last moment, there was a cheer from the public channel side as the Calling South Spotlight lingered on the big screen. The results were not unexpected, and with the performance of Call of Cthulhu Spotlight, it would feel strange if it didn't win. The public channel used to not perform well in the ratings of the station. When the production of The Great Beauty of Xiaonan got a lot of good word of mouth and now Xiaonan Focus won the best program, the prospect is very good. Next, it was time for Chun Ran to get a little apprehensive. About to be awarded is the Planner of the Year. The people from the entertainment channel all looked at Chun Ran, which made his mood, which had just calmed down a bit, start to tense up again. Previously, he hadn't placed so much importance on winning or not winning the award. But last night's conversation with Director Zhang made him a bit afflicted. If he didn't win the award, Director Zhang would definitely help him get a chance. Chun Ran is very eager to go to the satellite TV, but he doesn't want to bother Director Zhang. As the award presenters were introduced, the shortlist appeared on the screen. Jiang Weiliang, Chief Planner of Star Travel Season on TV channel. Wang Mingyi, Chief Planner of Love in a Row. Chun Ran, Chief Planner of I Love to Record Lyrics, Challenge Microphone and former Chief Planner of Xiaonan Spotlight on Entertainment Channel. And Chi Yongjia, Chief Planner of 7:30 for the Whole Family on Metro Channel. Chun Ran was originally still pondering how to persuade Uncle Zhang when the time came if he really didn't win the award. But when he saw the introduction on the big screen, his entire body froze for a moment. Challenge of the Mic is kind of just that. But what's up with Call of Duty Spotlight? The Call of Cthulhu Spotlight is something he does on the public access channel, so it shouldn't be counted up for that to be the case, as I seem to recall the director saying. Not to mention Chun Ran, Jiang Weiliang, and Wang Mingyi from whichever side of the satellite channel, as well as Chi Yongjia from the Metropolitan Channel, were all confused when they saw Xiaonan Focus. They knew Chun Ran because the program shortlist came out after hearing about a new program appearing on the entertainment channel, but they were too busy themselves. How could they have so much time to care? It's kind of scary when you suddenly have a whole calling the South focus in there when you thought it was evenly matched. This was the program that had just taken the Best Program award with a crushing force without a doubt, and even if the planning weight was not high, it was enough to add a lot of points. Chi Yongjia was fine, he didn't hold much hope himself, but Jiang Weiliang and Wang Mingyi were a bit confused. On stage, after the finalists were announced, the stage manager began to announce the winners. He bowed his head and read word for word. The winner of Calling TV's Planner of the Year is Entertainment Channel's I Love to Remember Lyrics Chief Planner, Chan Ran. Chapter 97 Comfort. As the station manager announced the winners, several of the finalist chief planners had stunned expressions. Jiang Weiliang and Wang Mingyi glanced at each other. Both could see the unwillingness and hard feelings in each other's eyes. From the beginning, the duo's opponents were only each other. As for Chan Ran and Chi Yongjia, they hadn't cared much about them. Because of funding constraints, it's impossible for a local station to match a single program on TV, and the two of them have a huge advantage. If placed in the usual really is so, but they also did not expect. Chan Ran actually did Calling South focus. Isn't he from the entertainment channel? How come he's on a public channel? Falling off the horse, the two had very mixed feelings. Although it is considered that Chan Ran is a bit of a winner with the existence of Calling South focus, the program is indeed made by others, and it is also this year's program, so what is it going to say? Wang Mingyi is very reluctant and unconvinced. If he really won the award, he could go for the next big production program. Now it looks like there is not much hope. Chan Ran didn't know what other people were thinking. From the time the program, Zhao in Focus, appeared on the big screen, he couldn't be bothered to look at other people's thoughts, and the emotions of anticipation and nervousness intertwined made him involuntarily clench his 5 fingers tightly. As the stage manager read out his name, Chan Ran exhaled heavily and his hands finally loosened. Chan Ran. It's Chan Ran who won the award. Lin Fan shouted excitedly. Although he had been consoling Chan Ran, he understood that it was a bit difficult for Chan Ran to win the award when he knew that challenge microphone didn't have enough weight. But who would have thought that the station would have counted Calling the South focus as a big killer? He was so excited that those who didn't know it would have thought he was the one who won the award. The big screen was playing Chan Ran's introduction, from Great Beauty Zhaonan to Zhao in Focus, from I Love to Remember Lyrics to Challenge the Microphone. The 4 program groups Chan Ran had talked to, one by one, were introduced on it. That's when many people realized that the award-winning chief planner had only been with the station for less than a year. This kind of situation in the past, for example, the TV station went to other provincial stations to poach people over, others do a good program, less than a year can also take the station's awards, but Chan Ran, this kind of less than a year with the 4 columns group, have done 3 program master planners, really did not have a person. Wang Mingyi was very reluctant, but Jiang Weiliang felt some admiration. They were at Chan Ran's age, still in internship polishing. While Chan Ran had already been able to do cross-genre to do a program and still be able to make a big hit, it was indeed rare. At this time on the public channel, Director Zhang was speechless with excitement. Next to him, Director Liu Bing of Zhao in Focus said with a happy face, Director Zhang, congratulations. I didn't expect Chan Ran to win. He has the ability and the luck. He deserves it. Director Zhang smiled and said, this has come full circle. Chan Ran won the award and their channel took the best program. It was indeed a complete success in Director Zhang's heart. After the big screen introduced Chan Ran, the host said, please ask Chan Ran to come on stage to receive the award. Chan Ran took a deep breath as Lin Fan patted Chan Ran and scrunched his legs to let Chan Ran pass. Walking onto the stage, Chan Ran smiled slightly the whole way, trying to calm down and make himself look less excited. The one presenting him with the award was the station manager, whom Chan Ran had only seen in photos before. Your planning is great. Very creative. The station needs young people with whimsical ideas like you. Keep up the good work in the future. The station manager shook Chan Ran's hand and said many words of encouragement before giving Chan Ran a trophy, as well as a certificate of honor. Here, please ask Chan Ran to say his acceptance speech. The host handed the microphone to Chan Ran. Looking at so many people below, Chan Ran said it was false to say that he wasn't nervous. He took 2 deep breaths and organized some language before saying, thank you very much to the station leaders for being able to award the prize to me. I feel flattered and surprised at the same time. Compared with your seniors, I still have a lot to learn. This award doesn't just belong to me, but to all of us on the program team, thanks to Director Liu, Director Yang, and the colleagues who used to work together on the public channel. Chan Ran spoke in cartwheels and, like the other winners, thanked as many as he could, preferring to say more than he wanted to leave out. When he stepped off the stage, he was instantly relaxed. He gazed over to the public channel and Director Zhang gave him a thumbs up. Chun Ran instantly smiled and happily raised his trophy. Congratulations! Congratulations, Chun Ran! Colleagues around the room continued to send congratulations. Chun Ran smiled and greeted. At this time, the performance on stage was about to begin, and Chun Ran sat down. Lin Fan smiled and asked, "How does it feel to win an award?" Chun Ran thought for a moment before saying, "Soothing." From last night until today, he had been thinking about how to persuade Director Zhang if he didn't win the award. Now that I've won the award, all the worries are gone. Just the word comfort. Lin Fan looked at Chun Ran's trophy and was very envious. "One day I'll get it too." Chun Ran smiled and encouraged, "Cheer together." The star of the stage finished his song and moved on to presenting the awards. Chun Ran had thought that the subsequent awards had nothing to do with them, who knew that they would end up winning another award for the best team. The reason for this is that in addition to doing I Love to Remember lyrics, their program team also did out Challenge the Mic in a week's time. Director Wu Jin smiled from ear to ear when he went up to receive the award, and when he came down, he said that this was the first time he went up to receive the award, and it was probably the last time. It's not that he's too pessimistic, but it's just the way it is, and at this age, you probably know where your ceiling is, and whether there's any hope for a career can be clear. If he wants to keep winning awards, he'll have to go to the Guardian, but he's no more capable than those who are poached from the outside, and there are so many internally who are better than him that it's basically out of the question. The others were caring about the excitement. To the time Lin Fan just stirred up the hot blood was Director Wu Jin. A sentence splashed a lot. Mainly because he thought of his own age. Wait until Director Wu Jin's age. Is it also like this? He felt a little sense of panic at the thought of such a scene. It's not that Director Wu Jin is bad. In fact, it's already a high achievement to have made I Love to Remember lyrics. He's mainly afraid of stereotyping his future. After the awards were presented, the station held a raffle. The prizes of the annual meeting were very generous. As the TV station was also generous, the winning rate were not low. Even Chun Ran won a cell phone. By the time the annual meeting was all over, it was evening. Chun Ran came out and saw the thin-haired Director Zhang standing there, rubbing his hands together and greeting people passing by. Chun Ran jogged over. "Uncle, why don't you go to the car first?" Director Zhang was happy to see him come over and said, waiting for you to join me. I've asked your aunt to make a wine dish. Let's go back and walk another one." Although Chun Ran was afraid of drinking, he didn't refuse. Today's Uncle Zhang was obviously happier than last time. The big deal is to throw up. It's not a big problem. Chapter 98. I knew you were good when we first met, kind and good-hearted. But I didn't realize you were so capable. I want to have a son like you. I can be proud to heaven. Director Zhang's face was red and he spoke with all the smell of alcohol. Aunt Yun frowned. "Look at what you've drunk. Stop drinking. You have to go to work tomorrow. No matter how happy you are, you have to be moderate. You're starting to talk nonsense." Chun Ran just laughed on the side. Uncle Zhang was drunk on wine. He hadn't drunk as much tonight as he had last time. "Nothing happy today, Chun Ran to enter the satellite television. I wanted to join the TV channel back then, but my ability is not good. I am a mediocrity compared to others. Now that Chun Ran has this ability, I have to earn this opportunity for him even if I don't want to lose face. But this kid is competitive. Really competitive." Uncle Zhang hemmed and hawed and said a lot. Aunt Yun said helplessly, Okay. Chun Ran is in the Guardian TV. Everyone is happy. I won't persuade you, but if you want to drink again, sleep in the study by yourself. I can't stand the smell. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang shook his head and sat up straight. Enough to drink, well, in moderation, enough to drink. Chun Ran, let's drink again when next time. Chun Ran busily said, Okay, uncle. Let's drink next time. That's enough for today. He was actually feeling a little wobbly and was better off drinking less. Uncle Zhang poured him a cup and then refilled it 3 times for himself. Chun Ran still has more than half of this cup. Uncle Zhang washed directly after sleeping. Chun Ran, because the body clothes did not change, now all the smell of alcohol, tomorrow cannot go directly to work, and then late have to rush back. Aunt Yun persuaded Chun Ran and could not persuade him, so she could only instruct him to be careful on the road. Outside by the wind, Chun Ran felt that the wine sobered up a lot. He took a taxi, leaned against the car and looked at the neon lights outside to walk away. By the time he got to the place where he was staying, Chun Ran was already awake to a great extent. He had just laid down on his bed when he received a call from Zhang Fanji. I heard my mom say that you've been drinking? Zhang Fanji asked when she opened her mouth. Well, Uncle was happy today and drank a little with him. Chun Ran nodded. Zhang Fanji said, "You drink less wine." Chun Ran said, "I didn't drink much today either." Zhang Fanji didn't say anything, presumably a little upset in her heart, and only said after a while, "Why don't you sleep at home after drinking? I was at your house yesterday, and today I'm covered in the smell of alcohol. If I go to work tomorrow like this, people will have to cover their noses and hide when they see me." Chun Ran smiled and said, "Anyway, it didn't take long to take a taxi over. On the contrary, don't you have a program today?" "The program in the morning and back to the apartment in the afternoon," Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran was a bit impressed and said, "Should I turn on the video?" Zhang Fanji hesitated slightly. "No," Chun Ran regretted. "That's fine. We'll open it another day." Zhang Fanji paused for a moment, seemingly hesitating, before adding, "Wait." With a beep, the phone was pinched. Chun Ran drank and thought a bit slowly, not understanding what Zhang Fanji was doing. It just didn't take long for a video invitation to come through on his cell phone's WeChat. Chun Ran's heart was suddenly happy, connecting the video and seeing the familiar face of Zhang Fanji. Chun Ran saw the background of her video and wondered, "You're outside?" "Well, it was a bit boring in the apartment, so I came out for a walk." Zhang Fanji nodded. "It's so cold. It's better to go inside the house," Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji furrowed her brows. "No, it's not cold." Chun Ran looked at this expression on her face and instantly thought of the reason why she had opened the video outside, supposedly to avoid Sister Lin. Thinking of this, Chun Ran was a little happy and a little heartbroken. Zhang Fanji asked, "I heard you won an award?" Chun Ran nodded. "Well, the station's best program planner." "Can you go to The Guardian?" "I don't know yet, we'll have to see after the year." Zhang Fanji pursed her lips. "I'd like to know any good news in the future." Chun Ran nodded when he heard her words. When he was winning the award today, he wanted to send a message to Zhang Fanji in the car, and quite wanted to share it with Zhang Fanji. But thinking that in case a prosperous branch attends the event, the cell phone is in Tao Lin's hands, so he forced himself not to send it out. "I was going to call her about it, but I didn't expect Zhang Fanji to take the initiative." In Chun Ran's opinion, this was very good news. The next day, Chun Ran woke up with his usual heavy head. Absolutely no drinking in the future. Chun Ran swore in his heart. After drinking wine the next day is not comfortable and Zhang Fanji does not like it, then you cannot drink it. When we arrived at the station, everyone on the program was beaming. They didn't expect to win the Best Team Award beforehand, and it was a complete surprise. At today's morning meeting, the director directly announced that everyone in the program team was raising bonuses. From the beginning of the program to now, the prize money is mentioned again and again after making the challenge microphone. All the old team almost doubled compared to the previous, and now it is also mentioned. Naturally, everyone is happy. After the meeting was adjourned, Chun Ran was busy when Director Lu came over to him. "Congratulations. You've become a celebrity in our TV station," Director Lu said smilingly. "Director, you are exaggerating." Chun Ran laughed. Director Lu shook his head. "It's not an exaggeration. It's the truth." Chun Ran was previously unknown, even if he made "I Love" record lyrics and challenged the microphone. The famous ones were the team and the entertainment channel, and there were very few people who paid attention to Chun Ran. But last night at the annual meeting, Chun Ran's resume was released, and everyone realized that there was such a bull in the entertainment channel. Except for the Great Beauty Calling, which he had followed and contributed little to, he handled the planning of the other 3 programs, and the ratings were all equally horrible. The Chun Ran is still very young, only less than a year from entering the TV station. What is passed on within men is ability, but what is passed on among women is face value. A face that can stand the test of stage lights without makeup is very noticeable indeed. So he did get famous on TV. Chun Ran guffawed and smiled. "Director, you didn't look for me just to compliment me." Director Lu laughed. "I'm not that bored. It's Director Yang who's looking for you, asking you to come to the office." Chun Ran was puzzled in his heart. "What does the superintendent want to see me about?" "I'm not sure. I guess I need to talk to you about the program," Director Lu said. Chun Ran went to the director's office with doubts in his mind. After going in, Director Yang Chijuan said, "Sit down for a while first." Only after he finished his work did he smile at Chun Ran. "How does it feel to win the Best Planning Award?" Chun Ran did not expect the director will ask this question. Slightly stunned after truthfully said, "Some accident, but also very surprised." Yang Chijuan also laughed. Not to mention you, I was also surprised. When the station said that challenge microphone wouldn't be counted as the best program, I knew it would be hard for you. I just didn't expect that they would count calling South Focus as well. So it's also your luck, he said, taking a file from his side and handing it over. Check it out. Chun Ran received the information suspiciously, looked down for a moment, and then was aghast. Chapter 99, it's a pity we can't keep it. This is. Chun Ran looked up with some incomprehension. Yang Chijuan said, this is the information for the Saturday evening slot on the Metro channel. Chun Ran looked at Superintendent Yang and didn't understand what was the point of giving himself this. He's from the entertainment channel, what's he doing giving him information on the Metro channel? Yang Chijuan said, right after you got the Best Planning Award last night, the director of the Metropolitan Channel approached me and asked you to do a program. Chun Ran was stunned and said, Director? But we're an entertainment channel? In the past, the entertainment channel and the Metro channel were on par with each other in terms of ratings and were in a competitive relationship, so how come they still want him to help with their programs? Yang Chijuan saw through Chun Ran's thoughts and said, competition is just a means to motivate each other and let the two channels have an upwardly mobile atmosphere, but not that the other party is really an enemy. We all belong to the same TV station. It's impossible to fight to the death. He came to my door, I can't refuse. Of course, it's not in your job description, so you can consider doing it or not. There is a promise on the side of the Urban Channel, if the planning is adopted, there will be an additional bonus for you, and the program revenue share will definitely not be less, and your name will also be hung in the planning column. And because your show airs on Fridays and Sundays, they purposely put Saturday's show on Fridays, and the show you're planning, if it comes out, will be put on Saturdays to air. Chun Ran listened, and also sort of understand why Director Yang did not directly reject. People's sincerity is very in place. Director, with so many people in the Metropolitan Channel, why would they be looking for me? Chun Ran asked. Yang Chijuan laughed. It seems you don't understand how much your resume impacted others last night at the annual meeting. The 3 programs, each one is the top pillar of the local station. Calling South Focus is the pinnacle. I love remembering lyrics and challenge the microphone are the top of the line. Constantly refreshing the station's records, who else can do it? Chun Ran said, didn't it ever occur to them that I might be lucky? No one can guarantee that the ratings of the program made will be good. What if it's poor? Yang Chijuan said, that's what they have to consider. There are risks in doing any program, and looking for you is just wanting to take planning from you, and if it doesn't work out in the evaluation, I guess they'll give up. Chun Ran, however, thought in his heart that it was possible for this to be done for nothing. If you're willing to say yes, it's best if you can write one before the annual vacation. They'll need to use it after the year when the channel is revamped. Yang Chijuan reminded, Superintendent, I'll go back and think about it first. When Chun Ran said this, he didn't want to do it. It was almost New Year's Eve, and he didn't want to find some trouble. Yang Chijuan thought for a moment and then said, Chun Ran, you want to go to the satellite TV, right? Chun Ran was a bit embarrassed at that time. How could he say this? After all, he was now following 2 entertainment channel programs in his hands. Director Yang and Director Liu are all for him to do a good job on the program. If he is here now but his heart is thinking of jumping to the satellite TV, what will the director think? After thinking about it, he still nodded. I'd definitely like to go if I get the chance. Yang Chijuan smiled. You don't have to be like this. We do programs? Who doesn't want to go to satellite TV? Although I don't want to let you go, I understand your thoughts. He added, I didn't think about this in advance. I only thought of reporting you up to get an honor for our channel. I love to remember lyrics and challenge the microphone are both our entertainment channel's programs. And if you win the best planner, our channel will also have face. If I had known that the Guardian channel was going to prepare 2 new programs right after the year and you had this idea, I wouldn't have even helped you with the shortlisting application. Chun Ran didn't know if he should be happy. After all, being valued by the leader in this way was considered a kind of praise. Seeing Chun Ran didn't say anything, Yang Chijuan said again, I love remembering lyrics and challenge microphone are not complicated programs. The process is not difficult, and now after recording so many issues, it is also considered to be on the right track. It's not like in the past, and it's able to run even if it leaves you, and if you want to go to the satellite TV, there is no reason for me to be a blocker for this. Chun Ran nodded. In fact, from the program to this point, going forward everything is a repetitive process. Other choreographers not to mention, just Lin Fan and the current planning team, it is enough to deal with. Yang Chijuan said, you really want to go to satellite TV? Then you can consider doing a good job of planning for the Metropolitan Channel. Do a good job is also considered to give a favor to the Metropolitan Channel. When you want to fight for the satellite TV program, I can push with the director of the Metropolitan Channel. Chun Ran paused slightly. He was somewhat moved. Even though he won the award for best planning, the station will consider him too young and the competition may not have much of an edge when it comes down to it. That's a satellite TV channel, it's not the same as being on a local channel, and it's obviously a bit unrealistic to want to do the same thing as competing for the chief planner of I Love Memorizing Lyrics, a planner that does a crushing effect. This is when a joint recommendation from two channel directors carries a different weight. Chan Ran only hesitated a little before nodding solemnly. Superintendent, I'll go and think about it. Yang Chijuan watched Chan Ran leave, shaking his head slightly inside. What a talent. Not arrogant and not impatient and still have the ability, but it's a pity that he can't stay. Entertainment channels are worlds apart from satellite TV, and whoever has the opportunity will think about going to satellite TV. Sensei's current Chan Ran, even the former Yang Chijuan, was the same. He didn't blame Chan Ran, the latter had shown undoubted talent in terms of programs, the volume of the entertainment channel was too small. I Love to Remember Lyrics and Challenge the Microphone alone were long-term programs, the other time slots were saturated, and he wouldn't consider continuing to make new ones in a short period of time. In the case of both programs are on track, keeping Chan Ran is just a waste of time. Put it in the light lecture, when things go wrong, Chan Ran wants to go, he absolutely not let go. Now at this time he chose to be a man of the world. Chan Ran really needs to be able to make something of himself in The Guardian, and he'd be considered to have a good face. It's like when the village has a key university student and the villagers have something to brag about with others. During lunch, Chan Ran told Director Zhang about the matter. Director Zhang slapped the table. The food jumped up, he was happy. Good thing, Urban Channel, this program you do. Do better. Chan Ran made the decision and didn't delay, and spent the rest of the time, except for work, studying the Urban Channel material. What kind of audience is there between 8 and 10? Local station, what's a good program to do? Chan Ran slowly pondered. There were many ideas inside his mind. He needed to sift through them one by one to find one that was more suitable. One day in, and only a vague idea in mind. There were still a few days before the annual vacation, and Chan Ran was in no hurry. Instead, the next day, Chun Yao and Zhang Rui came back together. She had come back with Zhang Rui first before calling Chan Ran, and by this time, she was already at Zhang's house. Chapter 100, Fear of Disappointment from Mom and Dad. Chun Yao carefully sat on the sofa, coming to Zhang Rui's house for the first time. She actually wanted to go straight home, but couldn't resist Zhang Rui's persistent persuasion, and planned to rest here for the night and leave tomorrow. Zhang Rui went to change her clothes. She was a little uncomfortable sitting alone inside the living room. Aunt Yun brought a cup of hot water over to her. It's a bit cold outside. Come and drink a cup of hot water to warm your body. Chun Yao hurriedly stood up and took the cup of water. Thank you, Auntie, Aunt Yun said smilingly. You are Chan Ran's sister and Rui's roommate. Come here and treat this place like your own home. Don't be polite. Chan Yao smiled restrainedly. She felt very awkward as she met for the first time, and she came to the door empty-handed. Aunt Yun said, I heard Rui say that you're recording songs. Are you preparing to become a singer? Chun Yao shook her head and said, I'm just singing blindly as a hobby. I don't intend to become a singer. Aunt Yun said, That's good. That's good. Being a singer is too tiring. There is no time to rest from year to year. Look at Rui's sister. Looking at the coming new year, there is no way to come back. Chun Yao didn't know how to answer, but it was a fact that she hadn't thought about becoming a professional singer. And after she had gained more fans, there were programs that initiated invitations to her online, which she declined. Like she said, singing was just a hobby and a part-time job on the side. As for signing with a company or something like that, she didn't think she had that talent and didn't want to plan on it. Aunt Yun had a chat with Chun Yao. Most of the topics were about Zhang Rui. Chun Yao felt that Rui's mom was quite amiable, so she relaxed a bit. At some point, the topic turned to Chun Ran. Chatting quite happily, Chun Yao only came back to her senses when Zhang Rui opened the door and came out. She was slightly apprehensive in her heart. Her brother Chun Ran was in a relationship with Zhang Xiun. This aunt in front of her was not only Rui's mom, but also Chun Ran's future mother-in-law. Just now she said quite a lot. Would it affect Chun Ran? But when he thought back carefully, he didn't say anything just now, and roughly just said that Chun Ran had worked quite hard in school, as well as some things about his family. And even if she wanted to, she couldn't find anything bad to say. What did you talk to my mom about? Zhang Rui sat down. Chun Yao shook her head. It's nothing. Just relax and treat it like your own home. You're usually not this shy when you're bullied in the dormitory. Zhang Rui grunted. Chun Yao glanced at her, and Zhang Rui subconsciously shrank for a moment. Then once she thought that she was in her own home, she burst into unrestrained laughter. Because his sister was at Zhang's house, Chun Ran followed director Zhang back after work. Do you have any ideas for the program on the Urban Channel? Director Zhang asked as he drove. It's a little brow-raising. It needs to be reconsidered, Chen Ran said. The Shonan Metro channel has a bit of an odd niche, somewhere between an entertainment channel and a public access channel. If it was during the day, Chen Ran didn't mind writing a breakout program for them. For example, Boys and Girls Forward and the like have proven to be pretty down and dirty, and the ratings performance has been pretty good and enduring. But people are asking for late night, a time slot with so many choices of programs, not only big productions from satellite TV, but also programs broadcast by local stations, that putting this on won't attract people. Director Zhang said, "It's okay. There's still plenty of time. Take your time to consider it." Chen Ran nodded but was still pondering. Sometimes it's troublesome to have more choices, and it's even more of a tangle trying to pick a better fit from one of the many programs. There's no way for Chen Ran to guarantee that the show will be a hit when it's done. In fact, before each program comes out, the team will have had a lot of discussions, and there are not one or two ideas that have been proposed and shot down in the middle of the program. Even so, the show still has the possibility of flopping. Every show that can be aired comes out that way, but how many have done well? Chen Ran chose it more carefully, or at least he couldn't give himself a bad reputation. When she arrived at Zhang's house, it was Zhang Rui who opened the door. She wasn't surprised to see Chen Ran. She was beside her when Chen Yao dialed the phone just now, and Chen Yao was obviously relieved to see Chen Ran at this moment. Although she was accompanied by Zhang Rui, it was her first time at home after all. When you go to a friend's house for the first time, you always have to be a little more formal. Moreover, it was still her brother's girlfriend's house. She didn't want to leave any bad impression on Aunt Yoon and affect Chen Ran. "You're Chen Ran's sister? Hello. I'm Rui's father." Director Zhang greeted Chen Yao amiably when he saw her. "Good day, uncle." Chen Yao was busy standing up. Director Zhang laughed. "Don't be polite. Just be like Chen Ran and treat this place as your own home." Chen Ran asked his sister, "Is the song finished?" "Well, it was just made the night before last, and the boss said to wait until Valentine's Day after the New Year to go online." Chen Yao nodded. "Why didn't you call me ahead of time when you came back?" "I was going to go straight back, and Haunted had to make me come over for the night, or I was going to come home and tell you about it." Chen Yao has always been like this, feeling like she tries not to rely on others when she grows up. After the siblings chatted for a while, Aunt Yoon brought up the prepared meal. During the meal, Aunt Yoon was very enthusiastic towards Chen Yao and kept on chucking in dishes. In her eyes, this is her daughter's future sister-in-law, and in the future, Zhang Fanji will get along with her when she marries there. So it's right to have a good relationship now. Zhang Ru commented. Chen Yao was a little embarrassed and snickered at the side, but thinking of her mom's intentions, she couldn't laugh anymore. During the meal, Chen Ran had been chatting with Director Zhang about the TV station. In addition to the programs of the Metropolitan Channel, there were also the programs of the satellite TV. You have to start preparing after the first of the year, with the late-night slot starting earlier and the other one going in April or May. Director Zhang's intention was to let Chen Ran finish planning for the Metropolitan Channel and have time to think more about the programs of the satellite channel. To be a local program, the audience is limited to locals, and it is important to be grounded and localized. The satellite channels are different again. For the national audience, if you hold on to the thinking of doing local programs to do naturally does not work. Director Zhang was also worried that Chen Ran's mind could not be converted and purposely reminded him. Chen Ran and Director Zhang were chatting, but on the contrary, Chen Yao was a bit confused. In her memory, Chen Ran had only just entered the TV station not more than a few months ago. But listening to the duo's chat, it seemed that his own brother had done a program on TV and had achieved a lot, and now he was already planning to enter the satellite TV channel? Is it so easy to get into a TV program? What made her a bit more twisted was that Zhang Rui's parents seemed to treat her brother completely as a family member, which could easily be felt from the manner of speaking and some usual details. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart as she looked at Zhang Rui, who was still not very happy on the side. This is not where Zhang Rui said that her sister is going to become someone else's. It's clearly her parents who have an extra son, right? Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Chen Yao asked, "Brother, how are you doing with Rui's sister?" Chen Ran asked, "Why do you ask? I see that you get along well with her family. How come you don't want to talk to mom and dad?" Chen Yao was puzzled. Chen Ran paused, then said, "Let's wait a little longer. I'm mainly afraid that mom and dad will be disappointed." Chen Yao didn't understand. According to how they were getting along now, Chen Ran and the Zhang family were as good as a family, so why would he still be afraid of his parents' disappointment? Chapter 101. Zhang Choning. Chen Ran didn't explain to his sister. He couldn't just tell the truth. Things like relationships are pretty private, and even parents have times when they can't talk about them. Chan Yao did not pursue the question. According to her understanding, it was either due to Zhang Xiyun's work right now, or the two of them were in an unstable relationship. Other than that, she couldn't think of anything else. Actually understand, after all, Zhang Xiyun is a singer. Just now Rui's mother also said. She is all busy working outside, even for the new year did not have time to go home, too unstable some. What Xin Yao couldn't figure out more was that her brother Chan Ran was a more pragmatic person. So how could he fall in love with Zhang Xiyun because of a blind date? Zhang Xiyun is so busy that he doesn't have time to go home for New Year's Eve. So where does he get the time to cultivate his feelings? Can't have internet dating, can we? Chan Yao didn't figure it out in the end. But Chan Ran's slightly tangled look was similar to that of someone in love in a drama. She had two roommates who did this gesture from time to time after they got boyfriends, and it seemed to be quite acidic. Chan Yao went to whisper with Zhang Rui, while Chan Ran discussed the program with Director Zhang. Guardian Channel program, Director Zhang cannot make too many suggestions. He has not been to the Guardian now, although the director of the Department of Programs responsible for all the public channels can only give. Chan Ran said that the concept down to the details his thinking cannot keep up. So much so that most of the time it was Chan Ran talking, and he occasionally nodded with a little comment. Chan Yao stayed here with Zhang Rui at night, while Chan Ran had to go back. He sensed that Uncle Zhang was in a bad mood, and declined his offer to send him back, and went out to take a taxi by himself. Aunt Cloud cleaned up the kitchen and opened the door to the smell of smoke. She frowned and walked over to see her husband's back a little slumped, staring blankly at the black screen TV. The cigarette held between her two fingers nearly burned out, and walked over to ask, "Chong Ning, what's wrong with you?" Director Zhang came back to his senses and pressed the cigarette in his hand into the cup with water before saying, "Feeling a bit uncomfortable. Where's the discomfort coming from?" Aunt Cloud took a seat next to her. Director Zhang said, "Suddenly some feelings. You say Chan Ran, this kid. I just know him when he just entered the TV station. I can help, can take care of it. This turn of an eye, he made achievements, immediately may go to the satellite TV. Isn't this a good thing? You're usually pondering on how to make Chan Ran go further. Why are you lamenting on it instead now that he has a chance?" Aunt Yoon was a bit confused. "It's just hard on the heart," Director Zhang said in a muffled voice. "If he goes to the entertainment channel, I can still hold the program for him for a bit. I can give him ideas. But just now, he and I were talking about the Guardian program together, and I couldn't even get a word in. When he goes to the Guardian channel, I won't really be able to help." Director Zhang fell silent after that. Aunt Yoon didn't know what to say. Her husband said to Chan Ran that he treated him as a nephew, a son-in-law, but he treated him completely as his own son. He watched Chan Ran go from being an intern into the entertainment channel and walk to the point where he was now going to work for a satellite TV channel. It's like watching your child grow up step by step and end up with a work life you can't interfere with. Back then, at the time when Zhang Fanji went to become a singer, Director Zhang had also lost his mind like this. Chun Yao rushed home the next morning. Chan Ran wasn't in the Zhang family. Even though there was Zhang Rui, she felt awkward and rushed back not long after getting up. She only called Chun Ran after she arrived. Chun Ran knew his own sister's temperament and was not surprised. Chen Yao is a bit like him in high school, thin-skinned and a bit introverted. It will be much better once she actually starts working. Chun Ran's facade was also practiced during his part-time job at the university, and now with the growth of time it was all on a higher level. Sitting in front of his computer, Chun Ran listed his ideas in. He thought long and hard about it last night when he got back before coming up with a finalized plan, and now all that was missing was the time to put it in writing. Lin Fan saw Chan Ran doing the planning and curiously said, "You're doing the planning for a new program for the TV station?" Chan Ran shook his head. "No, it's from the Metropolitan Channel." Lin Fan was stunned. "Metropolitan Channel? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Why are you writing plans for the Metropolitan Channel?" He's been at the Entertainment Channel for a few years, but he's always seen the Metro Channel as a competitor. Now, because of I Love to Remember Lyrics and Challenge Microphone, the Entertainment Channel has distanced itself from the Metropolitan Channel and has become the only one under the satellite channels. It hasn't been fooling around for long yet. How come Chun Ran is going to help write programs for the Metro Channel? "You will not earn extra money, right?" Lin Fan said with some skepticism. "You are also too careless, this kind of to do here by other people to see how to do." Chan Ran laughed. "You're thinking too much. This information I have is all given to me by the director. What extra money do I earn? It was the other party who approached the director and asked us to do a program. And in the end, everyone was busy and the task was divided into my hands. Lin Fan also knew he was overthinking when he heard it, but he felt a toothache for Chun Ran's statement. What do you mean everyone is busy? The busiest one should be Chun Ran. He guessed that the people of the urban channel looked at Chun Ran's planning and asked for him by name, otherwise the director would have had to ask the director to come to the meeting. It's New Year's Eve. Why does the Metropolitan Channel still need to make programs? Lin Fan muttered. Chun Ran said, they're going to revamp after the new year, so they want some new programs, so I guess there's a little too much work to do before they find our side. Lin Fan didn't have the heart to say, come on. People looking for you are looking for you. What are you doing with all these excuses? Chun Ran laughed. I'm not afraid you'll be upset. Lin Fan has nothing to say. I'm even more upset when you're like this. Office of the Superintendent. Chun Ran knocked on the door. Wait for the superintendent's reply before going in. Director, the program is written. Chun Ran handed the document over. Yang Qijuan was slightly surprised and took the document over. So fast. There were still 2 days before the annual vacation, and he thought Chun Ran would delay until the last 2 days to submit the planning up, much faster than expected. However, thinking of the original I Love to Remember the Lyrics, Chun Ran is also a few days to write out, and challenge microphone is even more exaggerated. Chun Ran explained that he had thought of a similar gameplay, but a morning will be filled out. The details is also remarkable. It didn't seem so incomprehensible compared to the 2 or 3 days that separated them now. You sit first. Yang Qijuan gestured for Chun Ran to sit down before he started flipping through the documents. He was quite excited about Chun Ran's planning. Chun Ran is no more a veteran than any other, and his way of thinking will always be refreshing. For example, challenge of the microphone, no one would have thought he would make such a show based on I Love lyrics. Looking carefully, Yang Qijuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Truth. It was the name of the program, and he chewed on it a little, not figuring out what type of program it was. Chapter 102. Probably like it? Yang Qijuan looked at it for a long time. His brows were locked, and he never unfolded it. Truth is a talk show that focuses on emotional mediation. Chun Ran actually hesitated for a long time when he wrote this program. There are quite a few people who hate this type of show, but there are also quite a few people who love it, and the word of mouth is a bit polarizing. Chun Ran studied the information of the evening slot of the Metro channel. The audience is between 30 and 50 years old. This age group is more emotionally rich, easy to resonate with the program. Aside from the fact that talk shows put all kinds of conflicts on stage and show them to the audience in blood, they actually have a lot of positive effects. When viewed through no other eyes, these programs are more like unit dramas encompassing family ethics, emotional entanglements, and friend disputes. When Chun Ran first watched it, he was watching it as a TV show. After Yang Qijuan finished reading the planning, he glanced at Chun Ran and didn't say anything. He picked it up and read it again. Then he rubbed his brow. Chun Ran wrote this program? If it wasn't for Chun Ran sitting right in front of him, he really had some doubts. It's just not the same picture as the I Love to Remember the Lyrics category. Although the creativity thing is very jumpy, it has to be based on one's own thinking, and you're jumping from memorizing lyrics to true feelings, which is really catching people a little off guard. Previously, he could have been under the impression that Chun Ran was going to do a program of a higher entertainment nature. After all, this Chun Ran took the hand. Who knew it would come out of nowhere? Is the program bad? Definitely good. Just from Yang Qijuan's vision, there is definitely a market for this type of program. Most of what people talk about after dinner is gossip, and this program is just the thing to satisfy people's desire to explore. It was just that the show was so unexpected. Yang Qijuan looked at Chun Ran again. This planning of yours, what do you think? He was genuinely puzzled. Chun Ran, slightly stunned, said, just watch TV. See inside the parents. Think of such a planning. He couldn't say he got it from within his memory. He could only find a reason. This reason does hold up, at least Director Yang didn't think of anything else. Yang Qijuan said, I'll give the program to the director of the Metropolitan Channel, and then we'll see how their channel discusses it. It doesn't count if he looks good. He has to be happy with the people at the Metro channel. It's now 2 days before the annual vacation, enough time for the Metro channel to discuss it. When Chun Ran left, Yang Qijuan still looked at the planning and muttered, if this program is made, I guess it's a bit interesting. In fact, it didn't take 2 days. After Director Yang handed over the program planning to the Metro channel, the decision was made there in just 1 afternoon of discussion. This show is definitely the way to go. Everyone was in the program, so they could naturally see the selling points, and after determining it, they came over to Chun Ran with the contract. Chun Ran is not from their channel and needs to sign a separate contract for the program. Metro channel people are also generous, promised a good bonus will not be less, and the chief planner name, program revenue, are written inside the contract. Chanran looked at it for half a day and finally said, "There's no need for this chief planner. I'll just hang on to the name of planner. He is trying to go to the satellite TV, does not lack the seniority of the chief planner of this program. In the future will not be in the urban channel to follow the busy. Whether it is the programming, content planning are very important. He out of an idea there is no need to take a chief planner's name." The people on the Metro channel side were stunned. They had never seen this kind of person who took the initiative to push away the chief planner. Being able to be a program mastermind is a good qualification. Of course, they wouldn't refuse such a request. After all, it was Chun Ran himself who had made it. Come to think of it, Chun Ran's 3 programs are all masterminds, so it doesn't seem like there's a shortage. All in one morning to get things done. Director Zhang in the know after a good encouragement. This is just short of a good planning. The New Year's Eve you also do not relax, think about it, and strive to be able to take. The late night slot is the time slot between 10 and 12 o'clock. The ratings of this time slot will drop a lot more than the evening. Some TV stations are putting the variety show in front of them, and when the variety show is finished, this is the only time to show dramas in the late night slot. Of course, this is not to say that the late night file is not valued. Chun Ran can rest easy, after all, it is a satellite channel. How about the competition is bigger than the local channel? Director Zhang didn't want Chun Ran to lose this opportunity and kept reminding him to pay attention and think about it. Chun Ran said, "Uncle, don't worry. If I write the plan, I will definitely give you a look over first." Director Zhang's eyes were slightly complicated as he nodded and said, "Okay. When you write it out, let's discuss it between uncle and nephew." Chun Ran always felt that Uncle Zhang was a bit melancholy when he said this. "Our annual vacation is only a few days. I'll be back after the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. Don't miss me too much, uncle." Chun Ran laughed. Director Zhang shook his head and laughed. "Still joking with uncle. It seems you are not stressed enough. But it's not me who misses you. It's Ji. She'll be able to make it back for the reunion dinner tomorrow night. While you can rest for a while after New Year's Eve, wait for you to come over to keep her company. After all, we haven't seen each other for a while." Thinking of Zhang Fanji, Chun Ran was slightly distracted, and the two of them maintained their current state for quite a long time. He considered it carefully and thought he probably liked Zhang Fanji. He's never been in love. He's afraid to say he's in love. But as long as lying in the heart to miss her, have time to see if there is no news of her, and from time to time to surf the internet to brush the news about her, Chun Ran feel that this should be in love, right? They say it's easy to make mistakes when you're excited, and it's only when you calm down that you're able to look inside. Now Chun Ran had calmed down for a long time and also saw clearly what was going on in his mind. He is seeing clearly, but what about Zhang Fanji? Chun Ran is a bit afflicted, but is not indecisive, and feels that when Zhang Fanji returns, he can have a good talk. As for whether the result would be what he thought it would be, Chun Ran could only try and hope. Chun Ran is on vacation. He had planned to go ahead and buy a car after his vacation. Then the idea was abandoned. Before he left, he went to the Zhang family to say goodbye to Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun, which was also considered to be an early New Year's greeting. On the contrary, Zhang Rui's expression was a bit strange when she saw him. Speaking curiously, I remember that Zhang Rui was still very enthusiastic when she met him, and then I didn't know what was going on, but she didn't greet him when she met and didn't talk much. Now that she was slack-jawed, Chun Ran looked somewhat familiar. Not only did she look similar to Zhang Fanji, even her expression was very similar. "Uncle, Auntie, I wish you both a happy new year in advance." Chun Ran left the Zhang family and rushed to the high-speed train station. On the way, he received a message from Zhang Fanji. "You went home today?" Chun Ran replied back, "Well, it's vacation, so I'll go home to spend the new year with my parents." After a while, Zhang Fanji returned the message. "When will you be back?" "I'll be back after the 3rd of the year." Aha! Chapter 103. It's New Year's Eve. Zhang Fanji was very busy at the end of the year, and he could not go home until he was busy on the 30th. Chun Ran couldn't wait for her, and had to go back to spend New Year's Eve with his parents and have a reunion dinner. The two were talking inside the phone. Zhang Fanji will not leave in a hurry this time back, is to wait for the company to notify. Fan Xing gave her the charter down, do not have to directly release a new album. First release the single, wait until when the song is ready enough and then include it inside the album. This Chun Ran some surprise. After all, in front of the prosperous star to Zhang Fanji such pressure. How to high take up gently put down. Only when Zhang Fanji explained did he realize that one of Fan Xing's male singers had been blown up for falsifying his education, and then went down the road to mash up a whole bunch of black history. Originally, this male singer was a school bully persona, and in order to maintain his image, He occasionally pretended on Weibo, but now that his black history has been dug up, his persona is rapidly collapsing. The singing is good, but the word of mouth is gone, he's being shouted down, and when people listen to his songs at this juncture, they feel like they taste a little weird. Maybe later, after the storm has passed, with the song it will continue to be hot, but that's also later. It's pretty hard for Prosperity right now. A pillar has fallen, lost many endorsements, and desperately needs a support to get through this time. No one in the whole of Prosperous Star Music is better suited than Zhang Fanji, so the strategy for her has changed. There's still such a thing? Chen Ran was slightly stunned. He had been bored with the program, occasionally flipping through Zhang Fanji's news, but paying no attention to anything else. Twitter is also rarely visited, so I didn't notice such a big news. The two of them chatted for a while, and only after hearing Tao Lin's voice calling her did Zhang Fanji hang up the phone. After collecting the call, Chen Ran was a bit happy for Zhang Fanji. After all, if she worked well, her mood would be good too. But not very happy. Zhang Fanji work better, will be busier in the future. I'm afraid the meeting time will be shorter. But she's a singer, and that can't be avoided. Either they're just like they were a while back, suppressed, snowed in, and have nothing to do, or else they need to get busy. Chen Ran rubbed his brow, not knowing what kind of mindset he should be in to be good. When Chen Ran arrived at the town, the sky had long since darkened. Along the way over, the door of every house has been pasted with couplets, and the word fortune is also pasted on the door, and big red lanterns are also hung on both sides. Even many stores are no exception. Chen Ran took out his key and opened the door. He didn't see his mom and dad. Only Chen Yao was playing with his cell phone. Chen Ran was about to ask. When the kitchen door opened, his father Chen Junhai probed out and said, "Back? You sit down first. The food will be ready soon." The joy was evident on his face. It was almost New Year's Eve, and there were only so many times the family would be together. And now that the family of 4 was there, he was in a good mood. Chen Ran took the box to the house and put it away, and came back to see Chen Yao looking at him. She waited for Chen Ran to pass before she asked in a low voice, "Brother, when I came back, Mom and Dad asked me if I knew about you being in love." "Why would Mom and Dad ask that?" Chen Ran said unexpectedly. "I'm not sure. It's just asking me if I know you're in love. Saying something about being in love with the leader's daughter or something like that." Chen Yao was curious again. "Brother, you don't tell Mom and Dad about you and Zhang Xiyun. Could it be because you still have a girlfriend?" Although she didn't think her brother was such a scum. But people always change, so who knows? "Are you stupid?" Chen Ran looked at his sister without a good mood. "I used to work at the public channel. Uncle Zhang is the director of the public channel. He is my leader." Chen Yao was confused. How could she have thought of this? "Have you told Mom and Dad yet?" Chen Ran asked. "How dare I?" Chen Yao hastily shook her head. She was all confused at the time, thinking that Chen Ran had 2 girlfriends, so naturally she wouldn't say anything. Even if Mom and Dad guessed it themselves, they can't say it from her. The pigtail is still in Chen Ran's hands. "No, Chen Ran just came back," she immediately explained first, lest she couldn't explain when Mom and Dad asked again. "Remember not to spill the beans," Chen Ran said. Things weren't set in stone, and he didn't want Mom and Dad to worry too much about it. These years, in order to earn money to pay off the debt, parents have enough to worry about. There is no need to let the too old man for their feelings worry. He was just under 24 and not old enough for his parents to ask questions or rush him at most. As for why Mom and Dad asked, it was probably because they had heard them talking to Zhang Fanji on the phone when they were home before. Chen Junhai and his wife were busy inside the kitchen, and in a short while, they came out with many dishes, a table full of them. Chen Ran was stunned. "Dad, just the 4 of us. How can we cook so many dishes? Tomorrow is only New Year's Eve." Chen Junhai laughed. "Everyone is here today, and our family is happy, so naturally we need a few more dishes. It's not like before. When Chen Ran was in high school, his family often had reunions, and when Chen Ran went to college, he would have to have summer vacations or New Year's to have a family reunion. At least at that time there is Chen Yao with them, now usually just 2 families at home. The New Year's children are back, the heart is happy. Naturally prepare some more." Between meals, Chen Junhai asked, "I heard Yo-Yo say that you're going to work at the satellite TV?" Chen Ran nodded and said, "There is such a thing, but it's not certain. After the start of the new year, the Guardian channel has a program to do, and others to compete." Chen Junhai also could not understand these, just asked, "Remember you used to be a public channel? After coming back the previous time said that you went to the entertainment channel to do the program. How come you haven't done it for a long time to go to the satellite TV?" He did have some questions. He didn't know much about television, but he knew the difference between a local station and a satellite TV. Their own son just went to the entertainment channel soon, suddenly heard to go to the satellite TV, said unhappy that is not true after all to give people say their son in the Jiaonan satellite TV work, the face of their husband and wife also have face. It was just that Chun Ran had only been working for a short time before he went to the Guardian, which made him a bit puzzled. Chun Yao said on the side, "Dad, don't underestimate my brother. This time the annual award inside the TV station. My brother grabbed the Best Planner award from the Guardian Channel's people. He's awesome. Not only that, he writes songs." This Chun Yao didn't say it out loud. Chun Junhai nodded, looking at Chun Ran full of relief. "Do well, and hopefully your mom and I will see you do a show on TV." He couldn't say anything else but to encourage Chun Ran. Chun Ran laughed. "I'll try my best." Song Hui said from the side, "All right, let's not talk about this. We'll talk about it later. Let's eat first. These are your two siblings' favorite dishes. Eat a little bit more so you don't waste it." Chun Ran and Chun Yao looked at the table full of dishes, their brows a little sad. How can this be eaten? In the end, the prepared meal remained uneaten. The Chun Ran siblings had done their best, packed up the dishes and half laid on the couch like two salted fish. The siblings just kept listening as their parents sat and rambled on. Outside, a cannonball went off, and the children in the lead home were giggling and laughing. It's going to be New Year's Eve. Chapter 104 Happy New Year. Because it was at home, Chun Ran slept very soundly today, with his alarm clock turned off, and was only woken up by the barking of the dog at the collared home at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's a bit of a comforting feeling to open your eyes and see the dawn. Chun Ran didn't covet the warmth inside the blanket, glanced at the time, pulled back the blanket to get up, and looked for a sweatshirt inside the box to put on. He's had this shirt for a long time, but he doesn't have time to wear it during the workday. When he left the house, he was surprised to see his sister already washing up. "You're up so early? When did I get up late?" Chun Yao grunted. "In middle school. I guess you had to get up on the weekends until Mom made dinner and called you." Two black lines appeared on Chun Yao's forehead. "How long ago was that?" Chun Ran smiled and stood aside to brush his teeth. When he finished washing up, Chun Ran planned to go out for a run. He hadn't run in a long time, much less had time to get around town, and it was a rare New Year's Day when he could just relax and unwind. Chun Yao also followed along. She often worked out in school and was used to running, so she also got up so early today. There wasn't much traffic in the morning, so the siblings ran down the driveway together. It ran all the way to the end of the town before walking slowly back. Chun Ran was panting, and only calmed down after a long interval. Chun Yao said from the side, "Brother, you need to exercise more." Chun Ran ignored her. He went to buy a bottle of water and handed it to Chun Yao. As he walked, he asked, "You're singing in a bar now. What are you going to do when your new song is online? Become a singer?" Chun Yao shook her head. "Singing is just a hobby. I don't work as a singer." "Why?" Chun Ran asked. Chun Yao said, "Singers are too busy, and I don't sing that well." Chun Ran felt that Chun Yao was being modest. The bar she was singing in was quite strict in its requirements, and the fact that she could pass proved that both her voice and singing skills were good. That owner is a professional, not so much that this point would look bad. It's good if you don't. If you really want to become a singer, Mom and Dad will probably be on edge all day." Chun Ran said. Chun Yao asked, "Just like Haunted's parents?" Chun Ran took a sip of water and said, "Pretty much. Brother, I'm curious. How did you talk to Zhang Xiun?" Chun Yao blinked her eyes. Chun Ran laughed. "Just keep wondering. You'll know when you find a boyfriend later." "Too stingy," Chun Yao muttered. The siblings were walking when there was a sudden thud behind them. Turning his head to see a kid with a cannonball smiling at them, he made a face and hurried away. Chun Yao stomped her feet in anger, but Chun Ran found it funny. When they were young, they looked forward to New Year's Eve very much, and in addition to the essential New Year's money, they could also play with cannonballs. "I loved it as a kid, but now I kind of hate it. Kind of understand why people looked at them with such angry eyes when they set off cannonballs back in the day." The siblings went home, casually ate some breakfast, and then followed their dad, Chin Junhai, to go shopping. Although most of the New Year's goods are bought in advance, many food items still have to be bought on the morning of New Year's Eve. After lunch, Chun Yao went to play with her friends. Chun Ran didn't have many friends, so she sat in front of the computer and pondered. "What, is the work not done?" Chun Junhai asked in passing when he saw that his son was still busy working at this time. Chun Ran shook his head and said, "It's a program that the satellite TV channel is going to do. If I want to go to the satellite TV channel, I have to write a better program. If I can make it, I can get into the satellite TV after the year. If I can't make it, I have to keep waiting." As for how long it will take, that's not a given, just waiting for the opportunity anyway. Or Chun-ran can also choose to go to the TV program as a general planner, but the starting point is not so good. I don't understand any of this about you, but work hard when you can. Chun Junhai obviously didn't understand this, but it was about his son's work, so he didn't interrupt and told Chun-ran to go to the house and get busy, so as not to disturb him later. Chun-ran is not immediately going to write a plan now, but is looking for information. He's now going to do a program that is no longer a local station, a satellite channel. Program faces need to be carefully considered when they have different audience segments. Not only do you need to look at your own guard's profile, but other guards as well. It's not a local channel, and the competition isn't from its own station, it's from other TV stations now. The whole ratings market is just so big, and all of them are competing for ratings, each increasing and decreasing the other, and the competition is very fierce. Looking at competitors' profiles can also broaden your mind. Regarding the TV program, Chun-ran only knew that it was a late-night slot, but he didn't know what day of the week it was. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday should be unlikely. Chun-ran focus on research is the late-night slot from Monday to Thursday. Late-night shows do struggle a bit, and compared to the Friday-Saturday primetime shows that break 2 and 3 at every turn, this weekday late-night slot is much worse, topping out at around 0.7%, with the occasional eye-catching installment getting up to 0.9%, but nothing higher. The programs are also strange, with storytellers, treasure hunters, and boxers. Chun-ran only had one feeling, quite playful. The one with the highest ratings at the moment is Tomato Satellite TV's Magic Munchkin, which starts at 10 p.m. It's a program where babies under the age of 5 go up to show off their talents, and the Magic Munchkin is chosen through voting. The show is quite watchable, raking in ratings of up to 0.9% and perennially dominating the late-night #1 slot. This made Chun-ran a little difficult. Late-night programs he rarely watched. I used to go to bed later, but most of the time I went to my phone and either read novels or played games. Who watches TV? Now to do with this time period, he's all a bit confused. The good thing was that there was plenty of time, and he wasn't in too much of a hurry. In the afternoon quite early when Mom and Dad began to cook, Chun-ran has not been in the house to stay, after all, is back to celebrate the new year, has been busy working is not called a thing. When he saw his parents were busy, he went to help. They had New Year's Eve dinner quite early on their side, and around 5 p.m., they heard the sound of firecrackers outside. After the meal was ready, Chun Junhai also gave Chun-ran a plate of firecrackers and told him to go out and light them. Is this side of the custom, before eating New Year's Eve dinner, need to point firecrackers is what illusion Chun-ran forgot but passed down according to do is. He didn't smoke, so he got a lighter from his father before running out. Lighting the fire, he threw the firecracker outside and ran straight into the house, slamming the door behind him. And there was a crackle outside that blew up so loud you couldn't hear anything. Wait for it to die down before returning to the dinner table. Chun-ran looked at the table full of food and could feel the strong flavor of the new year. He also received a message from Zhang Fanji. I'm back in Lin City, just arrived home. It was only a message, but Chun-ran felt in a pleasant mood and also a bit inexplicably jumpy. The two chatted for a while, and it was time to eat. Chun-ran typed a line, kind of missed you, but after a moment's hesitation, he deleted all the words and retyped 4 words, Happy New Year. After waiting for a while, Zhang Fanji also returned a message. Happy New Year. Chapter 105. Don't get me wrong. I remember when I was a kid on New Year's Eve, I basically saw no one except for dinner. Followed the little ones around everywhere, scurrying throughout the town. Now and then it's the other way around. After New Year's Eve dinner you stay home and either watch TV or swipe your cell phone. Chun-ran followed his parents to watch the Spring Festival Gala. When I was a child, I felt that the Spring Festival Gala can be boring, especially the sketches and comedy and other programs. It is not clear that a few people in the top of the chatter chat what is the meaning of it. But by now, it turns out that the funniest ones are instead just comedy and sketches. When it was almost 12 o'clock, Chun-ran received quite a few New Year's Eve messages, mostly from a group of co-workers. He went to the internet and searched for one, then mass mailed it as well. Lin Fan replied back with a Happy New Year, then said, Group sending to me as well, you're also too perfunctory. Chun-ran replied back, I at least sent it out in a group, you didn't even send it out in a group, so don't say I'm perfunctory. Lin Fan? He's not thinking of posting it again on time. He pulled a few words with Lin Fan, and then called Director Zhang's number. It was 12 o'clock, but no one goes to bed this early on New Year's Eve unless they're drunk. The call was answered, and the background sound inside was also the Spring Festival. Uncle, Happy Chinese New Year. Chun-ran laughed. Director Zhang laughed. You too. Happy Chinese New Year. Uncle and nephew chatted. Chan Ran heard Zhang Rui's staggering voice behind her. It seems that Zhang Fanji took her something. A little bit of jumping and fussing. Aunt Yoon reprimanded twice before she quieted down. Chan Ran hung up the phone and saw his mother looking at him, wanting to speak. Mom, what's wrong? Chan Ran asked. Song Hui asked. Did you just pay your respects to the leader? Chan Ran nodded his head and said, Uncle Zhang has been quite good to me when I was going to the entertainment channel, and now I'm going to the satellite TV. He's been helping out. What's going on with you and his girl? Song Hai asked tentatively. Chan Ran played dumb and said, Mom, what are you talking about? Song Hui knew that her son didn't want to talk about it, glanced at him and didn't pursue it, but just said, If you have a girlfriend, don't hide it from us. Now that you've graduated, we can't wait for you to find one. Not yet. If there is one, I will definitely tell you, Chun Ran said with certainty. On the contrary, Song Hui thought about this sentence. Chun Ran said the word temporary. It should mean that he has a goal. Just looking at Chun Ran's temper, he definitely wouldn't say anything even if he asked. From the New Year's Eve after the next day around, the neighbors began to go door to door. Chun Ran's family has come to a lot of people. Some of them are relatives, and some of them are Dad's friends. He had to go down and chat with them, too, or it was rude, and he didn't have much time to settle down and think about his work. Turning to the third year, Chun Ran had to go back to the TV station. Zhaonan TV's annual leave also has rules. For example, Chun Ran, such as just joined a year, the vacation is very short. Work longer will be a little more, but not more than a few days. Compared to people who take a break of more than half a month, he is certainly short, but there are still guarding the front line waiting for the rotation, much more miserable than he is. It's only been a few days since I came back. The new year isn't even over yet. Is it that busy? Chun Yao asked. On the side, Chun Junhai said, Your brother doesn't want to go either. You don't see the TV program broadcasting every day. It must be busy. Chun Ran didn't explain too much and said with a smile, You'll know when you go to work yourself, Yao Yao. I have to go first. Yo-Yo, remember to dial my number when you want to go back to school. Chun Yao said, I'll be going to Lin City in a while. She and Zhang Rui had arranged to meet some time later, and she definitely couldn't wait until school started to go back. Moreover, Chun Yao's new song is going to be online, and it's not a good idea to be nervous at home alone, so she has to drag Zhang Rui along. Although she hadn't thought about going down the singer route and hadn't shown her face in the videos she posted online, it was at least the first song of her life, and she would always hope for a good result. Chun Ran knew that she was going to find Zhang Rui and was not surprised. Father Chun Junhai thought for a while on the sidelines and said to Chun Ran, We keep all the money you send back. It's not convenient to come and go like this. Why don't you go buy a car? These 2 months Chun Ran sent back more and more money. The family has no debt. The money cannot be used. Husband and wife at home cannot spend any money. They earn more than they can use up, all to Chun Ran to save up. These few times Chun Ran came back are more troublesome, although it is said that driving is not necessarily faster than the high-speed rail, but it is better than the convenience, say go, say come. Chun Ran said, I'll buy the car, you guys keep the money first. This month's salary is also going to be paid. When the time comes to settle the program proceeds, I have a lot of money. Chun Junhai knows his son's temperament and did not persuade, just said, Line, you have a good heart. This money we save also cannot be used. When you want to use, you take it is. Chun Ran packed up his things, and after saying goodbye to his mom and dad, he went straight back to Lin City. He had traveled from his home in the afternoon, and by the time he arrived in the City of Prosperity, it was past 7 o'clock, and the lights were on. After leaving the high-speed train station, Chun Ran saw that the surrounding area was a bit cold. Because it was the third day of the year, still celebrating the new year, people were not willing to come out. The weather was a bit cold. Chun Ran moved his fingers and let out a long breath. He was about to go over and get a cab when he was startled to realize that there was a car ahead of him that looked very familiar. I suppose no? Chun Ran's heart beat a little faster and hesitated for a moment. Drip. The car horn blared twice. The window came down and in the driver's seat sat a familiar figure. Although he was wearing a mask and a hat, Chun Ran recognized it at a glance. And with those eyes like clear water, Chun Ran couldn't mistake them. Chun Ran inhaled and froze a bit. When he left from home, he told Zhang Fanji that he was going back to Linshur, and also said that it was a high-speed train ticket in the afternoon, but said roughly not even the exact time, and planned to go to Zhang's house only after buying something later. After all, at the end of the year, it's good to come and pay your respects. It never occurred to him that Zhang Fanji would pick him up at the high-speed train. After all, it was only a vague time that was stated, so if she was late, wouldn't she miss it? No, it's also possible that it won't come late. Drip. Zhang Fanji waited for a while, saw that Chun Ran was still in the same place, and pressed the horn twice with force. Chun Ran returned to his senses and hurriedly jogged over. Opened the car door into the passenger side, full of smiles, and asked, "Why are you here? It's New Year's Eve today. Why aren't you at home? I was planning to go to your house later." Zhang Fanji was a little uncomfortable by his gaze. Her eyes looked at the windshield, her earlobes slightly reddened. "It's a little stuffy at home. I came out to get some air. Don't get me wrong. Who's so bored that air can come to the high-speed train station?" Chun Ran had never heard of it anyway. He couldn't suppress a smile at the corner of his mouth and nodded repeatedly. "Uh-huh. I didn't misunderstand." No misunderstanding indeed. Chapter 106. I'm also a very petty person. Chun Ran felt that he knew enough about Zhang Fanji's temperament, but sometimes he felt that it was not enough. Let's say it was now. According to Chun Ran's understanding, it was impossible for her temperament to come to the high-speed train station to wait for Chun Ran because of an undetermined time. Given that time, she would have preferred to tweet first and then immediately call a minute apart, having to ask for the time. This was the reason why Chun Ran would be so surprised when he saw her. Zhang Fanji turned her head, saw Chun Ran looking at her with a smile on his face, twisted back and asked, "What are you smiling about?" "Of course I'm smiling because I'm happy," Chun Ran said rightfully. Zhang Fanji asked, "Before the new year is over, you're rushing over to work? Is this still fun?" Chun Ran looked at her and said honestly, "Mainly because of seeing you." Zhang Fanji was about to start the car. When she heard his words, the pupils inside her beautiful eyes opened for a moment. Her hands squeezed the steering wheel tightly. Her eyes didn't have a landing spot. "You came to pick me up on purpose today, right?" Chun Ran asked. Zhang Fanji denied. "No, said it was out for air." "How did Breathable come to the high-speed train station?" Chun Ran pursued. Zhang Fanji said, "I like crowded places." Chun Ran was dumbfounded. With her current fame, how could she possibly like to walk around in crowded places? If one is not careful enough to be recognized, it will surely be troublesome. And Zhang Fanji is a more homely person. When the mood is bad that time, House in the House almost did not go out. Chun Ran saw that her neck was almost red, and her eyes never dared to look over, so he didn't continue to pursue the matter. Instead, he said, "When I got back, my parents asked me about talking about my girlfriend." Zhang Fanji asked, "Did your sister say that?" "No, how dare my sister say that?" Chun Ran said, "Last time we talked on the phone, my parents heard some of it." Zhang Fanji turned her head. Her face had calmed down quite a bit, and she asked as if it was unusual, "What did you tell your uncle and aunt?" Chun Ran asked, "What do you think I should say?" Zhang Fanji said uncomfortably, "I don't know." Chun Ran sat up straight, looked at the streetlight in front of him, and slowly said, "I'll give them the word that it's a misunderstanding. After all, we're fake. We don't know when we're going to break up. And if we let them have expectations, it's going to be hard when they fall short." Zhang Fanji frowned slightly and said, "I said you don't have to hide it." Chun Ran said seriously, "But it's fake." Zhang Fanji said, "Does it matter if it's true or not?" Chun Ran said, "It's important to me." Chun Ran's gaze was warm, but Zhang Fanji felt a little breathless. She opened her mouth to say something, but hesitated. At this moment, the phone rang, and Zhang Fanji, as if relieved, hastily answered the phone. "Gigi, why aren't you back yet? Have you received Chun Ran yet?" It was very quiet inside the car, and Director Zhang's voice was clearly visible. Chun Ran couldn't help but let out a laugh. A faint blush appeared on Zhang Fanji's always fair face, and she hurriedly said, "Come back immediately." After saying this, she immediately hung up the phone. Being called by a phone call, the slightly serious atmosphere of a moment ago faded slightly. When Zhang Fanji saw Chun Ran still laughing, she was a bit annoyed and said, "What are you laughing at?" Chun Ran added, "Of course I smile only when I'm happy." Zhang Fanji gave him an exasperated look as she listened to his words, which were exactly the same as earlier. "Go back first," Zhang Fanji said in a muffled voice, starting the car. On the way, Chun Ran didn't continue the topic from earlier. He knew Zhang Fanji's temperament and probably hadn't thought it through. But everything was looking up, and there was no need to be in such a hurry for him. It didn't live up to his expectations, so that was good enough. Zhang Fanji usually has a more eager character, but this aspect is unexpectedly warm, and it is not good to push it. Chun Ran asked, "Are you going to release a single after the year?" Zhang Fanji hummed. "It should be." Chun Ran said, "It will be busier then, right?" Zhang Fanji nodded. Chen Ran had wanted to say that if he needed a song, he could find him. But I don't know what's going on. I just can't open my mouth. Chen Ran had many classic songs inside his head. If he could write them with Zhang Fanji, they would definitely be much better than the ones she had collected on her own, mainly because there were quite a few of them. But he has his own selfishness. Because of the red-hot initial dream, Zhang Fanji was already busy enough now, and if she wrote another song for her, her fame might go even higher. Will Zhang Fanji be even busier with all the endorsements and commercials? We see each other almost once a month now, and then, not only was Zhang Fanji torn, he was also torn. I guess you can't find many people who are as petty as he is. Chen Ran smiled to himself. Chen Ran didn't want the atmosphere to fall silent, and picked up some things about the TV station to talk to Zhang Fanji. Because director Zhang had been working at the TV station, Zhang Fanji had learned by ear and was familiar with the station, so the conversation wouldn't be too boring. If I go to a satellite TV, I'll make a big production program and invite you over as a resident guest. What do you think? Chen Ran asked. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips. Not good. She was saying that, but she was also thinking about what kind of scene that would be. But she's just a singer, fresh out of the gate. What kind of variety show would have her as a permanent guest? It's not a sure thing. Maybe by the time Chen Ran is able to follow through with a big production show, she'll already be a hit. The atmosphere was pretty relaxed along the way. Because it was the third day of the year, there were not many cars on the road, and soon arrived at the Zhang family neighborhood. Zhang Fanji drove the car over and parked it, and Chen Ran got out of the car with her. The two were about to walk side by side when their arms synchronized, the backs of their hands touched, and their bodies stiffened at the same time. Chen Ran's heart was beating a little fast, and he felt that her hands were so cold again. He was of the body heat variety, and his hands never got cold, even in winter. Zhang Fanji was the opposite. The back of her hand was cold, like jade in winter. Chen Ran didn't bother to look at Zhang Fanji, nor did he deliberately get out of the way. Zhang Fanji lowered her head, her breathing a little uneven, and likewise didn't dodge, walking side by side with Chen Ran. It was only when they reached the elevator that Zhang Fanji pulled away a little. It was director Zhang who opened the door. He watched the duo return and wondered, there shouldn't be any traffic jams these days. Why are you back so late? It was me who delayed for a while. Uncle, Auntie, Happy New Year, Chen Ran said, a little embarrassed again. Just now, Zhang Fanji drove him all the way back and didn't even have time to buy a gift. Coming to the door empty-handed on New Year's Eve is a bit awkward. But director Zhang and Aunt Yoon didn't care about that and hurriedly let Chen Ran in. Come on in, just waiting for you guys to eat. Aunt Yoon took another look at Zhang Fanji. She had just peeled off her mask and now her face was a bit flushed, so she busily asked, it's cold outside like this? You're freezing your face red even with the mask on. Have some soup first. Zhang Fanji paused and didn't say anything, but only glanced at Chen Ran, and her face turned a little redder. Chapter 107, It's Rising in Interest. Director Zhang was very happy today. He originally proposed to take wine out to drink. After being strongly opposed by Aunt Yoon, he muttered, I don't want to drink either. There's nothing good about this wine thing. I just feel happy and drink to cheer up. Who says you have to drink to be happy? After drinking and making a mess everywhere, who else is happy but you? Aunt Yoon was adamantly against it. The last time her husband drank with Chen Ran, he kept talking nonsense in the middle of the night, and she couldn't sleep listening to him, but she couldn't fight with someone who was intoxicated, and if she wanted to avoid a similar situation, she could only be determined not to let him drink. It's the middle of the year, how bad would it be to really get him drunk? Director Zhang muttered, if you don't drink it, what's the point of talking so much? Aunt Yoon gave her husband a blank look. This guy's temper was like that. Sometimes when guests or relatives came, he would occasionally drink some wine, which Aunt Yoon usually ignored. But it was different with Chen Ran. The wine was not drunk because he was so happy. Most of what he told after drinking was nonsense. Director Zhang himself belonged to the category of those who talked a bit too much when they were drunk, and he hadn't stopped when he was slightly drunk last time, so what if he was really drunk this time? This was not only known by Aunt Yoon. Even Zhang Fanji's sisters were well aware of this, and had no intention of helping out with Aunt Yun's behavior. Uncle Zhang originally wanted to ask Chen Ran to help him say a word, but thinking that his daughter was also there, he resigned. Chen Ran, who was stuffing his head to eat, suddenly felt that someone was looking at him, and when he looked up, he happened to run into Zhang Fanji's gaze as if nothing had happened. Chen Ran smiled at her, and Zhang Fanji frowned slightly and turned her head away. When Zhang Rui saw this scene, she didn't know how she felt a little sour in her heart. Both Mom and Dad and Chen Ran and Zhang Fanji seemed to get along well. except for her who was a bit redundant. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun also inquired about Chun Ran's situation at home. Chun Ran was able to hear the asides in their words and just smiled and said that everything was fine, and that although he was back, he had his sister with him. Do your parents know about you and Gigi? Director Zhang suddenly asked. The two of them had been wanting to bring Zhang Fanji and Chun Ran home to meet their parents, but they had forgotten the most basic thing. Chun Ran was asked and froze. How could he answer? If he said he knew, he would definitely have to show his face later. And what about Uncle Zhang's smooth talk of inviting Mom and Dad over to play? Not yet. Chun Ran finally answered truthfully. Seeing that Director Zhang was a bit confused, Chun Ran added, My parents are both acute and have been expecting me to find a girlfriend since I graduated. And if they knew that I had a girlfriend, they would definitely push me to get married earlier. Both Gigi and I have unstable jobs right now, and I want to give them the word only when we stabilize. Director Zhang's wrinkled brow loosened slightly. He naturally knew that both Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji were now in the rising stage of their careers. Neither could afford to delay. They likewise want the two to get married early, but they have to be realistic about it. You will be okay, as long as you can enter the satellite TV. It won't take long to be able to stabilize. It is the branch here. Director Zhang did not finish, but everyone knows what he means. Zhang Fanji is the one who is the most unstable, flying around all day long. How can you not get married in this situation? Zhang Fanji frowned slightly. She didn't expect how the topic came to her. Zhang Rui whispered from the side. Dad, sis is only 24. It's too early to get married. Director Zhang glanced at his youngest daughter and said nothing. But Zhang Rui choked in her heart. The look clearly said, What do you know? Aunt Yun, who hadn't opened her mouth, said, 24 isn't too young. Back when your father and I got married, we were also 24. Zhang Rui muttered. What kind of era is that for you guys? Although it was said in a low voice, the sound was heard by everyone, and two black lines floated on Aunt Yun's forehead. Zhang Rui dared not speak at once. Chun Ran felt that this meal was a bit hard to eat because the conversation behind it all centered around him. He looked over at Zhang Fanji and realized that she was eating her food as if it was her usual routine, looking as if she didn't have a care in the world. This atmosphere lasted until the meal was over, and only then did Chun Ran let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that Zhang Fanji still had that expression, Chun Ran took advantage of the time when Aunt Yun and Uncle Zhang were cleaning up the dishes to knee-touch Zhang Fanji. She completely did not expect the usually serious Chun Ran to suddenly hit her with his knee, and suddenly let out a "ya." Zhang Rui was sitting on the sofa, and when she heard her sister's shout, she hurriedly turned her head and asked, What's wrong? Zhang Fanji's willow eyebrows were wrinkled as she looked at Chun Ran without saying a word, and in the face of her sister's question, she just said as if nothing had happened, There is static electricity. Static electricity? Zhang Rui glanced at her sister suspiciously. Zhang Fanji's face had long since calmed down. She didn't see anything at all. It was Chun Ran who couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Zhang Fanji used the same excuse he used last time, and Aunt Yun even told him to try to buy cotton clothes. Is this guy that lazy? The excuses have to be repeated. Zhang Fanji noticed that Chun Ran was smiling and frowned to kick Chun Ran as well. But at this time, Director Zhang just happened to walk over. Her plan fizzled, and she could only glance at Chun Ran as if to make him remember. Because Chun Ran had to go to work the next day, Chun Ran had to rush back, and it was still Zhang Fanji who gave him a ride. Zhang Fanji looked a little reluctant, but silently put her coat on, not forgetting her hat and mask. In the past, Zhang Fanji's fame wasn't as big as it is now, and she only needed a mask, but her popularity has soared, and she is easily recognized just by wearing a mask. Now that she was wearing a hat, it would be hard to recognize that this was Zhang Xiun unless she was like Chun Ran, someone who was very familiar with her eyes. When he arrived outside, Chun Ran was again walking side by side with Zhang Fanji, who was of average height and wore high heels to the position of Chun Ran's eyebrows. Chun Ran turned his head sideways, so he could see the top of her head and the slightly exhaled hot air. The lights inside the neighborhood were a bit dim, but Chun Ran was able to see Zhang Fanji's hair flying through the lights. The two walked side by side towards the parking spot. Chun Ran sat on the passenger side, feeling that it was a wise move not to buy a car for the time being. It seemed that, because of what had just happened, Zhang Fanji didn't say much. Most of it was spoken by Chun Ran, and she hummed a couple of perfunctory sounds. You go back and have a good rest. I'll work tomorrow. If I remember correctly, you're still 2 meals short of me. I have time in the evening. Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji frowned. It was a meal. Chun Ran showed his teeth and smiled. It used to be a meal, but now it's gone up in interest. Zhang Fanji looked at him expressionlessly, but Chun Ran didn't care and smiled as he waved to Zhang Fanji before turning to leave. Zhang Fanji did not hesitate to slap on the horn when he turned around, and with a sudden honk, Chun Ran was scared to death. She watched the scene and felt steeply better before she drove off. Chapter 108: The Ability to Make Things Up. Chun Ran got up early today. He casually washed up and then went down in his gym clothes to run a few laps around the house. The last time he was teased by Chun Yao that he should exercise, he felt that his body was a bit poor even though he didn't say anything. A few times I said I wanted to work out, but it ended up being starting tomorrow. This time is kind of determined to stick with it. Well, he is still young, it's not good to get sub-healthy. The gym is out of the question, but a morning run is still doable. I hadn't run before and didn't feel it, but after the run I wasn't as tired as I thought I would be, but I was in much better spirits than when I woke up. Today was the first day of work after the new year, but there were a lot of people. Chun Ran walked over along the way and met quite a few people who greeted him. He hasn't been on the entertainment channel for too long, but he's not a bad person. After all, someone who is good-looking, has a great job, and has a pretty good temper, everyone will be happy to reach out. What's more, Chun Ran also won an award at the annual meeting, which was considered the first person who was in a local station but took the best planning award from a satellite channel in such a long time, so everyone was more kind to him. Lin Fan greeted Chun Ran, and seeing that he had a smile on his face all the time, he couldn't help but say, "Seeing that you're quite happy today, could it be that a happy event is near?" Chun Ran glanced at him. What kind of words did this man ask? He laughed. Who isn't happy in this new year? Lin Fan did not say anything, but he felt that Chun Ran this happy with them obviously different. He did not dwell on it, but asked, "About that late-night slot in the satellite TV, the program, you have an idea yet?" Chun Ran said, "It's still being studied for the time being, but none of the above have winded down yet, so there's no rush first. Until now, all that has been heard is gossip, and even Superintendent Yang Chijuan has not explicitly said so. There's no word on late night on weekdays, small productions, how much funding is given. These are the reasons that make Chun Ran cannot make a decision, now can only read the information in the heart of the alternative, really want to determine what program, but also to wait for the station notice." The two of them casually chatted for a while, and when it was time for the meeting, they saw Director Liu, who appeared to be in better spirits. Director Liu Xianlong, last year slightly unlucky, stalled on the matter of Fang Qingying, but also considered lucky because the channel out of the two quite hot programs, it is a blessing and a curse. Today was the first day of work for the new year, and he dyed his hair black over, just to ring in the new year. They say it's a new year and he's kind of starting from scratch. Director Liu wished everyone a happy Chinese New Year before getting to the point and mentioning the ratings of the programs that aired during the 3 days of the Chinese New Year. Lyrics and the microphone challenge are perfect to miss this time, but when it was recorded there was a Chinese New Year bash version recorded, so I'm just waiting for it to air tomorrow to see how it goes. These 2 days the satellite TV are all great, each family's spring festival gala to dazzle people. The program Erase a Wonderful, Please the Stars are also one more than a big name. With such a bombardment of competing programs, not many people are willing to watch their local channel, so the ratings are in relative decline. It's kind of a routine operation. Director Liu Xianlong is just talking about it, and not focusing on it, so I can't blame the program for the problem. This was followed by a chat about the upcoming revamp of the Metro channel. In the past, the Entertainment channel and the Metropolitan channel were neck and neck and could not close the gap, but the ratings of the Entertainment channel have skyrocketed in the past 2 months, and it has become the only one under the satellite TV, which is 1 notch higher than the Metropolitan channel. Although the urban channel revamp and this does not have much to do with, but also cannot be underestimated, the program arrangement also has a lot to say, and I heard that there is a big killer new program in the preparations, that the column group did not take a vacation over the new year, want to do it as soon as possible. Director Liu Xianlong is talking about this because he wants everyone not to slack off, to do a good job with the program, and to try to get the ratings share to the next level. In fact, when talking about the new program of the Metropolitan channel, Director Liu even gave Chun Ran a special look, and he also knew that the program planning of the Metropolitan channel was written by Chun Ran. If in normal times he might not have paid so much attention with so many local channels, everyone has a new program to do every now and then, it doesn't matter if you wind up with a big show, the key is to look at the ratings. But the planning was written by Chun Ran, and he was really a bit vain. Knowing Chun Ran's resume, carefully counting a circle down, the programs he has followed are bursting into flames. The local channels have all these viewers, and if this new show is too good, it's their Entertainment channel's share of the ratings that will be stolen when the time comes. Director Liu did not blame Chun Ran's intention. After all, is the director of the command down, just think that this guy is a little powerful. The urban channel can be a lot of people. The director of the people do not look for their own people, but instead to look for Chun Ran, is how much optimistic about him. The Best Planner award is won by someone every year, and I don't see them channeling to get help. The most likely reason is because Chun Ran is in the local channel, the planning of several programs are one person to complete the main body, and all of them burst into flames. Director Liu sometimes wondered if Chun Ran had stayed with the entertainment channel. With his ability, he would have definitely taken the entertainment channel to the next level. But that's not going to happen. As good as the entertainment channel is, it's still just a local station and the pool is too small. Director Liu retrieved his thoughts and adjourned the meeting. When everyone was about to leave, he wanted to have a chat with Chun Ran and was trying to inquire about the news about the new program on the Metro channel. The program planning was given directly to the director at first, so he didn't know about it. But after a moment's hesitation, it was abandoned. Calling Chun Ran now might give him mental pressure to think that he has an opinion of him here. You can find out for yourself if you ask around anyway, so you won't give a in the new year. Afternoon. Lin Fan looked at Chun Ran strangely and said, "What's your emergency today?" Chun Ran froze and said, "No, why do you ask?" Lin Fan said, "Just this half hour, you've looked up at the time many times. There is a clock in the room, hanging on the wall." Chun Ran raised his head by a large margin, and Lin Fan is not blind, so he can naturally see it. He was feeling more curious. Usually Chun Ran was very focused when he was at work and rarely looked up to check the time. Today it was more strange. Chun Ran also reacted, slightly embarrassed, and blabbered, "I was researching why people feel that time passes slowly when they stare at a clock, but when they don't pay attention, it passes very quickly." Lin Fan laughed. "Actually, I'm also doing research on the refrigerator that is open and the light is on, but before it is opened, is the refrigerator's light on or off?" Chun Ran was stunned. "What's the point of your research?" Lin Fan hemmed and hawed. "It doesn't mean much, but it can be perfunctory." Chun Ran sort of understand this guy damaged people was about to talk nonsense with Lin Fan, but the cell phone rang. "I'll get off work first, you keep studying how to perfume people." Chun Ran waved his hand with Lin Fan and ran off in a hurry. Only Lin Fan was left standing there, looking at Chun Ran's back with a dumbfounded expression. Chapter 109. The Moon is Beautiful. Car. Zhang Fanji looked at Chun Ran and said, "Actually, you can go slowly. I don't lack that little bit of time." "What?" Chun Ran didn't react for a moment. It was only when he saw Zhang Fanji's expression that he slowed down to what it meant. Chun Ran jogged over every time he got out of the elevator and would wait for his breath to even out before getting in the car when he got outside. He had always thought that Zhang Fanji hadn't seen it, but he hadn't expected her to see it clearly. Chun Ran was a bit embarrassed, but didn't explain why he had jogged over when he hadn't even noticed it himself. Chun Ran changed the topic and asked, "Where are we going?" "I don't know." "No, you invited me for dinner. How come you don't know where to go?" Chun Ran wondered. "I rarely eat out. I don't know where it's good." Zhang Fanji said honestly. She socializes very little and has few friends of this temperament. After deciding in middle school that I wanted to take up singing, I spent most of my time struggling and being a bit out of step with my peers. When everyone was in groups, she went alone to work odd jobs, and when everyone else was playing on vacation, she was in training classes. High school still does, and it seems very out of place. When she got to college, she came home without an odd job or training, but she had no friends left. She's alone, going to a restaurant for dinner? Now it's with even less. When I was in Huahai, there was still Sister Lin accompanying me, and I would occasionally go out for a stroll. Back in the proverbial city, basically at home. Other than singing, he probably took pleasure in bullying Zhang Rui. Chun Ran knew quite a bit about Zhang Fanji's affairs, and hearing her talk like this, he felt a bit stuffy in his heart. He thought for a moment and said, "I rarely eat out either, but some time ago a colleague mentioned a private kitchen that tasted great, mainly because it wasn't crowded and was quieter. Why don't we try it?" This was something that Lin Fan had brought up when he chatted with him from time to time, saying that this place tasted delicious, but it was just expensive. Although Chun Ran doesn't have much money now, it's completely different from the poor one who just went to work, and he doesn't care if it's expensive, not to mention that there's also Zhang Fanji, a rich woman. Zhang Fanji nodded and said, "You search for a navigation and send it to me." Chun Ran did as he was told, not only sent the navigation but also booked in advance on the internet, but also fortunately, this private kitchen is also open at the end of the year, otherwise he really could not find another place. Not a moment later, Director Zhang called, "Chun Ran, you left early? Harm. Why don't you wait for me to go back together?" Chun Ran glanced at Zhang Fanji and said with slight embarrassment, "Uncle, Gigi and I plan to go out for a stroll, so we'll leave first." Director Zhang aired, obviously not expecting Chun Ran and his daughter to be together, and afterwards said happily, That's fine. You guys have fun. After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone. Looking at Zhang Fanji, who was driving seriously, Chun Ran was a bit distracted. He rarely came out with Zhang Fanji like this. Most of the time, it was Zhang Fanji who came to pick him up and then went straight back to the Zhang family. The last time it came out like this, it was during a movie, wasn't it? Although it had only been a few months, Chun Ran felt like a long time had passed. This private kitchen is really the same as Lin Fan said. The location is a bit remote, very secluded, there are no hotels or anything like that around, and there are not many guests, so this kind of place is just right, perfect for it. Zhang Fanji wore a mask and a hat, and was not too conspicuous in the middle of winter. Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji entered the private room, and it was quite quiet with just the two of them. With the menu in hand, Chun Ran ordered a few dishes before handing it over to Zhang Fanji. Zhang Fanji didn't take the menu and just looked at Chun Ran. Her favorite foods were all ordered by Chun Ran. How do you know what I like to eat? My parents, and they said so? Chun Ran laughed. No, usually when you're not at home, Aunt Yoon cooks all of Uncle's favorite dishes, but every time you come back, there's always a few more. It's not hard to notice, right? Zhang Fanji pursed her lips slightly, her expression somewhat unnatural. It's not hard to be mindful of this, but it's also important to be intentional about it. The food was served quickly. The flavor of this private kitchen was indeed very good, and Chun Ran was quite satisfied. Remember, Lin Fan doesn't have a girlfriend? He came here to eat alone? At this time, Zhang Fanji's cell phone rang with a video call request. She took it out, frowned unnoticeably, glanced slightly at Chun Ran, and hung up without moving. Is it Aunt Yoon? Chun Ran asked. Zhang Fanji said, No, it's Rui. Why don't you answer it? She's nothing serious, too rowdy. Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran heard funny, no wonder Chun Yao gave Zhang Rui the nickname of haunting, even Zhang Fanji said so. It is estimated that it is really quite capable of haunting. As soon as Zhang Fanji's words left her mouth, her cell phone rang again and she continued to hang up. After 3 consecutive times, there was finally no movement there. When checking out, the waiter advised that it had already been checked out. Zhang Fanji frowned and looked at Chun Ran. Didn't you say it was my treat? Chun Ran patted his head and said, I forget, usually when I go out to eat with people, I am embarrassed to fight with people. Pay first in advance. Forget this time, said it as you please. Zhang Fanji looked at him and said, How much is it? I'll transfer it to you on WeChat later. Chun Ran said, It's too much trouble. Why don't you count this meal as my treat, so that you still owe me too? Zhang Fanji didn't say anything either, so she just kept staring at him. Chun Ran coughed, looked outside and said, The moon is so beautiful tonight. Zhang Fanji let out a breath and didn't pursue him for playing dumb. The waiter looked at the back of the two left, frowned tightly. The heart is sour, muttered. People sitting in the front desk, dog food in the sky. The New Year's work I'm easy to do. Zhang Fanji was the one who sent Chun Ran home first. On the way, Chun Ran couldn't help but feel amused. What are you laughing at? Zhang Fanji asked. Chun Ran said, Just now where we ate. All men drove the car. Women came down from the passenger side, just the two of us in reverse. Zhang Fanji said, If you feel embarrassed, you can buy a car yourself. Chun Ran shook his head and said, Cars are too expensive. Can't afford it. Rubbing your car is fine. Zhang Fanji didn't say anything. She did know that Chun Ran's salary wasn't bad, and the program he did was so good, whether it was the bonus or the program's share of the profits was quite high, so how could he not be able to afford to buy a car? Upon arrival, Chun Ran asked, Do you want to go up and have a seat? Zhang Fanji shook her head. I'll leave first. Chun Ran wasn't disappointed, and waved to Zhang Fanji as he turned to leave. Zhang Fanji watched Chun Ran's back disappear before she took out her cell phone. It showed several missed calls, all from Sister Lin. She dialed back, and Tao Lin's relieved voice came over the line. What were you doing? Turning on the video and not answering the phone when you called? Zhang Fanji paused before saying, Scampering relatives with mom and dad. In a relative's home to pick up a phone call will be how? Tao Lin muttered and said, Well, do not talk about this. I'll give you I found a song, and so on. We'll send you WeChat. You look at it to see if it is suitable to do a new single. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Fanji looked at the two words Sister Lin and was slightly distracted. Chapter 110 Balance. The next day, Chun Ran was in a good mood. When he went to work, he purposely bought a bottle of drink, and when he met Lin Fan, he handed it to him in passing. Lin Fan took the water and froze. What is this for? Chun Ran is usually quite generous. Lunch break these will buy water treats, but this morning and cold weather he is not thirsty. Chun Ran smiled. The private chef you recommended tastes quite good. This is a thank you gift. A private chef? Lin Fan didn't react at first. After savoring it, the whole thing was bad. This kind of relatively remote place. Chun Ran definitely couldn't have gone alone, and looking at how happy he was, it didn't take his head to figure it out. That place was where he went on a blind date that didn't work out, only remembering that the private kitchen tasted okay. This comparison, this contrast, made Lin Fan feel a sense of solidarity in his heart. It's okay. It's okay. I can also find that girl with eyes full of me. Lin Fan comforted himself in his heart. But when I thought about being 29, I couldn't stop the sadness. And I didn't get over it until the official start of work. Chun Ran was called over by Director Yang. Something about the Metro Channel program. Because the planning was written by Chun Ran, that side wanted Chun Ran to go over and help out. Chun Ran nodded his head in agreement, and since he had written the program out, he definitely hoped to do a good job. The Metro Channel is moving fast because of the revamp, the program has to be expedited, and some of the people in the True Column team did not take a break on New Year's Eve. Chun Ran is the first time to come to this channel. Most of the people do not recognize, a few just met on the way to work, more familiar. He didn't know anyone else, but they knew him. The award at the annual meeting, coupled with this quite recognizable face, is still quite easy to recognize. The old brothers here spoke quite nicely, praising Chun Ran all the time from the moment they saw him. If Chun Ran didn't know how many kilograms he weighed, he would probably be floating. After a few compliments, it was time to get to work. It's really just some of the problems with the show. The show looks like we know it and we try to do it in that direction, but it's the moral dimension. The chief planner voiced his opinions and concerns. It's kind of putting people's privacy on the table to say that there's always going to be a way to avoid these issues. This Chun Ran naturally considered, on Earth this type of program has been polarized in terms of public opinion since its inception. One thinks that the program is quite good, using other people's experiences to give viewers warning and inspiration to avoid such conflicts in their lives, while the other thinks that the TV station puts this kind of personal privacy in front of the public for the sake of eyeballs, which is a kind of unethical and bottomless behavior. And when this kind of program also really tends to the latter point, did not do the original intention of the program to be warned, all kinds of interruptions, debates, guidance, from the beginning to throw suspense, to let the conflict intensify, the human nature of the dark side of the amplification of these tactics also let the program change the taste. It's not like there were one or two of these types of programs that were called off back in the day. To this Chun Ran can only say that it is good to master a degree. The reason why I chose the truth is because within this type of program to master a degree to master quite well, inevitably some problems but did not cross the moral line. Chun Ran has been on the Metro Channel all day, discussing the plot with the program team. When the evening came, Chun Ran realized that his cell phone didn't ring and was slightly lost. He didn't go to Zhang's house. He acted a little active himself yesterday, and didn't want to give Zhang Fanji too much pressure, and wanted to let her take a breather, but he didn't expect to get a piece of news that made him freeze when he was chatting with Zhang Fanji in the evening. I'm going back to Wahai tomorrow. His breath stuttered, and he waited a few moments before coming back to his senses and asking, didn't you say you have to wait for news from the company? There's a new song to check out. Zhang Fanji returned very succinctly, and Chun Ran looked at these few words a little dazed. The fact that she was leaving so soon was something Chun Ran hadn't expected. Years ago, after some thought, he knew what he wanted and planned to slowly increase his weight in Zhang Fanji's heart during the time after the year. Just how many days has it been? Chun Ran tugged at his hair, his heart was a little hard. Was he acting a little anxious the last couple days? The Zhang Fanji he perceived was a paranoid person who wanted to sing because he wanted to sing and had worked hard for it from middle school and high school to college. All efforts are directed toward the goal, and such people are few and far between, yet not easily influenced by external objects. He didn't intend to do it overnight. He just wanted to use this time to promote their relationship. Now it feels like a miscalculation. The new song may be true, but it's just the beginning of the year, so there's no need to rush back unless there's an announcement from the company. Is it trying to escape? This night Chun Ran heart blocked some. Some cannot sleep. Pick up the phone, want to send a message to Zhang Fanji, but do not know what to say. Can only put the phone aside. Looking at the ceiling froze out of mind. At the same moment, the Zhang family. Zhang Fanji didn't fall asleep either, and in the darkness she leaned against the head of the bed, looking at her cell phone without saying a word. Outside, Zhang Rui was calling the door and wanted to come in, but Zhang Fanji just said that she was asleep and then didn't say anything again. What's going on? Zhang Rui was slightly confused, not knowing what was wrong with her sister. When he went to work the next day, Chun Ran was obviously a bit distracted. It's fine when discussing work. As long as it's idle, it's a bit of a walk in the park. Lin Fan was slightly puzzled. This was still full of spring yesterday. Why did he change today? What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood today? Lin Fan finally asked. Chan Ran returned to his senses and shook his head. No. Lin Fan was speechless, his heart written all over his face, and he still said no. He pondered for a moment and thought that Chun Ran might have gotten into trouble with his girlfriend. He'd seen this happen quite a bit, and his former college roommate had the same look on his face when he was in trouble with his girlfriend. Lin Fan consoled, "It's normal to have a conflict with your girlfriend. Sometimes both sides need to calm down. Put it aside for 2 days and then go back to communicating. It's much better than being angry when it's time to reason." Chun Ran glanced at him. Where did this guy realize the truth? Lin Fan added, "Really, people say that bedheads fight and bedtails make up. That's how it is. You wait for her to calm down a little and then go coax her. In fact, reasoning with a woman would be of little use. You have to coax her. After all, they are here to fall in love with you, not to find the other side of the defense." Lin Fan couldn't stop talking on the side, and Chun Ran rubbed his brow. This guy is talking out of his ass. Listen to him say he's never been in a relationship. Where did he get such a weird theory? The more he talked, the more outrageous he became. And even if Chun Ran was in a bad mood, he sounded amused. By him, the mood was slightly relaxed. Only the thought of Zhang Fanji leaving was inevitably a bit depressing. In fact, he pondered for half a night and thought that now he also felt that there were some problems in his thinking, and there was no need to be in such a hurry to make Zhang Fanji fall into a dilemma inside the choice. Either or, black or white, that's too absolute. Singing and falling in love, even getting married, if it is possible, to be able to find a balance in it. Chapter 111, Time to Buy a Car. Zhang Fanji still called Chun Ran before going to the airport. After connecting and being silent with each other for a while, Chun Ran laughed. "The company decided to release a new song for you. This is a good thing. Congratulations." Zhang Fanji hummed. "Thank you." Chun Ran said, "I didn't expect you to go back so early, but you still owe me 2 meals, which won't escape." Zhang Fanji was silent for a moment before saying, "Good. All right, you're going to catch your flight. Send me a message when you arrive." Chun Ran finished speaking and waited for Zhang Fanji to answer before hanging up the phone. He set the phone down on the table, the smile on his face narrowing slightly as he let out a long breath. He was thinking a lot about it and felt he had a thought process, but there was something in his heart that was ultimately uncomfortable. Having liked someone for the first time in 2 lifetimes combined, Chun Ran couldn't go back to his old blasé attitude as he confronted his thoughts. Lin Fan was feeling a little strange. Chun Ran, who was not right just now, had changed a bit after not much time had passed. There was none of the full-blooded look that he had just had, as if he was returning to his usual work routine. He patted Chun Ran and said with a smile, "Made up with your girlfriend? I told you it's always good to calm down." Chun Ran felt a little funny hearing him say that, but felt disrespected and could only nod solemnly to show that he wasn't perfunctory at all. While bored at work, he received news of Zhang Fanji's arrival in Huahai. Chun Ran thought for a moment and returned, "If you encounter any difficulties, you can talk to me." "Good." Zhang Fanji returned the message after a long interval. When he got off work, Chun Ran subconsciously looked at his cell phone and then smiled bitterly. "When I got downstairs and couldn't see the familiar car, I felt a little empty. It's time to buy a car." Chun Ran exhaled. The Chinese New Year binge edition of I Love to Remember song lyrics airs. Because it was already after the New Year holidays, the ratings were not affected by the various Chinese New Year parties, and not only did they not drop, but they went up a bit. This makes director Lu Xianlong overjoyed. All the local channels' ratings have not been affected too much. In addition to the Zhaonan focus, is Here They Are. Now, Challenge of the Microphone hasn't aired yet, but you can tell some of this by watching the lyrics memorization go by. These 2 shows are kind of awesome. They've gone all the way from the start and the ratings haven't weakened since they stabilized. Not to mention them, when the ratings report came out, people from other channels couldn't help but look a little sideways. Metro Channel, on the other hand, is focusing on the preparation of the True Love section. From now on, this program also has such a burst, and now can not just eyeballs tightening preparations want to speed up the progress. The Changs, Chun Yao and Zhang Rui, were whispering. Both of them were looking forward with anticipation and some apprehension. Today is the day her new song goes live. She came in early and got Rui Zhang to make a video for her to upload to inform her fans. After the video was reviewed and approved, the 2 of them had been staring at their phones, wanting to see the feedback from Chun Yao's fans. "Good to hear. Yo-Yo's new song? Love the lyrics. Billions of bloody books beg for the full version. I thought it was online, why can't I search? The two of them flipped through the comments, and Zhang Rui even read them out in a whisper. Chun Yao is saying that she doesn't want to move into the singing world. Singing is just a hobby, but the new song is her first work. Rather, it is still written by her brother Chun Ran, so she surely hopes to have a good result. The bottom of the video was full of favorable comments, and although most of these were Chun Yao's fans who were picking up on the good points, she couldn't stop being pleasant in her heart. Now just waiting for the song to go live at 8 p.m. Chun Ran was also at Zhang's house, and at this time he was sitting on the other side of the room with director Zhang, talking about the Guardian Channel program. This time on Thursday. Director Zhang frowned slightly, his fingers clenching involuntarily. The news is out about the late-night slot that's going to start early, Thursday at 10 p.m. And there is very little funding that can be given, not enough to hire a slightly famous celebrity in addition to the expenses of preparing for the show. Chun Ran knew the reason for director Zhang's frown, because at 10 o'clock on Thursday, it was Tomato TV's Magic Munchkin that he ran into. It's harder to make a mark when you're underfunded and in a bad time slot, and when you have a show like this. But any worse is relative, and it's certainly a lot better than being on a local channel. Now on Thursday late night is a show about the history of antiques, and the show is pretty entertaining, but the ratings are kind of underwhelming and it's totally one of the worst. The station is trying to redo a show, but doesn't think the slot is worth the heavy lifting. Tomato TV's Magic Munchkin is a bit deep, and trying to do better than it is not proportional to the inputs and rewards. It ended up being used in such a way that the funding was put forward so little money, and the rest is up to your creativity. Chun Ran pondered a little. In fact, things were a little worse than he thought. In advance, he thought of many alternative programs, but now he has eliminated most of them because of funding. He also didn't realize that the station would be so focused on value for money, and was too willing to part with his money. The news came out of a meeting a year ago, and the big production is that Friday is used to pick up an older show, but it's still in the planning stages. It's a little hard to top the late-night slot being set first, but it's a situation like this. Chun Ran, you have to think about it. Don't look at the program's low budget, but if it's done well, it's an opportunity for you. Director Zhang persuaded. Anymore, it's a TV channel, so if you can be the chief planner, you'll definitely have a better chance than the entertainment channel right now. It's not gains that are wanted, it's achievements and opportunities. I will strive for it. Chun Ran nodded. Director Zhang nodded gratefully and added, "Your program is written out. When the time comes, give it directly to Director Yang. Didn't you write a program with the Metropolitan Channel? When the time comes, the two directors will join hands to push for it. And if your program's problems aren't too big, it's very likely to fall into your hands." Chun Ran subconsciously nodded his head, then looked at Uncle Zhang again, remembering that the last time he went to the entertainment channel, it was Uncle Zhang who had to fight for the opportunity for him, and now Uncle Zhang couldn't help. Chun Ran said, "I've written the program and I still have to ask Uncle to take a look at it. Otherwise I can't make up my mind." Director Zhang glanced at Chun Ran and nodded with a smile. "All right, you can discuss with me if you have ideas." Chun Ran smiled on his face, but in his heart he was relieved. Just now he could feel that Uncle Zhang was a bit despondent when he spoke. Both his father, Chen Junhai, and Uncle Zhang have shared this sentiment. When he went to college, as well as came to work in Linshur, his father was silent for a long time without saying anything. After the uncle and nephew talk about the program, they talk about the TV station. Chun Yao over there said somewhat happily, "Brother, my new song is online." Chun Ran looked at the time. It was 8 o'clock. Chapter 112, Happy Valentine's Day. The song, The Rest of My Life Afterward, Chun Ran sang it to his sister and never cared about the score, because the songs are not publicized. Chun Yao didn't sign with a company, and her boss's music studio was only a simple recording collaboration, not to mention promotion. When it went live, there was no one but her own fans. Chun Yao didn't expect the song to make money, so after asking Chun Ran and getting a reply in the first place, she set the song to free. The song has only just gone live, and the comments are quickly surpassing 100, and they're not slow to increase. Chun Ran said unexpectedly, "You have quite a few fans." Chun Yao was a little excited and embarrassed. "It's not that I have many fans. It's mainly because the songs are good. The video she shot with Zhang Rui only after she came here was released not long ago, and the ratio of the number of plays to the number of likes was too high, proving that the fans liked the song very much. Knowing that the song goes live at 8 o'clock, they're all waiting with their cell phones. This data is a big difference compared to Zhang Fanji's at the beginning, not to mention that Chun Yao's setting for The Rest of Your Life Afterward is free. while Zhang Fanji's is still charged. But Zhang Fanji is considered a well-known singer, itself has a lot of popularity base. Chun Yao fans on the internet on this point, not to mention any popularity, the two also cannot be put together to compare. In itself, Chun Yao is the nature of the ticket and not too concerned about the results, did not compare with others, just to see the fans come to listen to the song, leaving a positive feedback, she was happy. Seeing her happy like this, Chun Ran encouraged a few words. It's not like the song can't catch fire, it just needs an opportunity. Remember that on Earth, the song was caught fire by a short video and then became popular all over the internet, and when many people get married, the newlyweds are ready to sing the song. This kind of song with straightforward lyrics and catchy melody possesses the property of being easy to spread, so it might suddenly catch fire at some point. Chun Yao was quite satisfied with her current achievements and muttered with Zhang Rui on the side. As Zhang Rui spoke, she inadvertently glanced at Chun Ran, who had come here less often in the past few days after her sister Zhang Fanji had left. Combined with Zhang Fanji's perversity the day before she left, she felt in her heart that her sister and Chun Ran hadn't quarreled. Yesterday, she even asked Zhang Fanji in a sideways manner, only to be choked by the other party and didn't ask anything. Judging from today, Chun Ran was no different from usual and was still very warm to all of them in the Zhang family. Zhang Rui muttered in her heart, "Is it so complicated to fall in love?" Just for this period of time, she had seen Zhang Fanji being perverse several times, and in the past, Zhang Fanji didn't have so many emotions. Chun Ran didn't stay in the Zhang family for long, and seeing that it was late, he left his sister here and left himself first. Today there was no Zhang Fanji to send him home, and he didn't bother Uncle Zhang, he took a taxi back by himself. In the car, he took out his cell phone and found Zhang Fanji from WeChat, intending to send her a message. In the past few days, the two of them occasionally chatted on WeChat and called once, but because Lin was around, they ended it after a cursory chat. Chun Ran knew that she had gone to negotiate a new song today, and now she didn't know what the outcome would be. It didn't take long for Zhang Fanji to reply back after his message was sent. "It's a done deal." Chun Ran smiled faintly and returned, "Congratulations." "Thanks." Chun Ran pressed a few words on his cell phone, hesitated a little, and finally sent it out. "Happy Valentine's Day." He squeezed his cell phone and waited for a while, and there was no response from there. Chun Ran wasn't disappointed, he just put his cell phone away. Back home time is also still early. Chun Ran opened the computer, began to seriously check the information. In the past few days, he had been rather salty because there was no news from the TV channel, and now that the news of the program was out, he naturally had to work hard. Thursdays, 10 p.m., children's program. Chun Ran thought carefully and cut many more that the budget didn't match. Since there is not enough funding, creativity wins. Chun Ran has done some time in the local channel and has some insights about creativity, now picking programs instead is much easier. In advance, he thought about doing Do Not Disturb, but when he thought about the impact the program had on society in the first place, he hesitated just a little before switching to other options. Now that this poor funding is out, Chun Ran can't do it even if he wants to. And with more funding, that's quite a few shows that are better than Do Not Disturb, so there's really no need to pick it up in the current climate of Call of Duty TV. When did the satellite TV also focus on value for money? Chun Ran sighed. At this time, Chun Ran's cell phone ding-dong. He glanced at it and thought it was an advertisement, but after a closer look, it was sent by Zhang Fanji. "Happy Valentine's Day." Chun Ran saw the message and smiled knowingly. When he went to work the next day, Director Yang approached Chun Ran. "You should know the information of the new program of the Guardian channel, although the time slot is not very good, and the funding is also less, but the difficulty is also big at the same time the opportunity is also big. If you can make this time slot live, naturally you will be valued." Yang Chijuan said. Chun Ran nodded and said, "Thank you, Director. I'll work hard." He naturally knows this, it's kind of like the station pretty much giving up on this time slot, just thinking that if he can rake in a little bit, the station will be impressed if he can dish it out. At the end of the day, wherever you are, it's ability and performance that speaks for itself. Director Yang added, "By the way, I have to tell you something. One of your opponents is Wang Mingi, who was shortlisted for the Best Planner Award with you a year ago." Hearing this, Chun Ran was very surprised. How could he want to do this program? Wang Mingi's last program, Love in a Row, was also a small-budget matchmaking program that selected vegetarians to be paired up, and then filmed both parties for dating games and so on, to see how many pairs could make it to the end. The show had decent ratings and was a finalist for Best Planning for a small performance. A guy like that should be going for a big show. How could he look at a late-night slot with so little funding? Yang Chijuan saw that Chun Ran did not understand, smiled and said, You do not think he is too high? Said you took the best planner? He is still under your defeat is. The love streak he did had good ratings, but it wasn't top-notch and was shortlisted for best planner or relied on better creativity. And part of his creativity came from the foreign program heartwarming moment. If he was able to get best planning, he would definitely have a chance to do a big production, but the station gave the award to you, so naturally they felt that he wasn't capable enough. As soon as the Director General said this, Chun Ran understood that Wang Mingyi was also lacking an opportunity right now and now wanted to prove himself. Like Chun Ran, if this slot is made alive, it will definitely be taken seriously by the station. The same goes for Wang Mingyi. His qualifications are older than you. I pushed together with the director of the Metropolitan Channel, and it's just so that you don't have that much of a disadvantage compared to him. As for how the final result will be, it's still up to you. Yang Qijuan concluded. I know. Thank you, Superintendent. Chun Ran nodded. Out of the director's office, Chun Ran pondered a little. He figured there would be quite a few TV channel planners looking at the position and planning to work on it. But I didn't realize that there was also a Wang Mingyi mixed in, which was considered a stronger opponent. Wang Mingyi's borrowing from foreign programs is not a major drawback for the station, which very often only looks at the results, regardless of the process. Chapter 113 Stand-Up Comedy. The ratings for Call of Duty TV are okay, and it can be counted among the TVs. However, word of mouth doesn't match the fame. There are several reasons for this, such as exaggerated taglines and all sorts of bumper sticker hype, and most importantly, this is a carbon copy of a foreign program. Many of the programs that were red hot on Call of Duty TV, you'll be able to find prototypes abroad. Chun Ran has studied Jiaonan satellite TV and naturally knows about these. For example, there was a period of time when the red hot supernova talent show was almost completely copied from the foreign bright lights. The key is to be scolded. Jiaonan TV still do not recognize, and finally wait until the foreign copyright holder sued up. Jiaonan TV only proceeded to contact to get authorization. It's not once or twice that you get on the bus first and then make up the ticket. For those who can get the rights cheaply, use the introduction, and for those who can't, copy it. When the time comes that people's copyright holders sue up and they still can't get a deal, then Jiaonan TV will be so barefaced that the big deal will be to revamp the program, change the program where it involves the core copyrights, and change the soup. But when there's no problem with the law, he'll just keep on doing it. Anyway, because the previous viewers caught up with it, they continued to watch it even if it was revamped, and they served their purpose. The poor reputation of Callaway TV is probably here. And Wang Mingyi is considered to be more of a planner with the essence of Jiaonan TV, the last love streak you can tell borrowed from foreign programs, but there is no way to judge this kind of local borrowing as plagiarism. So don't look at Chun Ran as having the advantage of a world, but in fact, the other Wang Mingyi wasn't any worse than him. It is also because of this ethos of Jiaonan satellite television that Chun Ran hesitated before vetoing it outright when he was considering Do Not Disturb. I'm afraid that if we really get this program out, the internet will not be quiet. This news was also known to Director Zhang, who first frowned and then felt that Chun Ran would not necessarily lose. He is kind of a little blind trust in Chun Ran. This kid, as long as he is given a chance, absolutely grabbed firmly and climbed faster than anyone else. But Wang Mingyi would follow suit and grab a small production, something he didn't expect. In the end, he could only sigh. The competition in the TV channel was indeed a bit big. Chun Ran really didn't know if he would get used to it if he went there. He was worried about Chun Ran's character. From the beginning of the public channel, it was he who consciously let Chun Ran move up the ladder, otherwise Chun Ran's aloof character. It might take some time before he could have this opportunity. Guardian Channel. Wang Mingyi also learned that Chun Ran was going to compete for the late-night slot and was not surprised at all. As far as the near future was concerned, this was the only chance Chun Ran had if he wanted to enter the Guardian. As for big productions, he, Wang Mingyi, is still almost qualified, and Chun Ran is even more unlikely. Chun Ran. Wang Mingyi chewed on the name, slightly resigned. If it hadn't been for Chun Ran coming out of nowhere, the best planning award given by the station could have been for him, and he would have had a chance to compete for a big production. Now it's a fizzle. These are the only two programs planned by the TV station in the near future, and the others are all old programs that are completely out of his turn, which forces him to fight for this late-night slot that he used to despise. But that's fine. If he does a good job with the late-night slot, the station will always see what he can do. It's gold that always shines. As for Chun Ran, he recognized that the man had some ability. But he only came from a local channel and has not polished his skills at a satellite TV, so his vision is definitely limited. Add to that the fact that the program has very little funding and it's bound to be a handful. He lost once at the annual meeting, and he won't lose again this time. Lin Fan asked in disbelief, Chun Ran, I heard that Wang Mingyi is also going to participate. Is that true? Wang Mingyi's seniority is not small, he's an old man, and all the programs he used to do are not bad, so how could he think of coming to a late-night slot? Lin Fan was unable to figure it out. Chun Ran glanced at him. This guy's news is really a bit well-informed. There is a superintendent father, there are still many benefits. It's true. The superintendent just told me. Chun Ran said. Lin Fan frowned. That's not good. Chun Ran said. There's nothing wrong with it, the funding is so restrictive. The program is destined to be a small production, even if it's each to their own. Lin Fan was helpless, he was worried for Chun Ran. But it turned out that people had a good mindset. The emperor was not anxious. Chun Ran looked at Lin Fan. If he really went to the satellite TV in the future, I love remembering lyrics would definitely be handed over to Lin Fan. He has been with Chun Ran for the longest period of time, and he himself is down to study, and he eats up my love of memorizing lyrics, and by the same token, he's in charge of the challenge microphone very well. When the time comes to become the chief planner, Lin Fan will have fulfilled his original wish. Of course, the premise of all this was that Chun Ran would be able to win the competition with Wang Mingyi and others and successfully enter the satellite TV. For the next 2 days, Chun Ran pretty much handed over all the work to Lin Fan, letting him run along, both to see what he could do and to take time out to write his own plans. Lin Fan knew Chun Ran's mind and didn't have any complaints. Instead, his heart was a bit odd. At the beginning, the two of them competed for the chief planner. He was unconvinced by Chun Ran, and then he was surprised by the I love memorizing lyrics planner. And then work on Chun Ran's ability to feel admired, he also learned a lot of things. The two are now on good terms and are considered better friends. Chun Ran really want to go to the satellite TV, both sides of the respective busy, the relationship cannot maintain the same as now, it is impossible to say. After work, Chun Ran came to Zhang's house. My younger sister Chun Yao had gone back the day before yesterday, and it was soon the Lantern Festival. Chun Ran couldn't go back. Chun Yao was sure to go back. Zhang Rui was pulled into the kitchen by Aunt Yun to help while Chun Ran chatted with Director Zhang about the program. He wasn't lying when he said he would come over to discuss with Director Zhang when he had thoughts to write. Everyone else is fine. The key is this Wang Mingyi, you have to work harder, don't take it lightly. Director Zhang reminded. Chun Ran nodded and smiled. I felt unsure, so I thought of the program and came to ask for Uncle's guidance at the first opportunity. You kid. You're still kissing my ass at this time. Director Zhang didn't have the heart to laugh. Chun Ran had pretty much written the plan in the past 2 days, and he handed it to Director Zhang. Director Zhang was sort of used to Chun Ran's speed in writing programs, and now he was not surprised and took it and opened it to have a look. Slightly stunned, he pronounced it with some incomprehension. A late-night talk show? What's this? There are no talk shows in this world, and naturally Director Zhang doesn't understand. Chun Ran explained. It's roughly the same as a monologue. A monologue? Director Zhang looked at Chun Ran. Although it is said that the funding is small, it is to save funds, but it is not to do so, right? You're a stand-up comedian. How can anyone watch you on TV? Seeing Director Zhang's doubt, Chun Ran smiled and said, Uncle, you read the content first. The title was just something Chun Ran had casually come up with, and he definitely wouldn't use it when the time came. The focus is still on content. Chapter 114. Something interesting. For stand-up comedy, Director Zhang certainly had no cognizance, but he still knew about stand-up comedy. Too niche. The history of antiquity is niche enough for the late-night Thursday slot these days, isn't it? And the monologue is about as close to that as you can get. Director Zhang glanced at Chun Ran, and seeing Chun Ran smiling slightly, he didn't say any more and read the content first. At that look, the corners of his eyebrows jumped. Chun Ran said the monologue, just the situation, the content difference is big. Take topical events, social opinions, etc. and turn them into paragraphs with commentary. This kind of program funding really do not want much. After all, the program stage needs simple and does not need much what big stars to be able to talk, have their own characteristics of the host. Director Zhang is a programmer and can see the essence of the program, which is what the host has to say. The hosts aren't hard to find. It's the copywriting for each installment that's key. This kind of show has a single situation, and in order for people to watch it, each installment has to be compelling enough. You're like, kind of hard. Director Zhang looked at it for half a day and finally gave this comment. In his opinion, such a program would be too extreme and likely to be unpalatable. The novelty is definitely there. There are a lot of talk shows. What with the talk shows, this is the first of its kind. The future of the program, however, he could not see clearly. After all, such a program, the need for content, just look at the form, it is indeed not good to judge. Difficult is definitely a bit difficult. I will mull over an issue of copywriting out before I submit the planning up. Chun Ran has also thought about this problem. It's too simple to say it's just the program framework. The TV channel leaders look at it and say, hey, isn't this just a fool's errand? Director Zhang trusted Chun Ran so much that he was holding doubts, let alone the other station leaders. So there is definitely still a need to be able to draw attention to the content. Chun Ran also want to do other programs, but the funding is too little, although it is said that if the planning is better, the station will be appropriate to increase the funding, but how much can be added? It still doesn't add up to enough to hire a star, and putting on the TV is really shabby. Instead of doing that, it would be better to do a good program within the funding constraints. Director Zhang looked at Chun Ran's appearance as already determined to do this planning, although not too optimistic, but also did not persuade. Chun Ran is a person with their own ideas, can do Zhao and focus, remember the lyrics and other programs that he does. Talk shows certainly have their own ideas. Chun Ran didn't get sloppy when he said he wanted to write copy. Earth's famous talk show is there, but Chun Ran cannot remember people lines, and the two worlds are not the same. Even if you remember, it is impossible to copy. Not stand-up comedy, a person talking on it. Surely it can't be boring, it has to be funny and have baggage. You have to at least make it so that the audience is watching to be entertained and have fun, and the copy has to be something that most people can identify with and not be out of touch with the masses. Honestly, it's actually pretty hard. People's talk shows have a specialized team to write copy, written out are still high and low. Chun Ran alone want to do is a little difficult. But he also has certain advantages many segments on Earth don't appear in this world, and shaving off the background to set them in can be used directly. Spare a thought, it took him a couple of days to write the copy. Chun Ran didn't give it directly to the director, but showed it to Director Zhang again. This time Director Zhang didn't say much, first frowning at it, and only after half a day did he pop out a sentence. It looks pretty good. Director Chang didn't have much to worry about anymore, much less jump out of his skin. Just looking at the copy written by Chun Ran is very interesting. If the show comes out and the copy is still at this level, he doesn't know about the others, but he'll definitely watch it. Director Zhang finally said, I think it's a no-brainer, but you'd better discuss it with Director Yang. Chun Ran nodded. He is in the entertainment channel working under the hand of Director Yang. When the time comes, the planning will still have to ask Director Yang to submit. Naturally, he has to go and discuss it first. On the next day at work, he came to find Yang Qijuan. What? The planning is all written out? Yang Qijuan raised his eyebrows, not expecting Chun Ran to be so quick. When Chun Ran helped write the plan for the Metropolitan Channel a while back, he had a feeling that the guy was a bit fast. But it's different now, it's a TV show, you have to think about it for a while longer. Think it through. After all, a satellite channel is not the same as a local channel, and that audience is national, so you can't be too careful. It's been confirmed. Now I'll ask the superintendent to help me palm it, Chun Ran said with a smile. Yang Qijuan took the planning. He is aware of Chun Ran. This guy does not write okay. Write out the planning is naturally complete, at least from the previous several programs. He has nothing to embellish. When he saw the name of the program, he and Director Zhang thought the same thing. What is a talk show? However, he just glanced at Chun Ran without asking and opened the content first. This look frowned until he saw the copy written by Chun Ran in the back, and only then did his brows slightly stretch. Seeing that Yang Qijuan was in deep thought, Chun Ran didn't disturb him and saw the other party looking over before asking, Director, how do you feel about this program? Yang Qijuan thought about it and said, creative, but also risky. It's not just risky, it's not risky. Chun Ran did do the research and likewise put the program analysis in the planning. But what program hasn't done research? People have done audience segmentation and made programs for their target audience, but they should still flop. Chun Ran, this program is not out of the program format. Director Yang can also see that the program is 2E copywriting. Copywriting is good, the program standard is high, and vice versa. If Yang Qijuan is allowed to choose, he will be happy to do such a program if he puts it on the entertainment channel, but he can't be sure if it's on the satellite TV channel. Yang Qijuan asked, are you sure this is the program to do? Confirmed. Chun Ran nodded. He did have other programs, but after comparing them, it was more appropriate for a talk show. Yang Qijuan took another look at the planning before saying, let's put it this way, you plan I will not hand it over first and the director of the urban channel to study together. If there are comments, we will give you a word of advice and all think it's okay, then we will help you to send it to the satellite TV. Thank you, Superintendent. Chun Ran thanked. Yang Qijuan is quite optimistic about Chun Ran. Since he decided to let him go, he wants to make the preparation a little more adequate. The director of the Metro channel also owes Chun Ran a favor. We all work together to keep the gatekeeper. There is strength in numbers, and it is good to be able to offer a little advice. At the end of the two directors did not put forward any opinions. The program format is new. Chun Ran's planning to think of all that should be thought of. Can write also write Chijun just like Yang Chijun, the director of the urban channel, also said that the program was not selected by the time their channel wanted to. With the recommendation of the two directors, Chun Ran's program planning was sent directly to the TV station and landed in the hands of the director of the TV station. Metro Channel? Entertainment Channel? What are they getting together for? TV director Ma Wenlong was slightly puzzled. He finished reading the plot, turned it over to read the signature, and pondered. It's a good show, but it's too soon. Isn't it? It's only been a few days since the news came out, and it's prepared in advance? But it's not like to eat so tightly on a budget. This Chun Ran is a bit interesting. Ma Wenlong reached out and called his assistant, saying, "Go and notify them of an impromptu meeting." Chapter 115, nothing more. Wang Mingyi sat in front of the computer. He has been looking up information and watching programs like this for several days. Inside the open file on the computer was densely written text, all various analyses and summaries of the show. Except for his commute, he was preoccupied with the new show, and his hair was greasy from sitting in front of the computer for so long. Finally, the writing is done. Wang Mingyi breathed a sigh of relief. The station obviously didn't want to invest too much in this time slot, and gave it pitifully little funding. He had searched for a lot of information in the past few days, and it wasn't as if there were no small budget programs, but they could only be done moderately well. In his imagination, the program must be able to excel, not to say surpassing Magic Munchkin, but at least be able to grab a spot at this time of the year so that the station would take him seriously. There really weren't many programs that fit the bill, and he went through the trouble of finally finding one that was more than satisfactory. The budget will definitely be exceeded, but Wang Mingyi didn't worry much about it. With his performance in the last program, the station will surely relax a bit. With the intention, Wang Mingyi began to stay up all night. Thanks to the fact that he prepared so much information in advance, after determining the program to be done, it was just down and dirty very fast. It has taken until now to get the framework written out. Although many places are not complete, Wang Mingyi is a little impatient to take it to the director to see and discuss with the director. Only when he went over, he found that the director wasn't there. After some inquiries, I realized that the director had gone to a meeting. What's the meeting at this hour? Wang Mingyi wondered. After waiting for half a day, the director came back and was muttering something. Seeing Wang Mingyi, the director returned to his senses and asked, "Little Wang, what are you looking for me for?" Wang Mingyi took out the prepared plan and handed it to the director. "Director, this is the program I've written for the Thursday late night slot. Please help me look at it." Thursday late night slot? The director's face was slightly odd. He was aware of Wang Mingyi's intentions and took the document and looked at it for a while, frowning before putting it aside. Wang Mingyi asked, "Director, are you thinking something is wrong?" The director said slowly, "Wang, you should know some of the station's current policies because the outside world has some misunderstandings about our Zhaonan satellite TV, so the station intends to support original programs to turn the reputation around." Wang Mingyi listened, slightly dazed, so that the best planning was given to Chun Ran at the annual meeting because the station wanted to support original programs? Just now he thought, he felt wrong. His current program is also borrowed. Wang Mingyi said carefully, "Director, what do you mean? My program should not work. Then I'll respond to the station's call and ponder over it again." The director waved his hand and said, "I'll get right to the point. In fact, you don't need to be busy. The late night program, basically, is set. Settled? So soon." Wang Mingyi's face stiffened a bit. "He's writing fast enough, isn't he? Anyone else ahead of him?" The director nodded his head and said, "The temporary meeting just now was to discuss this program, purely original and a new program format. If I'm not wrong about this program of yours, it should be borrowed from a foreign program. Not only that, the budget is also much over budget compared to that program. There is still some gap." The director said it euphemistically, but to Wang Mingyi, it was indeed a bit of a blow. He didn't think that someone would write it before him, let alone that the other person would be the original program. The station has always been about ratings. Why are they suddenly concerned about word of mouth? And how can such a great planner look down on a late-night Thursday slot? "Director, can you conveniently divulge which planner wrote the program?" Wang Mingyi was a bit reluctant. The director glanced at him and said, Chun Ran of the entertainment channel, the two directors of the local channel elected, without passing through my hands, and sent it directly to the director who thought it was good. And now that the meeting has been held, everyone thinks it's good, so I guess it'll be finalized after further discussion. Chun Ran. Wang Mingyi felt a little muddled when he heard this name. The program had just been submitted, and Chun Ran was just waiting for news at ease. They have to make 3 drafts and discuss for a long time to finalize a program for their local channels, not to mention the satellite TV, so they must be very careful. He's kind of in a bit of a bachelor's mindset right now, and there's no point in worrying about it when the show's been submitted anyway. Lin Fan was rambling and asked, I heard that you've turned in all your programs? It's only been a few days. Why don't you give it more thought? I think it would be prudent, really, to miss this opportunity for at least a long time. With your ability, it's too uneconomical to delay a year or 2 by going to the Guardian and simmering up from an ordinary planner. He was the only one who was talking, although he didn't know what Chun Ran wrote about planning, but it's always bad to be too fast, how to think some more in case the planning isn't perfect and there are new ideas in the next 2 days. Chun Ran said, let's not talk about it, anyway. It's already been handed in. There's no way to change it by talking about it now. Lin Fan also seems to think of this problem, now say these will only add to the worry, immediately added, you're right, in fact, so early to hand it over also has an advantage. Other people have not been handed over, that the satellite TV leadership first see your planning. Even if the quality is almost the same, there will be a preconceived notion. Chun Ran was really amused by him. Lin Fan's ability to comfort people was indeed first class. It was strange how such a man could not find a girlfriend. At this time, Chun Yao dialed the phone over, and just as Chun Ran connected, he heard his sister's excited voice. Brother. Look, my new song is on the charts. Chun Ran was slightly surprised that the free songs had an exclusive list with no gold content. It was ranked by the number of plays, likes, and comments. The release of The Rest of My Life Afterward was not publicized. That is, Chun Yao brought a little bit of her own fans. How could she not rush up to be? He asked, why are you suddenly on the list? Chun Yao suppressed her excitement and said, it's Zhang Xiun. Oh no, it's Sister Xiun who recommended it for me on Weibo. When Chun Ran heard the news, he froze slightly and went on Weibo to take a look, and he saw a microblog posted by Zhang Fanji in the morning. There's no text, the song is below it, and above it is a red peach heart. Because Zhang Fanji rarely tweeted, and this time he still recommended such a song, the comment section exploded. Wahai. Tao Lin looked at the calm-faced Zhang Fanji and felt a bit clueless. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly pushing a song like this? Look at what the fans are saying. They all think you're in love. Just now, the company even called and questioned me about what's going on. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips and said, I just quite like this song. Nothing else. Tao Lin held her forehead. You don't mean anything else. But the company thinks you mean something else. Look at the fans. What are they saying? Zhang Fanji said, I see that the fans quite like it. No. Do you call that liking? That is, you're just pushing a song. Try announcing you're in love now. See if they still like it. Tao Lin gasped. Zhang Fanji didn't say anything, and only after a short interval did she say, I'll discuss it with you next time. Tao Lin was clueless. She felt that there was something odd about Zhang Fanji coming back this time. I have been in a bad mood the last few days and have been walking around from time to time. Just ask and it's a bad mood and homesickness. And then today, out of nowhere, I don't know what came over me and pushed a song like this. The song was good, that was for her. Tao Lin. When did Zhang Fanji she would like this kind of song? Tao Lin did not have time to ink with Zhang Fanji. She still had to rush over to contact the producer. She could only let Zhang Fanji not find things for the time being. Zhang Fanji nodded in agreement. After Tao Lin left, she scrolled through the Twitter comments, looking at her fans' doubts as well as their well wishes. After a moment's hesitation, I long pressed the song, selected WeChat Share, found the top message box, and pressed it. But at the confirmation window, she paused again. After half a day's hesitation, pressed return to exit Twitter. Setting his phone aside, he frowned and thought for a while before sending a message from WeChat. In Chapter 116, Good Luck. Chun Ran flipped through the charts and found The Rest of Your Life Afterward at the very end. Taking a look at the data, he froze. The comments had gotten to over 20,000. From the first day after the release, Chun Yao's fans went to comment just over 2,000 points, and then the daily increase was not much. It is impossible that it has gone up by more than 20,000 entries in this period of time. Chun Ran clicked in, and the top comment already had more than 20,000 likes. Xiun microblogging sightseeing tour. Punch in. The comments below are almost all coming from Twitter. Why is Xian pushing this song? Why? Here it comes. Here it comes. The goddess recommendation sure sounds good. When I get married, I have to have this song. Chun Ran scrolled all the way down to the bottom, all of which were tweeted over by Zhang Fanji. It's one thing to praise a song that's good. It's more like wondering what the hell their idol meant by pushing this song. The singer was also just a small netizen who had never heard of his name and had nothing to do with Zhang Xiun. Chun Ran understood why Chen Yao was excited. This comment went up too fast. Just for a moment, he refreshed and there were dozens more. Zhang Fanji is pretty hot right now, and with the song being free, fans can't help but comment a line when they come to listen to it. Chun Ran muttered, "This increase is a bit exaggerated. Maybe it can rush to the top 10 of the free list." What Chun Ran didn't understand was why Zhang Fanji pushed "The Rest of Your Life" afterward, the impact of which wasn't really good for her who wanted to sing quietly. Was it? As he was thinking about it, his cell phone dinged. It was a message from Zhang Fanji. Chun Ran saw the message, even if he often chatted. His heartbeat couldn't help but miss a beat. But this 10,000-year-old opening line made the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a bit. Listening to the song, "You pushed Chen Yao's new song on Weibo." Fans all ran over to support it. "She's happy now." Chun Ran sent it over and asked again, "Why did you suddenly think of helping Chen Yao push on Weibo?" Zhang Fanji replied back, "I quite like the lyrics, so I'm sharing them." Like the lyrics? Chun Ran blinked. He recalled back to the misunderstanding that had arisen over the song in the first place. It was probably because of that, after that time, that Chun Ran's mindset changed when facing Zhang Fanji. Surely he wouldn't be so slow to savor the words now, and returned, "I like it too." The Rest of Your Life afterward soared up the free charts by a huge margin in one night. At first, it was just Zhang Fanji's fans, but later on, many wild songwriters came. It's like Chun Ran said, "The lyrics are straightforward, the melody is easy to catch, and if there's a windfall, it spreads very quickly." There are already quite a few that make videos and make the song the soundtrack, so you can expect the song to be on the screen for some time to come. Chen Yao's earliest fans are wailing, "My treasure song has been discovered. Don't get too hot. I hope it doesn't suck. So many of my favorite songs have been spoiled." The fans didn't want the song to be red hot, but their little internet celebrity, Yao Yao, was a little sleepless with excitement because the song was suddenly on the free charts. She had wanted to tell her parents, but was worried that if they asked about the singing, it would be bad if the bar residency was involved. Chun Yao had a hard time holding it in, and in the end, she could only call Zhang Rui, who had just fallen asleep, in the middle of the night to wake her up. "No, Yao Yao, you have to see when you're excited again." Zhang Rui cried out sadly, "I just fell asleep, okay? Just fell asleep." Chun Yao said, "I'm just a bit excited. Anyway, you're at home and have nothing to do. You can sleep tomorrow. Now accompany me to talk first. Why do you think your sister suddenly pushed the song for me?" Zhang Rui knew her roommate's temperament, and now that she was so interrupted, her sleepiness was gone. So she could only say in a bad mood, "Why? You're her future sister-in-law, and now she's trying to curry favor with you." Chen Yao wrinkled her nose when she heard Zhang Rui's words. Was that really the reason? In fact, she wasn't too optimistic about Chen Ran and Zhang Xiun. One was a big star who rarely went home, and the other worked in a TV station and often worked overtime. Could such a relationship last? Even going so far as to get married is probably too hard. Isn't it? Chun Ran was in a good mood today and remembered to bring Lin Fan another bottle of water. The latter puzzled over the matter, thinking, did Chun Ran go to the private kitchen to eat again? This kind of thing, you thanked once is enough, more than once, is deliberately poking my heart for fun. Chun Ran hadn't been sitting down for long before he was called over by Director Yang. Chun Ran guessed that the program should have come out with results. That's a bit quick though, you should wait for all the programs to be written and pick one from them, and the results are out now, did they not pass? Chun Ran pondered slightly. He arrived at the director's office, greeted Director Yang, and asked, "Director, you're looking for me because there's news about the program?" Yang Qijuan let Chun Ran sit down before saying, "You're really lucky. It's kind of catching up with good times." Chun Ran didn't understand what Director Yang meant. What did this have to do with luck? Yang Qijuan said, "You should also know some of the reputation of the TV channel, although the ratings are good, but there are also many curses." Chun Ran nodded. This was something he naturally knew about. Yang Qijuan added, "Now they want to change the status quo, ratings have to be, and word of mouth has to be captured, so they've started focusing on supporting original programs. I'd say you're lucky right here. Originally, even if you submitted this program early, you'd have to at least wait for other people to submit their programs for comparison before choosing one out of them. But your program is purely original, a new category, and you were last year's best planner of the year, so after watching it, Director Ma of the Guardian channel had a few meetings to discuss it and decided to do your program." Straight-up decision? Chun Ran froze, was a bit surprised. He's definitely confident in the show he's written, and just now when he came in he felt a little bit like he couldn't figure out that the show wasn't so bad that it would be killed so soon. And he didn't expect it to be a straight pass. When Director Yang continued, Chun Ran realized that because it was Director Yang and the director of the Metropolitan Channel who recommended it together, the program planning for the talk show didn't come to the TV program department, but was sent directly to Director Ma of the TV channel. If it was just Director Yang alone, the program would definitely be sent to the programming department first, and the director of TV programming would review it first. Policies from above are not necessarily implemented immediately from below. And Chun Ran's show is risky. Putting it in the program department must have waited quite a while before finally taking their time to discuss the selection. Superintendent Ma looks at it himself, and that results in a different outcome. Chun Ran listened carefully, feeling that the truthful program was sent out as if it hadn't really gone wrong. No wonder Director Yang said he was lucky. If he put it in the usual way, he still needed to compete, but now it's good, it's directly fixed. Others. Guess it's a little tough. Huh? After all, it was said that there was a call for planning and a chance to compete. Now that it's just begun, it's declared over, and I don't know what they're in the mood for. Yang Chijuan laughed. Now you're sort of going to the satellite TV as you wish, but our channel needs less talent. Seeing Chun Ran's slight embarrassment, he shook his head and said, "You go ahead and discuss with Director Liu first to discuss the program's follow-up matters." Chapter 117. Thank you. Chun Ran didn't go to Director Liu Xianlong first, but returned to the program team. When Lin Fan saw him return, he asked, "What's the matter with the director looking for you? Is it a problem with the program?" When the director's assistant came over to find Chun Ran, he already had the idea in his mind that the program might have been killed. Otherwise, it couldn't have been so fast. Before Chun Ran came, he was still regretting in his heart. And at this time, when he saw Chun Ran come back, he didn't show it. "It's the program is set," Chun Ran said. "It's okay. This time the opportunity is gone. It's gone with your ability. It's just a little bit more time." Lin Fan waited for Chun Ran to finish, then immediately consoled a sentence, but halfway through the sentence felt a little bit wrong. Stared at the eyes and said, You just said that the program is set." Chun Ran couldn't help but feel amused at his expression. "You heard right. The program is over. I'm going to be in charge of the program planning for the Thursday evening slot on the TV channel." Lin Fan listened carefully, and after confirming that there was no mistake, he was still a bit stunned. "But this is a bit too fast. It's only been 2 days since the program was sent up. It's not enough to go through the process. There's other people's programs and they don't even watch them?" Chun Ran saw that he did not understand, explained, "I program is the director of the submission but also the director of the urban channel's recommendation, so it crossed the director of the TV program department, directly to the hands of the director of the horse." His side looked at it, discussed 2 days, which was fixed. Lin Fan still felt a bit incredulous as he listened to Chun Ran's explanation. It's a little too easy to get into the Guardian channel, isn't it? At this time, he only somewhat understood why Chun Ran had to do a program for the Metropolitan Channel in the first place, writing a program in exchange for the director of the other side to help recommend, each to get what he needed. Lin Fan was now curious as to what kind of program Chun Ran had written that would make the TV channel director make a direct decision. Chun Ran chatted with Lin Fan for a while before going out to make a call. The latter looked at Chun Ran's back and froze slightly before he also took Chun Ran as a rival, but he did not realize that people were just passing through, and the entertainment channel did not allow Chun Ran to stay, and now he went straight to the satellite TV channel. "Chun Ran is leaving. What about me? When can I go to the Guardian channel too?" Lin Fan was a bit bewildered. At this moment, Chun Ran dialed the phone to Director Zhang. The reason why he didn't go directly to Director Liu was that he wanted to tell Uncle Zhang the news in the first place. Director Zhang picked up the phone and asked, "Hey, Chun Ran, what's wrong?" Chun Ran said, "Uncle, I've had my program." As soon as he spoke, he heard a clinking sound over there, which must have been a teacup falling to the floor. Chun Ran was busy shouting, "Uncle, are you all right?" No, the teacup fell." Director Zhang spoke with some excitement, busy asking, "Wasn't it only submitted for 2 days? How could it be so fast?" Chun Ran hurriedly explained what the superintendent had just said in full to Director Zhang. "Harm," said the luck, "where there is so much luck, if it is not your ability is good, do a few programs to get the best planning, above how the policy changes will not be your turn." Director Zhang is a little dissatisfied with this statement of luck. Then he added, "You wait for me, the evening must drink into the satellite TV, such a big thing not drink some wine how to line." "No, uncle." Chun Ran heard drinking, immediately to say no need to trouble. But Director Zhang didn't give him a chance to speak and said, "I'll give your aunt a call. and ask her to cook a few more dishes when she comes home. After finishing, he hung up the phone. Chun Ran looked at the hung-up cell phone and cried and laughed. He found Zhang Fanji's number again and wanted to dial it. But then he thought that last night she had said that she might start recording the song today. Thought about it and sent a direct message. I plotted it. He didn't explain the rest. If it was Tao Lin who saw it, there was no need to explain anything, but if it was Zhang Fanji, there was no need to explain either. Chun Ran rubbed his brow and muttered, "Why are you acting like an underground party?" Office of the Director. Director Lu Xianlong was a bit distracted. There was a knock on the door. He gathered his emotions and said, "Come in." The door opened and in came Chun Ran. When Director Lu saw that it was him, he said busily, "Chun Ran, come and sit." Chun Ran took a slight pause. Why is Director Lu a bit odd today? He sat down before saying, "Director, I'm here to discuss with you the follow-up arrangements for the 2 programs I love, Remembering Lyrics and Challenge the Microphone." Director Lu has long known that Chun Ran's program in the satellite TV over the news. His intention to come is also very clear. Asked, "Tell me what you have in mind." Chun Ran thought for a moment and then said, "For the position of chief planner, I think Lin Fan is good. He has been following since the beginning of the preparation of I Love Record Lyrics, and later on, Challenge the Microphone was also a plan written by him and me together. I think he can take over as the chief planner after I'm gone." Lin Fan. Director Lu still recognized Lin Fan's ability, but he was hesitant. He's the one who's working on both programs. I'm afraid he's too busy, right? In case something goes wrong with the programs at that time, it's no joke. The program is on track. It's all in order. Lin Fan, he's been with these 2 programs. Everything is familiar. Absolutely no problem. I believe him, Chun Ran said with certainty. Director Lu was a bit hesitant, but seeing that Chun Ran was so determined, he finally just frowned and said, "You can observe for 2 periods first, and if it really doesn't work, I will consider replacing him." "Thank you, Director." Chun Ran laughed. He still had quite a bit of confidence in Lin Fan. The previous challenge microphone is basically Lin Fan is responsible for, from the beginning of writing him to write the planning of the satellite TV. In fact, the 2 programs are Lin Fan is busy. Chun Ran has also seen if he can't let him alone in charge of it. The results are obvious. Lin Fan compared to the previous has a great progress and did not make any mistakes. Being the chief planner of 2 programs now is definitely a good seniority for Lin Fan. Originally, Chun Ran wanted to take Lin Fan to the TV channel. Talk shows still need a professional team. Let Lin Fan to help much better. But also thought of Lin Fan's current seniority is indeed a bit embarrassing. There are 2 program master planners to support the door in the future to be much better. The big deal was that when there was an opportunity later, Lin Fan would be asked to help out again. Chun Ran talked with Director Lu for half a day again. Ready to go back to the program team. Here is to report with Director Lu. The real work discussions still have to be with Director Wu Jin. Director Lu sat in front of the computer and watched Chun Ran open the door to leave, hesitated or shouted, "Chun Ran." Chun Ran turned around and asked, "Director, what else?" Director Lu said sincerely, "Thank you." Chun Ran froze, not understanding why Director Lu suddenly came with such a sentence. Director Lu looked at this reaction of his and waved his hand. "Go ahead." Chun Ran went out the door, still feeling full of confusion. Director Lu in the office, on the other hand, felt much more comfortable. Chapter 118, Me Too. Chun Ran is going to the Guardian. The news didn't spread too much. After all, the official notice hadn't come down yet and not many people knew about it. Director Wu Jin was a little surprised when he heard it and felt it made sense. He didn't know that the Guardian had a program to start, and at their age, they couldn't fight their way up the ladder, so he didn't have much inclination to inquire. But Chun Ran is different from them, young and energetic, creative, one of a kind, and won the Best Planning Award. How can not always in the entertainment channel? It's just that he didn't expect Chun Ran to be so quick to make a move just to start the year. Quick and somewhat unexpected. Chun Ran discussed the program with Director Wu Jin, who was not surprised that Chun Ran chose Lin Fan. We are all from the entertainment channel and he knows exactly how much Lin Fan is capable of. Doing a new program alone might be worse, but being in charge of these 2 know-it-all programs isn't much of a problem. In fact, just like what Chun Ran said at the beginning, there is not just one planner. Even if he wants to go crooked, there are people who monitor and remind each other. I didn't expect that. It hasn't been long since I came to the entertainment channel, but I'm going to the satellite TV. Director Wu Jin watched Chun Ran leave and felt quite regretful. It's very pleasant to work with Chun Ran. His job is always done beautifully, hardworking and talented. Who wouldn't like such a colleague? Off duty. Chun Ran said goodbye to Lin Fan and went to find Director Zhang. Ready to go back to Zhang's house together. Director Zhang was so happy today that the corners of his mouth were a little stiff with joy from morning until now. Because the notice did not come down, he did not talk nonsense. Others asked him what is the matter to be so happy. He said that his son-in-law was promoted, happy. Chun Ran happily said, "Uncle, I'm just doing a small program at the satellite TV. You don't have to be happy like this." Now a small program Uncle Zhang is happy like this. If we make a big production in the future, won't Uncle Zhang be so happy that he can't sleep for a few days? Regarding whether he would be enough to mix with big productions in the future, this was something Chun Ran was not very skeptical about. Going to the satellite TV is the chief planner. It has nothing to do with the size of the program. Director Zhang smiled cheerfully and didn't say much, letting Chun Ran get on the car. On the way, Director Zhang asked, "By the way, have you told Twiggy about this good news?" Chun Ran smiled. "Told her. But she's recording a new song today, so she's a bit busy and doesn't have time for this." Director Zhang shook his head and said, "Look at her as a star, Chun Ran. In the future, if you have a daughter, you must teach her well, so you can't go along with Zi's virtues." Chun Ran was a little embarrassed. How did Uncle Zhang bring it here again? In his and Zhang Fanji's current work status, there are still obstacles to determining a relationship, and how far away would it be to have a child? Uncle and nephew were talking, and it didn't take long to arrive at Zhang's house. Aunt Yun was all smiles, as happy as Director Zhang, even to the point of taking off work early today to cook the meal. Zhang Rui was not at home. I heard that it was a high school reunion, eating out, and would not be back until later. Aunt Yun brought the food up. Director Zhang sat down and said, "Go get a bottle of wine. Chun Ran and I will have a good drink. Today is indeed a good day. To tell you, Chun Ran, your uncle, I also wanted to enter the TV channel when I was young. But I couldn't get in. It doesn't matter. Now my son-in-law got in satisfied." Chun Ran had wanted to open his mouth and say that he wouldn't drink and just chat. But Uncle Zhang was so happy. Chun Ran really couldn't afford to brush him off and could only count on Aunt Yun to refuse. But he miscalculated. Not only did Aunt Yun not refuse, she brought the wine that Uncle Zhang had been hiding and couldn't afford to drink. Chun Ran smiled bitterly. "This can't be helped. Last time I just said that I don't drink. But now it's Uncle Zhang who insisted on drinking, and I can't refuse. Even if Zhang Fanji knew, she wouldn't say anything, right?" With this thought in mind, Chun Ran drank with Director Zhang. The amount of alcohol this thing is indeed practiced. With this time, Chun Ran drank more than the past few times, but feel not so faint, the mind is still sober. Although Aunt Yun allowed her uncle and nephew to drink, she paid attention to an amount, and when she saw Chun Ran's slightly intoxicated state, she knew that it was impossible for him to drink, so she advised her husband. Director Zhang muttered something about how a man can't not drink, just when he's happy or something like that. Aunt Yun knew that he was going to start talking nonsense, and not only did she take away the bottle of wine, she even hurriedly took away the wine glass with some left inside. Chun Ran looked a little funny. Uncle Zhang previously said that some people have a general taste for wine, drink like a gallant, say something that usually dare not say, farcical. He is sure that Uncle Zhang certainly does not know what kind of wine he drank himself. In fact, with Uncle Zhang's capacity for alcohol, this amount of wine is certainly not drunk, but it is just a lot of words. He was here pulling Chun Ran to talk for half a day, and waited for Aunt Yun to come over before wanly not saying anything. Chun Ran looked at the time and planned to go back. The couple advised Chun Ran to rest here, but Chun Ran insisted on leaving. To Zhang Rui is not at home when he also rests a night. Now she is an inconvenient, not to mention that he is covered in alcohol. Tomorrow morning still have to go to work. Husband and wife couldn't persuade. Aunt Yun was afraid that Chun Ran was dizzy from drinking and didn't worry about him being alone. She sent Chun Ran downstairs to the car before she went home. Chun Ran was still in the car when Zhang Fanji called. She said, "I just saw the message." Chun Ran asked, "Recording this late?" "No, Sister Lin forgot her bag." Zhang Fanji explained a little, then asked, "You programmed it?" Chun Ran laughed. "Yes, over." At first, he remembered Zhang Fanji saying that he had to make achievements in the Guardian before he could be proud. He's going to the Guardian now, and while he hasn't made a mark yet, he's taken the first step. Zhang Fanji sighed, however, paused for a moment and then asked, "You've been drinking?" Chun Ran was confused for a moment. "No, this was through the phone. How did she smell it?" He asked tentatively, "Would you believe me if I said I didn't drink?" Zhang Fanji's calm laugh came from the phone, very cold. Chun Ran confessed, "I drank just a little bit, and today Uncle was happy and drank with him." Zhang Fanji calmly said, "You don't need to explain." As Chun Ran was trying to think of what to say, Zhang Fanji added, "Congratulations, you got what you wanted. Talk about getting into the Guardian." Ran laughed. I can say that I want to make a program and ask you to be a guest. I feel that I'm not far from that goal. Zhang Fanji didn't know what to think and didn't say anything. When the car arrived, Ran paid the fare and got out of the car. Even though it's New Year's Eve, it's just as cold and the wind makes your head a little uncomfortable. The phone is still hung up. The road is quiet. Ran heard Zhang Fanji's vague breathing on the other end of the phone. He was quiet for a moment and said, I kind of missed you. As the words came out, he didn't know what to feel in his heart. But Zhang Fanji's breathing was obviously rougher. At this time, Tao Lin's voice could be heard on the phone. Shiyun, what are you doing outside? Ran felt slightly regretful. It seemed that he could not hear the response. But a moment before the phone hung up, he heard a faint voice. Me too. Chapter 119. There's nothing you can do if you're not happy about it. Ran had been in a very good mood for the past 2 days, and had brought Lin Fan another bottle of water by the way. Lin Fan was first confused for a moment, then pulled Ran and asked, No, you go up to the private kitchen every day to eat? Ran was puzzled. I have nothing to do with going to a private kitchen for any meal. That place tastes good, but it's in a remote location, it's expensive, and as good as it tastes, who's going to have nothing to do with going there every day? What's more, Zhang Fanji wasn't there, so he couldn't go alone. Lin Fan was depressed. You didn't go to dinner? What are you doing bringing me water every day? Ran immediately laughed. I'm in a good mood to bring you water and you're still not happy about it? That's fine. Just give it to me to drink myself. Don't. I'm just asking, no offense. Lin Fan hemmed and hawed. Ran was a bit puzzled. How does this guy think outside the box? Regarding the news that Ran was going to the Guardian channel, not many people inside the program group knew about it. But based on Lin Fan's behavior during this time, everyone kind of guessed. All along Ran had to personally follow the program, but now they were letting Lin Fan do it, and with their understanding of Ran, he was by no means a person who would be perfunctory in his work. But until the news came down, they weren't sure, much less asked. Lin Fan also understands the meaning of Ran's arrangement. His mouth didn't say anything, but his heart was a little touched. He wasn't sure if he could keep up with Ran, but he must try, or at least not let the lyrics memorization and challenge microphone go wrong in his hands. Good news also came from Yao's side. As the rest of life afterwards spread massively online, just in these 2 days it actually entered the top 10 of the free charts, with the number of comments reaching 60,000 or 70,000, and the number of people playing and liking it was even higher. A song that was released in a low key with little promotion was pushed by Zhang Fanji's microblogging, and it just caught fire. For a lot of people, the song caught fire so suddenly that it was just a matter of not paying attention. How come this one song is everywhere? But in the age of the internet, it's long been somewhat of a surprise to see such sudden bursts of popularity. Yao also called Ran, saying that the Huaxia music side recommended that she change the song to charge, or VIP to listen to it, which would bring her a considerable amount of revenue. With the way the song is trending, there's certainly no chance that no one will pay for it. After discussing it with Ran, she refused. Had it been in the past when her family was still in debt, she would have chosen to charge without hesitation. Now that her family was a little more generous, the money she owed had been paid off, and she had enough money to spend on her own from her bar residency, there was no need to charge. Not to mention that it's still free, and I don't know what kind of crap I'm going to get from fans when I see the fire and change it to paid. Yao didn't want to be a singer and didn't care so much about word of mouth or anything, but she didn't want to be scolded either. A few more days passed. Lin Fan all followed the program for 2 episodes before news came down from the TV channel. The news just came down and many people were taken aback. The people who were trying to fight for the program were even more confused after being called off. What's going on? Is settled? All of a sudden? No. How long has it been since it was officially confirmed that we were going to do a late-night show? It's just been a while. They're all just getting ready. So how can they suddenly say it's settled? It's an inside job? They can't figure it out. A late-night slot that many big-name people don't see. But it's a great opportunity for them. Who feels good when it's suddenly gone like that? Some people originally wanted to go and ask the director, but before they went, they thought of Wang Mingi and planned to come over and ask on the side. This old planner was also going to be in the competition, so what are his thoughts now that the show has been stolen? Wang Mingi's face was indeed not very good, but he had gotten the news a long time ago, and his heart had been stuffed for several days, so now it was not so bad as to change his face. The heart is depressed. This is certainly hard days down is a basket of water in vain, put anyone will be sad. He was always a bit unconvinced in his heart. What originality. He had worked hard to write it. Wasn't that an original program? It's even a little bit of angry bitterness, and it feels like the lack of awards at the annual meeting could be due to fancying the so-called original program as well. Whatever they think, it won't change the station's decision now. The first day was when the director broke the news, and the next day was when the station made the official announcement. The master planner, the director are all completely set. General Director Wu Tao, they know, is an old man in their program department. What makes people care is the chief planner, Chun Ran. It's a name that's a little familiar and a lot unfamiliar. To say it was familiar, Chun Ran had just taken the Best Planner award from Wang Mingyi a year ago, and unfamiliar was that Chun Ran was not from the satellite TV, but from the entertainment channel. I can't believe it's him. Several of the planners were a bit surprised. Since the annual meeting, Chun Ran was considered a little famous in the TV station. They all knew that Chun Ran was doing 2 programs in the entertainment channel. How could he still have the time to run to their satellite TV channel? But it's easy to think about it again. Never mind the fact that there are a few shows on hand that will definitely come rushing to The Guardian whenever they get the chance. When the meeting was held, Director Zhao Peixing felt and knew that they had a lot of questions in their hearts, and explained what he said to Wang Mingyi last time properly. Someone retorted, "Director, we're also an original program. We haven't even seen ours yet. How come we're sure to do Chun Ran's?" Zhao Peixing glanced at the person who had spoken. "People wrote it out a few days ago, and we discussed it for a few days before settling on it. Where's your program these days?" The man muttered, "Just because it's fast doesn't mean it's good." Zhao Peixing said, "The program falls into the hands of the director first, and then several of us department directors meet together to discuss it. Do you think that several of us who have been doing the program for so many years don't even have this most basic judgment and can't tell the good from the bad?" This planner's face turned ugly, and he quickly waved his hand and said, "I'm sorry, Director. That's not what I meant. It's just that we said that it was a fair competition, but we didn't even have the chance to hand in a program, so it's really a little bit ungrateful." Zhao Peixing also did not grasp the meaning of people do not let go, are under his hand to do things. Naturally know the roots, said, "I know you are not willing, but people planning is indeed very good. Have this time blindly pondering. It would be better to improve their own and wait for the next opportunity." Everyone stopped talking, including Wang Mingyi, who kept his head down. Love in a Row is done because he wants to make a new program, and he did not go to follow the other column group. Now that the program is gone, there's no hope for big productions to compete even if they do, so what program are they going to go with? Wang Mingyi was reluctant and very confused. The notice came down officially and basically spread throughout the station. For those who don't care, it's just a little late-night show, nothing worth paying attention to. But those who knew Chun Ran were very dismayed. Taking Best Planning is kind of like having a ticket to The Guardian. But now it's just the beginning of the year and you're already going to The Guardian? That's a bit too quick of a move, isn't it? Chapter 120. The future looks bright. Chun Ran had been waiting for the official notification. Getting into the satellite TV was his goal at this stage, and he had been working hard for this goal. When the notice really came down, he was happy, but he had some inexplicable emotions. He hasn't been in the entertainment channel for too long. He's done 2 programs here and won the Best Planning award, so it's kind of hard to think about leaving this place. One can't do anything great on one's own because one is just an ordinary person. Chun Ran smiled to himself. He had to go one by one to say goodbye because the notice came down that he was going to report to The Guardian tomorrow. First, Superintendent Yang Chijuan. The superintendent was pretty good to him, despite the lack of contact. There aren't many leaders who didn't card him on the entertainment channel and even offered to help with the submission planning. Yang Chijuan laughed. "You went to the satellite TV. With your ability is not expected to come back. But you are our entertainment channel out of the future. I have to find you here to help. Don't push to block the way." Chun Ran laughed. "Don't worry, Director. If the channel has program needs in the future, as long as you don't mind, you can find me at any time. The local station's program, he actually has quite a lot. Now the entertainment channel can't put it down. In the future there will always be a need. He doesn't mind using it to return favors." Coming out of Director Yang's office, Chun Ran approached Director Lu Xianlong again. "I didn't expect the notice to come down so soon." Director Lu let out a sigh of emotion and asked, "The program matters are all arranged, right?" Chun Ran nodded and said, "Lin Fan has been busy all this time, and you've seen that he's capable of doing it." Director Lu nodded and laughed. "It was unexpected. He wasn't this capable before. He learned a lot with you. The previous Lin Fan can be responsible for a program, but the standard is not good to say, followed Chun Ran this time, followed at the same time to run 2 programs. There are Chun Ran's ideas to help broaden the mind. People have become elves." This compliment made Chun Ran not know how to reply. Not only was Lin Fan older, he had been working in the entertainment channel for a few years, so how could he talk like a junior? "Thank you, Director. For taking care of me all along. Chen Ran smiled. Director Liu waved his hand and laughed. I didn't take care of you for anything. It's all on your ability. When Chen Ran was about to leave, he said, I wish you a bright future. Hearing these words, Chen Ran froze slightly before smiling. Thank you, director. The future is bright when it's really a parting word. The messages on the cell phone kept coming. When the notice from the Guardian came down, all of my former public channel colleagues knew about it, and one by one they sent messages of congratulations. Chen Ran here is really good news constantly, from the annual meeting award let a person surprised, and now into the satellite TV. There's enough sadness in the feeling that their former buddies on the same starting line have taken off and they're still slowly gaining experience. Chen Ran finished replying to the message, and it was also near the end of the workday. This guy Lin Fan was even more despondent than Chen Ran. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you in the future. Chen Ran shook his head and said, You're not hitting the nail on the head. I'm just going to the Guardian. The same TV station. Where will I not see it? Lin Fan laughed. That's true. It's a good thing that you're going to satellite TV. I'm not crying. In fact, I should be happy. When I lost to you for the chief planner of the program, now that you've gone to the satellite TV, this position can be in my hands. Chen Ran heard him say this. Think about it really, at first if not Director Zhang helped him to insert a hand, this time slot program master planner is definitely Lin Fan's. But the show certainly wouldn't be I Love Lyrics, and it's still a toss-up as to whether it would have made it as far as it did. Originally, this kind of thing to invite them to have a meal is more appropriate, but Meet the Recording program has to work overtime, and Chen Ran itself does not like this kind of scene, think about it and give up. Seeing Chen Ran gone, Lin Fan put away the smile, or a little melancholy how to do. He does not have many friends, although it is under Chen Ran hand to do things, but get along as a friend mode, and Chen Ran help him quite a lot, suddenly have to go to the satellite TV, blessing is to bless, but also some sadness. The next day, Chen Ran got up and turned off the alarm clock a bit in passing. Last night when I came back from Zhang's house, it was already quite late, incidentally, and Zhang Fanji opened half a day of video, and returned home to call his parents to say that he went to the TV station, and after that he called Zhang Fanji for a while. Anyway, it was a toss and turn until quite late. Luckily, Aunt Yun was not allowed to drink last night, or it would have been a little hard to get up today. Zhang Fanji's new song recording progress is quite good. In a couple of days it will start to preview. Chen Ran quite want to listen to it, but she has not recorded it yet. Originally, he was brazen enough to want Zhang Fanji to sing, but after thinking about her character, it was more difficult than climbing up to the sky, so in the end, he could only give up. Today is the first day Chen Ran went to the satellite TV. He wanted to give a better impression, went down to run a few laps, feeling refreshed before rushing to work. The director's name was Zhao Peisheng, and it felt just like Director Zhao and the others. The names of this generation seemed to be quite plain. Seeing Chen Ran come over, Zhao Peisheng nodded slightly, much better than he had imagined. Handsome yet not lacking in stability, his spirit was still fine. He could use it to pull up the average face value of their program department. The lights were too bright at the annual meeting to get a good look. Far from it. Zhao Peisheng recognized Chen Ran's ability, not to mention the awards or not. Just look at the two programs on the entertainment channel, I Love Remembering Lyrics, and Challenge the Microphone, which were very creative. Mode change a change, the scene pattern to the big do, even if it is placed in the satellite television to ratings estimates will not be too bad. The other thing is this new program talk show, again a new program mode, before let him think, also cannot think of a person standing on the stage gibberish will have any program effect. Chen Ran followed to complete the formalities and was brought over by Zhao Peisheng to be introduced to his colleagues. Colleagues looked at him with slightly odd eyes, but goodwill was predominant, and occasionally one or two did not understand. And Chen Ran understood with a little thought that these were rivals who wanted to compete for the program. Chen Ran's hand in the dark directly sent the planning to the hands of Director Ma, caught others off guard, and now people are justified in not liking him. Wang Mingi Chen Ran has seen it before, and it is this guy who has complicated eyes. From the best planning to the late-night stalls, the two are considered old rivals. Twice Wang Mingi has been unconvinced, but take Chen Ran cannot do anything. This eye is not complicated to be strange. Chen Ran does not care about this. We are all based on their own skills. One does not steal, two do not rob, care so much why. The last person that Zhao Peisheng introduced to Chen Ran was Wu Tao, the program's general director. Hello, Director Wu. Chen Ran shook Wu Tao's hand. Please teach me more in the future. Wu Tao on Chen Ran perception is good, young and talented. People are also modest and polite. Looks clean and handsome, so that life cannot come out of hate. Instruction cannot afford. I hope that we work together happily and make progress together. Chan Ran's first day at the TV station was mainly about familiarizing himself with the work environment, but he didn't stay idle, discussing the program with Director Wu and then figuring out his colleagues' profiles along the way. Being new to The Guardian is about getting to know it first. Chapter 121, New Song. Director Wu Tao is a more attentive person. When talking about the program, he saw Chan Ran wanted to know about these colleagues just now, so he focused on introducing them. These are the ones who didn't follow the group and were going to fight for the late-night slot with Chan Ran in the first place. There's a lot of competition on TV, very much so. Not only do they have to compete with their own people, they have to compete with those outside. Let's say there's going to be a new show, right? And everyone's high and pumped up and ready to compete. But we're just getting ready here, and the station just poached someone from outside and parachuted them in. There aren't many of these things, but there are quite a few. It's like Wang Mingyi, who is old enough to be qualified and has kind of done good shows, but he's not good enough for big productions and wants to prove himself and has come to fight for even small shows like the late-night slot. Chan Ran listened to Director Wu Tao's introduction and had some understanding of these people. If there is no accident, there will definitely be someone here to join their program. Chan Ran is not sure about their ability. The team will still have to be decided by Director Wu Tao and Director Zhao Peixing. Of course, the program had to be negotiated before that could happen. Director Wu Tao was selected, must have read the planning written by Chan Ran before, and was quite interested in the program because of the novelty. At the same time, he knows the hard part, it's the copywriting that makes this kind of program good. Looking at the first issue of the copy attached by Chan Ran, it's a bit of a slap in the face, but it's just one issue and that's too little. Your copywriting is indeed very good. Director Wu Tao continuously praised. Chan Ran laughed. The copywriting of our program is very important. Director Wu, you are familiar with the people in the station, so you can choose the copywriting team that fits our program. The copywriting style is grasped by Chan Ran, but he doesn't have so many paragraphs to write on his own. He must have a professional team. Director Wu Tao of course knew what Chan Ran meant. The copywriting was the essence, it definitely couldn't be sloppy. Relying on Chan Ran alone definitely couldn't maintain the quality of the program. The program is quite innovative, but the risks are not insignificant. Director Wu Tao was dissecting it with Chan Ran. It's true that late-night Thursday shows don't do well, and Magic Munchkin basically crushes everything in this time slot. Not only is the talk show a new program, the format has not been seen before at all, and when you put it up and run into the Magic Munchkin, there's no guarantee it won't be cannon fodder. Chan Ran sniffed and slowly discussed with Director Wu. In fact, in the planning inside he wrote clearly. Every program has its own audience niche, and it is essential to segment the audience. People's music programs, for example, are divided into an ethnic pop, corresponding to a specific audience. Stand-up comedy and Magic Munchkin seem to collide, but the audience demographics are different and differentiated. In fact, at the beginning of Chan Ran saw the Magic Mengbao also thought of some children's programs, but he is not an iron head of the baby. Why do you have to do the same type of go bump? And really, if he's going to do a children's program, that budget won't soar, and it's not even certain if the satellite channels will pick him up. At lunchtime, Director Zhang called over and told Chan Ran not to call him, to eat with his colleagues and familiarize himself first. With a change in work environment, it's essential to have a good relationship with your coworkers. Chan Ran's heart was slightly warmed by what he heard. He would definitely not work overtime in the next 2 days, and he would go back to accompany Uncle Zhang for a chat in the evening. The station's tolerance for that antique history program is pretty high, mainly because it doesn't have any expectations for this time slot, so it's not in a hurry to change it down, letting Chan Ran and the others take their time to prepare. Even Director Zhao Peixing told them not to be in a hurry, to be generous with their time, and to take their time to carve out the program and try to make it a little better. But the program is quite simple to do, the funding budget is so little, and then carve that can't be carved out. After 2 or 3 days, Director Wu Tao couldn't help himself, and after discussing with Chan Ran, he went to find Director Zhao Peixing to react. Director Zhao Peixing first frowned and followed Chan Ran as they discussed for a while, realizing that they were indeed almost ready. After making a few changes to the program was sent for review again, and if nothing else, it was time to put a team together this time down the line. Director Wu Tao was slightly relieved. He wasn't a man of leisure, he also wanted to do the program early. Now that the program was sent up, he also had to get busy to choose the copywriting team. Chan Ran wasn't too familiar with the people at the TV channel, so this was all left to Director Wu Tao to do on his own. In fact, he felt that Wang Mingyi was quite suitable. The program needs to search to find hot news. This Wang Mingyi is absolutely suitable, after all, to draw from so many programs. The sensitivity to this information must be very high. But Wang Mingyi and Lin Fan are different. Wang Mingyi's last show was much bigger than this talk show. Now it's not even if people fail in their competition for chief planner, but you want people to come over and help you, and you'll get a bad rap for doing this kind of murderous and heartless thing. Chun Ran could only give up on this idea and didn't stay idle for the past 2 days, starting to search for suitable stand-up comedians. So much so, that most of the last 2 days have been spent watching the show. And it is these 2 days, Chun Yao's song, After the Rest of Life. After this period of time, the network crazy spread, surprisingly topped the Chinese music free list. It does seem a bit of a stretch to think that a song with near zero promotion could get to this point just by the internet spreading the word to each other. Nowadays, not to mention on the internet, the song can be heard on traffic radio on the way from work. In terms of the degree of popularity alone, for this period of time, it was higher than Zhang Fanji's song. Of course, it can't be compared that way. If you ask someone who sang Initial Dream, people will surely immediately think of Zhang Fanji. But ask who sang The Rest of Your Life afterward, and I guess many people just have a question mark on their face. The song is a hit and the man is not a hit, so that's probably it. Chun Yao also did not want to read. In the song topped this period of time, a lot of companies contacted her, said that she has good potential, intends to sign her. Chun Yao was unimpressed and refused all of them. These companies are just jealous of her popularity, and if they sign her, they'll grab her to make money, not to mention that she doesn't want to be a singer, so she can't be so casual even if she really intends to sign. When Chun Yao's song topped the charts, it was in the middle of the night, and she was so excited she couldn't sleep and called Chun Ran to say thank you. Chun Ran was sleeping soundly at that time, was really a sister this call wholesome confused, but listen to her happy as such can only endure. In fact, it is not only him who is being tossed around, but also Zhang Rui, whose eyes are bulging with anger in the Zhang family, who can't even count how many times she has been woken up by this sand sculpture of a roommate who called her in the middle of the night. Also in the past 2 days, Zhang Fanji's new song has started to go online after the preview. Chun Ran of course rushed over to listen to it first, and then felt a little frowned. The song didn't seem very catchy. Relying on Zhang Fanji's voice makes the song sound that much more pleasing to the ear, but it doesn't hide the fact that the songs aren't that great. The data of the song release also proved Chun Ran's idea, although it quickly entered the top 10 of new songs, and even ran to the 5th position in 2 days. But it's hard to go further than that. Don't look at the ranking is not bad, but this is the reason that Prosperous Star Company did the preview, and after that also under the effort of publicity. Coupled with Zhang Fanji's own popularity right now, the song could only be said to be barely up to par. When Zhang Fanji called Chun Ran, she wasn't in a very good mood. She didn't mention the song, but Chun Ran could sense that she wasn't satisfied. Chun Ran heard her not say anything and comforted her. It's actually quite normal. Look at those divas. No one can guarantee that every song is a classic. Chapter 122 Choices. The song actually scores kind of okay. It's only been 2 days since I climbed into the top 5 of new songs that would qualify. Zhang Fanji was dissatisfied because of the fallout. Initial Dreams topped the new releases chart, ended up in the top 3, went off the charts only when time was up, and stayed in the top 10 on the Hot 100. The song brought Zhang Fanji a lot of popularity, and releasing a new single with such popularity is not enough to just qualify her for her current upswing. I'm fine, Zhang Fanji said. The new single has only just been released. The current results don't mean anything. Maybe it will rush up in a couple days. Chun Ran comforted again. Zhang Fanji didn't want to talk about it and asked Chun Ran, "How's your program going?" "It's okay. I'm going to start doing it soon. I've been picking hosts for the past 2 days." Chun Ran said. "Does the host still need to be picked?" Zhang Fanji asked. Chun Ran said, "Our program is different from the others, and it's kind of important to pick the right host with the right style. I've been watching the program for the past 2 days and my head is getting a little big. There are quite a few outstanding hosts on Jiaonan TV, but the style is not what Chun Ran wants, and after looking at these popular hosts all over, he still hasn't found one." Zhang Fanji quietly listened to Chun Ran talking about work matters, her eyebrows gently stretching. Listening to Chun Ran rambling on like this, her mood got a little better. Chun Ran hesitated slightly and asked, "When will you be back?" "Might be back in a couple days." Before Chun Ran could be happy, Zhang Fanji added, "Sister Lin will also follow at that time." Chun Ran, as if his plans were empty, asked, "Where is Xiaoqin? Isn't she usually accompanying you?" Zhang Fanji said, "All of them will come. Sister Lin came over for something." Chun Ran slightly depressed, a big light bulb even if, did not expect or double. He thought about it and said, "I've got another song, so if you come back, you can see if it fits." Chun Ran thought about it for so long that he didn't dwell on the question of whether Zhang Fanji was read or not. Even if he hadn't helped Zhang Fanji write her song, she wouldn't have caught fire? With Zhang Fanji's looks and singing voice, all it takes is one good song and her popularity will grow like crazy. Chun Ran won't write a song for her, and the company will prepare it for her. Zhang Fanji was not as happy as she had imagined. She knew very well what the quality of the songs written by Chun Ran was like. For example, Initial Dreams, and the now internet-wide hit, The Rest of Your Life Afterward. Just that she didn't know what was going on in her heart. When she heard Chun Ran say that there was a new song, she got a little blocked and said sullenly, "I'll go back and talk about it." Chun Ran could hear that there was something wrong with her. It was some doubt. "I was fine when we were chatting a while ago. How come I got a little upset when I talked about having a new song?" After hanging up the phone, Chun Ran pondered for a long time again before feeling that he had captured a bit of Zhang Fanji's mind. He picked up his cell phone and sent a WeChat over. "I'm going to buy a car recently and I'm a bit short of money. Remember to drive the price up a bit if you're still satisfied with the song by then." Zhang Fanji looked carefully at the message, pursed her lips slightly, and sent a message. "Wait for me to go back." It was still the same sentence, the reply was quick, but it felt different. Zhang Fanji's new song then settled at number 5 on the new songs chart. Flourishing Star is expanding its publicity, wanting to help her punch the rankings, but this song does not have the same timing as the original Initial Dreams. This period of time to release a new single of quite a lot of singers, and the strength of all very strong. You invest in publicity here and others follow. The gap has always been so big, can't get closer, can't get rid of it, basically stop at this ranking during the new song. As for the Hot 100, it's in the mid-50s, and there's no telling how far the refresh will climb once the new song period arrives. Chen Yao and Zhang Rui went back to Huahai. Chun Ran had no time to send Chen Yao because he was busy, so she and Zhang Rui took the high-speed train there by themselves. Just call when a good explanation let her go over to study well, since she does not want to take the road of the singer, bar residency can be less to go less. Now there is no shortage of her to make money. Chun Yao agreed very quickly. She is quite afraid of Chun Ran, which is not to say that she is afraid, but there is a kind of respect in it, although the bar singing is definitely going to go, but it will not be refuted. Chun Ran knows his sister's temperament, but also just mention a sentence. These words, Chun Yao at home when mom and dad also said quite a lot, ears to grow calluses, say more also not necessarily listen to it. Chun Yao is an adult, know what they should do. The program approval came down, and director Wu Tao also found a few people which was looking for to write copy. He let Chun Ran personally go to the interview. Because Chun Ran wrote the first issue of the copy and was the chief planner of the program, he was in the best position to know what kind of people were needed. Finally elected three people lively thinking after reading the first issue written by Chun Ran, can be cited according to the news paragraph, write out some humor, some sharp words after Chun Ran slightly embellished. The effect is not bad at all. Not bad. This copy is indeed okay. Director Wu Tao was all very satisfied. Because it is picking real-time news, so the segments also have a timeliness. Otherwise, when all this heat has passed, you go back to say this thing that is fried. Wu Tao can only speed up the preparation. The show was a small studio show, and there was no need to go to the production center and use the hall. It could be done directly with the station's small studio, and the staging and lighting was even simpler, and those didn't take much time. A small program like this moves very quickly when it's ready. By the way, do you have a candidate for the stand-up comedian you mentioned? Director Wu Tao asked. There's a candidate. Chun Ran said. Su Yang, the host of our satellite TV, hosts the talk show Youth. Su Yang. Director Wu Tao frowned slightly. Although this person has good hosting skills, he doesn't have a good reputation. Although it is a TV station to work, Wu Tao director basically do not say bad things about people in the back. But it is about the program can only be honest. Bad publicity? Chun Ran was slightly puzzled. Director Wu Tao explained. It's that thing on men and women. He said euphemistically. Chun Ran immediately understood. This is considered a private matter, but it does not affect. There are actually two of his candidates. One is Su Yang, the other was originally in the satellite TV, and now goes to the urban channel. In terms of the order of selection, Su Yang was the first choice because of Su Yang's fame and his style. Unless there was no other way, it was better than the Metro channel's choice anyways. Chun Ran said, Director Wu, let's make sure we use Su Yang. He has the right style. As for the rest, we'll just do the program. Wu Tao nodded. Okay. I'll let just go and discuss it with the director later. By the time the hosts are finalized, the columnists are all sort of together. The show is indeed small for the amount of people they have, not as many as I Love Lyrics, who at least have exteriors. This is inside a shed. Originally Chun Ran thought that everything would go well, but I did not expect to see director Wu frowning when he was late. Su Yang does not take this program, saying that there is no slot. Chun Ran was puzzled. All he's been doing lately is Youth. That's all he's been doing. How could he not have time? Chapter 123 Very polite indeed. Chun Ran had naturally read the details when he selected the person. Su Yang used to be a variety host. The program had poor ratings, and after the acts he has been doing the talk show Youth. Director Wu Tao shook his head and said, I don't know. He spoke quite politely. He just didn't have time and apologized. You really can't get away? But it shouldn't be. Even if he is well known, received some endorsements and so on, just to record a program cannot waste much time. This program may need to be prepared, can be off script the best, cannot be off script, also have a teleprompter, a daytime cannot be taken out. Director Wu, you can get busy first, I'll go walk. Chun Ran thought about it and still felt that it was better to fight for it. He had seen Su Yang's program and his language style was obvious, and being a talk show itself and carrying some fame of his own, he was considered the most suitable candidate. You memorize his number first. Director Wu Tao read off Su Yang's number. Chun Ran wrote down the number, originally wanted to call one first, then thought that Director Wu called were rejected. Their own planning to dial the phone over the estimated useless. Lu Lang, please print out a copy of the program materials for me, and yes, both issues of copy. Chun Ran instructed the assistant, which is considered a trainee, about the same age than Chun Ran with the group, is to do some chores. Only when Lu Lang got the information out did Chun Ran go find Su Yang. He found someone to ask around and knew that Su Yang was recording a program in the studio, so he rushed over. When Su Yang came out, he saw a handsome young figure stopping in front of him. Very strange and not recognizable. Su Yang frowned. You are? Chun Ran smiled. Hello, Mr. Su Yang. I'm Chun Ran and I'm working as the chief planner for the Thursday late night program. Chun Ran? Late night slot on Thursday? Su Yang raised an eyebrow, took a closer look at Chun Ran and said, the director called me just now, and I told your director that I don't have the time, and now I'm a bit busy with my schedule. I don't have the time to do another program, so I'm sorry. Chun Ran listened quietly and waited for him to finish before taking out the information. Mr. Su Yang, I've seen your program, and the style is very suitable for our program, so I've come here with sincerity to invite you. Why don't you take a look at the planning and learn about the content of the program before making any plans? Su Yang looked at Chun Ran and wanted to reject it outright, but held back and reached out to take the information from Chun Ran's hands. He looked back and forth for less than 2 minutes, then said to Chun Ran, I've read the information, it's a very good program, but I'm very sorry, I really can't find the time, so you guys go find someone else. After Su Yang finished speaking, he followed the hostess next to him and left first. Chun Ran stood still and looked at Su Yang's back, then looked at the program materials in his hand. Just 2 minutes less, what could be seen? Director Wu said that he's very polite, and he is indeed very polite. Chun Ran shook his head and muttered, organizing his materials and turning to leave. After turning the corner over there, the female host asked, Brother Su, haven't you always wanted to do other programs? Why did you turn them down? Su Yang had been concentrating on youth ever since his last program was axed. He would have liked to do other programs, but there hadn't been many new programs, and even if there were, the people couldn't take his turn. The hostess had often heard Su Yang complaining that the station had a problem with him, and that he was not to blame for that program in the first place, not giving it a chance at all. Why don't you answer it now when you have the chance? Su Yang let out a light laugh and said, Han, I do want to do a program, but do you know what kind of program came to me just now? It's a Thursday late night program with a ridiculously low budget. Moreover, did you recognize this young man just now? It's the best planner who won the award at the annual meeting. He's from the local channel. He didn't expect to come to the TV station and take over the Thursday late night slot. A really crappy slot, funding that's so low that it can't be any lower. And a planner who just ran over from a local channel? Do you think this program can last? Su Yang shook his head and said, even though I'm thinking about the program, I'm not so starved for money. The station blamed me for the last program I did being axed. I can't afford it if anything goes wrong with this program again. Hannah heard what he meant. What can't afford is false. It is clear that he thinks the program is too small and does not want to do it. She would think of the annual meeting when Chen Rant's award-winning introduction, once in the local channel, has done such a few hot programs, even if it is to come to the satellite TV should not be bad is. He wanted to persuade Su Yang, but after thinking about his temper, he shut his mouth. Su Yang reached out and patted Han's shoulder, asking with a smile, Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together? Hannah stepped back a bit and shook her head. I'm sorry, Brother Su. I have something to do tonight. Su Yang smiled sarcastically. It's fine, when you're free. Chun Ran returned to the program team, and director Wu Tao asked, Did he promise? Chun Ran shook his head. Although he said that he doesn't have a slot, It looks like he shouldn't look at our program. Director Wu Tao frowned slightly. The program he's doing isn't that big. How could he not see ours? There's probably still the time slot as well as the production. Chan Ran thought for a moment and said, how can Su-young say that he's also done a large variety show? Even if he's doing youth right now, it's still more prestigious than this small program of ours. Chan Ran added, moreover, he may also have concerns. The last variety show didn't smash. He had the chance to follow the popular variety show, but he didn't dare to take a risk when he smashed it. Our program is too small, the funding is low, and the future is unknown. If he smashes another program, he will have to hide in youth for the rest of his life. Director Wu Tao shook his head. This mindset really wasn't very good. He asked Chan Ran, continue to invite him next? Chan Ran lost his smile and said, how can that be? He has clearly refused. There is no point in inviting over again. I do have 2 candidates. Su-young's reputation isn't bad, and he himself is doing talk shows, so he just has a relative advantage. Now look at the other one. Tell me about it. Director Wu Tao said. Su-young he knew, and the hosting style was suitable, so he didn't have any objections after Chan Ran said it. As for the second one, he couldn't think of it. It's not from the satellite TV. It's on the urban channel. Chan Ran said. Metropolitan channel? Director Wu Tao looked slightly odd. Chan Ran said, Director Wu remembers the old music frontline program, right? Remember, we used to have a music inventory program on TV, which has been off the air for 4 or 5 years, right? Yes, it's been off the air for 4 or 5 years, but the program's original host, Zhou, had a great style, and when the program was discontinued, he went to the Metropolitan channel where he did a program called Zhou Comes to Guests, and I watched some of it in the last couple of days, and the style is still the same. When you say it like this, I do have an impression. Director Wu Tao clapped his hands and said, this person had a mustache back then, and his facial expressions were exaggerated when he spoke. This person's style is indeed suitable for this talk show, but it's just this fame. Chan Ran said, that's why I prioritize Su-young. In fact, the fame is okay itself. We rely on the content to attract people. The content is good. These are secondary. Director Wu Tao immediately agreed. Okay. I'll ask the director to get in touch. Chapter 124 Zhou. Metro Channel. Zhou just got busy. In keeping with the style, the copywriters for his show are involved themselves, and it can be a lot of work. Sitting on the chair, Zhou let out a sigh for no reason, mainly because he thought of the time when he was in The Guardian. The former music frontline was at least brilliant, but then people's access to entertainment information became the internet, and his program ratings began to decline all the way. When it got to a low point 5 years ago, it was cut across by the station. According to Reason, his hosting style as well as seniority not so much in the satellite TV cannot be mixed, but this is not long time, times have changed. He, an uncle type of host, was suddenly out of favor. The station held a host competition and selected some handsome and pretty youngsters, whose skills were no worse than his and whose appearance was better. The program was discontinued and I couldn't find a new one, so I ended up at the Metro channel. Over the years, because of his style of humor, his show has had some regular viewers, even if it is placed in the urban channel is still considered middle of the road. Probably this is how it's going to pass? Zhou touched his bare forehead and sighed inwardly at the unforgiving age. His hairline was starting to rub upwards. At this age, I guess there's no chance of going to The Guardian. Sometimes when he saw his colleagues who had developed well in the TV station, he felt a little melancholy in his heart. At this time, Zhou saw the superintendent's assistant come over and whispered, Mr. Zhou, the superintendent wants you to come over. The superintendent is looking for me? Zhou somewhat didn't get it. Isn't it always the director who comes over to talk about things? There's nothing illegal about his program, so why did he alert the director? Thinking half a day without a clue, Zhou heart a little apprehensive. He usually seems to be a pretty optimistic person, and is probably big-headed in the eyes of others, but on the inside he's prone to overthinking things. Right now, for example, one wonders if it could be that one has a problem recording a program and the director himself has to come out to teach him a lesson. Following the assistant to the director's office, Zhou pushed the door in. The superintendent was sitting right there, and when he saw him come in, he told him to sit down first. Zhou asked apprehensively, Director, you're looking for me for something? Is it because there's a problem with the program? The superintendent laughed. Take it easy for a moment. It's not about your program. Even if the program has something to do, that will not let Zhou come over how to train the director first. In Zhou's puzzled eyes, the director said, It's a good thing to have you here. Just now the director of the program department of the Guardian channel contacted me, saying that the program in the late night slot on Thursday would like to ask you to host it. and I've asked you to come here because I want to see what you have in mind. Ah. Zhou didn't react for a moment, and then said in surprise, Guardian TV? Director General? Could this be a mistake? He cannot believe it, although he thought about going back to the satellite TV. But just think about it, in the past on the satellite TV cannot stay before coming to the urban channel, now how can there be a chance to go back? The director shook his head and said, No mistake. People named you. I've seen the planning of this program, and it was also submitted to the TV station through my hands, and it's easiest to excel as the host of this program. Although the program is a new genre, it is a bit risky, but the opportunity is also great. Personally, I feel that the program is still quite suitable for you, but whether you go or not, it depends on your choice. Zhou came back to his senses. The director naturally wouldn't lie to him and wasn't this boring, so it was true that there was a TV program that named him. He forced himself to hold back his inner excitement and nodded heavily. Superintendent, I'd like to give it a try. The director is not surprised. Zhou himself is the guard channel down, and now there is such an opportunity, it is normal to want to go back. It's fine if you want to go to the satellite TV. You can't stop the program on our urban channel. The director commanded. Zhou's program personal characteristics are obvious, and the text is also customized according to their own. Kind of like when the entertainment channel's light lecture. If Zhou did not do it, the program's entire flavor will change. It's a good show with good ratings and a lot of regular viewers, so it wouldn't do to scrap it. Zhou came out of the middle office, always feeling like he was dreaming. In a trance, not real at all. The next morning, Zhou contacted Director Wu Tao and then went to the section. Director Wu Tao gave him the text and told him to write it down and perform a try. Zhou looked at the copywriting some excitement, very much in line with his style, his usual copywriting, but also in this direction to write, which is more mature than him, more thoughtful. The program was indeed a small program, similar to his music front back then, but the idea was quite good, and Zhou was very satisfied. The only shame is that the show turned out to be in the late-night Thursday slot, and it was a little hard to meet that magic munchkin. But it's great to be back on TV. It doesn't matter how big or small the show is. It's always a chance. Knowing that Director Wu Tao was giving Zhou an interview, Chan Ran also came over. Zhou has good skills, and in a while he memorized many lines and performed them on the spot. Chan Ran looked at Zhou with a shiny forehead on top of his mouth and felt that there was so much flavor, but it was still not enough. He discussed it with Director Wu Tao. Then Director Wu Tao said to Zhou, Your expression is a bit tense, relax a bit and make your movements and expressions a bit bigger, but don't go too far, you want to make it seem like you're genuine, not pompous. Zhou pondered carefully after listening, then nodded and said, Director, I understand. When you finish, adjust your mood a little and immediately start again. Chan Ran stared at him. Whether it was the tone of voice or body language, it was just right. It really had that flavor too. Not to mention Chan Ran. Director Wu Tao nodded his head straight as he watched, giving Chan Ran a thumbs up and saying, The person you chose is that good. This and the text almost blend together, and with Zhou's expressions and actions it works very well. Once the people were chosen, their program had to be named, and after some discussion, the final name of the program was The Chow Boat Show. Very simple and uncomplicated, not so fancy. This also made Zhou look at the 3 words and froze for half a day. He had never really thought that a program on the TV channel would be set in his own name. Even if the show is only a late-night show with the possibility of bad ratings, it has been very satisfying for him. Director Wu, thank you. Zhou said gratefully to Director Wu Tao. Director Wu shook his head and said, Don't thank me either. If Chan Ran didn't pick you, I can't even remember you as a person. If you want to thank you, thank Chan Ran, have a good exchange with him. In the future, the copywriting is his to take people in charge. The show is set, and preparations for taping will begin in the next couple of days. Stage demand is not big, is the set and so on, is not troublesome, just a few days' time to prepare the 7 or 8. Now it was just a matter of waiting for Zhou to familiarize himself with it and go to rehearsal to feel out the stage, and then he could start preparing for the recording. Just as Chan Ran was busy, he received a message from Zhang Fanji. She's back. Chapter 125, There's Always a Catch. Zhang Fanji's new song because the trend is not too good, so the follow-up publicity has been reduced a little, not as busy as the time before the year. It just so happened that she had picked up an advertisement and was going back to Lin City to shoot it, so Sister Lin naturally had to come along. Chan Ran knew that she arrived today, and now she just sent a message over without dialing the phone, so I guess Tao Lin is beside herself. Chan Ran looked at the message and replied, I'll go back with Uncle Zhang after work. Tao Lin followed along, presumably going to the Zhang family as well. With her there, Zhang Fanji would definitely not come out. Aha! Zhang Fanji simply replied back. Chan Ran didn't reply to the message again. His mood felt quite good, and he kept a smile on his face. Everyone felt strange and wondered what Chan Ran was happy about. But no one bothered to ask. They hadn't known each other for long. So it was a big no-no. Since receiving the text message, Chan Ran feels that time passes a little slow. Usually one does not pay attention to the end of the day. Now look up at the time, half a day is a bit. He called Director Zhang ahead of time and said, "Uncle, Gigi is coming back today. I'll join you later." Director Zhang heatedly laughed. "I knew you kids were going to call. I've been waiting for you for half a day here." He knew that when his daughter came back, Chan Ran would definitely go to the house and had been waiting for a call. Chan Ran dryly coughed and said, "Mainly because I didn't have time to go in the past 2 days. Gigi is back today, so it's just the right time to chat with you, Uncle." "I'm not blaming you, what are you explaining?" "I was young too, I understand." Director Zhang laughed. Chan Ran was busy, it was true. After all, the program had just begun to prepare, sometimes working overtime in the past 2 days. So he didn't go to Zhang's house. When Zhang Fanji came back, Chan Ran took time to go over even if he was busy, which proved that Chan Ran cared about Zhang Fanji. This kind of feeling, when Director Zhang and Aunt Yun were in love, they had also had it. When they met each other were still sneaky and couldn't wait to get tired of each other all the time. It was only natural that Chan Ran and Zhang Fanji had gotten together so little and were so far apart that their hearts must have been desperate to see each other. Director Zhang has been there before and understands the mood and doesn't find it strange. When Chan Ran heard Uncle Zhang say this, even if he had put on a thick skin, his face was a bit hot at this moment. Hanging up the phone, he let out a deep breath and allowed himself to collect his thoughts and focus on his work. Superintendent Marvin Long stopped by, mainly to ask about the progress of the program. He is still satisfied with the current preparation and has read the copy for the second installment. The quality has not changed and it still has the same feel. Superintendent Ma encouraged. Just because it's a late-night program doesn't mean that the station doesn't take it seriously. Try to make it a good show. And if the ratings perform well, you can increase the funding appropriately. He said that the station is paying enough attention to the program, which is something that people don't think. With this little funding, you call it paying attention? All know that this time period is not cared for and not listened to. Instead, the later line that good performance can be appropriately funded makes people care more. However, on second thought, if the program performs well, it will certainly be able to pull in sponsorship for the title when the time comes, and the station will naturally increase its funding. That's a bit of an empty pie to paint. Superintendent Ma came to see it in person and probably held out a little bit of hope, definitely not willing to give up the slot if he could. It doesn't matter what the time slot is, as long as there are ratings, it's sure to pay off. Seeing that it was time to get off work, Chan Ran stretched his back and prepared to feel out his cell phone to call Uncle Zhang. He didn't even have his cell phone out before a call dialed in. Uncle Zhang so soon today? Chan Ran touched his cell phone in confusion, but was shocked to see that it was not Uncle Zhang, but Zhang Fanji's call. When Chan Ran picked up the phone, he heard Zhang Fanji say, "I'll wait for you downstairs." Chan Ran was confused for a moment. "You're down there?" "TV station." "Aha," Zhang Fanji answered. Chan Ran hurriedly went to the window, and when he saw the familiar car below, he asked, "Didn't you say that I would go back with Uncle Zhang after work? Why are you here? You come down and talk." With that, she hung up. Only then did Chan Ran realize that he had asked a nonsense question, and rushed over to pack up his things and quickly go down. From the time he met to now, Zhang Fanji came to pick him up many times. Before it was okay. Now every time he sees this car, there is always an indescribable feeling in his heart. Chan Ran sorted out his emotions before going to open the car door. Zhang Fanji is still wearing a mask, only revealing her eyes, but Chan Ran can see some delight from the corner of her eyes. He sat on the passenger side and rubbed his hands together and asked, "Where's Sister Lin? Not at your house?" Zhang Fanji watched him close the car door before pulling off the mask and saying, "It's still there." Chan Ran moved, surprised. "She's in, you still come out?" Zhang Fanji calmly asked. "Does it matter?" Chan Ran wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he still didn't say anything. Seeing that Zhang Fanji was about to drive, Chan Ran busily said, "I'll give Uncle a word." Just called Uncle Zhang said together, he left this, "Let Uncle Zhang has been waiting is not good." At the mention of her father, Zhang Fanji was slightly uncomfortable, her eyes peering out from side to side. "Hey, Chan Ran, wait for me for a few minutes. I almost didn't take care of things." Uncle Zhang seemed to be busy. Chan Ran said, "Uncle, Gigi is here to pick me up. Take your time to deal with it. I'll leave first." He was a little embarrassed when he said that. Aboshi came to pick you up? She just arrived home and came over without resting. Director Zhang was first surprised, then cheerfully said, okay, you guys go first. I'll go back after I'm done. Chan Ran hung up the phone and took a long breath, always feeling a bit sorry for Uncle Zhang. On the other hand, Director Zhang kept a smile on his face. Seeing him happy like this, Lu Bing asked, Director, what's your happy event? Director Zhang waved his hand. Nothing, just happy. In the car, Chan Ren turned his head to look at Zhang Fanji from time to time. She was concentrating on driving. Her delicate face was only lightly made up, and her white skin was very clean and immaculate. Unconsciously, her ears and neck were tinted with a faint scarlet red. She waited until the light was red before she turned her head over and frowned. What are you looking at? Chan Randang froze, then calmly turned his head and said, Nope, just curious about how long he'll be back this time. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips, didn't count on Chan Ran changing the topic and said, It's a cosmetic endorsement. Come over to shoot the advertisement. If it goes well, 1 or 2 days. 1 or 2 days? Chan Ran muttered. That's too short. So what if it doesn't go well? Zhang Fanji paused and stared at Chan Ran. Expecting someone to have a bad day at work? There's no such thing. Chan Ran also reacted and dryly coughed. I mean, there are unpredictable winds and clouds in the sky. There is always an eventuality in everything. This always has to be considered. Zhang Fanji glanced at him and didn't answer. If it goes well, it's possible to finish shooting in 1 day, but if it doesn't, she has to go back to Huahai, and there are commercials that she takes, so she can't be in Linshur all the time. Chapter 126A Lie. The Changs. Tao Lin and Xiao Qin are there. The two had wanted to go to the hotel after Zhang Fanji left. After all, it felt a bit strange to spend time with Aunt Yun, but couldn't resist Aunt Yun's constant persuasion to let them stay for dinner. Aunt Yun is mainly mindful of Tao Lin has been quite caring for her daughter. Xiao Qin is even more busy following Zhang Fanji. Both of them have come to the house several times, did not stay for dinner. She felt a bit unjustified. Watching Aunt Yun busy in the kitchen, Xiao Qin was a bit unable to sit still and ran in to help. Only Tao Lin was sitting in the living room. Knock knock. There's a knock on the door outside. Tao Lin took a look at the kitchen. Inside the hood is loud, presumably cannot be heard, hesitated and went over to open the door. There was a click and the door opened. Seeing Zhang Fanji and Chan ran outside the door, Tao Lin froze on the spot, staring wide-eyed with the two. Chan Ran was fine. He knew Tao Lin was in the Zhang family, so he wasn't surprised. But how come Zhang Fanji and Tao Lin both looked surprised? Why haven't you left yet? Didn't you say you were busy going back to the hotel? Zhang Fanji froze for a short period of time and asked in a pretense of calmness after returning to her senses. Tao Lin was first stunned, then reacted, No, whether I go or not is one thing. But didn't you just say that Uncle's car broke down and you went to pick him up? How come Uncle didn't see it and pulled Chun Ran back? Hearing Tao Lin's words, Chun Ran was also confused. Together Zhang Fanji went out to find such an excuse. Zhang Fanji's earlobes were fleshly red, but her face was unbroken, first bypassing Tao Lin to enter the door, and as she lowered her head to change her shoes, she said, My dad is with Chun Ran. He'll have to wait a while before he's busy, so I'll come back with Chun Ran first. This explanation is normal. After all, the car broke down is not that you pick up the person and leave them alone. You have to wait to have the car towed for repairs. But Tao Lin a little bit do not believe. After all, Zhang Fanji went to pick up her father. How to wait for it? Pick up a Chun Ran back. What is going on? She was a little suspicious in her heart. It couldn't be that Zhang Fanji had gone out just to pick up Chun Ran on purpose. Could it? Come to think of it, neither of them have been in touch much lately, so it's not like it's come to this, is it? And she was under the impression that Zhang Fanji was a very reserved person, a bit stubborn, to put it bluntly. She was dead set on losing face. Letting her take the initiative to pick up someone was not this character. Chun Ran looked at Zhang Fanji without a trace. No wonder she would go to the TV station, so it was to find such an excuse, and thinking that she left Tao Lin also to go to the hotel. When she came back, Chun Ran would not run into Tao Lin, and did not have to explain anything. Who knew Dowling wasn't gone? That's a little awkward. Sister Lin. Chun Ran greeted Tao Lin first before saying, Uncle is still dealing with the car, because I wrote a song here and was busy communicating with Ji, so I came back first. Chun Ran said it very naturally, without changing his face. Tao Lin looked at this sincere and handsome face, and with the fact that it was because of the song, she kind of believed it. How was the quality of Chun Ran's songs last time, which was proven in the market and obvious to everyone? Zhang Fanji sang Initial Dream, and had a double harvest of word of mouth and popularity. Classics are not easy to be born, but Chun Ran wrote such a song, and his subsequent creations are expected. Tao Lin does not want Chen Ran and Zhang Fanji too much contact, think to contact should not be now, but people write songs this, she really cannot say anything. Zhang Fanji was originally a bit unnatural, but when she saw Chun Ran telling lies in such a serious manner, she couldn't help but blink. The three of them had just sat for a while when Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji planned to go to the house to write a song. But at that moment, director Zhang also came back. When he saw Tao Lin, he smiled and said, "You're here too, Xiao Tao." Tao Lin stood up and greeted director Zhang. Chun Ran stood up violently and said stiffly, "Uncle, is your car taken care of?" Director Zhang at this age is a refined person. Seeing Chun Ran's face look unnatural, and also thinking that Tao Lin is here, his own daughter must have found an excuse to go out, smiled and took over and said, "Yes, it's taken care of. Chun Ran, there is something on my program, you come with me to the study." Chun Ran followed director Zhang. The heart is relieved, a lie goes down, but also need countless lies to make up for it. Look at this situation not to pay attention to reveal. Director Zhang let Chen Ran to the study to discuss is false, ask for clarification of the situation is true. After all, Chen Ran has gone to the satellite TV. He can have any program in the public channel to discuss things. After hearing Zhang Fanji looking for an excuse his car broke down. Director Zhang some tears and laughter. "This girl really will not lie, will not find a good reason?" Said my information fell at home. Now meeting urgent need to use, to send over on the line. This is how simple. And then director Zhang added, "Not to mention that this go to the TV station to pick you up. There is no need to lie, you guys this open and above-board relationship." I and Gigi her mother agreed. Shout out even if you know that's nothing. Anyway, the idea in director Zhang's mind was that his daughter would be better off not being a singer of any kind. So there was some incomprehension. Gigi likes to sing. She hasn't stabilized yet. If she exposes herself to a relationship, it will have a great impact on her work. After some time it will be fine. Chen Ran explained. Director Zhang glanced at Chen Ran. Knowing that he was good-tempered, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Now that you're with Gigi, this matter is your business, so discuss it." When eating, Tao Lin also asked about director Zhang's car broke down. In addition to finding a topic to chat, I guess there are some doubts in the heart. Chen Ran had just confronted director Zhang, and was now answering without a drop of water. Aunt Yoon was listening on the sidelines, looking at her daughter and Chen Ran, and then at her husband, slowly and methodically eating her meal without saying a word. Tao Lin and Xiao Qin were going back to the hotel after dinner, but knowing that Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji were going to write a song, they couldn't help but stay and watch for a while. Seeing that it was Chun Ran who first wrote out the lyrics and then hummed out the melody for Zhang Fanji to write the score, Tao Lin was a bit dumbfounded. Fanxing is a music company, also do artist agent. She has brought a lot of singers, contact with musicians without 100 or 80, but with Chun Ran like this really have not seen. In the past, she had heard that there was an old-timer who was engaged in creative writing who couldn't read music, and when he was composing, he was humming to have the melody written down, and she had always thought that this was false and blackmailed. But now that she had seen Chun Ran, she had gained a better understanding. After reading for half a day, when Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji took a break, she couldn't help but ask, "Is this how you guys wrote Initial Dream as well? I can't read music, so I can only have Gigi write it down." Chun Ran nodded. Tao Lin was a real eye-opener, and I don't think many people would believe her if she told them about it. Zhang Fanji on the side didn't say much and kept staring at the lyrics in a daze. The time was a bit late. Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji were still continuing to write the song, trying to be able to get it out tonight. And Tao Lin and Xiao Qin had to go back to the hotel, so they left Zhang's house first. When she arrived downstairs, Tao Lin saw 2 cars in the Zhang family's parking space and couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Qin, come and take a look. Is this Xiyun's father's car?" Xiao Qin looked at it, froze slightly, then shook her head in a panic and said, "No, the sign is the same, but the license plate number is different. It seems to be Xiyun's sister's neighbor's car. Her neighbor often occupies her family's parking space, and last time, they all drove directly into it." Tao Lin nodded and didn't suspect anything. She had heard Xiao Qin talk about this a few times, and she had even admonished Zhang Fanji, saying that public figures had to pay attention and don't be short-tempered when dealing with this kind of thing. Xiao Qin let out a slight sigh of relief, thinking to herself, "Sister Xiyun, I can only help you so far." Chapter 127 Courage. Tao Lin left, and neither Uncle Zhang nor Aunt Yoon came to disturb the room, so it was just Chen Ran and Zhang Fanji in the room. Chen Ran did not mention the matter of cheating Tao Lin, saying it would not be asking for embarrassment. "This song of yours, how long have you been writing it?" Zhang Fanji asked, looking at the lyrics. "It's probably been prepared since you went to work on your new song," Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji glanced at Chun Ran and let out a hum. Chun Ran looked at the time and realized that it was already late, and said to Zhang Fanji, "I have to go back first. I have to work in the morning. I'll walk you." Zhang Fanji said she wanted to take her jacket. Chun Ran waved his hand and said, "Don't. It's so late. I'll just take a taxi back by myself. You have a good rest. I'll get off work early tomorrow and see if I can finish writing the song." Chun Ran stopped it, but where would Zhang Fanji listen to him, putting on his jacket by himself and then calmly looking at him. Chun Ran locked eyes with her for a while, and finally lost the battle and said, "It's just that I think you just got off the plane today and went to pick me up again. So you should be more tired, and you're going to shoot a commercial tomorrow, so it would be better to take more rest now." "I'm not tired and it's driving." If she had said so, Chun Ran naturally did not refuse. Along the way, Zhang Fanji seemed to talk less. Chun Ran knew she was thinking about her new song and talked to her about her own program. He also talks about making a big show and invites Zhang Fanji to be a guest. This was the third time Chun Ran had said it, and presumably the last time, and the next time it would be when she could actually be invited. Chun Ran arrived and got out of the car and instructed, "Be careful on your way, and remember to give me news when you get home." Zhang Fanji nodded and watched his back disappear before driving away. When she got home, she laid down on her bed and sent a message to Chun Ran that she had arrived home. After putting her phone down, she reached for her lyrics book and looked at the words "courage" on it, slightly lost in thought. The next day, the program officially began taping. The recording of a talk show is easier than a variety show, and it's all about Zhou play. As a veteran host, Zhou's credentials are unquestionable, and he hasn't fallen out of favor over the years at the Metro channel, but has instead made his style even stronger. Chun Ran watched as Zhou was mouthing off, bulging his eyes and spittle flying out when he spoke in excitement. It looked excited without pushing too hard, which felt just right. "That's the feeling I want." Director Wu Tao clapped his hands. He also did not expect Zhou to play so well the rehearsal trial recording, but did not take out this kind of strength. Probably because there was an audience down there, Zhou found his form. Recording rarely call a halt. Zhou cannot be completely off script. The excitement of the words themselves, sometimes talking about the words cannot remember, but there is very little pause time. He was indeed in superb form today, and after a pause to continue recording, that feeling came back. The audience was not all hired professionals. There were some giveaway tickets. "People reflect is quite good. Shaking the baggage should laugh" above Zhou throughout the words. Originally those professional audience will pick up, but they did not open their mouths to be really the audience to steal. "This Zhou is indeed possible." Chun Ran agreed. Inside his impression is 5 years ago Zhou going forward in the urban channel to do Zhou to guest. His style has not changed, but the characteristics are far from being so strong now. Let's just say the copywriting fits his style perfectly. If Chun Ran had seen the current Zhou in the beginning, where would he have gone to find any Suyang? The program was taped. Another survey was handed out to each member of the audience and they were asked to help fill it out. Just some simple multiple-choice questions trying to find out what the audience thought of the talk show. Audience members turned in their surveys as they left the stage. After Lu Lang went to count, he made a table and brought it over. Wu Tao and Chun Ran took a look at it and were both very satisfied with it, basically praising it and saying that they quite liked the program. There were 2 or 3 that weren't so much about bad shows. The checkmark was dislike of such shows. It's not unusual for a show to have people who don't like it, and this critical reception alone proves that the show is indeed good. Chun Ran and Zhou discussed some of the problems with the recording just now and came out of the studio. He met Su Yang and Han, who had also just finished recording the program. "Mr. Su Yang, recording a program?" Chun Ran greeted first. Su Yang smiled politely. "Yeah, you guys are done recording?" Chun Ran laughed. "We've just finished recording the first installment, so we'll leave Mr. Su Yang alone and go ahead." When Chun Ran left, Su Yang asked Han, "Do you recognize the person next to Chun Ran?" Han thought for a moment and said, "If I remember correctly, it should be the host of the Metropolitan Channel. It seems to be doing a program called Zhou Come to Guest, which my parents used to quite like to watch." "The Metro Channel? How did you go and find the host of the Metropolitan Channel?" Su Yang didn't figure it out. Chun Ran and the guys approached him, and after being rejected they couldn't even find a host for the TV station, and ended up going to a local channel. The chief planner is from a local channel, and now the host is too, so if a show like this doesn't cool off, who will? He felt somewhat prescient, and hesitated when the program first approached him. Now it seems that the probability of a show like this not turning down and following the cooler is too great. That Hannah also thought it was strange how this program group couldn't figure out that they would run to a local channel to find a host. As for the comment about not being able to find someone to host on a satellite TV, that's a complete joke. For example, if a sideshow host like her was approached with such a program, she certainly wouldn't turn it down. There are few people like her. There are too many to go around, so where else would you pick and choose? Could it be that the people in this program would consider JoJo better than the hosts of the TV station? But the urban channel is just a local station, the hosts are not famous. Do not look at her just Deputy Curry host, but in terms of popularity, certainly higher than JoJo. Chun Ran didn't know what these two were thinking, and wouldn't care if he did. Say hello out of courtesy, after all, they are all co-workers, and you can't stop ignoring people just because they reject you. When the second period comes, you have to pay attention to these places that were just mentioned, and the rest of the performance was perfect. Chun Ran said. JoJo nodded his head repeatedly. He was more than 10 years older than Chun Ran, but he still took what Chun Ran said quite seriously. The main thing is that Chun Ran's resume is a bit scary, and the copywriting committee is really excellent. After spending so many years in the urban channel, it is not easy to have the opportunity to return to the satellite TV. Naturally, do not want to make mistakes at all. Zhang Fanji still came to the TV station to pick up Chun Ran. She's done with her commercial. Not an actor per se, the ads are not too demanding. Usually when you shoot this kind of cosmetic advertisement, you just need to take care of the beauty, and beauty is enough. In terms of Zhang Fanji's face value and temperament, she was almost qualified just by standing there. Chun Ran said that the accident did not appear, everything has an eventuality, but in case this probability is too small, after all, not belong to the crow. In one night's time, the two finished the song, and Lin prepared the contract. The price was mentioned at $200,000. This price. Chun Ran let a glance at Zhang Fanji. He said to open higher, just let her not think too much. How come this also directly doubled? The Kitao Lin even agreed. It was Zhang Fanji who sent Chun Ran back again. Before Chun Ran got off the car, he glanced at Zhang Fanji. Tomorrow she was going back to Hua Hai and had a new song. It would be a while before we could meet again. Chun Ran was mentally prepared, but there was always a little bit of loss. As he was about to leave, he heard Zhang Fanji's clear and bright voice. Chun Ran. Zhang Fanji rarely calls him by his first name. Turning back to see Zhang Fanji sitting in the car, her bright eyes looking at Chun Ran, she pursed her lips slightly and said, "Good night." The loss in Chun Ran's heart was a little less, and he smiled and said, "Be careful on the road." Watching Chun Ran's back disappear, Zhang Fanji didn't know how, but what kept echoing inside her head was his slightly hoarse singing voice tonight. Chun Ran was lying on the bed. What I received was a WeChat from Zhang Fanji. It was just one line, but it made Chun Ran somewhat sleepless. I can't wait until I'm 30. Chapter 128, I need some time. Chun Ran looked at his cell phone, his head a little confused. He somewhat couldn't believe that this would be a message from Zhang Fanji. Giving Zhang Fanji the choice of Liang Jingru's courage may have been in his heart, but he knew that what Zhang Fanji cared about now was not what others thought, but what she thought of herself. Previously, she had always regarded singing as her goal, for which she had set her mind not to fall in love or get married before the age of 30. When she first met Chun Ran, she didn't like him and said so directly. But now, is this about giving up on the idea in the first place? Chun Ran sat up from the bed and flipped out Zhang Fanji's number and dialed it. A beeping sound came from inside the cell phone, and it didn't connect for several consecutive beeps. Chun Ran thought it was going to appear unanswered before Zhang Fanji answered the phone. Trying to calm down, he asked, "What did you think of the news just now?" Zhang Fanji denied. "I didn't." She played it cool, but some rapid breathing betrayed her. Chun Ran knew Zhang Fanji's temper very well, and at this time, if she were to force her to admit it, it was expected that she would just hang up the phone. Sometimes she was frighteningly thick-skinned, like when she'd set him up in the first place. But sometimes the skin is thin, like now. "But the message you sent and I saw it, can I still pretend I didn't send it?" "That wasn't sent by me." Zhang Fanji heard Chun Ran not say anything and emphasized again. Chun Ran couldn't help but smile. Such a lustful look was indeed very Zhang Fanji. He didn't press further. She was going to pinch the phone if he really asked. Chun Ran changed the subject to her new song and asked if she was going back tomorrow to prepare for the recording. Zhang Fanji hummed. Right now her new song that just went live is still on the new songs chart, after recording it, and that one will be almost off the charts by the time it goes live again. The two wistfully chatted like this, Zhang Fanji hadn't said much, and it was mostly Chun Ran who was talking. After chatting for a while longer, Chun Ran was about to hang up the phone before Zhang Fanji called out to him. Chun Ran. Chun Ran answered. Zhang Fanji hesitated for quite a long time and finally said, I need some time. Chun Ran was silent for a while and also said, I need time as well. Good night. Aha. Chun Ran hung up the phone and looked at the phone a bit distracted. Zhang Fanji needed time, it was to deal with things with Sister Lin and the company. While Chun Ran needed time, he wanted to work a little harder. And when it really came to that, he wouldn't let Zhang Fanji bear the pressure alone. This is the matter of two people, he a behind-the-scenes person, all these do not matter, but Zhang Fanji is different. If really want to announce that step, whether it is the company, Sister Lin, and public opinion will give her a lot of pressure. The song Courage gave Zhang Fanji the courage to take a step forward, but it didn't give her the ability to step over everything. The next day, when Chun Ran was at work, Zhang Fanji sent a message over. She was with Tao Lin and didn't get to call. Probably because of last night's chat, Chun Ran didn't feel much despondency, but instead felt motivated. Thinking of that message, the corner of Chun Ran's mouth curled up slightly. He was remembering that when he first met Zhang Fanji, she had always been quite cold to Chun Ran and had rarely spoken. It's a very big change from what it used to be. In fact, not only did Zhang Fanji have a change, so did he. From being a half-salted fish who was a little lost and thinking about getting by, I've come all the way to being in the Guardian, and from having no purpose to wanting to work hard to get ahead. Of course, what has changed the most is the relationship between the two. Airport. Tao Lin noticed that Zhang Fanji was a little different, still looking the same, but without the occasional distracted, preoccupied look of the previous period, like there was one less knot in her heart. Tao Lin asked curiously, It feels like you're a little different today. Zhang Fanji asked, What's different? Tao Lin said, I can't say. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips and said, Maybe it's because of the new song. Chun Ran wrote this song and I like it. Speaking of the new song, Tao Lin also smiled. This song is very good. I had a feeling when you sang it yesterday. It will definitely be a hit when it goes online. She added, This Chun Ran is indeed awesome. I kind of can't figure out how someone who hasn't studied music theory and can't read music can learn to write songs. It's probably talent. Zhang Fanji said, a light smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. In normal times, Tao Lin seldom saw Zhang Fanji smile and thought to herself that it seemed she genuinely liked the song. Tao Lin thought of Chun Ran again and secretly said in her heart, It's a pity right now, Xiun is still only in the rising stage. If the outbreak of the romance has a great impact, the company will definitely not agree. Otherwise, Chun Ran and Xiun, one is quite handsome. One is so pretty, one can write songs, one sings well. It is indeed a good match. At this time, she felt that Chun Ran would be good if he was an artist. Even if he was not very famous, he could hype CP from time to time, and the fans would not be able to see it, but on the contrary, it would be a good help to Zhang Fanji's popularity. As for now, we have to wait for Zhang Fanji's popularity to settle down, and then the company might not stop her from falling in love, and we don't know if Chun Ran can wait until that time. Because the boat show of the week program was relatively simple, the post-production workload wasn't too great and it was quick to produce. On the next day, the finished movie was cut. Director Wu Tao was very serious. Editing, he did the whole thing himself, and after discussing the program with Chun Ran for such a long time, he was able to grasp the style of the program very well. The finished movie came out and everyone was very happy with it. Director Zhao Peixing also watched it, and he was a little surprised by the content of the program. When it was first discussed, it was felt that if the show really followed the text, it wouldn't be too bad. But I didn't realize it could be so attractive. The program was indeed simple, one stage and one person from beginning to end, not even a guest, but such a program made Zhao Peixing watch it without any urination. The text is good, Zhou style is very personal, and every topic of the review will cause him to identify with the psychology. This program is good, but how many ratings can it get if it's put in this time slot? Zhao Peixing did feel a bit of a pity. If a different time slot, the program may not be too bad, but now every slot is full, too high level, this program cannot be enough, and the same late night slot are scheduled, cannot move. In the end, Zhao Peixing sent the finished film up for review. The first installment of the show, with nothing that crossed the line, was reviewed largely without issue. On the contrary, the publicity aspect is a bit difficult. This time the station basically does not pay attention to, intends to release the kind of publicity resources must be less pathetic. But the content of the program is really good, and at least in Zhou Peison's opinion, too little publicity is a bit of a right thing to do. Moreover, director Wu Tao had previously mentioned the matter of publicity again and again, so no matter what, it couldn't be too perfunctory. Zhao Peixing considered it for half a day and finally added some resources to the program. There really isn't much money in this show. The funding given is too small and the publicity budget can't be stretched to use the station's publicity channels. I hope the program isn't too miserable. Zhao Peixing could only pray for the program in his heart. Chapter 129. Cost-effective publicity. The program Zhou Zhou Show means a lot to Zhou Zhou, which is the first program he returned to host after 5 years away from satellite TV. If he succeeds and the program doesn't get cut, he can continue to be on the satellite TV or vice versa. He may literally have no chance to make a name for himself for the rest of his life and sit on his Zhou Zhou Lai guest on the Metro channel until he gets old. At his age, it is not easy to have such an opportunity. It is also because of this idea that he put his best foot forward, usually holding the text all the time to ponder over it, thinking about it when he eats and even dreaming about the program, which is why he was such a superb performer during the recording of the first installment. Today, during the recording of Zhou Zhou in the guest, the director reminded him a couple of times that his style has changed a bit and asked him to be a bit gentler. But Zhou Zhou did not change, after discussing with the director, or according to their own style in the Zhou Zhou Show to record, focusing on their own personal style. If you're going to change radically and set up your people. The director couldn't say whether it was good or bad, but after discussing it with Zhou Zhou, he decided to follow his idea, and if the feedback was bad in the next installment, just keep changing back. After all, an old show with all these viewers, an occasional issue won't have a big impact. After recording the program, Zhou Zhou went to wash his face and ran towards the Zhou Zhou Show section to find Chen Ran to figure out the second phase. The first installment was reviewed and they are about to start recording the second installment as well. Chen Ran saw Zhou Zhou's appearance, naturally know what he was thinking, not to mention Zhou Zhou, even if he also poured all his energy into the copywriting changed over and over again, is bound to be unified in style. This was his first show on TV, and even if it was just a small show that wasn't really favored by the station, he needed to do his best. The review came down and the show was set. It's just after Thursday, and the final installment of the Antique History Show just aired, so it's scheduled to air next Thursday. During the meeting, director Zhao Peixing talked about the promotion of Zhou Zhou Show, promising to give quite a lot of channel resources, and after he applied with the above, he could insert some advertisements in specific time slots. The content of the program is good, but the time slot is really bad, and the reason for fighting for so much is the thought that it's good to be able to fight for a bit of share from the hands of Magic Munchkin. Chen Ran and Wu Tao director is quite satisfied. After all, before director Zhao applied, the publicity is equivalent to nothing. Basically, it is an advertisement at the end of the program in the previous time slot, and that's it. It's kind of nice that there are now time-specific ad campaigns, even if only for the first few days of the show. After the meeting was adjourned, Chen Ran found director Wu Tao and asked, "Director Wu, you've been in the satellite TV for so many years, you're familiar with people from other programs, right?" Director Wu Tao nodded hesitantly and asked, "You don't want me to contact other programs and ask them to help publicize? This is impossible, the station has strict rules. If they all did this, wouldn't it be a mess?" Chen Ran lost his smile and said, "Even though I've only just come to Guardian TV, I can't say I'm a newcomer. I know all of this." Director Wu Tao asked, "So what do you mean?" "In addition to the station, there is also network publicity," Chen Ran said. Director Wu Tao shook his head and said, "I also know about the network publicity, but with this budget of ours, we can't even hit a splash by throwing it in. So that means it's just a matter of needing you, Director Wu, to run the relations." Chen Ran said, "In addition to the regular channels, there's also our station's tradition of engaging in cost-effective publicity." When he said that, Director Wu Tao had a feeling. One of the things that Call of Duty TV has been criticized for is bumper sticker hype as far as hard hype goes. Where is the battlefield? Twitter ahoy! Bumping is definitely out of the question, but it can be appropriate to generate a level of conversation. In addition to the clips cut out from the station's previews, Director Wu, you cut some more out just to the housing prices, drug prices, the two most heated parts of the rhetoric to cut. Cut it and put it on Weibo, trouble you to contact. Please ask the official blogs of a few of their programs to help retweet it. Chen Ran gave Director Wu Tao a detailed explanation. Publicity with a budget is certainly good to operate. Without a budget, there are ways. Just this does not cost a penny. All rely on Director Wu Tao's connections. Indeed, there is enough cost-effective. Director Wu Tao thought about it. It wasn't a bad idea. "I'll give it a try." Both belong to the execution of the stronger people. Wu director immediately began to edit the promotional video, and then registered the official microblogging authentication through, then put the publicity up. A new number that certainly won't get any attention. It's up to Director Wu Tao to shed his face and ask for help. Don't look at him doing such a small program now, but he is really considered an old man in the TV committee, and he has connections with the crews of several big hit programs. It's definitely not possible to ask people to put in the effort to help publicize it. Just retweeting it on Twitter is just a show of hands, and it's definitely not refused. So the official microblogs of several popular programs of Zhaonan Satellite TV in the past few days' time have retweeted this microblog one after another. There are a lot of fans of these shows, and they usually put up some taping footage of the guests and then spaced out to hype them up. The fact that everyone is retweeting together to promote a show does get the attention of fans. Fans thought it was a push for Call of Duty South TV, but they froze when they clicked in. It is a stage, a person, a face of excitement about the housing prices. The promo is very tight. It is Jojo said the most excited time, a gold sentence from his mouth soared out. It is easy to attract attention. Finally, it was Jojo who stood, standing on the stage with his hands slightly open. This is the Jojo Show. I'm Jojo. Thursday night at 10 o'clock. Zhaonan Satellite Television. We don't see each other. Don't part. This can be a program? It's kind of fun to watch the previews. Looking at the previews, it doesn't look like a big show. So how is it being pushed so much? It felt like the host was a bit too pretentious and his views were too biased to agree with. I do feel he's right. At least the price of medicine is too high. I'm in favor of that. People's pharmaceutical companies to develop drugs is to research and development costs. Drug prices are low. Drug companies do not make money or even lose money, which companies are still willing to invest in research and development. That said, but there are still some pharmaceutical companies using expired patents. The price sold at the same price as the imported drugs, too black-hearted. The price of people's original drugs are lower than the price of his cottage. This is simply sucking blood. The effect of this kind of promotion is indeed good. Itself talk show selected topics are current hot topics in the microblogging often cause extensive discussion, and now Jojo show publicity out, the same people in the bottom of the discussion up. Chun Ran and director Wu were also staring at Weibo, and were more than satisfied with the current results. Because the show's audience overlaps with a lot of people on Twitter, the fact that it can generate discussion on Twitter means that the show's attention is okay. The publicity is not bad, so naturally people will go and watch TV on guard, and they have achieved their goal. Not a bad topic to heat up on Twitter, but not much reaction on TV. And with that kind of momentum, the time came Thursday when the show quietly kicked off. Chapter 130 Sand Sculpting Netizens. The boat show of the week opens and not many people pay attention. Other than the discussion on Twitter due to the publicity, the rest of the world is pressured to know that such a program exists. Not to mention the other TV stations, not many people even from the Calling South TV station are paying attention. The opening of such a low-attention show is really just quiet. Chun Ran had just ended his call with Zhang Fanji. These days, Zhang Fanji spent most of her time running outside and took another jewelry endorsement, so she was quite busy anyway. Unlike the last time she went back with a song, the current Zhang Fanji is a singer that Pansum is trying to promote, and when she went back with a song, Pansum's people evaluated the song first, and immediately went to invite the producer, and it looks like they are going to be ready to push the song. Zhang Fanji is now busy with endorsements, and when the arrangements are done in a while he will start recording, and then he will start promoting his new song, so he will definitely be even busier. Chun Ran had long been prepared for this in his heart and did not lose heart. What made Chun Ran more surprised was that Fan Xing had noticed him, and 2 days ago, he had even sidetracked with Tao Lin to inquire about the news. Being able to write Initial Dream could be considered a fluke, but following it up with the song Courage was enough to catch the attention of Shigeo. Tao Lin knew that Fan Xing's idea was to enlist Chun Ran and get more songs from him. Although Tao Lin is the company's people but stood in Zhang Fanji's point of view to consider, pushed that the person who wrote the song is Zhang Fanji's a relative, people are within the system, did not want to be famous for writing songs and signed a confidentiality agreement cannot be divulged. The people of this kind of bull prosperity are not stupid, of course they don't believe it. It's just that there's nothing they can do if Tao Lin doesn't say anything. The song was brought over only after Zhang Fanji came back, and for Chun Ran, they only knew that the person was in Lin City and was named Chun Ran. Anything more than that is nothing. Knowing that Tao Lin is perfunctory, Fan Xing did not continue to pursue the question. There are a lot of people who have written 2 hot songs, not so much as to make trouble with Zhang Fanji for such a person. This point of proportion Fan Xing still has. Chun Ran does not care about this, the music industry of thousands of musicians. He is just 2 songs. It is nothing. The prosperous star naturally will not persevere. On TV, it's almost 10 o'clock and the commercials are counting down. The weekly boat show is coming up. Although the finished movie had already been watched a few times, and the second installment had been recorded over the past 2 days, and even the copy for the third installment had been prepared, Chun Ran was still staring at the TV, waiting for the program to air. Wang Yingyun is already more than 30 years old now. Every day, in addition to going to work, is to like to brush the microblogging, but also like to make their voices on hot topics. 2 days ago in the microblogging square, swiped the promotion video of the variety show. On the promo inside, the host's point of view is not the same as his. He left a message below to say, "Who knew it would be like stirring up a hornet's nest?" And many people argued with him. One of them was particularly heated, as if he wanted to argue until Wang Yingyun admitted defeat. It's basically a moot point when it comes to arguing on the internet. These 2 days Wang Ruiyun even go to work will still go to microblogging and the other side of the theory, but in the end who did not convince anyone, pull the other side of the black at the same time, the heart cursed each other sand sculpture keyboard warrior. It was only when he got on Twitter today that it dawned on him that the cause of the argument with the other guy was because of a program called the Chow Chow Show. The Thursday late night slot, which at this point in the season looks like a small show with one guy on the promo, one stage, and not even a comic relief. What could it be? But think of their own. Because of this program with people quarrel for a few days, eat and sleep in the heart are not allowed. Wang Ruiyun intends to see this program really if bad. He must be in the microblogging to go up to the good scolding. And incidentally, the pull black guy put out a few rounds of skating. With this mindset, he waited until 10 o'clock to see the weekly boat show, which started on time. Wang Lingyun is looking at it with a prickly, critical eye. The program is very simple, picking out the popular news. Similar to the comedy, the hosts express very sharp views, pinpointing the blood, encountering the 3 wrong views of the news, and even anger, emotional stumbling. Unlike the Sandy show he was thinking of, this one was surprisingly deep. The point of view put forward 3 positive surprising, even if Wang Ruiyun some views and the other side of some different, but the host Jojo's voice let him feel that the other side of the speech is some reason. So much so that arguing with people on Weibo about the price of medicines was left behind, because Jojo disliked some unscrupulous drug dealers instead of killing them with a single shot. Wang Ruiyun usually watch the program. There will always be something that you do not like. As soon as you encounter it, you will jump the channel, go to other channels for a change of mood. Not today, but instead, one stares at the TV and waits for the program to play. The show isn't heavy, rather it's quite lighthearted, and the baggage thrown around by the hosts always brings a smile to the face. Wang Ruiyun finished the program, have not yet returned to his senses. There is a kind of, this is gone. The feeling of this is gone. The show looks skimpy with just one host, and it's even a little shabby for being in a late-night Thursday slot like Grandma and Uncle. But the content was unexpectedly delicious, or at least it made him feel like the show hadn't been wasted. After a brief flashback, he logged on to Weibo and wrote a large, sprawling comment, posting it directly underneath that promotional video of the quarrel. After Wang Ruiyun sent it out, the webpage refreshed and saw that someone had already posted a comment before him and felt similar to him, looking like the exact same Water Army fanfic. Just this program, and borrowing in soldiers? Wang Ruiyun was slightly stunned. Just this one small program, there was that need to hire a water army? On closer inspection, he realized that it wasn't any water army, but the sandy netizen who had disliked him together 2 days ago. Wang Yingyun once again read the comments posted by the other party. The other party's point of view is very much the same as his. The grievances of the first 2 days of mutual dislike with the other party immediately disappeared more or less, put the other party out of the blacklist while replying, "Heroes see the same thing. He, Wang Shangyun, is such a deeply righteous person who distinguishes between grudges." Day 2. The ratings came out, and everyone on the Chow Chow show panel was a little silent. The station gave publicity outlets and their tweets took off. The final ratings, however, went to just 0.391%. Meanwhile, the paragraph ranked 11th. And number 1 in the time slot was Tomato TV's Magic Munchkin with 0.836%. It doesn't look like the ratings are very high, but it hangs the boat of the week show in the balance. Everyone be happy, our program is connected to the file of antiques. This program's previous ratings are negligible. We can say that we are starting from 0, and the publicity is also very lack of. To be able to get to this data, it is already very remarkable. The program is considered a success. Director Wu Tao clapped his hands and comforted everyone. Jojo was in a somewhat poor mood. The program premiered this ratings. It is indeed a bit unsatisfactory. Sure, Director Wu has a point, but they didn't make the show to be more than bad. Who wouldn't want better ratings? On the contrary, Chun Ran looked at the real-time ratings curve. His eyebrows jumped slightly, and he slowly said, "Director Wu is right. The situation is not as bad as everyone thinks."